The player transmigrates into the world of sorcery, experiencing the baptism of monsters, magic, and war, rising from a Witcher apprentice to a grandmaster. It is at this moment that he realizes everything has truly begun. Chapter 1. The Farmer's Child. Have you heard? Young Moore's boy was struck by a horse. Poor child. If I recall correctly, he is only 13 this year. He may end up bedridden for life. What you speak of is from a few days ago. The latest news is that Roy has awakened, but alas, it seems his mind is troubled as he stands in the yard, lost in thought. A group of farmers stood at the edge of the field, whispering among themselves. Behind them, a tall middle-aged man quietly set down his hoe, clenched his fists, his face a mask of anger and helplessness. He was Old Moore, the subject of their murmurs, also a humble peasant. He had spent half his life dutifully toiling the land, possessing an ordinary appearance, lacking abilities or inheritance. It was only at 23 that a woman, not disdaining him, agreed to marry him. The couple welcomed their child, Roy, at 25, an age considered advanced for parents in this world. Many became parents at 15 or 16, and thus, they doted on their son, rarely allowing him to labor in the fields. Their son Roy was obedient, gentle, and always wore a shy smile, a stark contrast to the raucous children of the village. What a well-behaved child. With this thought, Old Moore's heart ached. Just 4 days prior, a woman galloping through the village had brushed against poor Roy, causing him to lose consciousness. Like a fool, the village houses were constructed of thatch and wood, dilapidated and worn, appearing as though a gust of wind could sweep them away. The entire village was small, home to perhaps 100 families. Old Moore's house sat at the western edge of the village. At this moment, under the blazing midday sun, a small figure faced the glaring sky, eyes unblinking, resembling a soulless puppet. In the adjacent yard, a weathered farmer's wife bent over, feeding the chickens, staring at the sun. What if he hurts his eyes? Susie, didn't I tell you to watch the child? Look at what he's doing. Old Moore rushed into his overgrown yard, lifting the child and placing him at the threshold, affectionately ruffling his dark hair, a hint of warmth breaking through his parched face. Little Roy, listen to your father. Do not engage in such foolishness again. Father recently awakened Roy had ignored Old Moore's words, but today, a ripple crossed his refined features, his dazed gaze sharpening, and he mumbled, Roy, yes, I am Roy now. Is the child speaking? The farmer leaned in, elated, pressing his ear to his son's lips. He finally confirmed that his son, who had not spoken for 3 days and nights, had not become mute. Susie, hurry. Our son is talking. Stop fussing over those animals. With that exclamation, the farmer's wife hurried into the house. The couple embraced Roy from either side, tears welling in their eyes as he called out their names. Roy scrutinized his parents, Old Moore and Susie. They bore ordinary faces, dressed in worn linen garments, their skin rough and their figures showing the signs of hard labor, exuding the simple charm of rural folk. This is my family. Roy felt a surge of emotion, his heart touched, and he wrapped his arms around their shoulders. At that moment, 2 distinctly different memories merged in his mind. He was both Luo E, an 18-year-old dropout from Huagua on Earth, and Roy, a farmer's son from the small village of K on the southern border of the foreign land of Aden. As Luo E, he had lost his parents in an accident, leading to his withdrawal from school and a descent into a virtual gaming world, waiting until he spent all his compensation to join his parents. An orphan, devoid of wealth, consumed by gaming, destined for an early demise. Roy, though a humble farmer's son living in poverty, treasured the familial love he had long lost. He was both Luo E and Roy. My reckless gaming was merely an attempt to fill the void within. This is heaven's chance for me to make amends. Now, he inherited all of Roy's memories and emotions, feeling an innate connection to his parents. Roy, what happened to you a few days ago? We were so worried. I was frightened by the horse. I remember being terrified, but everything else is a blur. Why are you asking foolish questions? Old Moore chided his wife, lovingly patting Roy's head. As long as the child is well, that is all that matters. Calming his agitated parents, Roy began to survey his new home, unable to suppress a bitter smile. Surrounded by uneven walls, the house contained merely a fireplace, an iron pot, and a couple of tables and chairs. The 2 beds could hardly be called such, merely layers of straw and cloth on the ground. Before long, the woman prepared lunch, several dry, hard loaves resembling misshapen taro, an egg, 2 salted fish, and a thick stew of various vegetables like potatoes. Most importantly, there was little seasoning in this home. Even salt was a luxury. Roy stifled his odd feelings and took a cautious bite, contemplating, what's the fuss? In my past life, it was difficult to even find such natural, pesticide-free vegetables. Perhaps influenced by the instincts of his body, he soon accepted the food's taste, and coupled with hunger from days without proper meals, he devoured it ravenously, without care. The meager meal quickly diminished. Slow down, child, don't choke. The couple watched their son with silly smiles, continually refilling his bowl while hardly touching the small pot of food themselves, only occasionally nibbling on a piece of salted fish. In the afternoon, as old Moore and Susie discussed preparing a chicken for their son's recovery, Roy's expression turned serious. Aiden, how could he not know this world, having once been obsessed with The Witcher 3? One of the Northern Kingdoms, a realm of witchers, sorcerers, and monsters. In this world and era, bandits, monsters, diseases, and natural disasters ravage the land, making life exceedingly difficult. Without power or authority, one never knows when misfortune may strike. According to the memories of his former self, the year was now 1260. If all went as expected, 3 years hence, the ambitious Emperor Imhir Varemrius of Nilfgaard would launch the First Northern War, though it would commence far to the west in the kingdom of Sintra. Who could guarantee that deserters would not wander this way to sow chaos? Moreover, 7 years later, in 1267, the Second Northern War would erupt, and Aiden would not remain unscathed. What abilities do I possess? How should I act? At the very least, I must protect old Moore and Susie. The 13-year-old Roy had little time left. Yet his crossing into this world was not in vain. Like many transmigrators, he bore a hidden advantage. Chapter 2. The Golden Finger activating the personal template. Attribute template Roy age, 13 years and 7 months gender. Male, to be omitted in the future. Identity, commoner. You are the son of a farmer. Having experienced little professional education or training, lacking any mastered skills, and your innate abilities remain undiscovered. Health points, 40. Healthy, strength, for points, 5 points. Strength influences the potency of some physical attacks and enhances your capacity to bear weight, enabling you to equip or wield heavy and robust armor or weapons, while also partially affecting resistance to impacts. Agility, 5 points, 5 points. Agility determines your speed of movement, attack, and neural reflexes, as well as your balance. A high agility allows you to deftly dodge, parry, and block attacks, enabling you to perform various complex physical maneuvers. Constitution, for points, 5 points. Basic endurance. Constitution dictates your ability to withstand blows and defines your capacity for prolonged running and combat. It also influences your rate of health recovery. Perception, 5 points, 5 points. Perception encompasses your senses, hearing, smell, sight, intuition, etc. It grants you a certain chance to detect dangers in advance, allowing for meticulous observation of your surroundings and uncovering hidden traces. Higher perception increases your likelihood of foreseeing threats, and at its peak, you may perceive the mysteries within the void. Willpower, 4 points, 5 points. Willpower determines your resistance to mental aberrations and the speed at which you recover from negative psychological states such as pain and distortion. The higher your will, the better you can maintain composure and fully exert your abilities in critical situations. Sufficient willpower can even affect physical objects. Charm, 5 points, 5 points. Charm is a direct reflection of your appearance, demeanor, and eloquence, primarily aiding you in better communication with living beings. A high charm facilitates gaining the goodwill of others, and if elevated to a certain degree, it fosters a natural closeness. Spirit, 6 points, 5 points. Spirit dictates your level of concentration, enabling you to focus entirely on the task at hand. It also enhances your capacity to absorb, contain, and manipulate the 4 elements, thereby affecting the power of spells and spell-like abilities. Skills, none storage space, 1 cubic meter. Other, unknown experience points, 1/100, upon reaching full experience points. You may choose to level up, with each level providing 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. This template serves as Roy's golden finger upon his arrival in this world. After basking in the sun for 3 consecutive days, he likely felt the influence of the template. Indeed, absorbing sunlight aids in restoring his previously chaotic mind to normal, raising his experience points from 0 to 1. Each day provides roughly 0.33 experience points, and after 333 days of sun exposure, his experience points will reach their maximum, enhancing his strength. A sense of calm washed over Roy. Though this method seemed rather foolish, it was undoubtedly the safest and most reliable way to gain experience. However, if sunbathing can increase experience, he couldn't help but speculate that nourishment might also yield experience points. Yet, reality proved harsh. Given his current meager rations, the energy derived from food merely sustains his basic living and physical development, leaving no surplus energy for conversion into experience points. Thus, to elevate his physical attributes, he must first devise a means to earn some crowns to supplement his nutrition. The circulating currency in the game is crowns. In reality, the sole currency of the Northern Kingdoms is the Timorian Orin, while the foundational currency in the Kingdom of Aden comprises ducats and marks. To avoid confusion and complications in conversion, crowns and orins will be predominantly used henceforth. 1 crown equals 1 orin, which is equivalent to 100 copper coins. If he could earn sufficient crowns, he might even hire mercenaries or reputable monster hunters to help him and his parents escape this perilous land. Seeking refuge in the free city of Novigrad in the northwestern region of Redania. Redania participated in the Northern War, yet its territories remained largely unscathed by conflict, allowing ordinary citizens to enjoy years of stability. The quest for wealth would take time, but for now, he must explore other avenues to gain experience. Drawing from Roy's gaming experience, he surmised that defeating monsters and creatures would significantly increase his experience points. The wizarding world was rife with such beasts, and he speculated that venturing into the wilderness just beyond the village, near the riverside, might yield encounters with unfortunate water wraiths or the like. Regrettably, he was currently frail and lacked combat prowess. If he ventured beyond the village to hunt monsters, he would soon become prey to wild dogs and wolves, losing his life in vain. Clearly, this was not a game where a second chance awaited him. I must tread carefully. Legends often rise from humble beginnings. The future Sir Roy shall set a modest target for himself. He entered his family's modest courtyard and fixed his gaze upon the most conspicuous large white ram in the pen. However, considering that the ram could provide milk and its size would likely render it unmanageable for his slender arms and legs, he quickly abandoned this pursuit. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Roy then set his sights on a plump gray rooster, which seemed to sense the impending danger, emitting sharp cackles as it dashed frantically within its enclosure. Under the sun, a comical scene unfolded. A scrawny boy pursued a majestic gray rooster, both engaged in a lively chase. Reflecting on his past lives, Roy realized he had never shed blood, and to his astonishment, his first kill turned out to be a foolish rooster. He thought of the legendary monster hunter Geralt of Rivia, renowned as the White Wolf, the Butcher of Blaviken, and the Giant Slayer. This incident must never be revealed. Otherwise, if he became a legend in the future, would he not be mockingly referred to as, the Rooster Slayer by the bards? With this thought, Roy hastened his actions, clumsily slashing at the rooster's neck. Blood gushed forth in a fountain-like spray, with a few droplets splattering onto his cheek. Accompanied by the rooster's high-pitched cries, it stretched its claws, raised its neck, and let out its final mournful squawk. Minutes later, it lay on the ground, gasping its last breath, while a smile crept onto Roy's face. To 100, experience points increased slightly. Truly effective. He silently rejoiced, only to be interrupted by a sudden, panicked scream from outside the yard. Good heavens! Foolish Roy, possessed by a monster, has killed his own chicken. A snotty-nosed child, around 7 or 8 years old, shouted in sheer terror, his voice booming like a frantic groundhog. Yet upon seeing him, Roy's eyes lit up. Brandon, the butcher's son. As the village's designated butcher, nearly every household in the village required his father's services for slaughtering sheep and cattle. If I were to become an apprentice to the butcher, wouldn't I have no worries regarding experience points? Chapter 3. The Butcher on the Rugged Paths of the Village. 2 children, one large and one small, made their way toward the butcher Fletcher's abode in the north. Roy recalled that the butcher was a distant relative of Susie, and their families occasionally interacted. Perhaps, he mused, he might have a chance. Humph. A rooster killer. Look at those spindly arms and legs, so thin they resemble sticks. And he thinks he can become my father's apprentice? He should just stay at home and daydream, Brandon disdainfully remarked, wiping the translucent mucus that had slid to his upper lip. Much better. Having lived for 18 years in his previous life, he felt it beneath him to argue with a little brat. He shrugged nonchalantly and declared, I'm already a grown-up at 13. What's the big deal about killing a chicken? Only someone who has never seen the world would be so astonished. Rooster killer? What a dreadful name. How could you even think of that? A fool who can't even plow the fields dares to kill a chicken? All signs indicate that you might be possessed by a devil. I'll have to assess that slowly. However, to say that I've never seen the world? Brandon wiped the snot from the corner of his mouth with his filthy little hands and deftly cleaned it with his white shirt. As the butcher's son, his family was considerably better off than most in the village. They had no shortage of meat and dressed more splendidly. Although still young, he was favored by several peers, fostering a sense of superiority that made him intolerant of mockery. Oh, every night, I have to listen to your Uncle Fletcher boast. Has he ever shown you any magic tricks? Roy observed Brandon's expression closely. Sure enough, upon hearing the term magic trick, Brandon's eye sparkled, and he began to speak excitedly, his words dripping with envy and longing. Seeing this, Roy felt a sense of relief and suddenly halted, puffing out his chest and striking a pose. If you can persuade Uncle Fletcher to take me as his apprentice, the great Lord Roy shall demonstrate a marvelous magic trick for you. Rooster Killer, save your lies for the milk babies at Uncle Tongji's place. I want tea fall for, huh? Brandon choked mid-sentence, his eyes widening in disbelief, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. Mucus like a caterpillar slid uncontrollably from his nostrils. Hiss, how did you do that? Before his very eyes, under the brilliant sunlight, a stone vanished from Roy's palm without warning, as if it had been transported to an unseen place. He closed his palm, then opened it again, and the stone reappeared. This is what I call a magic trick, Roy said, satisfied with the little brat's reaction. In truth, the stone was quietly resting within the cubic space of his template, easily summoned at his will. I don't believe you. Show me again. Let us use a different prop. Do you have any money on you? I do. Brandon occasionally pilfered some change from his butcher father to treat his friends to dried fruits and sweet fruit wine at the tavern. Just give it to me. A crown will suffice. Brandon, whether genuinely foolish or simply curious, pulled a golden crown from his pocket and tossed it to Roy, then craned his neck to watch as Roy turned the crown over in his hand, only to reveal that it had vanished completely when he opened his fist again. I've been cooped up at home, studying magic tricks, and now that I've succeeded, it's time to show you all, Roy boasted. Brandon skeptically searched Roy's body, but found him clean and devoid of hiding places. With that, he had nothing more to say and agreed to Roy's proposal. You teach me magic tricks, and I'll persuade my father to take you on as an apprentice. It's a fair deal. Also, let me issue a serious warning to you. Roy, seeing that Brandon had not mentioned it, accepted the crown and emphasized, under no circumstances should you ever call me a rooster killer again. And do not mention it in front of anyone else. In the butcher's yard, a burly middle-aged man was about to strike a cow, which was tied upside down on a wooden frame, when he caught sight of Roy and his companion. He ignored Roy and scowled at the chubby boy, bellowing, You little rascal, where have you been wandering off to again? Tell me how many times you failed to report to the village chief this month. You're wasting my hard-earned money. You can barely read. What do you think you'll become, a wandering minstrel? Just learn a trade from me. Brandon's face flushed crimson as he was confronted with the reality of his aspirations. The son of a pig butcher, he dreamt of becoming a dashing bard. If the others in the village found out, they would surely laugh uproariously. In fact, in the entire village of K, there were no more than 3 literate individuals, including the village chief. Most villagers required assistance to even write a letter to distant relatives, and although Butcher Fletcher was a hefty man, he did not wish for his son to remain illiterate. Brandon, if you can earn the chief's praise, I'll have Uncle Tom take you to Vangoburg for a broader perspective. If you learn well enough, I'll go to great lengths to send you to Ozenfort University for further studies. Your mother wished the same before she passed. Do not let her down. Initially, Roy thought little of Brandon's dream of becoming a minstrel, but upon hearing his father's intentions, he was slightly taken aback at the boy's foresight. Being a butcher could provide a comfortable living, yet in terms of dignity and status, it paled in comparison to that of an educated person. Setting aside the prospect of university, merely being able to read and write the common tongue of the Northern Kingdom would ensure a decent life in the countryside. With a stroke of luck, one might even secure a position as a scribe in the big city, earning greater respect. As for the Ozenfort University mentioned by the butcher, it was renowned as one of the finest institutions globally, alongside the Nilfgaardian Academy. Gerald's close friend Dandelion and his beloved Shunny were both graduates of Ozenfort. At this moment, Brandon, thinking about learning magic tricks, steeled himself and spoke. Fletcher, he wants to be your apprentice. Him? Fletcher shot Roy a sideways glance, taking in his entire appearance before bluntly stating, I'm prepared to take on an apprentice, but you've never even tilled the land. Would Susie allow you to be my apprentice? Besides, you're far too frail. You'd struggle to handle a single beast for half a day. Just don't come here to cause trouble. Go find somewhere cool to be. Though the work of slaughtering pigs and sheep was dirty and exhausting, it was in high demand. With a bit of skill, the rewards in meat and crowns would be plentiful. Fletcher once envisioned passing this trade on to his son, ensuring a life free from worry. However, now, this lad had a better path ahead of him, learning the common tongue, so he no longer insisted on that. The diminutive Roy had already resolved to seek a stable source of experience. How could he be deterred by such minor obstacles? Counting on his fingers, he earnestly said, "Uncle Fletcher, grant me a chance to explain, will you?" The butcher nodded. "Actually, I've already discussed this with old Moore and Susie. I have the final say on this matter." Roy paused. "You mentioned that being a butcher requires physical strength, which is indeed true. However, this craft values skill and experience even more, and those can be accumulated over time. Just as I know, with your experience and technique, you could carve livestock perfectly even with your eyes closed. Don't let my current frailty fool you. I'm young, full of energy, and I grow stronger quickly. I learn rapidly, and if you're willing to teach me hand in hand, I promise I won't let you down." With determination, Roy added, "If I'm not efficient during my apprenticeship, I won't ask for wages. Just a piece of meat every now and then will suffice." The butcher, upon hearing this, broke into a broad smile. "Little Roy is different now. You used to struggle to utter a single word, and now your tongue flows so smoothly, as if not accepting you would be a crime. For Susie's sake, I'll give you a chance. Do you dare to try?" With that, he stepped aside, revealing the large yellow cow behind him. "Should you muster the courage to send this formidable creature on its way, suppress your revulsion and refrain from retching, I, Fletcher, shall accept you as my apprentice." He was certain that Roy, a mere adolescent unacquainted with bloodshed, would not dare to take action. Unbeknownst to him, within the young man stood the soul of a modern earthling, forcibly thrust into a realm of information overload. What gruesome scenes had he not witnessed on screens? Roy, undeterred, accepted the butcher's sharp knife and approached the suspended yellow bull, turning to the butcher with a look of earnest determination. The courtyard fell silent, the tension palpable. Brandon's complexion paled as he held his breath. Although he was the son of a butcher, he had never partaken in the slaughter, always retreating to cover his ears when his father dispatched livestock. The frail figure before him, gripping the menacing blade, imparted an unfamiliar sensation. Roy seemed no longer the gentle, timid boy he once was. Meanwhile, the butcher's rotund face reflected a flicker of astonishment. Was this growth? A newfound consideration for family? Fletcher could not resist glancing at the mischievous boy beside him, sniffling. Was it possible that a mere collision with a horse could catalyze such sudden maturity? "Roy, near the bull's neck, you ought to see a protrusion. That is what I have just identified. Direct your blade towards that bump with precision. The bull will suffer little." As the butcher's words faded, Roy's eyes narrowed. He recalled the sensation from slaughtering a chicken. With steady resolve, he swung the knife cleanly and decisively. With a flick of his wrist, he struck and withdrew. The large bull fixed its enormous black eyes upon him, tears streaming down its face as it let out a feeble moo before succumbing without resistance. In that moment, Roy's experience points surged to 7. Slaying the bull had granted him a full 5 points. The anticipated nausea, the legendary retching, remained absent amidst his heightened emotions. Yet, killing a chicken differed greatly from ending a bull's life. Rather than elation, Roy felt a profound sadness and a trace of trepidation. What principle governed the acquisition of experience points through the termination of life? How many points would one earn for extinguishing a human life? Was the sole significance of existence within the confines of an individual template the accumulation of experience? How did the template ascertain the value of each life? Was it merely a matter of size, vitality, or the quality of the soul? Such questions flooded his mind as he stood, transfixed, gripping the bloodied blade. At that moment, the butcher erupted into hearty laughter, delivering a robust pat on Roy's shoulder, shaking him from his reverie. "Well done, lad. You truly dared to act. Has a mere collision with a horse emboldened you? Consider this your initiation. If you are willing to endure the dirt and toil, come to me before dawn tomorrow. If you can withstand the challenge, your wages shall be assured, and you will reap the rewards." Fletcher, no longer a youth, sought an assistant as his son pursued a passion for universal literacy, shunning the family trade. Roy, though slight of frame, was a familiar presence, innocent and earnest, grateful to his parents, and through Susie's connection, they had forged a semblance of kinship. "Uncle Fletcher, I shall arrive punctually," Roy exclaimed, emerging from his melancholic musings, his gaze resolute. A hint of self-mockery surfaced within, with an empty stomach and looming threats. Why feign sorrow for a mere bull? He steeled himself, wiping away any semblance of weakness, gripping the knife tightly. Chapter 4. A newcomer's onboarding that evening. Under the earnest pleas of Roy, the elderly Moore couple reluctantly acquiesced to his request to apprentice with the butcher. The couple, having watched their son grow from a shy and reserved boy into a lively and talkative young man in just a day since his awakening, felt a profound sense of familiarity and comfort. Their son's transformation was nothing short of remarkable. They believed he had emerged from a trial, having matured significantly. The following day, many villagers of K were astonished to see the burly and brusque butcher, Fletcher, accompanied by a slender apprentice. The townsfolk speculated about the peculiar circumstances surrounding Roy, who had narrowly escaped a horse collision and seemed to have lost his senses, questioning how he could possibly engage in the slaughter of livestock with his effeminate demeanor. They wagered that young Roy would not last a week in such a grueling profession, which was not suited for everyone, especially given its lucrative nature. Why would the butcher offer him such an opportunity? Regardless of the villagers' chatter, Roy devoted himself wholeheartedly to his work alongside Fletcher. As he delved into the tasks at hand, he discovered that the nature of the job differed greatly from his expectations. When large livestock such as cattle and sheep were brought in, Fletcher would first administer a yellow powder to dull the animals' senses, sparing them from suffering before their demise. According to the butcher, this powder was a narcotic gifted by the village's herbalist. After the animals were dispatched, the most challenging aspect commenced. It required a precise understanding of how to carve the meat without damaging the muscle fibers, necessitating an intimate knowledge of the anatomical structures of cows, sheep, and pigs. The butcher, lacking the means to illustrate anatomical diagrams for Roy, resorted to demonstrating the technique through his actions, guiding him with each stroke of the knife. Roy stood by, overwhelmed by the pungent odor of blood and the sight of steaming, vivid red flesh as Fletcher calmly skinned the cattle, extracted the entrails, and separated the meat from the bones. The sight made Roy's stomach churn violently, leading him to bend over in dry heaves. The initial cut was manageable, but the subsequent dismembering posed a true test of his fortitude. "Hey," the butcher jested, "you weren't so timid yesterday when we slaughtered the cow. Are you afraid now?" He continued, "This craft is filthy and arduous, and if it were easy, there wouldn't be so few willing to take it up besides naive young Roy. Of course, I want to just hand it over to anyone. Let us see if you possess the perseverance to take my place." Regaining his composure amidst the nausea, Roy felt a slight dizziness and weakness in his legs, but the butcher offered him no respite. "Come here, take the knife, I'll show you how to exert force. Cut along here. I told you to go up. Where are you cutting?" He berated Roy. "Are you not full from your meal?" The moment Roy faltered, he was met with harsh reprimands. Reflecting on his predicament, he lamented his decision to become an apprentice butcher. He was not only required to endure the unsanitary conditions of the yard and the butcher's coarse insults, but also had to wield the knife tirelessly. Soon feeling the fatigue in his arms, his frail physique, inferior to that of a typical adult, rendered him more susceptible to exhaustion. The simultaneous physical and psychological pressures weighed heavily on him. "Truly, I have brought this upon myself by choosing to become a butcher's apprentice." Despite his inner grievances, Roy diligently completed the butcher's tasks, discerning the priorities amidst the chaos. The most significant reason for his perseverance was the experience he gained from delivering the fatal blow to the animals. Living under this roof, honing my skills, gaining experience, and having meat to eat, what more could I desire? The first day of his apprenticeship concluded with considerable difficulty. The butcher had slaughtered 2 cattle for villagers from neighboring hamlets, earning 10 crowns. According to Fletcher, such profitable work was not a daily occurrence. Kay had only about 100 households, and even with customers from other villages, it was not guaranteed that he would be summoned to work every day. After the day's labor, the butcher generously gifted Roy a sizable piece of fresh meat. And regarding his wages, Fletcher did not treat him as a free laborer. During the apprenticeship, Roy would receive a single crown for the week, equating to a handful of copper coins each day. Roy felt no discontent, understanding that one should not be overly concerned with earnings in the early stages of learning a trade. "Uncle Fletcher, what shall we do with the entrails?" "Discard them later," the butcher replied. In this world of sorcery, customs were somewhat akin to those of Central Europe in his previous life. Not everyone accepted animal innards. After processing the meat, the entrails were often buried or burned in the wild, or thrown into a nearby stream to feed the fish. "Just give me those." Roy thought little of the cleanliness of the matter. Having grown up in a land where various meats were cherished, he had consumed his fair share of offal. As twilight approached, Roy tidied up the blood-stained yard, carrying a heavy bag filled with the remnants, earning himself 10 experience points, and left the butcher's premises feeling lightheaded. Under the setting sun in K, the gray-black chimneys emitted wisps of white smoke as weary men returned from the fields, wielding their hoes. Dirty children chased after chickens and dogs in their small yards, while the low wooden houses began to flicker with candlelight. Taking a deep breath, Roy pondered how long this tranquility would last. He was well aware that each month, the village of K was obliged to deliver a certain quantity of agricultural products to the Lord of Posada as tax, amounting to roughly 30% of their total yield, a rather merciful rate. The more family cultivated rushes and hemp in this month, they had harvested a yield sufficient to contribute 2 sacks of dried rushes. Rushes resembled tobacco on earth, and the villagers often enjoyed smoking them leisurely outside their homes. Returning to the topic of taxation, the entire Aden kingdom, including its vassal states, imposed higher taxes on farmers compared to the 3 northern nations. This persistent burden had led to numerous peasant revolts against Aden's rule. It was unclear what the kingdom's High Council was contemplating. It was no wonder that Aden would eventually fracture into a divided state. Time was of the essence. He needed to act swiftly. As for the entrails discarded by the butcher, he washed them thoroughly, foraging for some seasonal herbs and wild greens, and implored his parents for a precious pinch of salt, which he hastily stir-fried. After preparing a dish of meat and offal, infused with oil and an unmistakable lingering odor, Roy found himself able to consume it without repulsion. A stark contrast to his former self. On one hand, food was scarce, and meat even more so. On the other, people here typically ate only 2 meals a day, and as a growing boy, he would not squander any chance to partake in meat. Regrettably, this meal only granted him a mere 0.1 experience points, leading him to realize that slaughter was indeed the most effective means of gaining levels. Even if he were to slaughter livestock every few days, the advancement would be significantly swifter. This prospect filled Roy with anticipation. Chapter 5. The Tavern and Gwent. As the night enveloped the village of Caer, most of the homes lay in darkness, with men nestled beside their wives, while children gazed out the windows, counting sheep under the starlit sky. Night Watchman Thompson, wielding a torch and a rusted steel sword, commenced his patrol around the village, warding off potential beasts and bandits, or issuing early warnings. The only illuminated places were the village chief's house and the decrepit tavern at the center, known as the Old Captain's Tavern. Occasionally, energetic young men, yet to marry and settle down, would frequent this establishment to pass the time, enjoying a drink or two. When the mood struck, they would invite the tavern owner, One-Eyed Jack, a boastful man with a thick beard who relished recounting tales of his youthful maritime adventures in Skellige, to engage in a game of Gwent. Under the flickering candlelight and the glow of the fireplace in the Old Captain's Tavern, 5 or 6 silhouettes were scattered about. Roy stood before the Gwent board, his eyes sparkling as he surveyed the exquisite cards before him. Each card represented genuine Gwent, originally crafted by bored dwarves seeking amusement. Gwent quickly captivated everyone with its straightforward rules and varied gameplay. Nobles and commoners alike delighted in partaking in a few rounds during leisure moments. The cards featured popular legendary figures from folklore, such as Emperor Imhir var Emrius of Nilfgaard, King Foltest of Temeria, King Demivind of Edern adorned with a crown, and the beautiful Queen Meve of Lyria and Rivia. Each Gwent card was meticulously crafted by skilled dwarves, with illustrations and materials of impeccable quality, rendering them nearly impossible to counterfeit. Some rare cards, crafted by master dwarves, could be considered miniature works of art. Ordinary Gwent cards sold for 1 or 2 crowns and could be found in various general stores, while certain rare cards could command the price of an entire house in the capital of Edern, Vingerberg, yet few collectors were willing to part with them. However, Roy observed for some time. While he had seen decks from Nilfgaard, the Northern Realms, and Skellige, he had yet to encounter any monster cards or Scoia'tael cards. All monster cards were exceedingly rare, and as for the Scoia'tael, at this point in the timeline, the Northern War had not yet commenced, and the Scoia'tael's role in aiding Nilfgaard's assault on the Northern humans had not yet come to light, thus no Scoia'tael decks existed. It was likely that only after the Northern War would a dwarf master incorporate the Scoia'tael cards into the Gwent pool. Little Roy, instead of resting at home on this late evening, had wandered into the tavern. Just as One-Eyed Jack's large, hairy hand was about to land on Roy's head, the latter deftly dodged. Roy flashed a charming smile. After all, he was merely 13, and there was no shame in playing cute if it proved effective. Uncle Jack, I'm waiting for Brandon. He promised to let me try some fruit wine tonight. In reality, He intended to fulfill a promise to teach Brandon a simple magic trick he had learned online before his arrival. Yet, an idea for making money had surfaced. Old players of The Witcher 3 were often unable to escape the addictive allure of Gwent. One-eyed Jack, weathered by time with a face lined with wrinkles, displayed a grim smile. That little chubby boy frequently pilfered money from home to indulge in drink. If I hadn't diluted the fruit wine, old Fletcher would have smelled the alcohol on him and spanked him soundly. You should not follow his example. With a glint in his eye, he skillfully tossed a pale Gwent card onto the board. Simultaneously, his opponent turned ashen. Take that, Frost. Melee units unite. Huh. 35-20, old alt. I win this round. A pile of copper coins clattered onto Jack's table. The farmer across from him looked glum, declaring his luck worse than a salted fish from Cover tonight, and promptly exited. Seizing the opportunity, Roy filled the vacant spot, locking eyes with one-eyed Jack. Why don't you switch seats? My old buddy is on his way. I must win him into bankruptcy, leaving him with naught but his undergarments. Uncle Jack, since we're both idle, why not play a round for warm-up? Jack shook his head. Do you have Gwent cards? A child of 10 or so has no means to collect Gwent. Everyone knows the name of old Captain Jack, the esteemed Gwent collector in the village. Surely you possess duplicates among your vast collection. Could you kindly lend me a set? Roy clasped his hands together, gazing at him with eager anticipation. Alas, where has that shy, charming little lad gone? What happened to make the village bricklayer smear cement on his face? Jack sighed, raising his hand in a gesture of dismissal, but then seemed to recall something, his movements slowing. Consider this a debt owed. I can lend them to you, but old Jack does not gamble without stakes. We must agree that if you lose a round, you shall clean the tavern. And if I win, a reward of 1 crown. Weren't we just playing for 2 crowns? Under Jack's stern gaze, Roy covered his mouth. Soon, he acquired 35 cards from the Northern Realms Gwent deck, comprising 31 ordinary unit cards with combat power not exceeding 6. 4 weather cards, and not a single prized hero card. The Gwent cards felt substantial in his hand, their surfaces smoother than a maiden's skin, making it hard for him to relinquish them. Meanwhile, One-Eyed Jack remained oblivious to the cards in his hand. The game commenced, and before long, Brandon stealthily approached the table, accompanied by a robust man over 6 feet tall, his skin a deep reddish hue. The two quietly observed the unfolding match. Initially, Roy played slowly, his moves deliberate, while Jack, arms crossed, appeared nonchalant, yet his actions were swift as lightning. Unsurprisingly, Roy lost 2 consecutive rounds. As time passed, however, the tide turned completely. Jack's gaze remained fixated on the board, his moves growing increasingly laborious, his complexion darkening with frustration. You little rascal, you're cheating. Half an hour later, Jack stood, muscles taut and face flushed like an enraged lion. Boss, I've been watching closely. I assure you the lad is not cheating. Pusick, with a firm expression, bore a hint of suppressed amusement at witnessing his old superior's misfortune. Roy cast a grateful glance at the burly man with a fiery red face. This fellow was Pusick, the village blacksmith who repaired tools for the locals. Roy had heard that Pusick had once served as a sailor on One-Eyed Jack's ship, and together they had operated a cargo vessel in Skellige until Jack's retirement led Pusick to settle in the countryside of Edern. Though not a local, he had grown up in Skellige, possessing a straightforward and courageous demeanor. Little Roy, you should thank the horse that knocked you down. Pusick playfully ruffled his hair. You used to be as delicate as a wilting flower. Now, you display a hint of manliness. Incredible. Great goddess Melitel. Why do you favor this wretched boy so? My hand is superior to his by 2 tiers, and yet I lose 5 rounds. This is beyond mere talent. One-Eyed Jack, still unwilling to concede, glared fiercely at Roy, who wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, questioning whether he had been overly hasty. He indeed had cheated, utilizing his storage space. Each time, he stealthily concealed 2 weather cards, swapping them at opportune moments during the Gwent match. Freezing his opponent's hard-earned combat power was undeniably exhilarating. I'm just lucky. Roy endeavored to maintain a calm demeanor. In the realm of Gwent, no one is more favored by fortune than I. Damn it. Jack slammed his fist against the wall. If that wretched thief Sasa hadn't stolen my mystic spirit a few days ago, you wouldn't have stood a chance against me. Sasa? Upon hearing the name, Roy was momentarily taken aback. Suspecting he might have encountered this character during his gaming sessions, yet he could not recall the specifics. At that moment, the rotund Brandon's eyes darted around before he exclaimed, Sasha, isn't she the woman who galloped into Roy last time? Upon hearing this, One-Eyed Jack suddenly fell silent, conceding, well, if I hadn't pursued that woman, She wouldn't have panicked and crashed into Roy. I shall not hold today's incident against you. Roy then realized why Jack had mentioned being indebted to him and had offered to lend him a game of Gwent. The root of the matter lay in the rare Gwent card Jack possessed, which had attracted the female thief, ultimately leading to Roy being knocked down by a horse and assimilated into this predicament. Little Roy, come back to play with me at this time tomorrow. I refuse to believe you will continue your streak of good fortune. Sooner or later, I shall uncover evidence of your cheating. Roy readily agreed. Having earned 5 crowns in a mere half hour, he saw no reason to pass up the opportunity presented by this gullible fool. This old captain's obsession with Gwent rivaled that of those dwarves who had lost their fortunes. Brandon, eager to join in the fun, tugged at Roy's sleeve, saying, Roy, teach me a magic trick. As he spoke, he pulled out a handful of fragrant, slightly sweet yellow snacks from his pouch and stuffed them into Roy's mouth. This is pig crackling. Isn't it delicious? Fletcher always makes some for a snack after slaughtering a pig. You teach me tricks, and I shall bring you snacks every day. Looking at Brandon's innocent, cherubic face, Roy chuckled and couldn't help but smooth down a rebellious tuft of hair on the boy's head. Chapter 6. New skills and upgrades. The tranquil days flowed by like water, and nearly a month had passed. Roy's diligent work as a butcher's apprentice and the nightly Gwent matches at the tavern unfolded in an orderly fashion. In this familiar yet strange little village, he gradually established his footing. After a month, he had saved up 60 crowns, most of which he acquired from the old Captain Jack and the blacksmith Pusick. This sum was sufficient to cover travel expenses to larger cities like Vengerberg. However, both men had grown wary of him, rarely willing to engage in Gwent games. Thus his windfall had come to an end. In a place like Edern, a local blacksmith would never sell Gabriel to a mere boy. Yet, in the humble perspective of Pusick, who grew up in Skellige, amidst the chaos of the world, boys ought to be prepared with some means of self-defense from a young age. Children on the islands began wielding swords before they turned 10, and Roy's aptitude was undeniable. Unlike the game where crossbows are easily found, in reality, the hand crossbow wielded tremendous power, although this particular Gabriel was somewhat antiquated. With a short range and slow reloading time, it was user-friendly and required minimal shooting skills. Even a frail child or an elderly person could deal damage to elite soldiers as long as they could hold it steady and aim true. For Roy, whose physical attributes fell short of an adult and who possessed no combat skills, the hand crossbow was undoubtedly the most cost-effective choice, more suitable than melee weapons. His perception attribute of 5 was on par with that of an adult, and his vision was sufficiently broad. Roy stored both the dagger and this formidable weapon in his spatial pouch. This storage space was extraordinarily convenient, aside from being unable to hold living beings. It only had volume restrictions for the items contained within. With a mere thought, he could instantly retrieve any item. In the early morning, to adorn the tangled weeds along the village path, Roy waved to a villager heading out to farm, but most villagers ignored him. In the traditional mindset of the K village folk, the children of farmers were expected to inherit their parents' traits. While Roy diligently learned the butcher's craft, slaughtering cattle and sheep, he also spent his evenings reveling in the tavern, mingling with the brutes who had migrated from the Skellige Isles. Such behavior inevitably attracted gossip and jealousy from others. Had it been the old Roy, he might have succumbed to isolation, but the current Roy remained unfazed. According to his plan, upon reaching the next level, he would embark on an exploration of the wilderness beyond the village, armed with his hand crossbow and weapons, hunting small animals to sell their pelts and meat for crowns. In this remote countryside, there existed no such concept as hunting rights. Once he had leveled up sufficiently to ensure some degree of self-protection and accumulated some wealth, he would find a way to take Old Moore and Susie away from K to settle in Novigrad. Only after securing his parents would he dare to pursue power and explore this fantastical world. His mind brimmed with information. The Aretuza Sorceress Academy, dedicated to training female sorcerers, was situated on the Isle of the Ned within the borders of Gorsvelen. The Ban Art Academy, which only admitted male apprentices, lay within the Kingdom of Kedwin. The secret base of the Wolf School of Witchers, Kaer Morhen, was hidden in the Blue Mountains to the east of Kedwin, where the venerable Vesemir resided. All these were on his agenda, destined to be realized in due time. Today he would take a small step on his journey. He needed only to slay one more livestock to level up. After enduring a month of the butcher's scoldings and the grueling labor, Roy's attributes had subtly shifted. Roy age, 13 years and 8 months status, commoner health points, 41 strength, 44. 2 agility, 55. 1 constitution, 44. 1 perception, 5 willpower, 44. 5 charm, 5 Spirit. 6 You have unlocked a new skill, unnamed, passive, LV1, having personally killed and dissected over 4 types of animals, totaling 15. Your body has become imbued with an indelible stench of blood. Hostile creatures that attack you within a radius of 0.3 meters have a 1% chance of being intimidated by this aura. If their willpower is lower than yours, they will temporarily lose bodily control for up to 1 second. You have gained a certain understanding of the anatomical structures of mammals such as pigs, cows, sheep, and wild dogs, learning how to apply force appropriately and utilize weapons to deftly bypass their skin, muscle, and skeletal protections to strike at their vulnerabilities. Your damage to animals with similar anatomical structures is permanently increased by 1%. Note, this skill will upgrade with the variety and quantity of creatures you slay. Storage space, 1 cubic meter. Other, unknown experience points, 98,100 after a month of intense training and ample sustenance. Roy's strength, constitution, and agility had improved. His once pale complexion beneath the dark hair now bore a healthy flush, and his body was evidently more robust than it had been a month ago. While he still appeared lean, he no longer exuded the frailness that suggested he would topple over at the slightest breeze. Among his attributes, willpower had risen the most. Regardless of who you are, working for a month in a filthy, blood-soaked environment would harden anyone's nerves after enough vomiting. The newly acquired passive skill. Roy sensed a certain wickedness within it. Though currently, the skill's probability and damage boost stood at a mere 1%, a modest gain. One must not forget it was only at level 1. He could enhance it through the act of killing, and also by using skill points upon leveling up. Under the butcher's tutelage, gaining strength through continuous slaughter, he decided to name this skill Slaughter as he focused his thoughts. As he made his way halfway, Roy encountered Brandon, who scurried over like a little squirrel. This chubby boy, perhaps gifted in the art of magic tricks, had managed to learn all the tricks Roy had found online over the past month. Miraculous predictions, catching grass in midair, and piercing cloth with forks. Whether Brandon was suited to be a bard, Roy could not say, but he was undoubtedly fit to be a juggler. Tired of being pestered for a month, Roy had fulfilled his promise and lacked the patience to indulge him further. I've told you countless times. I've taught you everything I can. Let me be. You little snot. Brandon's round eyes brimmed with curiosity. Then let me show you my improved tricks. A future bard paired with these tricks will surely sweep the entire K. No, all of Lower Posada. Not interested. I have work to do. I'll give you some grease, fried by Fletcher yesterday. Brandon's chubby face lit up with a pleading smile. This pampered boy had never begged someone quite like this before. Yet this time, he had fallen in love with the art of magic, a passion surging within him. Then perform for me, Roy insisted resolutely. Or go find your little followers. They would be thrilled to cheer you on. Can I ask my old man? He wouldn't beat me up. Brandon tugged on Roy's hand, persistently arguing. But I can't always perform for those little tagalongs. It's too childish. They provide no constructive feedback. You're the most knowledgeable. Consider this a plea from me. Roy fixed his gaze on him, emphasizing his tone. I have work and other pressing matters. Give me some space, will you? Let's do this tomorrow. Brandon paused, suddenly quiet. Lowering his head, Roy shook off the little pest and arrived at the butcher's house. He immediately noticed 2 individuals wrestling with a large white pig in the yard. Fletcher held the pig's head while a villager grasped its tail, yet they were still dragged around as it squealed and ran amok. Roy hurried over to help pin down the white pig, waiting for Fletcher to administer the tranquilizer before it finally calmed down. Fletcher plopped down on the pig's back, seemingly unfazed by the dirt, and casually asked, Roy, did you just see that brat Brandon? He went to boast about his magic tricks to a few children. Roy secretly scoffed at this stubborn yet soft-hearted fellow for acquiescing to his request. With Fletcher's assistance, he deftly dispatched the hefty pig with a single stroke. And as the blood drained, his experience points smoothly surged to 100%. In that moment, Roy felt a faint tremor resonate through the entire template, prompting him to seek a secluded spot and sit down. Behind the pale green experience bar of his personal template, a number materialized. As he focused his thoughts on the number, a new line of text emerged within the template. Level 1, 3500. Simultaneously, a gentle warmth flowed through him, akin to the legendary internal energy circulating throughout his being. Each attribute, as well as the skills acquired from the slaughter, was marked with a distinct number, attribute points 1. Skill points 1. Roy suppressed his excitement and meticulously examined his attributes. His strength stood at 4. 2. Stamina at 4. 1. And willpower at 4. 5. All weaker than that of an adult. Even with an increment, he held no advantage. As long as he continued in this line of work and allowed his body to develop naturally, these 3 attributes would increase without the need to expend precious attribute points. He harbored no interest in the charm attribute, dismissing it for the time being. His focus remained on the mental, perceptive, and agile attributes. These 3 attributes were already on par with, if not superior to, those of adults. Notably, his mental attribute had reached 6 points. Given the scarcity of attribute points, he was inclined to amplify his advantages rather than become a jack of all trades. However, at present, Roy possessed no spells nor the opportunity to engage with the magical seals of demon hunters that influence spell potency. Thus, the mental attribute was temporarily set aside. As for perception and agility enhanced his reaction speed and dynamic vision, proving immensely beneficial for utilizing the crossbow Gabriel. This would greatly aid in his future plans. Perception, on the other hand, would allow him to perceive his surroundings more acutely, serving both defensive purposes and crisis anticipation, while also optimizing his observational skills and sight. Complementing the use of the crossbow. After careful consideration, he resolved that perception would be his choice. As this thought crossed his mind, the 5 following the attribute gently leapt to 6. Concurrently, a more intense surge of warmth coursed through his eyes, ears, mouth, nose, skin, and the center of his brow. In an instant, he entered a wondrous state. The world before him suddenly blossomed with vibrancy. A faint metallic scent of blood wafted from the butcher's yard. His gaze pierced the grass, where he could distinctly see the dewdrops clinging to the leaves and the vividly colored ladybugs. A warm and gentle breeze brushed past his fingertips, sweeping toward the direction before him. Everything became more animated and extraordinarily beautiful. The leap to level 1 resulted in a considerable increase in damage amplification and intimidation probability, soaring from 1% to 5%, while his physical form showed no significant change. A surge of joy filled Roy's heart, bolstering his confidence in the plans that lay ahead. Chapter 7. The disappearance. In the early hours of the morning, Roy was nestled comfortably in his warm bed, dreaming of vanquishing griffins, high vampires, and shadow elders, when suddenly, a rapid knocking at the door roused him from his slumber. "Roy, Susie, it's urgent, open the door." He heard the frantic voice of Old Moore. Drenched in cold sweat, Roy struggled to sit up, only to find his parents standing at the door with candles in hand, while the burly butcher across from them appeared anxious, his voice trembling as he explained the situation. The chilling night wind swept through the doorway, fully awakening him. What could possibly have caused that foul-mouthed butcher to lose his composure? A thought flashed through Roy's mind. "Uncle Fletcher, has something happened to Brandon?" He quickly donned a thin linen shirt and approached his parents. Under the flickering light, he could see the butcher's bloodshot eyes and cracked lips, his demeanor resembling that of a restless insect upon a hot pan, anxious and weary. "Have you checked Mindy's house? Could Brandon be sleeping over at one of the boys' houses?" Roy inhaled deeply, striving to keep his tone calm. "In the old captain's tavern, he visits there occasionally." "No one." Fletcher shook his head vehemently. "I searched everywhere and questioned everyone. Since noon, no one has seen him. That rascal may be mischievous, but he has never stayed out this late. Don't panic, Uncle Fletcher. Think carefully about where he might have gone. We will help you search for him. Stay home and rest, Roy." Oldmore insisted, gripping Roy's shoulder. "Susie and I will go out to assist. Dad, don't forget what I've been doing this past month. I've seen more blood than most people do in a lifetime. It's just nighttime, I'm not afraid." Roy's steady gaze shifted between his parents, squeezing their hands. "Trust me, I will take care of myself." Oldmore and Susie exchanged a knowing glance, sighed, and nodded. This month, they had increasingly recognized the changes in their son. Roy was no longer the timid and introverted boy he once was. He had his own thoughts now, and once he had made up his mind, his parents knew they could not dissuade him. The group surged out of the yard together. Fletcher grasped Roy's hand firmly. "Thank you, child." Roy felt the sincerity in the grip and nodded. He had witnessed the care Fletcher had shown him over the past month and could not turn a blind eye to it. To Fletcher, that little snot-nosed boy was his entire world. Losing him would be heartbreaking. Roy understood the pain of losing a loved one all too well, and he could not bear the thought of causing such grief. The village was aglow with lights, and not far behind Fletcher stood One-Eyed Jack, the blacksmith Pusick, the night watchman Thompson, and 3 honest village men, each armed with a torch. Some bore steel swords, while others wielded hoes and pitchforks, fully prepared for the search ahead. "Is this all the help we have? Why has the village chief organized a larger search party?" A flicker of disappointment crossed Roy's mind. "Oh," sighed One-Eyed Jack, tugging at his beard. "The older I get, the more I fear death." He insists it's unsafe to venture out at night and only agreed to send someone out tomorrow morning. Getting this many together is no small feat. We must hurry. By tomorrow, the stench of Skelly J's remains will be unbearable. Come on, don't be such a downer. Pusig calmly surveyed the butcher, trying to offer some consolation. Little Brandon is likely just lost outside the village. He is a clever boy. The goddess Maritalis will keep him safe. Yet, all present understood the grim implications of a disappearance in a remote village surrounded by wilderness. No one dared voice the truth. A chill washed over Roy as he recalled his harsh demeanor towards Brandon earlier that day. What if something had happened to him? He could not escape the weight of responsibility. No, we must find him. Dad, Susie, don't worry about me. The blacksmith is here to look after me. I'll be safe. You must look after yourselves too. His parents acknowledged the superior gear he carried and nodded in agreement. Following the order of the blacksmith, butcher, Roy, tavern owner, and night watchman, the five of them, each clutching a torch, stepped into the darkness that lay beyond the village. None could foresee the dangers lurking in the shadows. The wild lands beyond Posada were rife with ferocious wild dogs, wolf packs, and other sinister creatures. The autumn nights in Adian were particularly frigid, the temperature nearing freezing. Roy could not help but shiver. The full moon hung high in the night sky, casting a silvery glow, while peculiar sounds echoed around them, resembling insect chirps or something else entirely. They began their search in the nearby farmlands of K, repeatedly calling out Brandon's name. Despite the torches and moonlight, visibility was severely limited. Most could only discern objects within a 10-foot radius. However, this was not the case for Roy. He was astonished to find that his vision was nearly as sharp as during the day, able to see clearly even objects 30 feet away. He realized this was due to the enhanced perception granted by his sixth sense. An hour passed as the five scoured the farmlands of K, uncovering not a single clue. The tension on their faces tightened. They knew that the longer it took, the slimmer the chances of finding the child became. Old Jack, who had been observing the expressions of those around him, suddenly halted and inquired again, at this rate, we're just floundering. Fletcher, think hard. Where might the boy have gone? The butcher sank to the ground in distress, cradling his head. That little brat often talks about becoming a bard in the big city, but he has never strayed far from K. The farthest he has gone is to the small river beside the village. He wouldn't wander too far. I still haven't fulfilled my promise to take him to Vang Fortress and Orsenfort. Upon hearing this, Roy internally sighed, and after a moment, a thought crossed his mind. Uncle Fletcher, where is your wife, Brandon's mother? Buried. The butcher's expression darkened. Anna passed away from whooping cough 3 years ago. She has been buried. What are we waiting for? To the cemetery. The resting place of KS villagers lay approximately 3 miles east of the village, accessible via a narrow, overgrown path. The group hurriedly made their way through the darkness, torches held aloft. Roy struggled to keep pace behind the larger men, soon breaking into a sweat. His stamina was not quite on par with theirs, but he could not allow a father worried about his child to slow down, so he gritted his teeth. Old Jack was not faring much better. His age and frequent indulgence in alcohol had left him physically diminished. After running a mile, Roy suddenly felt a twitch in his left eyelid, an inexplicable sense of foreboding washing over him. Be careful, he shouted. No sooner had the words left his lips than strange green lights flickered amidst the dense, dark underbrush surrounding them. No, they were pairs of eyes, glowing like will-o'-the-wisps. Amidst a cacophony of growls, low and menacing, several fearsome wolf shapes emerged under the moonlight, blocking their path. Chapter 8. The Arrow in the Dark Night. Amidst the swirling wraiths of ghostly flames, a pack of gaunt, mottled wolves encircled the 5 individuals. Their menacing white teeth bared in a low growl, poised to pounce at any moment. A rough estimation suggested there were about 20 of them, their calf-like forms instilling a sense of dread. Instinctively, the group formed a protective circle, drawing their steel swords. Roy found himself shielded by 4 burly men, with the wolf pack merely 30 paces away, allowing him to catch the pungent scent of their decayed flesh. His pupils were filled with the bloodthirsty, savage eyes of these wild predators. No distant sighting could compare to the visceral shock of facing them up close. He felt an uncontrollable tremor beginning to course through his body. The wolves were not the drugged, bound livestock of a slaughterhouse. Their sharp fangs and claws could effortlessly rend human flesh. Be cautious. These beasts are cunning. One-eyed Jack steadily waved a torch to ward off the wolves. The seasoned old sailor, having evidently faced numerous battles in his youth, displayed no sign of fear, exuding an air of calm. The butcher, the night watchman, each seasoned in bloodshed, held their swords with unwavering hands. The blacksmith glared with fierce brown eyes, defiantly surveying the surrounding wolves. He gripped his steel sword at his right hip, blade angled upward like a plow ready to till the earth. His spine was straight, body relaxed yet slightly bent. Left foot pointed toward the wolves, right foot positioned at a 45-degree angle behind him, indicating a man trained in the art of swordplay, his stance and movements both precise and fluid. Among the group, only Roy appeared to struggle, his complexion pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Stay close to me, lads. Move forward slowly. Don't panic, don't run," Jack's steady voice urged, and the group, resembling a small fortress, cautiously advanced toward the graveyard. However, mere steps into their movement, the wolves became incensed, their high-pitched howls piercing the night air as the foremost wolves lunged forward like a gust of wind. "Get back," Jack roared, delivering a swift kick to one wolf's head while simultaneously slashing with his bright steel sword, cutting into the wolf's thigh. The assailant howled in pain, limping backward. "You think I'm too old to be of use?" Jack was reluctant to let the creature escape, but two other wolves swiftly took its place, baring their teeth, this time learning from their mistake, circling Jack to assess his weaknesses. Old Jack frantically waved his torch with one hand and brandished his sword with the other. Yet his age began to show, sweat streamed down his brow, and his movements grew increasingly labored. Meanwhile, the butcher, blacksmith, and night watchman faced 2 or 3 wolves each, preoccupied and unable to assist him. In the shadows nearby, several more wolves lurked, watching the skirmish intently, poised to join the fray. A prolonged defense would surely lead to defeat. In a mere 5 minutes, the aged Jack, caught off guard, felt a sharp claw scrape his side, instantly creating a bloody gash. He retaliated with a strike, but his strength waned, and another wolf struck him again, causing him to lose his balance and fall. The spectral forms of the wolves descended upon him, jaws agape in a monstrous display. Who would have thought I'd meet my end at the jaws of these beasts? The thought flickered through Jack's mind just as a sharp whistle sliced through the air, followed by the dull thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. He rose to see an arrow protruding from the wolf that had pinned him, its life extinguished. "Jack, move." A young lad knelt behind him, one hand steadying his crossbow, the other poised on the trigger, his body slick with sweat, lips trembling from fear. From the onset of the battle, Roy had readied his crossbow, but the wolves moved too swiftly, the night too dim, until just moments ago when he finally found an opportunity. Fortunately, his arrow struck true. At the instant the arrow pierced the wolf's flank, Roy distinctly caught a glimpse of a purple flash. Was that slaughter? He surmised that the gleam was a manifestation of enhanced damage. The wolves were undoubtedly within the realm of slaughter. This realization instilled a newfound courage within him. Quelling his trembling body, drawing back the bowstring, he aimed at another wolf entangled with Jack. The sharp, piercing sound of the arrow flew forth once more, akin to the scythe of death. With a second arrow, another wolf fell, howling in distress. Roy's heightened perception was fully engaged, his heart racing as if it would leap from his chest. His right hand, weary from drawing the bow, felt exhausted, yet his experience surged by 20 points, escalating to 23,500. Each wolf represented 10 points of experience. The success of these 2 arrows invigorated the night watchman, while the wolves, shaken, hesitated in their assault. Kicking aside the mangled remains, the blacksmith thumped his chest, his face bloodied yet fierce. After a brief respite, Roy regained his composure, surveying the 4 blood-soaked men around him, a swell of pride bubbling within. "We survived," he exclaimed. "Huh. It seems old Jack will have yet another tale to boast about." Jack grimaced through the pain, clapping Roy on the shoulder. "You did well. I thought you'd be quaking in your boots, dragging us down. Tonight, you've proven invaluable. I'll overlook the fact that you've swindled me out of so many crowns." The men shared knowing glances, incredulous at the sight of 15 wolf corpses, nearly half of which had fallen to the hands of the young lad, either through direct shots or finishing blows. At 13, most of them were still troublesome children. Even the Skelligan Pusig had never achieved such a remarkable feat in a single night. He could hardly reveal his secret. Furthermore, he had to acknowledge that luck played a significant role. After all, this was his first genuine combat experience with the crossbow, and the wolves' swift movements had made targeting a challenge. Next time, hitting a third of his targets would be an accomplishment. "I told you. I am favored by the goddess of fortune. I could hit air and still find my mark," he jested, glancing at his experience points, 73,500. Indeed, the wilderness was the ideal place to gain experience. However, Opportunities like this, being shielded by 4 formidable men while effortlessly launching bolts, were exceedingly rare. The night watchman Tom surveyed Roy's compact crossbow and advised, "That S.A. Gabriel, isn't it? Semi-automatic, one-handed operation, ideal for self-defense. Take good care of it. Don't lose it. And don't flaunt it in front of the soldiers." Roy nodded in understanding. "How does everyone feel?" Fletcher interjected, revealing a raw, gaping wound on his forearm, anxiety still etched on his face. "Can we continue?" "I fear. Brandon can't wait." "Of course we must," Pusig replied, wiping the blood from his steel sword before sheathing it. Victory was within reach. Abandoning the child would invoke the wrath of the goddess Maritalis. In solemn silence, they rose and pressed onward toward the graveyard. The remaining path lay calm before them, devoid of further danger. "Brandon, come out. Your father has come to fetch you." A sense of unease washed over Roy as they entered the graveyard, constructed from mounds of gravel. He suddenly spoke up, feeling an uncanny resemblance to their earlier encounter with the wolf pack. His heightened perception had proven exceptionally useful. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Within the dilapidated wooden fence, a vast cemetery lay buried with hundreds of remains, the gravestones rising ominously in the night, exuding an aura of dread and strangeness. At the very center of the graveyard stood a humble dwelling, the abode of the old gravedigger, Gong. Something felt amiss. "Quiet, Fletcher." The night watchman gestured for the others to cease their movements. The group lowered their voices. "You shouted so loudly, even if the child isn't in the cemetery." "Old Gonger must have heard that." "No, the child is in the house. Gonga must have taken him in. They are surely fast asleep." "Yes, I must go inside." Suddenly, Roy exclaimed in alarm, drawing the attention of the group. Following the direction of his finger, they beheld a peculiar pit appearing on the grass outside the cemetery. "That is a new grave, the resting place of a villager buried just last month. I remember it belonged to Chris, that kind-hearted fellow." As they approached, they noticed the solitary gravestone had been toppled aside, and the once buried corpse was conspicuously absent. Where has the body gone? What could have unearthed the grave? Roy turned his face, realizing there were not just one but several pits nearby, multiple graves having been violated. "That scoundrel dares to desecrate the dead, stealing from their remains?" Pusig muttered, his brow furrowed in concern. "Is the gravedigger merely idle?" Yet, Roy shook his head, observing the unprecedented seriousness and pallor on old Jack's face as he began to quietly retreat. "I sense this is not the work of a mere human." A chilling dread surged through him. Chapter 9. The tongue in the pitch-black night. The flickering light of torches illuminated a series of violently excavated graves. Strangely, the majority of these graves contained scattered white bones, while a few others held no trace of the deceased. The graves devoid of bodies were all newly dug. Contemplating the scene before him, Roy's mind conjured an image of a grotesquely greedy, bloodthirsty ghoul. If ghouls indeed haunted this cemetery, the situation would be exceedingly perilous, even for seasoned demon hunters, let alone for ordinary folk like them. "This place is dangerous. We must leave at once." Roy's urgent warning barely left his lips when a chilling whispering sound surged around them, akin to someone cracking a whip against the air. 1 second, 2 seconds. Suddenly, the burly butcher emitted a muffled grunt, as if ensnared by a hook, his limbs snapping back and convulsing before he staggered 2 steps forward. At that moment, the flickering flames of several torches revealed a long, spectral object, shimmering with a flesh-like hue, that shot through the night like an arrow, piercing the butcher's shoulder and tearing a gaping wound. "What in the world is that?" The group hastily formed a protective circle around the injured man. Sweat poured down the butcher's brow as he clenched the massive wound, blood gushing forth like a spring. His body began to weaken, life swiftly ebbing away. "I can't go on. You must flee." "Don't worry about me," he gasped, shoving the others aside as he dashed into the darkness alone. Old Jack, the eldest among them, scanned the surroundings, a fierce glint flashing in his solitary eye. "Run. If anyone can escape, do so. Surviving is our only chance to settle the score with that monster." The others followed his lead, sprinting for their lives. The ghouls circled them, casting ghostly shadows in the cemetery as it darted like a gust of wind, screeching with a piercing, owl-like cry, mocking them while reveling in the thrill of the hunt. Collecting corpses, it hunched like an old crone, its long tongue flicking, residing in the tombs. These clues began to connect in Roy's mind, forming a vague hypothesis. Noticing Roy's distracted demeanor, old Jack couldn't help but slap him sharply. "Stop dawdling, Roy. Run. Don't think about anything else, just run." With the last of his strength, Roy surged towards the cemetery gate, tantalizingly close to escaping this infernal place. A spectral figure descended with a gusting wind, abruptly blocking their path. Its face was marred by skin lesions and grotesque growths, a vision of pure horror. Its greenish-black skin reeked of decay, covered in mottled scales, and its claw-like limbs dripped with thick, bloody filth. No fairy tale's wicked witch or nightmare creature could adequately describe its terror. It extended its deformed arms towards the four, grinning to reveal a mouth filled with jagged, blackened teeth. Its repugnant form resembled a mountain of flesh, insurmountable. "It's over." A wave of despair surged within them. Yet surrendering was not an option they were willing to accept. Old Jack, the blacksmith, and the night watchman gripped their steel swords tightly, while Roy drew his hand crossbow, gritting his teeth to ready an arrow smeared with wolf's blood. At that moment, a figure burst from the shadows, colliding with the monster and unexpectedly pinning it to the ground. The butcher, drenched in blood and with a frenzied expression, desperately pressed down on the creature's gaping maw. "Run. Find a demon hunter. Avenge me. Avenge Brandon." His eyes filled with blood tears, the anguished father, realizing his child's fate, resolved to fight. With his only family lost, what purpose did his life hold? As soon as he uttered those words, the monster violently broke free from his grasp, kicking him aside like a rag doll, leaving him sprawled on the ground, lifeless. It seemed insatiable, consumed by rage, paying no heed to Roy and the others, and lunged once more at the fallen butcher. Its twisted claws danced amidst the flickering firelight, blood and flesh flying as it sought to dismember him. Old Jack and the night watchman seized Roy, who struggled to aim his crossbow. "Let us go, child. Don't let their sacrifice be in vain." Roy ceased his resistance, despair weighing him down as he lowered the crossbow, a bitter taste of grief rising in his throat, and fled the cemetery alongside the two men. That light served as a signal flare, igniting the fatigue and anguish that had been lurking within Roy. His mind turned to mush, and his legs gave way, causing him to collapse. "Roy?" Jack hurried to support him, noticing his flushed face and tightly shut eyes. He felt his forehead, burning hot. After toiling in the frigid wilderness all night without adequate rest, drained of energy and beset by the horrors of wolves and that dreadful creature, Jack understood completely. The village chief, a man in his 50s with a head of white hair, emerged with several villagers. Upon seeing the three covered in filth and disarray, a deep bitterness spread across his aged face as he tentatively inquired, "Fletcher and Pusick Chief, you were right. The wilderness at night is too perilous. We went to the cemetery to find Brandon, only to be attacked by a terrifying monster. You must warn everyone immediately and forbid anyone from approaching the cemetery." Old Jack paced furiously, his voice laced with fury. "That monster is beyond the capability of ordinary folk. We must hire a demon hunter. Tomorrow, send word to the city to post a notice." Several villagers nearby nodded vigorously. "We must ensure that creature does not disturb the village." This night was destined to be anything but peaceful as the chief awakened each household to issue warnings. The once tranquil and harmonious cave village transformed into a state of chaos due to this sudden calamity. Chapter 10. Adventure after 2 days of being in a semi-conscious state. Roy awoke on the morning of the third day, his fever finally subsiding. The elderly couple who had been caring for him let out a heavy sigh of relief. Having endured sleepless nights filled with anxiety, especially upon witnessing their companion, One-Eyed Jack, and the night watchman, both bloodied and injured, which led them to fear they might lose this child once more. Aunt Susie sat beside him on the straw mat, her hand tightly grasping his, her slightly swollen face radiating maternal affection. "We have already heard from Thompson about the cemetery. The Fletcher family was doomed. I believe they will reunite in the realm of the goddess Maritalis. You have done your utmost, my child. Do not dwell on foolish thoughts or seek to approach that monster. For now, rest and recuperate. If you were to leave us, what would become of me and Oldmore?" As Roy gazed into the concerned eyes of his parents, their aged faces filled with worry. A pang of guilt stirred within him. He recalled the times they had taken turns sitting by his side, feeding him soft food during his delirium, likely not having closed their eyes for 2 days. Yet, he felt powerless, even though the Northern War had yet to descend upon them. A terrifying monster from the cemetery had suddenly emerged, presenting a grave threat. This wretched world, plagued by calamities and unknown dangers, offered him no time to develop. He had to actively seek growth. "Father, what decision has the village reached?" 2 days ago, the village chief took a carriage to the city to seek help from the Lord. Oldmore's voice was laced with uncertainty. The three of them understood that the Lord of Posada was no benevolent figure. It was commonplace for a remote village like theirs to lose a few lives. The Lord's soldiers were only diligent when it came to tax collection, guaranteed to flee faster than anyone when faced with a monster. 4K Village. They might send someone to ask a few perfunctory questions. Those who went to the city posted a notice on the bulletin board, waiting for a monster hunter to accept the commission. Maybe in a month or two, we will receive news. Do not worry yourself about it. Roy sighed, anxiety still gnawing at him. After lying in bed for 2 days, he felt rusty and longed to step outside, to visit the tavern and see old Jack. However, at the insistence of the elderly couple, he remained in bed until noon before finally escaping. A peculiar atmosphere enveloped the village. A few hurried figures moved through the streets, their brows furrowed with worry and fear. The familiar faces that once greeted each other along the roadside had vanished, and the once bustling fields outside the village were devoid of laborers. Most villagers had retreated into their homes, peering nervously through windows, uncertain whether the cemetery monster might come to abduct them, forcing them to halt all daily activities. Occasionally, the sounds of children crying and arguments between men and women would emerge from within the houses, enhancing the ominous atmosphere. In the village center, the bulletin board, once draped in cobwebs and long neglected, was cleaned and rehung with a new commission. Unfortunately, Roy could barely read the common script. Upon arriving at the tavern, he found Jack sitting alone at the bar, lost in thought. The old man's waist bore a fresh white bandage, and the scent of herbs clung to him. His weary face was lined with fatigue, and bloodshot eyes reflected his poor state of mind. He had lost his longtime companion, Pusick, overnight, and the toll of grief had visibly aged him, his hair and beard now stark white, and his one good eye devoid of its former spark. "You've come, child. Are you feeling better?" "Yes, I'm completely healed." Roy sat beside him, falling into silence, unsure of what to say, feeling like a coward from that night. "Join me for a drink," old Jack said, a flicker of pain crossing his face as he poured 2 cups of liquor. The drink was not the sweet fruit wine, but a sharp, pungent spirit. With Pusick gone, there was no one left to share a drink of dwarven spirits, and plague went to Pusick. Roy's heart trembled as he suddenly raised his cup and downed the fiery liquor, igniting a blaze within his chest and leading him to a decision. Another cup, to Fletcher. Roy inhaled deeply, pausing, into that little snot-nosed brat. As he drank to the point of flushing red, old Jack halted him. They discussed the recent events. The village had sent someone to the Posada military camp for help, but as expected, they were turned away. As Roy had surmised, the army would only mobilize in response to widespread monster disturbances or bandit raids. Moreover, there was one piece of news old Moore and his wife had not shared with Roy, for people had died in K. Besides the butcher Fletcher and his son, another villager had gone missing in the past 2 days. This reckless youth, perhaps seeking to escape his fate, had ventured alone into the cemetery at dusk and never returned. Ordinary folks would meet only a gruesome end when encountering such a creature. After hearing this, Roy hesitated to voice his thoughts, but upon seeing old Jack's dismal condition, he swallowed his words and left the tavern. What weighed heavier was his knowledge of the creature's weakness, the graveyard which typically settled near the cemetery, much like the one that had directly taken over the home of the gravekeeper, gone. However, they had a significant vulnerability. They were terrified of sunlight, rendering them considerably weaker during the day. Yet, would the villagers believe him if he shared this information? How would he explain the source of his knowledge? Gathering a dozen people would be futile, even against a weakened version of the graveyard witch. Their efforts would likely prove ineffectual. With the butcher and the blacksmith both slain, the village had no relatives to inherit their property. Distant kin like Susie, 3 generations removed, did not count. Their estate was temporarily managed by the village chief. And once confirmed dead, Roy suspected that part of it would be embezzled. Some would be given to the soldiers as tribute to the Lord of Posada, and the remainder would be retained as payment for hiring monster hunters, perhaps 100 crowns. The wealth and valuables of both families were taken into the chief's custody, but their homes still held other treasures. Roy stealthily entered the blacksmith's home and conducted a thorough search, collecting over 50 crossbow bolts, a nearly new steel sword, torches, oil, and several sturdy ropes to stash in his storage space. In the butcher's house, he took dozens of pounds of preserved meat. Within the storage space, all items remained in a state of stasis, with food and raw meat never spoiling. He was also fortunate to discover a fist-sized bag of yellow powder in the wardrobe, a tranquilizer used by Fletcher to sedate animals. A minuscule amount mixed with water could incapacitate a 200-pound beast in minutes. This powder was the core of his plan. His storage space was now brimming with supplies. Lastly, Roy took the short knife that the butcher had used for over a decade, a weapon that had claimed countless animal lives. The blade was the length of a forearm, shaped like a boat, with a sharp white edge and a dark brown blade stained with years of animal blood. No matter how much he washed it, the lingering sin of blood remained. Uncle Fletcher, little snot-nosed brat, blacksmith uncle, if I ever get the chance, Roy vowed silently, I will use this knife to avenge you and sever that wretched creature's head. The battles with the wolf pack in the graveyard, which had transformed his perspective. He was acutely aware that the world he inhabited was no longer the peaceful one it once had been. Seeking refuge through hiding and evasion would yield only the opposite results. Having lost the stable source of experience that came with being the butcher's apprentice, Roy resolved to adopt a bolder approach, one that involved risk. To be prudent, he decided to set his next plan in the woods west of K Village, less than a mile away from the cemetery. By day, he would scout the forest, assess the terrain, and find an appropriate large tree, preparing thoroughly. Under the cover of night, once Old Moore and his wife had fallen asleep, he would stealthily slip out, waiting for the patrolling night watchman to round the other side of the village before quietly leaving for the vicinity of the tree he had scouted during the day. There, he would tie several pieces of fresh meat laced with the tranquilizing powder beneath the tree, ensuring the meat was bloodied and dripping, emitting a foul stench to better attract his target. Having completed all of this, Roy swiftly ascended the tree, ignited the torch bound to the branches, extracted Gabriel, knocked an arrow, closed his eyes for a brief respite, and waited in silence. Throughout the process, Roy engaged in deep breaths, torn between the fear of attracting something monstrous and the anxiety of an unfruitful endeavor, with no beasts taking the bait. The luminous moonlight filtered through the gaps in the forest, casting a mottled glow upon his youthful yet resolute visage. Roy pressed his lips together, motionless, slowing his breath, anxiously awaiting for approximately an hour. When distant barking echoed, he knew he had succeeded. 5 or 6 famished wild dogs emerged from the underbrush, their eyes gleaming with hunger, frantically snatching at the pieces of raw meat tethered to the jute rope, their mouths watering profusely as bloodied chaos ensued. 2 of the wild dogs even turned on each other in a frenzied struggle for the food. Once the meat was devoured, they, still unsatisfied, bared their bloodied teeth towards the figure in the tree, unleashing a cacophony of barks. Roy felt his eyelids twitch. He suspected the pack carried the rabies virus. Yet he remained undaunted. Come on, you curs, if you dare, come bite me, he taunted from his elevated perch, while simultaneously pulling the trigger and shooting at his targets below. The arrows had also been dipped in a potent concoction, ensuring absolute precision. The conditions for shooting were nearly identical to the previous encounter, where he had 4 companions for protection. Roy enjoyed a distinct geographical advantage. After one practical engagement, his mentality had matured, his grip on the crossbow steadied, and his aim sharpened as he dispatched 2 of the audacious wild dogs with 3 arrows. When the remaining wild dogs sensed danger and attempted to flee, the tranquilizer began to take effect, causing them to collapse limply to the ground within mere steps. Roy did not hastily descend to collect his prey. Instead, he leisurely loosed arrow after arrow from his perch until a notification of 3 gained experience points appeared, confirming that the incapacitated wild dogs had all been slain. Level 1, 123,500. A total of 50 experience points. Both wild dogs and wolves yielded 10 points each, significantly quicker than his previous stint as a butcher apprentice. Just 8 more such encounters would grant him an upgrade. Roy gazed at the carcasses of wild dogs, arrows protruding from their bodies, a weight settling in his heart. Risk and reward are proportionate. His perilous undertaking had not been in vain. The operation proceeded smoothly, fraught with tension yet devoid of true danger. Roy even had time to wash his body with cool water, cleansing away the faint scent of blood. However, despite his meticulous efforts to change locations each time he set a trap, alternating between the northern and southern woods of the village, the frequency of successful captures dwindled over the course of 2 weeks. The rate at which he acquired experience began to wane yet again, until one fateful night. A month later, when he finally shot the last wild dog, Roy amassed the experience he had been striving for. Chapter 11. The Demon Hunter. On that morning, Roy awoke from his straw mat, feeling an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. In addition to this, his 3 weaker attributes had also experienced an enhancement. Albeit not as significantly as the previous month, strength increased from 4 to 4. 3, constitution from 4. 1 to 4. 2, and willpower from 4. 5 to 4. 6. His agility, charisma, spirit, and perception attributes remained stagnant, leading him to realize that attributes exceeding 5 could not naturally progress without targeted training or other factors. His slaughter skill level remained at LV2, indicating that the 40 or so animals he had slain this month were insufficient for an upgrade. Roy focused his thoughts on the experience bar, and the text in the template suddenly flickered to reveal, personal level, 2-3-1000. You have gained 1 attribute point and 1 skill point. As before, he allocated the attribute point to perception. And that exquisite feeling of having everything under his grasp washed over him, elevating his perception from 6 to 7, making it his highest attribute. Simultaneously, a new message appeared in the template. You have unlocked a new skill. Unnamed LV1. Your perception far exceeds that of ordinary individuals, evolving into a new sense, allowing you to acquire basic information about targets through a special observation method. The higher the target's perception, the stronger their suppression over you, and the more limited the information you can obtain. LV1 will grant you a 1-point bonus to perception during observation. Roy was taken aback. Would attaining a certain level in attributes automatically unlock skills? This was an unexpected delight. The new skill held immense strategic value. If he could discreetly observe the basic attributes and abilities of hostile creatures beforehand, it would allow him to prepare effectively and devise a combat plan. After all, the higher his perception, the farther he could see, making his position all the more concealed. Excitement surged within him as he envisioned a scenario where he hid thousands of feet away, quietly observing the weaknesses of distant enemies while retrieving a ranged weapon from his space. With a thought, he decided to name the skill observation. The skill points were of no immediate use to him. He would first seek a test subject to experience the new skill's effects before deciding whether to invest in upgrading slaughter to LV2 or observation to LV1. The night watchman and old Jack would serve as excellent targets. Roy greeted the elderly Moore couple and eagerly stepped outside. To his astonishment, he found the streets unusually crowded that day. Dozens of men, women, and children had gathered around the village's central bulletin board, chattering animatedly. The terrifying shadow cast by the grave which had been dispelled. Roy felt a stir of excitement as he approached. The demon hunters had arrived. Cave Village was saved. Amidst the chaotic crowd, 3 travel-worn figures stood out, their distinctive appearances and attire leaving a lasting impression. The man on the left of the bulletin board bore a red headband wrapped around his forehead, his countenance cold and angular. To his right, another man had half his face obscured by a gray hood, deep nasolabial folds etched into his cheeks, and a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The resemblance between the two suggested a possible familial connection, both towering around 6 feet tall. The final figure, a bald giant, had a prominent nose and deeply set eyes. His expression stern and serious. His physique was imposing, muscles defined like rock, standing over 6 feet 4 inches tall, exuding a palpable sense of pressure that was almost suffocating. Dressed entirely in black leather armor, scarred and stained with dried blood, they bore fist-sized leather pouches at their waists, and the potion belt slung over their shoulders displayed numerous small glass vials. Crossed swords adorned their chests, and several throwing knives were sheathed in the leather armor on their thighs. Each wore a uniquely designed necklace depicting a coiled serpent, forming a complex and mysterious pattern. A simple black scabbard secured their swords, with blades approaching 4 feet 4 inches in length. Most strikingly, their pupils glimmered with an amber hue reminiscent of felines, exuding an eerie and captivating aura. Roy's gaze fixated on the bald giant leading the trio. He felt an inexplicable familiarity, and in an instant, his eyes darkened with depth. A translucent information panel appeared above the giant's head, revealing extraordinary details. Laser gender, male age, 80 affiliation. Viper School demon hunter having undergone 3 mutations during childhood and survived the grass trial. He possesses extraordinary speed, strength, reflexes, coordination, vitality, and regenerative abilities. He has received specialized training in swordsmanship, alchemy, and knowledge of magical creatures. His immune system is exceptionally robust, capable of resisting most plagues and diseases, and he can withstand poisons lethal to ordinary individuals. He commands the hunter's magic seals, enjoying a long lifespan, yet due to genetic mutations, he is reproductively isolated from ordinary humans. Health? Insufficient perception to acquire magic? Strength? Agility? Constitution? Perception? 19 willpower, 10 charisma, 6 spirit, 10 skills. Alchemy? Insufficient perception to acquire specific level a comprehensive crafting technique encompassing sword oils, potions, herbal brews, special toxins, and magical bombs. Hunter's senses? Following the grass trial, The hunter's organs underwent mutations, enhancing perception uniquely. The senses and intuition create a synergistic effect, enabling him to perceive scents and sounds and track traces imperceptible to ordinary individuals. Viper School Dual Sword Flow, a secret swordsmanship style developed over hundreds of years by Viper School hunters, utilizing dual short swords to combat powerful creatures. Hunter's Magic Seal. Following mutation, the hunter, initially insensitive to chaotic energy, successfully awakened simple magical abilities. The core ability of the hunter, the Magic Seal, it requires no incantation or materials, guiding internal magic through a single hand gesture to release the seal. The seals include Quinn, creates an energy shield enveloping the body to block damage. Alder, generates a powerful gust capable of effectively destroying obstacles and knocking back enemies. Igni, emits a conical flame from the palm to scorch targets. Aiden, summons a circular binding array that reduces the speed and reflexes of intruders, particularly effective against ghost-like creatures. Asiac, utilizes mental power to hypnotize and implant psychological suggestions, manipulating thoughts and behaviors. The power of the seals is influenced by the combined effects of spirit attributes and skill levels. Others? Roy was astounded as he absorbed this information. Was this truly a demon hunter? Such physical prowess and skills were simply preposterous. And he was an octogenarian? This 80-year-old hunter, Laser, appeared no older than 30, robust beneath his thin leather armor, exuding vitality, his rich life force almost palpable. Many attributes and skills remained undiscovered due to insufficient perception, leading Roy to suspect that he might be a beast in human guise. The reputation of demon hunters was indeed formidable. No amount of encounters within the game could compare to witnessing one in person. The bald Laser of the Viper School, flanked by two strikingly similar companions, at that moment. Flashes of information raced through Roy's mind. He suddenly realized that the three demon hunters before him were the infamous assassins responsible for the murders of the rulers of the northern kingdoms, Aiden, Tamoria, and Corden, years hence. What brought them to the northern kingdoms instead of remaining in their stronghold in the south? The bald giant's calm, almost stagnant gaze swept across the crowd, and he spoke with a deep, resonant tone. I am Laser, a demon hunter of the Viper School. These two are my companions, Sarit and Ox. We have accepted a commission, but we require more detailed information to determine the fee. The venerable village elder sighed in relief upon hearing the Witcher's self-introduction. Oh, the Viper School. It is fortunate that he is not from the Cat School. A fleeting expression of gratitude crossed the elder's face, as he seemed to harbor some unpleasant memories regarding Cat School Witchers. Just as he was about to speak, a slight figure emerged from the crowd, striding directly towards the Witcher. I have seen that monster. Allow me to explain. It was none other than Roy. The three Witchers accompanied him to the old captain's tavern, where they ordered several drinks and listened attentively as three survivors of the monster's minions, Roy, Old Jack, and Thompson, narrated their harrowing experience from that fateful night. Resso's rugged visage bore no trace of emotion, as if recounting a trivial matter, yet Roy knew that some unfortunate Witchers, after enduring the trial of grasses, became perpetually expressionless, their faces resembling unyielding poker cards. However, beneath their stoic exteriors lay emotions as delicate and sensitive as anyone else's. Otherwise, one would not encounter the proud yet passionate Gerald. Perhaps Roy's prolonged gaze made the most hot-tempered among them. Sarit, coolly inquire, you've never encountered a Witcher before, have you? Do you find us detestable and terrifying? No, quite the contrary. I find you to be trustworthy, Roy replied sincerely, locking eyes with Sarit's amber gaze, his fondness unmistakable in his tone. To a certain extent, Witchers are pitiable souls, often taken in as war orphans by their schools or surrendered by their parents as a grim reward for their misfortunes. Upon entering the isolated Witcher academies, they were deprived of a joyful childhood, their time consumed by brutal training, and had to endure the harrowing trial of grasses with its high mortality rate before they could glimpse the outside world. They accepted commissions from ordinary folk, risking their lives to slay monsters in exchange for bounties that sustained their livelihoods. Yet their extraordinary appearances and exceptional combat skills led to their ostracization by the mundane world. In reality, aside from the Cat School Witchers and a rare few who indiscriminately slaughter innocents, the vast majority of Witchers maintain a reputable standing. However, the warmth extended to them by the common people remains woefully scarce. Witchers can only seek solace among their kind, tending to one another's wounds, and once healed, return to their grim duty of hunting monsters until death claims them. None can expect to die peacefully. This community is steeped in legend, burdened by a tragic fate akin to a curse. Roy earnestly stated, "The work of witchers has saved countless innocent lives from the clutches of monsters. Far fairer than those soldiers who merely collect their pay without fulfilling their duties." A hint of amusement flickered in Saret's expression, his smile rigid yet tinged with irony, as he had not heard such praise for a long time. "Spare us the pleasantries, lad. Speak your mind." Roy solemnly voiced his request. "I wish to accompany the three of you at noon." "That is out of the question." Saret stood, resolutely rejecting the notion. "Slaying monsters is no trifling matter. We lack the energy to babysit you. Please hear me out," Roy implored, his expression earnest. "My friends and the mentor who taught me my trade have been killed by that wretch. I dream of avenging them myself. Surely, you can understand such feelings?" After a lengthy silence, Jack, who had been quiet until now, interjected, "Gentlemen, do not underestimate Roy's abilities. Despite his youth, he is quite skilled with a crossbow. If you take him to the graveyard, he can merely observe from a distance and assist at the opportune moment. If you find it troublesome, I will offer an additional 50 crowns beyond what the village elder has promised," Roy added, astonished by old Jack's unexpected support. 50 crowns was no trifling sum. Seizing the opportunity, he earnestly assured the witchers, "I will not be a nuisance. I only wish to observe and await your command." What audacity possesses a mere child to confront monsters? The bald giant, Resso, scrutinized him with piercing amber eyes, as if attempting to see through him, leaving Roy feeling inexplicably uneasy. "For the sake of the 50 crowns, we will grant your request." Chapter 12. The skull of the witch Resso had witnessed numerous storms throughout his decades of life, yet he had seldom encountered a child as unpredictable as this one. Unlike others who recoiled in fear at the sight of monster hunters, this boy showed no trepidation. It was no jest. Many children would be reduced to tears by the hunter's peculiar appearances and imposing auras. There was no trace of disdain on Roy's face. Instead, his gaze towards the three monster hunters was peculiar, imbued with a hint of familiarity and perhaps admiration. Perhaps with age comes a propensity for sentimentality. Resso found himself momentarily lost in thought, though his visage remained as stoic as a corpse. He was suddenly reminded of his younger self from years past. As a child, he had been brought from his hometown of Gulata to the fortress of Gusviad nestled within the Teal Tosha Mountains, the stronghold of the Serpent Sect. At that time, he had yet to undergo the Grash trial, and each day he would watch his mentor, the monster hunter and founder of the Viper School, Master Ivar the Evil Eye, standing atop a high platform, imparting wisdom and life lessons to a dozen apprentices of the Serpent Sect. He too had once looked upon Ivar with the eyes of a child. Alas, time had passed. Decades ago, Ivar had vanished while hunting a Batwing brain demon. Coupled with the Cat Sect's rampant slaughter of humans, the monster hunters had garnered a plethora of negative public sentiment. The Viper Academy, beset by these dual calamities, had gradually fallen into disarray, with fewer and fewer apprentices joining Gusviad. Now, the Serpent Sect was in a state of decay, reduced to merely a handful of individuals. Aside from the trio, only 2 companions remained unaccounted for. In the last 20 years, no apprentice had successfully completed the Grash trial, reviving the Viper School, slaying its nemesis, and finding Ivar the Evil Eye. These were Resso's deepest desires and the driving force behind their journey to the north. Contemplating this, his gaze towards Roy softened. By the grace of the goddess Maritalis, it was a day bathed in brilliant sunshine. Prior to their departure, the trio had engaged in meticulous preparation, which Roy, an ordinary person, could not possibly replicate. With practiced ease, they retrieved a vial of amber-colored viscous liquid from their leather pouches, meticulously applying it to the blade of a short sword, their movements deliberate yet charged with an inexplicable tension. After the blade was coated with a glimmering amber sheen, they repeatedly checked the quantity and application of the potion, securing alchemical bombs of various hues within easy reach. Once preparations were complete, midday arrived. After the monster hunters departed from the village, Roy stealthily followed them, burdened by the weight of his parents' expectations. A few other curious villagers trailed behind. Half an hour later, breathless and clutching his stomach, Roy felt the urge to retch, while the 3 hunters surveyed the nearby cemetery with calm anticipation, their pupils narrowing. "Roy, you stay here," they instructed. "Once we deal with the Witch of the Grave, we will call for you. Remember, I want to be the one to kill her." In silence, Resso and his companions, Ox and Saret, consumed the brown potions they had already prepared. The moment they swallowed, dark, writhing veins surfaced on their cheeks. Their expressions twisted into grotesque masks, their eyes radiating palpable malice. A shiver ran down Roy's spine at the sight. Then, Resso, with an agility that belied his stature. Stealthily crept into the cemetery like a predatory feline. Meanwhile, Sarit and Ox flanked the area from opposite sides. Under the blazing sun, every corner of the cemetery was illuminated. Amidst the disturbed earth lay a scattering of bones and 2 desiccated corpses. Resso approached cautiously, examining the remains. Judging by the skeleton's eyes, the deceased had been tall. Likely adult males, yet their forms had decayed beyond recognition. After his assessment, he closed his eyes in silence, his nose twitching like a hound's. Undeterred by the overpowering stench of decay. Soon, his gaze fixed upon a low house at the center of the cemetery, and he carefully retrieved a transparent, slender-necked bottle from his waist, searching the tightly sealed abode for any openings. Witches of the grave abhorred sunlight, and their dwellings were typically constructed to be impenetrable. However, this structure had originally been built for a gray keeper, and it surely must have had a vent. With little effort, Resso located a spot that had once been a window, now sealed tightly with clay by monsters, yet it was not as sturdy as rock. The monster hunter swiftly carved a gap using a throwing knife and hurled an alchemical bomb inside. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed as Resso leapt back, springing onto the roof, signaling to Ox and Sarit, who quickly took positions at the front door. With a flourish of his right hand, Sarit traced a symbol resembling an hourglass formed by 2 opposing triangles, releasing it into the air. A visible, faint white light ascended, and a circular magical array, approximately 10 feet in radius, materialized on the ground, pulsating with a soft glow. Meanwhile, Ox inscribed a standing triangle symbol, holding it in readiness. With a resounding crash, the door was kicked open, and a grotesque figure burst forth. As it stumbled out, its body seemed to be struck by an invisible hammer, causing it to lose balance and fall. Seizing the moment, Ox unleashed the magic seal he had been holding. A blinding yellow light erupted as a cone of orange flames erupted from his palm, scorching the disoriented figure. At that moment, the Witch of the Grave was already tainted by the alchemical bomb Resso had thrown into the room, her body slick and oily, igniting instantly under the Ignis spell, transforming her into a fiery specter. The blazing witch emitted a series of piercing, owl-like cries, clawing at the ground as she surged towards the outer edge of the Aiden magic circle that held her captive. In an instant, a shadowy figure descended from the rooftop, intercepting the witch. A torrential flurry of strikes ensued, the short sword weaving a tapestry of silver arcs in the air, the reflected light swirling around her with a menacing grace, akin to a meat grinder in action. From a distance, Roy strained his eyes, unable to discern the hunter's movements. They were too swift. Though only Resso attacked, 3 phantoms seemed to materialize around the witch. In mere moments, the witch lay scorched and riddled with sword wounds, her body in tatters. A second later, her limbs were severed, greenish blood spilling forth, leaving only a quivering, gasping torso behind. Ox rushed forward, pressing his knee against her back, and with his gloved hand, he yanked out a long, spiny tongue from her mouth. Ignoring her inhuman wails beneath his knee, he severed the entire tongue and tossed it into a prepared jar. Resso retrieved a piece of blue cloth from his pouch, gently wiping the short swords stained with green blood. Strangely, despite the witch's gruesome end, he bore no marks of bloodshed, his breath steady and unlabored, as if the tempestuous figure moments ago had not been him. The battle had come to a close. Sarit, adorned with a red headband, beckoned Roy, who had been hiding in the distance. This creature still clings to life. As per our agreement, the final blow belongs to you. Are you really going to use that trinket on it? From a distance, Roy observed the figure before him, prostrated on the ground, momentarily at a loss for words. The harsh remarks he had prepared to unleash upon it eluded him. Despite his mental readiness, the prowess exhibited by the demon hunter surpassed his expectations. The entire confrontation transpired in a mere 2 minutes. Before others had even commenced their preliminary actions, the demon hunter had fulfilled the assignment. This fearsome creature, which had effortlessly slaughtered the blacksmith and his son, was rendered powerless beneath the hands of the slayers. Perhaps it was time for him to extend a measure of respect towards them. Roy crouched down, retrieving the short knife that he had secured at his lower back, the blade he had discovered in the butcher's abode, and pressed it against the nape of the graveyard witch's neck. Gazing at the 2 corpses in the cemetery, he forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. Uncle Fletcher, Uncle Pusick, little snot-nosed worm, I have avenged you. With a swift motion, the gleam of the blade flashed, and the witch's grotesque head severed from her neck, rolling to rest at the feet of the bald giant. Meanwhile, a splendid line of text emerged in Roy's interface. Kill the graveyard witch, gain 100 experience points. 103-1000. The experience derived from this creature was, astonishingly, tenfold that of an ordinary beast. Chapter 13. Persuasion. Resso withdrew his gleaming dagger, skillfully dissecting the corpse of the tomb, which with a precision rivaling that of a butcher handling livestock. Eyes, ears, and grotesque masses of flesh were meticulously arranged upon a laid-out blue cloth. He extracted several fist-sized, contorted masses from the creature's abdomen, shaking them in his hand, pleased to find that the tomb which had reached a certain age, rendering these mutated substances suitable for potion-making. "Master, what are these?" Hearing the inquiry, Resso cast a discerning glance at Roy, who calmly delivered a final blow to the dying witch, unperturbed by the gruesome spectacle of the monster hunter dissecting their spoils. Truly an anomaly. Had it been anyone else, even an adult, they would have surely retched. The boy's courage and audacity stirred a ripple of admiration within the hunter. A fine prospect indeed. Resso pointed to the dismembered objects, patiently explaining their names and uses, while Roy listened attentively, occasionally furrowing his brow in contemplation. "By the way, Roy, who resides in your household?" Resso inquired casually. "I live with my father and mother," Roy replied. Resso felt a twinge of disappointment at this revelation, hastening to extract the valuable items from the witch's remains. After approximately an hour, as the alchemical fumes dissipated, the group ventured into the dwelling that once belonged to the Grey Keeper. The previously ordinary human quarters had been grotesquely transformed by the monster, now mired in filthy clay. The atmosphere damp and dark. Everywhere lay jars and peculiar vessels, suggesting that the tomb, which had been concocting something sinister. The clay walls were adorned with macabre decorations of human and small animal bones, evoking an aura of dread, terror, and bloodshed. As Roy's gaze fell upon the farthest wall, he suddenly quickened his pace, rushing forward. There lay Brandon, or rather, the once snotty, chubby boy who had clung to him, now reduced to a decaying corpse, impaled by a dark wooden stick like a grisly flag. His gaunt face, skin stretched tight over bones, had its eyes gouged out, revealing two shadowy voids. His mouth slightly agape, hinting at the profound terror he had experienced in his final moments. Roy shut his eyes, inhaling deeply, and carefully detached the bones, cradling them in his arms, oblivious to the putrid stench of decay. "I'm sorry. If only I had shown you more patience back then." At that moment, he felt a warm hand resting on his shoulder. Soon after, with the aid of the monster hunter, Roy buried the bodies of the blacksmith and butcher, erecting a gravestone for them. He had hoped to locate the grave of the butcher's deceased wife to reunite the family, but alas, the cemetery had been so ravaged by the witch that it was unrecognizable, leaving him no choice but to inter the butcher and his son together. Pusig K., blacksmith, son of Skellige, validated his courage between life and death, died in September 1260. In a valiant battle against the tomb, which the following is a stone bearing two epitaphs. Fletcher K., butcher, a great love left unspoken. Brandon, friend of the Rooster Slayer, future bard star and master of magic, will shine in the realm of the goddess, died in September 1260. The monster hunter then displayed the gruesome, hideous skull of the witch to all the villagers before receiving his reward from the village chief and One-Eyed Jack. At that moment, the turmoil instigated by the monster finally came to an end. Yet, all was not concluded. The villagers were astonished to find that the three monster hunters who had claimed their bounty did not leave immediately, but instead rented a room at the tavern, choosing to stay temporarily. With the threat of the tomb, which eliminated, the villagers' demeanor shifted peculiarly, as they began to point fingers at the hunters, hurling verbal insults, expressing their disdain. The monster had been slain, the bounty paid, so why were these three mutants still lingering? Look at them. They hardly resemble good people. This is unacceptable, village chief. We must find a way to send them off soon. At most, let them stay for one night. Families with children must be cautious. Do not sleep tonight or tomorrow night until they depart. I've heard monster hunters enjoy stealing children to train them into loathsome mutants. Listening to the villagers' ignorant and prejudiced remarks, Roy shook his head in disdain, leaving the crowd and heading to the tavern, where he found the three monster hunters engaged in a spirited drinking contest with One-Eyed Jack, who was enthusiastically boasting about his Gwent skills. This old captain, who had spent decades in Skellige, was unlike most villagers of K, who harbored unfounded superstitions against monster hunters. Roy, that brat, seemed to have been practicing Gwent since he was in the womb, having already won 60 crowns from old Jack. Now that esteemed masters are present, may I request your assistance in teaching this little brat a lesson? An hour later, Resso's perpetually stoic face twitched as he pulled a golden crown from his pouch. Alas, 15 crowns. A tenth of the commission has vanished. All right, child, you've won enough money. Let us discuss serious matters. You're not afraid of us at all, are you? You even approached us to converse. What is this? Interested in the tales of monster hunters? Which version piques your curiosity? Resso exchanged glances with his companions, and they instinctively gathered around the boy's table, their gazes intense, akin to an interrogation. Roy's heart raced, but he did not conceal his thoughts. He smiled and replied candidly, "Did you see through me? I do have some thoughts. As far as I know, you possess long lives, robust health, and are rarely afflicted by illness, endowed with strength beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. As a former player who has dreamed of being a monster hunter, I still vividly recall the monster hunter's mantra. I desire a steed as black as night, swift as the wind. I wish for a sword that gleams like moonlight. I shall ride my black steed by night. I will vanquish evil with my sword." Wait, if I heard correctly, you envy mutants? Let me confirm once again. Sarat suddenly interjected, his amber eyes scrutinizing Roy. Your real age is not 30, is it? Who fed you such nonsense? Those mutants are powerful, disease-free, long-lived, and worthy of envy. Sarat scoffed, rolling his eyes, and took a hearty swig of strong liquor, his demeanor frenzied. Let me tell you, being a monster hunter is a curse, an inescapable doom. You should not envy us. I envy the carefree life of this countryside, where one is not inexplicably disliked or hated, where each day does not begin with a struggle for survival. Roy's expression stiffened, and he leaned back slightly. Unaccustomed to Sarat's volatile temperament, sharp words, and expressive features, this fellow bore little resemblance to a septuagenarian. Rather, he reminded Roy of Lambert, Gerald's good friend. Resso and Ox crossed their arms, remaining silent as their companion spoke. You seem rather agreeable, so I'll offer you a friendly piece of advice. Stay in the countryside. Do not constantly seek adventure or monster slaying. There won't always be someone to shield you, hacking the monster's limbs off so you can deliver the final blow. In a couple of years, when you marry and have children, you will understand that I am looking out for your best interests." Did this fellow truly believe that he had slain the tomb, which merely to satisfy a young boy's thirst for adventure? Sarat spoke wisely, and Resso interjected with a hint of regret in his tone. If your admiration lies solely in the formidable prowess of the Witchers and your curiosity about monsters, then further discourse is unnecessary. This path is fraught with suffering, far outweighing any joy. You have family. Live well and embrace the life of an ordinary person. That is my counsel. Yet you can at least defend yourself, Roy retorted stubbornly. Compared to the previous timid grind for experience, now a more specialized, comprehensive, and efficient path to power lay before him. He fervently sought to seize it. Moreover, he sensed hesitation among the three Witchers. If one could possess strength greater than that of an ordinary individual, then at the very least, it would prevent the fate of my friends and mentors being preyed upon by that beast, leaving behind naught but remnants. You are overthinking it as a seasoned Witcher. I can assure you, the third Witcher, Okays, took a swig of beer, his expression brightening with a hearty laugh. Unless another celestial convergence occurs, unleashing a horde of monsters, the population of such creatures will steadily diminish. They cannot continuously harass Cave Village. After this incident, the village shall enjoy peace for many years, free from worry. However, threats to life come not only from monsters but also from humanity, disease, and war. Roy's words rendered the Witchers suddenly silent. After a considerable pause, Sarat scoffed. What a peculiar child. What thoughts occupy your mind? You hardly resemble a 13-year-old, nor did your behavior in the graveyard reflect such. Do you suffer from a persecution complex? I've never encountered such a fool who approaches us so eagerly. I am rather mature for my age. Roy took a swig of dwarven spirits, the alcohol emboldening him further. Whether you believe it or not, I've long been haunted by terrifying dreams, gruesome and ominous encounters, particularly in recent years, with dreams becoming increasingly frequent. Roy paused. I have a premonition. Within 3 years, chaos shall engulf this world, resulting in untold suffering. Before that, allow me to learn something useful. For I believe the Witchers make excellent mentors. Enough of this nonsense, brat. Sarat retorted disdainfully, do not concoct tales to deceive us. Dreaming doesn't make you a prophet. I suspected you would not believe me. Roy sighed and shook his head, yet he spoke no falsehood. In the year 1263, the First Northern War is set to commence. Perhaps the curtain of war is already being drawn. I simply wish to gain a modicum of strength, even without your exceptional skills. I desire the ability to protect those I cherish, to escort old Moore and Susie to Novigrad for a safer, more comfortable life. Resso's thick fingers rapped against the tavern table. You likely remain unaware of what it truly takes to become a witcher. I am well aware of the grass trial's mortality rate exceeding 70%, along with the resulting infertility. Upon hearing this, Resso was momentarily taken aback, and both witchers displayed expressions of astonishment. How could you be so well informed about such matters? Have you encountered other witchers? I mentioned dreams. Do you believe them? Spare me your nonsense. Nevertheless, we grasp your perspective. Resso spoke gravely. Kid, I now offer you the chance to reconsider. No need. I have contemplated this seriously. Yet in his heart, Roy considered that following the witchers to learn did not guarantee he would become one himself. However, having this option was indeed splendid. Resso glanced at his two companions, who nodded in agreement, then extended his substantial hand toward Roy. Tomorrow, we depart from K Village. Do you wish to join us? Roy grasped Resso's palm, which was as large as a fan, yet intentionally hesitated for a long moment. Not yet. I must save enough money to settle my parents. Resso waved his hand, interrupting his words, providing the answer he sought. If you trust the witchers, Sarat and Okays will escort Old Moore and his wife to that place you mentioned, Novigrad. Fortuitously, they have matters to attend to there as well. You are correct. Novigrad is indeed safer than K Village. How does this sound? Accepting this outcome, Sarat's demeanor shifted drastically. Gripping the serpent pendant at his chest, he solemnly declared, Okays and I will arrange a trading stall for Old Moore and his wife in Novigrad, ensuring they can settle there. My brother and I can vouch for you under the name of the Viper School. That would be splendid. Roy scrutinized the expressions of the two witchers, sighing with relief. This was the best outcome he could hope for. Assisting me to this extent will undoubtedly require considerable expenditure on your part. Resso shrugged nonchalantly. For the Viper School, wealth pales in comparison to the importance of a capable apprentice. Moreover, I shall not conceal the fact that it has been 2 decades since the school welcomed fresh blood. All unexpected regulations have utterly failed. Your performance against the tomb, which was remarkably perceptive and unprecedented child, actively seeking the company of witchers, given your resolute intentions. Your chances of passing the grass trial will likely increase. Though you may be somewhat older, having any chance is better than none. Chapter 14. Embarking on a journey, Roy accepted Resso's invitation. In truth, becoming a witcher was not an unwise choice, especially since he had yet to awaken any innate magical talents. However, he was somewhat taken aback. Instead of the familiar wolf school he had longed for, he found himself in the nearly extinct Viper School, renowned for its expertise in poisons, daggers, and assassination. Yet, opportunities are fleeting, and remaining in this remote village would undoubtedly stagnate his growth. Soon, the invasion of the Nilfgaardian army loomed, along with potential threats from unknown monsters, casting a shadow of uncertainty over his fate. Accompanying the seasoned witcher, Resso would grant him rapid advancement over the next few years and impart invaluable knowledge of the witcher's craft. If he could successfully complete the grass trial, his abilities would undergo a remarkable transformation. The inability to bear children seemed a trivial concern. He had never contemplated it, neither before his journey nor now. Convincing the Old Moore couple did not require much persuasion on Roy's part. The couple was not yet 40 and had their own aspirations for the big city, lacking the reluctance of the elderly to leave their homeland, though they were understandably anxious. The Witcher's promise represented a rare opportunity, albeit complicated by the couple's strong objections to Roy's departure. At just shy of 14, even in a backward society, children of his age typically remained under their parents' protection, who would willingly send their child to face the dangers of a witcher's life. Roy resorted to a ruse, assuring them, Father, Susie, my role with Master Resso is not as you imagine, wielding weapons against monsters. I am merely his assistant, much like my apprenticeship with Uncle Fletcher, albeit with some differences. Witchers, often oblivious to financial matters, squandered their earnings within days, a truth Roy did not fabricate. The majority of witchers managed their finances poorly, their blood-soaked existence fostering a habit of living for the moment, spending their commissions on drink, women, and even Gwent cards. The upkeep of armor and weapons, along with the costs of alchemical materials, constituted a significant expense. Consequently, some witchers lived precariously, like Geralt of Rivia from the Wolf School, occasionally reliant on the assistance of a loved one. Little Roy, don't deceive your father, the Moore couple replied skeptically. You've never received a formal education and can barely read, let alone perform arithmetic. It was only after Roy, a high school student before his transmigration, demonstrated basic mathematical operations that they began to believe him, albeit reluctantly. The Moore couple, now bereft of counter-arguments, tearfully accepted Roy's fabrications. After a day of packing their valuables, They realized they could not take the land they farmed with them, ultimately bringing only a few sets of worn clothing before settling their affairs. They set off, departing from K Village. Most of the villagers gathered to watch, pointing and whispering, their tones laced with disdain, deeply rooted in traditional beliefs. These Eternian farmers viewed witchers as lowly aberrations, ominous symbols, incapable of understanding why the Moor couple would accompany a witcher. Once the decision to relocate was made, many villagers attempted to dissuade them. The Moor couple wavered briefly, but Roy, disillusioned by the butcher's family, patiently convinced his parents. He was far more resolute in decision-making than they were. Just before their departure, the only friend Roy had, One-Eyed Jack, came to bid farewell, ruffling Roy's hair. Time truly flies. You were once such a shy little lad, and now you've transformed into a bold, audacious young man. I always knew you would leave this godforsaken place. Jack's dark, gleaming eyes seemed to reflect the ambition and secrets of his youth. Do I possess ambition? Roy mused. He believed he merely harbored a few modest desires. With reluctance, Jack bestowed upon Roy a cherished set of 35 Gwent cards. This Skellige deck has been my treasure for ages. Though it lacks hero cards, it contains many rare ones. Take it with you, and let the world witness your Gwent prowess. Major cities often host Gwent tournaments. Use this deck to conquer them, lad. Roy solemnly accepted the cards, securely tucking them away. Their market value likely exceeded 200 crowns, a weighty gift from old Jack. If the opportunity arises in Novigrad, visit room 320 by the river, and seek out an old fellow named Frank. Convey my regards, he instructed before embracing Roy tightly and waving goodbye. As the wisps of smoke from K faded from view, an unusual emotion welled up within Roy. This body, half a soul, harbored lingering fondness for the place he had called home for over a decade, but soon, that sentiment was eclipsed by the yearning for new adventures. After weeping for what felt like an eternity, the Moor couple parted from Roy. Sarah and Oaks took them by cart northward toward the Eternian capital of Vengerberg, then westward across Temeria to reach Rivia, en route to Novigrad. This journey would be slow, taking approximately a month. Meanwhile, Resso and Roy traveled light, riding together, as Roy had yet to learn the art of horseback riding. They swiftly ventured westward, crossing Edsberg and the Mahakam Mountains, aiming for the coastal region, where they could gaze across the sea at Skellige. They chose not to inform the Moor couple of their immediate destination of Novigrad. According to Resso, they needed to gather specific herbs for the grass trial and collect mutated monster proteins while also assessing and instructing the new apprentice. Resso himself had a secret investigation to conduct in Sintra. Once the Moor couple was settled, the Serret brothers would join them in Sintra. In the year 1260, known as the Lion Cub of Sintra, Cyrilla Fiona Ellen Rhiannon was either 8 or 9 years old and had already been betrothed to Prince Christoph of the Kingdom of Weiden. Roy wondered if the young girl had run away from home. He was curious to see if she resembled the ugly duckling depicted in the oil paintings. Chapter 15. Wilderness Night Talk. Resso, with an impassive expression, tossed a plant adorned with orange-red petals to Roy, who was rubbing his thigh in discomfort, a faint smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Since departing from K Village, the bald giant had galloped for miles, only stopping in a desolate area as twilight descended. Roy's inner thigh throbbed painfully. Upon lifting his trousers, he was dismayed to find it covered in crimson blood, the extensive skin marred by the rough fabric. His health points had diminished by 5, leaving him with only 37. His constitution was weaker than that of an average adult, and it would take several days for him to ride again while his wounds healed. I, a novice in horsemanship, have foolishly chosen to accompany a witcher, a being of such peculiar nature. What sort of herb have you given me, Master Resso? Roy grimaced in pain, chewing on the herbal remedy that, surprisingly, was not as bitter as most. Instead, it bore a subtle, refreshing flavor. Have you heard of calendula? Resso inquired, tossing a stick onto the fire, patiently explaining. It alleviates pain and prevents infection. You can find it in areas outside the towns. Roy's gaze shifted as he mentally noted the witcheress' advice. His willingness to embark on this path was partly driven by the acquisition of practical knowledge. The witcher's years of experience and memories were akin to a treasure trove, which he intended to extract piece by piece to nourish his own growth. Resso threw a few pieces of dry, tough jerky to Roy, while he himself took a swig from the wine flask, gazing silently into the distance as he chewed. After a while, he unsheathed the long sword from his back, resting his arms beneath his head, lying contentedly on the grass, as if this wilderness were his home. To a witcher, the life of eating under the open sky and sleeping rough was merely routine. The faint aroma of wine wafted past Roy's nostrils, and he could not suppress a swallow. "May I have a taste?" His thigh, smeared with the herbal paste, felt sticky and uncomfortable, and he instinctively took the wine pouch. Sipping cautiously, the moment the liquid touched his tongue, he stretched his neck and widened his eyes, resembling a startled frog as he exclaimed, "What is this flavor?" A strange combination of spiciness and sourness compelled him to spit it out. Resso's expression hardened. "You little rascal, if you cannot handle your drink, do not waste it. This wine cost me considerable effort to procure from Baklan. The average person may never have the chance to taste such a prized vintage. You must learn to cherish it." "I find it rather unpalatable," Roy replied candidly. "The fruit wines at the old Captain S Tavern are far superior, and even dwarven spirits surpass this concoction." He then pivoted the conversation. "You mentioned Baklan. If I recall correctly, that region lies within the Duchy of Toussaint. Have you been there? Did you meet Duchess Anna Henrietta? Is she truly as beautiful as the legends claim?" Toussaint is indeed the site where future tales of blood and wine unfold, and Roy was captivated by its fairy tale landscapes. Not to mention the abundance of highborn vampires, intoxicating clouds, and the Duchess's exquisite visage. "I did not meet the lady, but I did encounter her husband, Duke Raymond," Resso remarked, casting a curious glance at Roy. "You, a country lad from Eden, how did you come to know of the Duchess's name?" Toussaint lay within the Nilfgaardian Empire, seemingly far removed from Eden, and Resso increasingly sensed that this young man harbored some mystery. "I have long revealed the answer. Yet you refuse to believe it." Witchers naturally dismiss the nonsense of prophetic dreams. Roy, huddled close to the fire, rubbed his hands together. "Master Resso, do all witchers live as long as you? Most perish on contracts to hunt monsters during various battles. Perhaps not half survive to see 50 years. Roy smiled faintly. He was aware of a certain elder beast of the wolf school who surpassed 2 centuries in age. Other schools may have similar secrets. Do you now feel any regret? Resso suddenly turned to Roy, his gaze penetrating. Choosing this path may lead to a swifter demise than that of a farmer. To be honest, just a little. A subtle aura of menace emanated from the bald giant. Roy hastily corrected himself. Apologies, I must have overindulged. How could I possibly regret? The 2 old comrades have already taken your parents to Novigrad as agreed, should you dare to change your mind midway. The venomous school, unlike the feline school, harbored fewer madmen, yet they were merciless toward those who dared deceive or manipulate them. The implication in Resso's tone was unmistakable. Calm down, Master Resso. Let us change the subject. I have heard that witchers carry 2 swords. Why do you only bear one? Resso's expression grew even more rigid. You should understand that each school specializes in different arts. The Viper School favors daggers and poisons to vanquish foes. Roy continued to stare unwaveringly at him. Resso spread his hands, a rare hint of exasperation in his voice. I suppose you know quite well that these 2 swords are made of steel or meteorite, and a silver sword that can be wielded one-handed. The steel sword is for humans, and the silver sword is to counter monsters sensitive to precious metals? Roy inquired. Resso shook his head. That statement is too absolute. Silver indeed counters certain monsters, yet for others, steel proves more effective. As for why I carry only a steel sword. Do you know how much a silver sword, even if not forged from pure silver but rather silver-coated steel or meteorite, is worth? The Viper School is not in its prime, and all resources must be directed to the blade's edge, such as your investment and training. Roy's heart raced. Being the focus of a witcher's attention was a double-edged sword. A suitable silver sword feels far out of reach for me. In truth, I am more interested in crossbows. Master Resso, are you familiar with such weapons? Could you teach me? A month of hunting had failed to grant him mastery over ranged weaponry, a source of deep regret. Compared to melee weapons, bows and crossbows aligned far better with his greatest attribute, perception. Incidentally, with the skill point gained from leveling up to level 2, Roy had allocated it to enhance his observation skill to LV2, increasing his perception bonus by 2 points. You have asked the wrong person, young one. Crossbows and arbalests are the specialties of the cat and bear schools, Resso remarked, gazing into the night beyond the campfire, his eyes reflecting some distant memory of an acquaintance. I cannot claim to be an expert, yet after decades of living, I have picked up a few skills. I shall teach you in a couple of days. As he spoke, Resso withdrew a pouch of brown powder from his satchel, tracing a circle upon the grass, encircling the horses, the campfire, and the 2 of them. Roy wrinkled his nose, detecting a faintly sour odor. What is this substance? You have a keen sense, young one. It is the dung of a pterosaur. Sprinkle this around, and ordinary wildlife will steer clear. allowing for a peaceful night's sleep. Roy grimaced. The scent was more tolerable than what he had encountered during his time as a butcher's apprentice. However, as the cold wind swept through the wilderness, he involuntarily shrank his neck. Master Resso, could you refrain from calling me young one in the future? Just use my name. Such a moniker perpetually made him feel like a snot-nosed child. Now, young one, I must impart to you the first lesson of a witcher's apprentice. Speak less, think more, and never expose your weaknesses to others, not even to those closest to you. Sure. Resso suddenly placed a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Roy perked up his ears, listening intently. A whoop. The haunting howl of a wolf echoed from afar, and in the blink of an eye, dozens of glowing eyes appeared like fireflies, emerging from the darkness beyond the campfire. Roy held his breath, quietly tightening his grip on the hand crossbow. His peculiar eyes fixated on the fire, darting back and forth, yet they seemed to be restrained by some invisible force, hesitating to approach the circular area on the ground. Resso traced his fingers, drawing an arcane sigil in the air towards the nearby horses. The previously restless steeds, snorting and fidgeting, were suddenly calmed, standing still as statues. The howls of the wolf pack lasted merely 2 minutes, ultimately retreating with mournful whines, fading into the depths of the night. The dragon excrement proved effective. Roy's thoughts began to flourish, with the demon hunter Resso as his free-of-charge guardian and the surrounding dragon droppings warding off wild beasts. He could certainly leverage these advantageous conditions to comfortably gain experience in the wilderness. The local wildlife was far more abundant than that surrounding cave village, implying a wealth of experience points. After all, there was still some fresh meat and anesthetic powder left in his inventory. Look over here, you little imp. Resso's deep voice suddenly cut through the air, prompting Roy to instinctively obey his command. Then, an inverted double triangle symbol filled his entire field of vision. An overwhelming wave of drowsiness enveloped Roy. As he closed his eyes, he became lost in a haze of confusion. The words spoken were carried away by the night breeze. Indistinguishable. Resso, exhaling in relief, dissipated the sigil in his hands and began to crack his thick fingers like twigs, pressing down on the boy who lay asleep on the ground. Observing the youthful face illuminated by the firelight, his rugged features softened imperceptibly. It was becoming difficult to recall the last time he had taken on an apprentice. It seemed over 30 years ago. Though that child hadn't even survived the first round of the Grash trial. Would this mysterious little imp turn out to be somewhat different? Chapter 16. Hypnosis and Herb's. A streak of white light tore through the darkness, heralding the dawn. Roy stretched languidly, opening his eyes to find himself enveloped in an unparalleled sense of ease, akin to having soaked in a hot spring for an entire night. After more than 2 months of traversing this realm, he had never experienced such a restful slumber. The cool morning breeze swept away the fatigue of the previous day, leaving him invigorated. Wait, what happened to me last night? The Arxis seal. How could that scoundrel use the seal on one of his own? Roy's complexion paled as he quickly checked himself, relieved to find no harm done, his clothes intact, and no peculiar sensations anywhere on his body. Thank goodness. The bald one does not have such inclinations. Awake, little imp. A voice, as unchanging as the tides, greeted him. Roy's gaze shifted, and he beheld a beautifully roasted piece of thigh meat suspended in midair, glistening golden. It was hot. In a flurry, he managed to catch the roasted meat, blowing on it to cool it down while demanding, "What did you do to me last night?" "Look at the wound on your thigh," came the response. To his astonishment, it had healed completely. The grievous gash that had marred his inner thigh, once raw and bloody, now bore only a scab, though the unsightly red-brown skin felt hard yet painless. "I hypnotized you with the Arxis seal and fed you some herbs. Master Rizzo, isn't that rather inappropriate? A heads-up would have been nice. But I didn't expect the Arxis seal to have such a beneficial effect on sleep." Roy paused, a thought striking him. "You didn't feed me a potion, did you?" The potions of demon hunters could be detrimental to ordinary folk, and he had no desire for his developing body to suffer harm. He hurriedly checked his status list. Fortunately, his physical condition appeared healthy, and his stamina had even increased by 0.1, now at 4.3, effectively the result of a month's arduous training. He couldn't help but wonder what elixir the demon hunter had administered. Roy's eyes brightened at the prospect of such treasures. No longer complaining, he devoured the thigh meat, savoring the exquisite taste and texture. "Master, what animal is this from?" Rizzo's left eyelid twitched as he took a deep breath. "That is wolf thigh meat, our would-be assailant from last night." Rizzo chose not to let Roy ride alongside him, instead leading the horse at a leisurely pace across the wilderness. The land was dotted with peculiar flora, the yellow earth muddy underfoot, The air was moist and refreshing. Occasionally, a furtive roe deer, honey badger, or stag would peek from the underbrush, startled by the two, before scampering away. "Where are we headed?" Roy asked, already accustomed to the endless questions. Rizzo shrugged nonchalantly. "Think carefully, and the answer will come to you. Calendula, a biennial herb with hairy stems, featuring alternate, oval leaves and yellow or orange flowers. Thrives in cool climates, shunning heat yet enduring cold. It promotes digestion and accelerates wound healing. Sage, an annual herb with upright stems, growing in clusters and covered in soft hairs. Prefers warm, well-lit, and ventilated environments. Drought-resistant but intolerant of flooding. It has detoxifying properties and can dispel plagues. Nettle, belladonna, agrimony, bougainvillea, chamomile, berberis fruit. Having left K Village for a day, your wounds are nearly healed. It is time to learn something new." Rizzo continued, leading the horse with measured steps. "Last night, I used the seal to imprint some common herbs in your memory, beneficial for blood circulation and detoxification. Commit them to memory. You will find them valuable in the future." Roy was astonished. In just one night, the bald demon hunter had provided him with such surprises, enhanced vitality, and a wealth of herbal knowledge. Over half of the 30-odd herbs were unfamiliar to him. He was certain they had not appeared in the game. But that was to be expected. The real world was far broader than the confines of a game, and the unknown would only increase. With the guidance of a demon hunter, he was akin to standing upon the shoulders of giants. The demon hunter had indeed pushed the development of seals to their utmost potential. Roy had never fathomed that the Arxis seal could be utilized in such a manner, akin to the legendary rite of imparting wisdom. "Master, why not impart more knowledge into my mind? Perhaps alchemy. Can we continue tonight?" Rizzo's expression remained impassive. "If you are unafraid of the consequences, a lifetime of headaches, I can oblige." He halted in the wilderness before a dense thicket, where clusters of various plants were visible. "Now, retrieve the herbs from your mind. Which one did you feed me last night? I wish to gather more." "That was berberis fruit," Rizzo replied. "Finding it is commendable. Consuming it daily will gradually improve your frail constitution." Before gathering the herbs, Rizzo emphasized crucial precautions. If you do not understand the structural characteristics of the herbs, nor the parts used for medicine, carelessly harvesting them can easily destroy their efficacy, rendering a precious herb worthless. For instance, the useful part of the berberis fruit is the misshapen red tuber buried underground. The neatly arranged and beautiful leaves above ground hold no medicinal value. You cannot simply uproot it carelessly. Plants are living entities, possessing self-protective instincts. If subjected to excessive external force, their leaves secrete a hormone that destroys the medicinal properties of the fruit. Thus, little imp, your movements must be cautious, neither too forceful nor too delicate. As Rizzo's magnetic voice flowed, Roy gradually shed his dismissive attitude. In the thicket, branches and leaves lay draped with a thin veil of white frost and dew. The northern climate was notoriously cold, and it was now late autumn. In the northern regions of Aden, snow had already begun to fall in many areas. Roy's cheeks flushed from the cold, yet he persevered, searching among the diverse plants around him. Fortunately, berberis was not a rare plant. After a short distance, he discovered a generous cluster, though the gathering process proved somewhat cumbersome. Eventually, having worked up a sweat, he successfully collected a substantial quantity of the succulent, crimson berberis fruits, which resembled strawberries and emitted a delightful fragrance. He stored most of the fruits in his spatial pouch and popped one into his mouth, only to realize his health status now indicated a slight poisoning effect. Strange, his health and attributes appeared normal, and he felt no discomfort. What could account for this mild poisoning? If only he could better understand the medicinal effects of berberis. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck Roy. He recalled a skill in his panel, Observation LV2. He had mistakenly assumed that observation applied only to humans, animals, and monsters. Could it be used to examine herbs as well? Quickly, he located a vibrant berberis plant and focused intently, his gaze deepening like the cosmos. A data panel materialized above the berberis. Berberis, a perennial herb. Age, 5 years. Native to the northern realms, thriving in regions where the average temperature falls below 20 degrees. Usage, 1. Direct consumption of the fruit. 1 ounce of berberis stem fruit should be ingested daily for a month, gradually enhancing physical attributes, with a cumulative effect not exceeding 1 point. And once the attribute has been improved, it should not surpass 5. Consumption beyond 5 points will yield no effect. 2. As an ingredient in potions and elixirs. Adverse effects, it contains slight toxicity. After each ingestion, one must wait until the toxicity has completely dissipated before continuing. Otherwise, it will gradually impair the consumer's sense of taste. If the toxicity accumulates for over 2 months, one may ultimately lose their sense of taste entirely. A stamina level exceeding 15 grants immunity to this toxicity. From this moment forth, Roy prioritized his observations. The remaining berberis stem fruits were stored away, and Roy commenced a thorough exploration of the lush vegetation. Throughout the verdant thicket, he spent the entire morning discovering a total of 12 herbs from his memory, aside from the berberis stem fruit. One herb, named dandelion sunflower, offered a slight enhancement to strength attributes. The cumulative effects of both herbs ultimately do not exceed 1 point, appearing rather negligible. Based on Roy's observations, consuming these 2 herbs for a month would elevate his weakest attributes, constitution and strength, to the level of an average adult at 5. The only downside is that consuming the herbs is a double-edged sword. In addition to the benefits, they carry slight toxic side effects, affecting taste and smell. However, this impairment is temporary, lasting only a short duration, and falls well within his tolerable limits. After consuming the berberis stem fruit, he placed a small cluster of white petals from the dandelion sunflower into his mouth, chewing slowly to ensure proper digestion. Relying on herbal consumption to enhance attributes is undoubtedly the most effortless method of training. Chapter 17. The Water Ghost. After a day spent foraging for herbs in the underbrush. As dusk approached, the 2 men and their horse arrived near a murky river, approximately 3 meters wide and seemingly endless. Suddenly, Laso halted, his amber eyes narrowing to slits. Roy, observing his tense posture, was reminded of a feline creature on high alert, albeit a much larger version. What's wrong? Is there danger here? It appears we should find a safer place to rest. There are foul creatures lurking in the water, Laso replied. You mean? Roy's excitement grew as he noticed the river's murky surface. There are water ghosts hidden beneath? Laso tossed a scale into Roy's palm. Look closely. The scales of a water ghost are unlike those of ordinary fish, thicker and with a small protrusion at the center. There is a foul stench of decay lingering on them. Roy, perhaps due to a lack of keen senses, failed to detect the odor. Do you know that the water ghost has an alias among the monster hunters? Laso said coldly. The newbie killer. It specializes in eliminating curious and meddlesome fools like you. Roy instinctively recoiled, surprised by Laso's grave demeanor. Was such caution necessary? The combat prowess of a water ghost seemed rather unimpressive to him. Having encountered numerous monsters, he understood that their strength was comparable to that of a human, perhaps a tad swifter, with nothing particularly remarkable aside from their swimming skills. Thus, little one, mind your attitude. Always remain vigilant, even against the weakest of creatures. A monster hunter has but one life. To perish from underestimating one's foe is hardly deserving of sympathy. This is your second lesson. Laso retrieved a bloody wolf leg from his saddlebag and began to chop it with a short sword. Understood. I promise not to make the same mistake again, Roy said, his head lowered in shame. The reminder from the monster hunter served as a wake-up call. What right did he have to belittle a water ghost with his current abilities? Such arrogance could lead him to an untimely grave. Reflecting on his past adventure, he recognized that he had been left with a lingering sense of hubris. It was time to awaken to reality. Master Laso, what should I do? How can I assist? Roy asked, drawing his crossbow and preparing an arrow. You can simply hide and watch the spectacle. Laso paused, his expression stern. If you wish to help. Do you know the water ghost's weakness? Roy's lips moved as he hesitated. Then he fell silent, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Laso nodded in approval, pleased that Roy had finally grasped the importance of humility. Remember, poison and blood loss have no effect on water ghosts. Roy felt a chill run down his spine. He had indeed considered using a butcher's tranquilizer on the water ghost, and would have likely become the first unfortunate traveler to be devoured. The water ghost was not particularly intelligent, even duller than a shoe, and the axia seal would similarly prove ineffective. However, they had poor vision, becoming nearly blind if the distance to their target exceeded 12 meters, provided one could outrun them. Furthermore, they held a profound fear of fire and anything associated with it. Laso retrieved a half-fist-sized transparent glass jar from his alchemical pouch and tossed it to Roy. Through the glass, one could vaguely see a swirling, colorful gas within. Dragon's Dream. An alchemical bomb, Laso explained. It contains flammable and explosive gas. Your crossbow seems to serve you well. Your aim should be satisfactory. When the water ghost is lured out, follow my command and throw the dragon's dream into the area where they gather. I will detonate it. Understood? Understood. After waiting approximately 5 minutes, the previously calm river suddenly surged violently, bubbling like a pot of boiling water and sending out large ripples. 1 head, 2 heads, 3 heads, 5 grotesque humanoid creatures emerged from the depths, howling as they rushed toward the shore. They resembled corpses dredged from a pond, their skin mottled in shades of blue and green, each pore oozing slime and muck. Their limbs were covered in dark, slick scales, and between their toes and fingers, one could see webbing from aquatic creatures. Gills resembling fan-like appendages and catfish whiskers adorned their faces, while their skeletal cheeks were pale, revealing jagged, white teeth. And they surveyed their surroundings with wide, nervous eyes. Their short, stubby noses twitched as they excitedly clamored toward the pile of shredded meat, their running style peculiar. With their hands clasped behind their backs, resembling a gaggle of ostriches, Roy glanced at Lasso, but saw no signal. He then turned his gaze to the most mutated of the creatures, his expression growing serious. Water ghost gender, none age, 12 identity, none health, 70 strength, 5 agility, 6 constitution, 7 perception, 3 will, 2 charm, 0 spirit, 0 skills, transformed body LV10. Some believe they're the undead of the depths. But their anatomy is entirely different from that of humans. They are likely magical constructs or foreign species from celestial convergence, immune to toxins and blood loss. With a charm of 0 and spirit of 0, Roy mused, this certainly isn't just a collection of corpses. No wonder the Axia seal is ineffective. Turning his head, he caught Lasso's signal. Taking a deep breath, he tightened his grip, sending the dragon's dream arcing gracefully through the air, landing perfectly among the 5 water ghosts. With a sharp crack, the glass shattered, and the enchanting, colorful mist instantly enveloped the 5 gluttonous water ghosts. Almost simultaneously, the monster hunter darted forward like a gust of wind, raising his hand toward the alchemical gas and unleashing an igni sign as he retreated. The conical flames ignited like cotton catching fire, spreading rapidly. Roy, crossbow in hand, stood transfixed at the sight before him, witnessing a grand display of fireworks as the orange flames flickered amidst the colorful alchemical gas, accompanied by explosive sounds that painted the sky with a rainbow hue. Ula ula, the 5 smoke-billowing figures of the water ghosts desperately emerged from the explosion, 3 of them fleeing toward the riverbank, while the monster hunter dashed after them with lightning speed. The remaining 2 charged toward Roy. Remaining calm, Roy swiftly loosed an arrow that pierced one water ghost's eye socket, deftly knocking another arrow as the second, now ablaze, closed the distance in mere moments. Its pale, hideous face was devoid of any hair, with orange flames dancing wildly among its features. The acrid stench of charred flesh and the foul odor from its sharp teeth assaulted his senses. Roy felt his breath catch. The Grim Reaper greeted him before turning away nonchalantly, as the charging water ghost suddenly froze in place, as if struck by a spell, its immense inertia carrying its blazing form to within arm's reach of Roy. The situation was indeed bizarre, but there was no time to ponder. Roy summoned his dagger and struck fiercely at its forehead, sending it crashing to the ground before plunging an arrow into its eye socket. The water ghost convulsed violently before ceasing its struggle. Kill the water ghost. Gain experience. 20. Kill the water ghost. Gain experience. 20. Experience level 2, 143, 1000. Roy exhaled a long sigh of relief, feeling dizzy and drenched in cold sweat beneath his clothing. That was close. He had nearly met his demise. Had it not been for the sudden shock, he shuddered to think of his fate. Embraced by a smoking water ghost? If he survived, he would have surely lost a significant portion of his life. Little one, do you now understand why this thing is called the newbie killer? The tall demon hunter had appeared by his side at an unknown moment, and not a single one of the 3 fleeing water ghosts managed to escape. All met their demise, severed in body and spirit. Dare one still underestimate them? Roy was rendered speechless. He hadn't anticipated that this cold-browed bald man possessed a penchant for lecturing. How should these half-formed corpses be dealt with? Should they be cast back into the river or incinerated once more? First, we must extract their brains. I shall instruct you on the method. The brains of the water ghosts served as vital components in the concoction of the potion known as Swallow. Certain spellcasters also sought to procure such materials. By the riverside, beneath the setting sun, 2 figures, one tall and one small, stood shoulder to shoulder, dragging 5 half-formed water ghost corpses into a neat line. Ideally, they would locate a red mutation. Otherwise, after deducting the expenses incurred from the dream of the dragon, they would suffer considerable losses. Chapter 18. meditating towards distant mountains as the cold wind howled across the desolate wilderness at night. A warm campfire flickered invitingly. After savoring a steaming meal of roasted rabbit, Lesso took a sip of East's finest and suddenly spoke. I recall you expressed a desire to learn the art of crossbow shooting yesterday. Since we have some time now, I shall impart my knowledge to you. Roy, an amateur marksman with no formal guidance, had long yearned for professional instruction. Since joining the monster hunters, he increasingly felt the limitations of his compact crossbow, Gabriel. While it sufficed for ordinary wildlife, it fell short against monstrous foes. Thus, he hoped to enhance his skills in archery to alleviate this predicament. The burly man instructed him to retrieve his crossbow and began demonstrating with the actual weapon. I shall not delve into the techniques of the Viper School, but will focus on the insights shared with me by a friend from the Cat School. Master Lesso, do you know practitioners of the Cat School? Roy inquired, his curiosity piqued. In his mind, the Cat School hunters, known for their unique potion concoctions, often exhibited extreme traits, leading to madness due to their encounters with the world's ugliness. Among the 6 known schools of monster hunters, bear, wolf, griffin, cat, viper, and wyvern, only the Cat School openly accepted contracts for human assassination and was ultimately scorned by the other schools and the secular world alike, relegated to the status of a pariah. Moreover, the Cat School maintained intricate ties with the Wolf School and was the sole school to accept female apprentices. Although the common perception painted all cats as madmen, Lesso touched an old scar on his right forearm, a flicker of nostalgia in his amber eyes. This is clearly a misconception. There are indeed many Cat School hunters who can engage in peaceful dialogue and reason. Now, let us set aside this topic and focus on the matter at hand. First, I wish to know your thoughts when using Gabriel. What do you consider the most crucial aspect? Roy casually held the crossbow, mimicking an aiming posture. Aiming? Shooting? Yes. The pivotal moment is when the index finger pulls the trigger, known as the release, correct? This moment determines whether the target is hit. Young one, you possess a hint of talent. As you noted, all preparations and steps in crossbow shooting culminate in that trigger pull, launching the arrow. Lesso walked around the campfire, his voice deepening as he continued. To elaborate, the process is quite intricate. Crossbow shooting involves 5 primary components: holding the crossbow, shooting stance, drawing the string, knocking the arrow, and aiming. We have time. Let us proceed slowly, starting with the simplest aspect: how to hold the crossbow. Use your preferred stance. Although Gabriel was somewhat smaller than a standard crossbow, Roy, accustomed to a one-handed grip, found no issue in using both hands. He complied, standing tall, with his left hand supporting the lower part of the crossbow and his right hand gripping the stock. Lesso's large palm began to press against him, emphasizing key points, for he had shot over 1,000,000 times to distill this experience. The fundamentals sounded simple, and executing them wasn't too challenging. The difficulty lay in maintaining the posture consistently, transforming it into instinct through relentless practice. The process felt exceedingly tedious. Roy could only encourage himself inwardly, persisting through the discomfort, reminding himself that this was merely a small step toward gaining strength. If he couldn't endure this, how could he claim to survive the more grueling trials of the grassy fields ahead? After more than an hour, drenched in sweat, Roy finally managed to adopt a more standard shooting posture. Lesso then proceeded to elaborate on the key points of drawing the string and knocking the arrow. According to him, mastering the preparatory work was essential for learning to shoot, how to hold the crossbow, and how to knock the arrow. By the time they finished these 2 steps, 3 hours had passed, and the moon hung high in the sky. Exhausted, Roy felt his eyes growing heavy. Lesso's method of drawing and knocking required foot pedals, which, while safer and more efficient than using hands, consumed more physical energy. Throughout the entire process, the hunter heard not a single complaint from the boy, who remained utterly focused despite being soaked in sweat. Lesso felt a surge of satisfaction and a glimmer of confidence. Perhaps this lad could endure. Tonight's training ends here. Once you have washed off the sweat and dried your clothes by the fire, Lesso stated, tossing a question toward Roy, it is time for rest. Since you expressed a wish this morning, I now present you with 2 choices. 1. Allow me to use the arcane seal to induce a deep sleep, swiftly restoring your strength and alleviating muscle fatigue, perhaps with some additional benefits. Or 2. Rely on your own sleep quality. Roy recalled the unparalleled comfort of his slumber the previous night and hesitated. Master Lesso, are you going to fill my head with knowledge again? I have warned you before. Unless you wish for your head to explode, Lesso replied, pinching his fingers. If you agree to the first option, relax your body and resist me as little as possible. Otherwise, the effect will be considerably diminished. After pondering for a moment, Roy concluded that if Lesso intended to harm him, resistance would be futile. The mere fact that he had been informed in advance was a show of respect. He soon acquiesced and willingly drifted into a deep, sweet slumber. The following week was tranquil, devoid of monstrous encounters. During the day, the monster hunters taught Roy about herbalism using the herbs found along their path. In the evenings, he practiced his newly acquired crossbow skills to hunt wildlife, gaining experience and preparing dinner. As darkness enveloped the sky, the two would gather around the campfire to continue their archery training. After countless hours of perspiration, Roy gradually mastered the critical aspect of breathing. He could distinctly sense his progress in archery. However, he still lacked practical experience, hindering his ability to form relevant skills. Before sleep, he would enter deep slumber under Lesso's arcane seal, awakening each morning with the sensation of being reborn. After a week of this routine, Roy's experience points reached LV2280-1000. His constitution increased by 0.1 due to the herbs, reaching 4.4, and his strength also grew by 0.1, attaining 4.3. He could now recall the characteristics, growing environments, medicinal properties, and processing methods of over 50 herbs, and the number of animals he could hunt increased by 5. Roy began to relish the fulfilling yet gradual process of growth. One night, the two finally departed from the desolate expanse, clearly spotting the towering city walls amidst the endless plains, with several high structures and flickering lights within, accompanied by tendrils of white smoke rising. This was the city of Edsborg, the last bastion in the southwest of Aden, adjacent to the Mahakam Mountains. They estimated they would arrive by the following day. Roy gazed into the distance, but behind the city loomed a towering, boundless mountain range, resembling a slumbering ancient beast. The vast snow atop the mountains and the hints of verdant hues merely adorned its skin. This was the Mahakam Mountains, a colossal division between Temeria and Aden, the homeland of dwarves, rumored to also be inhabited by goblins. To reach Sintra, they would need to traverse Edsborg and cross this formidable mountain range. However, as night had fallen, they decided to make camp. After a hearty meal of roasted meat, Lesso sat quietly on the ground, facing the distant mountains. The silence and urgency of the journey dissipated, replaced by a sense of calm and stability on his face. Roy observed Lesso's broad back, radiating an aura of magic that relaxed him. A voice echoed in his mind. Meditation, a practice conceived by the original sorcerers, is a method for communicating and manipulating chaotic forces, namely, elemental power. Later, it was bequeathed to the Witcher by its creator, Cosimo Malaspina. However, for those innately sensitive to magical energies, they possess the ability to perceive elemental forces through meditation, extracting arcane power from the air, flowing waters, earth, and flames. Upon awakening, if these sensitive individuals are not promptly sent to a sorcerer's academy for training to harness the elemental forces, they risk succumbing to madness due to uncontrolled magical energy, leading to the collapse of their sanity. Alternatively, they may suffer a far more tragic fate, their bodies distorted into grotesque forms by the torment of magic. Thus, my dear, I require you to meditate proactively and reveal whether you are an ordinary person or a magic-sensitive being. Roy's heart raced. Was this the moment he had anticipated? Yet confusion enveloped him. How was he to meditate? He noted that Lesso had never mentioned meditation to him before. In truth, if given the choice, he would prefer to be magic-sensitive, for the Witchers themselves were crafted by sorcerers, their power undoubtedly inferior to that of the sorcerers. Yet, he possessed no talents or skills associated with magic, elements, or chaotic energy. He had not even unlocked any magical potential within himself. A premonition began to form in his mind. In response to his perplexity, Lesso calmly stated, "Each night before sleep, I hypnotize you using the mark of Yarkis. Wasn't that intended for deep slumber? I had mentioned that there might be other benefits when I offered you the choice, and you accepted." Lesso emphasized, "To be precise, you have undergone 6 sessions of meditation, and your body has laid the foundation, fully adapting to the process. However, all of it has been passive, devoid of memory retention. Today, you must endeavor to meditate actively and communicate to me what you sense during the experience." Other benefits. The bald man's half-spoken words seemed a reward for trust. Roy began to feel grateful for his earlier choice, yet he had no recollection of what meditation entailed. Only that he had enjoyed deep, restful sleep each night. Without doubt, assume my posture. Roy obediently mirrored Lesso's stance, intertwining his fingers to form an unusual seal. Everything flowed smoothly, as if he had practiced this many times before. The sounds of the wind whistled around him, and the crackling of the campfire faded into the distance. His gaze transcended Edsberg, fixating upon the majestic Mahakam Mountains, where the swirling clouds at the summit shifted and transformed, gradually resembling a vortex that drew him in. Chapter 19. Slaughter the air, flowing water, earth, and flames swirl around you, only to ultimately depart? Unsurprisingly, you are but an ordinary individual. An ordinary individual, devoid of the serendipity that would have placed you beside the demon hunters as their unexpected progeny. Nor do you possess a quarter of elven lineage or exceptional magical aptitude. To establish my foothold in this world, I must rely solely on my own efforts. At this moment, he slightly solidified his aspiration to become a demon hunter. Furthermore, after his first proactive meditation, a prompt appeared in his template. You have successfully unlocked a new skill. Note, this skill, upon each enhancement, will permanently augment both your physical and mental attributes. Roy slightly parted his lips. It was the first time he had encountered a skill capable of enhancing attributes. Undeniably, he felt a surge of excitement. He yearned to level up immediately and allocate skill points, though it was merely a fleeting thought, and he quickly regained his composure. Without unlocking magical energy, he could not invoke the demon hunter's sigils. No matter how much the mental attributes, which influence spell potency, were enhanced, it would ultimately be meaningless. Lesso had been quietly observing nearby, his keen perception swiftly revealing some invisible change within Roy, something difficult to articulate. He was truly a boy brimming with secrets. Yet, he now belonged to the Viper Academy, and his secrets would eventually belong to the Academy, becoming a force for its revival. The following morning, the two set off on horseback along a path leading to Edsberg. The path was marked with wheel ruts and hoofprints, flanked by dense woodlands. As the morning breeze swept through, the branches and leaves rustled, bringing forth a delightful aroma of soil and vegetation. The wind intensified, and the burly man seemed to receive some signal. He abruptly halted, reining in the reins, crouched down, and traced the marks on the ground with his fingers. He then raised his gaze towards the empty expanse ahead, a flicker of vigilance flashing in his amber eyes. Roy, ready your crossbow for battle. Roy pressed the bowstring made of sinew, swiftly knocking an arrow. He felt little tumult within. Whether it was the effect of meditation or the imposing figure ahead that instilled confidence in him, he could not tell. They continued onward, and Roy quietly perked up his ears, his entire being gradually tensing. But after a mere 200 paces, Lesso halted once more, a fierce gust lifting the black fabric draped over his shoulder. A sharp whistle pierced through the woods, and almost simultaneously, a group of ragged, sallow-faced men burst forth from the underbrush on either side. Farmers, or perhaps some ragtag militia. They wore tattered clothing, their appearance quite disheveled, wielding weapons that seemed almost comical: iron shovels, hammers, and even pitchforks. Then a middle-aged man adorned with a green cap, clad in a yellow jacket and black trousers, sporting a prominent mole on his face, stepped forward. He stood tall and proud, puffing out his chest like an ostentatious rooster. Drop your weapons and lie on the ground, he commanded. Roy, adhering to his training, gripped the crossbow with both hands and silently counted. The gang surrounding them numbered around 13. The burly man, seemingly unfazed by the command, crossed his arms defiantly and retorted, "Farmers rebelling? When did you take up the mantle of brigands?" Roy pondered this. Farmers in rebellion, revolutionaries perhaps? He had heard whispers in K Village about a peasant uprising in Edsberg. Could this be the very group, so fervently animated? Nonsense. What do you mean brigands? That is slander. The leader's face flushed red as he passionately proclaimed, "We fight for the great revolution, to overthrow the tyranny of Demave and Tavik. This is a righteous endeavor. If you are men of justice, then lay down your weapons and contribute your wealth to this noble cause. Resist, and you shall be deemed accomplices of the tyrants, and will face the consequences from the brothers of the Revolutionary Army." Roy felt a twitch in his cheek. He had never encountered such shamelessness, transforming robbery into a noble act while branding self-defense as villainy. Only those from the West could be so audacious. Lesso furrowed his brow in his lengthy recollections. Very few dared to rob from demon hunters. In days gone by, he might have charged in without hesitation, but now, with another by his side, it seemed inappropriate to unleash a massacre. Lesso grasped the pendant hanging from his neck and displayed it before all present. "Do you know what this is?" A glimmer of greed sparked in the leader's eyes. "Is that silver? Toss it over here." "Boss, he is a demon hunter." A gangly farmer with a long chin suddenly pointed at Lesso, his face betraying a hint of terror as he stammered, "What? This man is a freak, a mutant. Look at his eyes, amber, like a cat's. The farmers collectively recoiled, and Roy felt a jolt. He hadn't anticipated the name Demon Hunter carried such weight. Boss. Demon hunters can slay monsters. We are no match for him. Another farmer quavered. What are you afraid of? The leader, witnessing his men's cowardice, flushed with anger, bellowed. They have but one demon hunter and a mere child. What do we have to fear? He took a couple of steps back, his bravado faltering. Everyone, charge. I refuse to believe they are invincible. One blow from us would turn them to pulp. Indeed, what is there to fear? The farmers seemed to find their resolve. Raising their hammers, forks, and shovels, pointing them at the two encircled figures, yet none dared to strike first. One last time, drop your weapons. And then surrender ourselves to slaughter? Lesso's face fell as he shook his head, while Roy, sensing the situation, slowly circled behind him. He was not a demon hunter, and for the sake of safety, it was best to let the giant take the lead. I can smell the stench of blood upon you. You have committed your share of murder and thievery, haven't you? Lesso's voice was low, devoid of emotion. Bastard, they brought this upon themselves. The leader continued to argue. For the great revolution, sometimes sacrifice is unavoidable. Finally, Lesso ceased speaking. His right hand moved with the agility of a serpent, tracing a sigil before the onlookers could react. A triangular red light shot into the leader's eyes. Then, a terrifying scream echoed through the air. A farmer clutched his abdomen, staggering back in disbelief. Opposite him, the leader, adorned with a green cap and puffed up with pride, stood vacant-eyed, like a marionette, gripping a bloodied longsword. The boss is under the demon hunter's control. Riel has been slain by the boss, under the horrified gazes of the farmers. Lesso slowly drew forth the steel sword from his back, rather than his usual twin short swords. The broad blade shimmered with a chilling light, like a merciless predator. The demon hunter lunged forward into the throng. In terms of strength, reflexes, and combat prowess, the inept farmers were no match for Lesso, who transformed into a human meat grinder, broken arms and legs, flying chunks of flesh, and splattering blood painted Roy's vision crimson. On the narrow forest path, each flicker of the sword brought forth a gasp and claimed a life. The terrified farmers fled in desperation, but how could they escape the swift Viper Academy demon hunter? The woods echoed with the continuous wails of anguish and pleas for mercy. Roy stood frozen. He had slain many animals, yet they were merely livestock or beasts. He had never taken a human life. A group of individuals is being mercilessly slaughtered, one after another, without resistance. Regardless of the farmer's profound suffering, despair, and wails, the cold-faced Rizzo remains utterly unmoved, obstinately wielding his steel sword. He refrains from employing potions or magical seals, relying solely on instinct. This is the same individual who meticulously instructed him in herbalism and crossbow techniques, and who hypnotized him nightly to teach meditation. Perhaps this is the quintessential modus operandi of a monster hunter, capable of exterminating malevolent beasts while showing no mercy towards certain humans. Roy, gripping his crossbow, inhaled deeply, positioning his feet apart and arms raised, embodying the standard stance of a trained crossbowman, as if he had practiced it countless times. A fortunate soul stumbled past Rizzo, his face smeared with blood, expressing a blend of despair and hope as he rushed towards Roy. If he could seize this child, he could leverage him to coerce the monster hunter into sparing his life. The man staggered, fighting to maintain his balance, one trembling hand extending forward as if to grasp the child's neck. One step, 2 steps, he was nearly there. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air, as if a battering ram had struck him head-on. The farmer's body jerked backward, head tilted upward, arms outstretched, before he collapsed to the ground. His wide eyes revealed a bolt, adorned with feathers, piercing through his skull. Experience gained, 20 points, LV2, 300-1000. Roy exhaled sharply, then inhaled again, pulling the string and knocking another bolt, aiming towards another target. 10 minutes later, the relentless slaughter came to an end. Rizzo retrieved a blue cloth, methodically wiping the blood from his sword. Meanwhile, Roy sat beside him, expressionless, his dark hair and clothing stained with blood. After what felt like an eternity, he took a deep breath. Noticing Roy's dazed demeanor, Rizzo sighed. I detected a strong scent of human blood from them. These individuals were no paragons of virtue, having committed their fair share of robbery and murder. Do you feel any better now? I am fine, merely a bit unaccustomed, Roy responded sincerely, displaying no pity for the deceased. After all, who would mourn the innocent souls lost at their hands? Rizzo complimented him. Moreover, your shots earlier were commendable. You have not forgotten my teachings. Roy had slain 3 injured farmers. In truth, he could have taken more lives, but hesitated. He could not yet emulate Rizzo's steely heart. Each life claimed yielded 20 experience points, comparable to that of a water spirit. After 3 lives, his experience points rose to 340-1000. Roy suddenly found it absurd. In some respects, for templates, all beings were equal, merely cold data. Soon after, the bodies of the assailants were moved to a large pit in the woods, where Rizzo doused them in dog fat and ignited them with the Igni sign, reducing them to charred remains. This was to prevent the spread of disease and the attraction of ghouls. The spoils of the robbers, nearly 100 crowns, were collected by Rizzo. The bounty of gold and experience exceeded expectations, but Roy did not desire a repeat of this grim endeavor. Young one, considering the water spirit's brain, you could roughly share half. Rizzo unexpectedly allocated 50 crowns to Roy, stating, Lesson 3. Spoils must be fairly distributed. He spoke gravely. When you become a monster hunter, to avoid turning against your partner, never allow greed to cloud your judgment. Roy intended to refuse, yet an inexplicable sense of foreboding washed over him, suggesting that Rizzo's distribution of wealth held a deeper significance. Chapter 20. Edsburg towering walls, exceeding 30 feet in height, encircle the final bastion of the southern Eastern Kingdom, Edsburg. To the east, the cities of Lyria and Livia stand as guardians, while to the west, the natural barrier of the Mahakam Mountains provides an additional layer of defense. The formidable terrain of Edsburg poses a significant obstacle to the northern advance of the Nilfgaardian army. Before this fortress flows a meticulously carved moat, with a heavily guarded bridge connecting the city to the outside world. The bridge is bustling with activity, farmers hurrying to market, merchant caravans laden with goods, and travelers queuing for inspection. Beyond them lies an expansive plain dotted with numerous small villages that sustain Edsburg. Is this the Witcher Letho? Yes. Is this child with you? Indeed. He is Roy, my employer, from the village of Posada K, here to seek his relatives. The soldier, perhaps swayed by Roy's youthful visage and slight frame, refrained from further inquiries and allowed them passage. For Roy, this marked his inaugural venture into the grand metropolis of Edsburg, a city pulsating with life amidst the fervor of revolutionary movements, yet seemingly unaffected in its inherent vibrancy and prosperity. Beyond the towering gates lies a bustling commercial street, filled with the cacophony of vendors' calls and a kaleidoscope of shops, as throngs of people sweep past. The modest structures here tower over the home of the village chief in Posada K, adorned with pointed arches, intricately carved windows, and lofty circular domes. The walls are embellished with complex, undulating patterns, reminiscent of exquisite works of art. Roy, having grown accustomed to the tranquil ambience of the wilderness, found himself momentarily entranced, as if he had stepped into a Renaissance-era European city. Yet, he lamented the fate that awaited Edsburg during the First Northern War. As it would soon suffer the invasion of the Nilfgaardian forces, how much of this splendor would remain? Letho shook his head, assuming Roy was merely overwhelmed by the city's grandeur. As they traversed the streets beyond the city gates, their surroundings suddenly expanded, revealing a small square at the heart of the cobbled road, crowned with a modest fountain. At its center stood a statue of a venerable elder, clad in simple fabrics, his wise gaze and thick beard commanding respect. Around it congregated a lively crowd, most engaged in animated discussions, clutching books and dressed in finery that set them apart from the common folk, adorned with hats and exquisite trinkets, their shoes impeccably polished. Nearby, a contingent of fully armed soldiers patrolled the area. Who does this statue represent? Roy inquired. This is the prophet Rebbe Oda, a symbol of profound wisdom. He commands a significant following in Edsburg, Letho replied, his tone devoid of emotion. Those gathered here are primarily merchants and the offspring of minor nobility. The true commoners toil tirelessly for their livelihoods. Roy rifled through his memories of Rebbe Oda, recalling him as a wandering orator who disseminated his philosophical insights with remarkable charisma, gaining a multitude of devoted followers. His reputation resonated throughout the northern kingdoms, garnering admiration not only from humans but even from dwarves. Over time, he came to be revered as a saint, prophet, and oracle, and in death, was venerated within temples dedicated to him. Mention of religion prompted Roy to recall a notorious church from the future, the Church of Eternal Fire, which had become the most recognized faith in the north. Letho patiently elucidated. The Church of Eternal Fire primarily thrives in the capital of Temeria, Vizima, as well as in the free city of Novigrad. In recent years, its doctrines have increasingly discriminated against non-human races, becoming ever more extreme. While its followers are numerous, many humans, dwarves, and elves alike scorn its tenets. Roy was well aware that under the iron-fisted reign of Radovid, all of Redania would be enveloped in the glimmer of eternal fire. A time when not only dwarves and elves faced persecution, but even witchers and sorcerers were mercilessly hunted. However, that was a matter for years hence. Edsburg, adjacent to the Mahakam Mountains, serves as the dwarves' homeland, where they bring forth ores and goods for trade, thus forming a substantial influence. The dwarven power will not allow the Church of Eternal Fire to take root in their midst, Letho remarked. That sounds promising, Roy murmured. So, where do we head next? After a week of travel, we shall rest in the city for a few days and assess the situation. In the central district of Edsburg, at the Voss Tavern. Letho boldly ordered an array of drinks, dwarven spirits, cherry wine, mandrake liquor. A dozen or so glasses lined the table. He leisurely indulged in each sip, savoring the exquisite flavors. His amber eyes occasionally scanning the raucous crowd. Laborers, farmers, small merchants, and ruffians mingled freely, indifferent to status. And where was Roy? Upon entering the tavern, he found his desires awakening, spurred by the thrill of Gwent. He retrieved the Skellige deck gifted by Old Jack and approached a lively table of players. Hey, if you lose this round, let me take your place. Get lost, you little brat. A middle-aged man, clad in a headscarf, scoffed at Roy until he displayed an impeccably arranged set of Gwent cards. The rare cards drew the attention of all present, their gazes igniting with fervor. Akin to that of wolves spotting a lamb, Roy settled into a chair, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he seductively proposed, "Do you desire my rare cards? If so, they're yours. Let us play, and I'll place them all on the table, waiting for you to win." This time, he intended to win a handsome sum. For the expenses of the grand city were not trifling. Meanwhile, Letho, having consumed nearly 20 cups, felt a faint flush on his cheeks. Even a witcher, endowed with remarkable stamina, succumbed to the effects of various potent libations, his vision becoming hazy. Yet, no one could discern if he was truly intoxicated, not even himself. The imposing figure of the witcher, with his feline-like eyes, deterred most ordinary folk from approaching, though some regarded him with disdain, yet dared not provoke him. His physique and demeanor exuded an air of intimidation, a warning that he was not to be trifled with. Not everyone, however, was dissuaded by the threat of a witcher. A woman, brazenly sashaying toward him, boldly looped her arm around the bald man's bicep, whispering sweet nothings into his ear. "Kid," Letho suddenly called out to Roy, who turned in surprise at the sight of his grin, revealing a row of white teeth. "Why not stay downstairs for a while?" What could Roy say? With a resigned nod, he watched the two ascend the stairs, pondering the woman's peculiar taste. Was she truly drawn to the muscular bald man? Or had she merely caught a whiff of coin from him? He sighed, noting that Letho had little regard for decorum, even in the presence of his apprentice. However, Roy reconsidered and found understanding. Within this brief week, he had faced the specter of death and slaughtered numerous souls beyond the city's gates. It was inevitable that such burdens would weigh heavily, necessitating an outlet for release and relaxation. Roy opted for Gwent, while Lesso sought solace in spirits and companionship. That was all there was to it. Chapter 21. An unexpected visitor. As Roy observed the formidable bodyguard, Raysor, following the woman upstairs, he refrained from indulging in reckless gambling as he had previously. Instead, he had grown wiser, winning a few rounds only to deliberately lose a couple, ensuring that no one became overly agitated by his winnings, thus creating an illusion of modest gains. In reality, he had amassed a considerable sum of 20 crowns in less than an hour. Crucially, no one had uncovered his secret. However, what Roy could not have anticipated was that a middle-aged man, in his 30s, would exhibit even greater shamelessness than himself, cheating right under his nose. Yet, he chose not to raise an alarm immediately. Without Razor's presence, he felt vulnerable, provoking the local ruffian might disrupt Razor's pleasant dreams. "Hey kid, you've won quite a bit. How about treating us to a drink?" The man with the handlebar mustache, emboldened by the situation, reached out his hand toward Roy, casually pilfering 10 crowns from him. Roy stood stunned, receiving a disdainful glance in return. The mustached man, realizing he had stumbled upon an easy target, thought to himself that he had found a timid little lamb, and he intended to profit handsomely from this encounter. He extended his hand again, but this time not for money, but for the tantalizing Skellige deck of cards laid before them. The expressions of those present varied, yet none dared to intervene on Roy's behalf. Poor young lad, he should never have come alone to the tavern, He ought to seek out that monster hunter instead. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the room, and everyone momentarily blurred their vision, only to see a dagger, stained with dried blood, embedded in the card table, narrowly missing the mustached man's hand. Where did this dagger come from? How did I not notice it? He thought, realizing he had lost his composure. A grown man, intimidated by a scrawny youth, filled him with rage. You little brat, do you know who I am? Do you dare to provoke the Sparrow Gang? Are you tired of living? Roy ignored him, swiftly sweeping his hand across the board, causing a pile of crowns to vanish before their eyes. He then lifted the dagger and held it in front of his face, exhaling gently upon it. Having killed a few men outside the city, his mindset had shifted slightly. Creatures, humans, and monsters all had fallen before him. The blustering man now seemed absurd and comical. My apologies, Roy said with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Having traveled with the master monster hunter for some time, I have encountered various beasts, wild dogs, water wraiths, ghouls. It is prudent to carry a weapon for protection. After all, when faced with such creatures, one must sever their heads. As he spoke, Roy squinted at the mustached man, whose youthful face bore a peculiar adult ferocity. Just let me die. The mustached man felt a shiver run down his spine as he rubbed his reddening eyes. Moments ago, he had seen thick, blood-red tendrils sprouting from the boy, reaching for him. Yet when he refocused, the crimson apparition had vanished, leaving him with a chilling sense of dread. Convinced that the boy was dangerously uncanny. Well, you certainly have guts. Today, I want to carry a weapon, so I'll let you off this time. But watch your step when you leave. The Sparrow Gang will take good care of you. With that, he spat his threats and retreated hastily. Just as he approached the tavern door, he felt a chill against his ear, a cold object brushing past his head. Reaching up, he felt a bare patch where a tuft of hair had been. Hiss! Turning around, he saw the dagger that had nearly severed his fingers lodged in the wall behind him, its hilt still quivering. Leave my 16 crowns. Roy's voice was icy. After the mustached man fled in disgrace, the remaining patrons lost interest in continuing the game, seemingly fearful of the Sparrow Gang's retribution, and quickly dispersed. Roy rubbed his tingling arm, securing the dagger. That throw had exhausted him, nearly resulting in a disastrous miss. That would have created a real mess. He felt the repercussions of his unbalanced physical development. Had his agility been greater and his coordination better, that dagger would not have resulted in such a chaotic display. The tavern owner, observing Roy's dejected demeanor, thought him frightened and earnestly advised, "Little brother, you should leave. No matter how skilled you are, you cannot take on a group." At that moment, a deep, rugged voice interrupted Roy's thoughts, accompanied by the sound of heavy footsteps approaching from behind. Allow me to introduce myself. A stout dwarf, adorned with a round hat, a loosely draped tunic, and knee-high socks with pointed shoes, approached Roy. Indeed, a genuine dwarf. Roy's eyes widened. This was the first time he had encountered a non-human race, or rather, an ancient race, since arriving in this strange world. The dwarf had deep-set eyes, a rotund figure, and a thick brown beard that reached his waist, indicating he was over 55 years old. Standing at less than 5 feet tall, he was even shorter than Roy, yet among the dwarf race, he was considered a tall specimen. I am Seville Hogg, a merchant of fine wines residing in Edsburg. Greetings, Mr. Seville. I am Roy. Let me guess, you didn't come to find me. Seville, with his belly protruding, spoke in a gravelly voice. You are correct. I received word that a monster hunter has entered Edsburg. Thus, I came to ask for a favor from that esteemed master. May I be so bold as to inquire, which school of thought does this monster hunter belong to? Rest assured, I will handle the Sparrow Gang's cowardly scoundrel for you. Do not worry, he does not belong to the cat school. Roy felt a weariness at having to express his disdain for the cat school yet again. The dwarf visibly relaxed at this. That is good to hear. I will not disturb you two today. I shall return tomorrow morning. I will take care of that little wretch to demonstrate my sincerity. Grow. Please put all the expenses for these 2 guests on my tab. Seville instructed the tavern owner before departing without delay. Roy watched his retreating figure, his gaze becoming contemplative before quickly returning to normal. To think that Seville Hogg was 70 years old, his appearance belied his age. Dwarves truly were a long-lived race, and their attributes were not particularly extraordinary. However, Roy noted 3 intriguing abilities emanating from him. Resilience. Passive dwarves possess a long lifespan and robust vitality, with adult dwarves having 20 more health points than humans. Strength. Passive dwarves are adept at wielding weapons and possess considerable stamina, naturally having 1 more point of strength and constitution than humans. Stoutness. Passive, their short stature and rotund bellies render dwarves less agile than average humans. and their appearance is often met with disdain from other races, resulting in a -1 to agility and charm. Roy mused on these traits, pondering why humans lacked such racial advantages. No, humans do have their own racial traits, he thought. Otherwise, the long-lived and strong dwarves could not possibly have been pushed to the margins by the ever-encroaching tide of humanity. Just then, the tavern owner's voice broke through his reverie. "Little brother, you are fortunate. Seville just happened to come by to settle his tab today. Since he has intervened, you need not worry about the Sparrow Gang any longer. Is he not merely a purveyor of fine wines? Must the local underworld also show him respect?" Roy inquired with a hint of curiosity. The local wine market is predominantly controlled by the dwarves, who are renowned worldwide for their exceptional brewing and forging skills. Mr. Seville, being the nephew of the elder Brovar Hog of the Mahakam dwarves, oversees the entire beverage trade in Edsburg. If the Sparrow Gang wishes to maintain their standing in Edsburg, they must grant him due respect. Yet, what troubles him? Mr. Seville, Gros lamented, has been plagued by nightmares for several months. He likely suspects that some malevolent force is at work. Chapter 22. Investigation and speculation. The following morning, after a night of deep meditation, Roy awoke feeling invigorated. Having replaced sleep entirely with meditation, he found that a mere 5 hours of rest each night left him brimming with energy each morning. This new reality was unfathomable to him, given his past struggles with insomnia that had even led to a state of neurosis. Despite the frailty of his youthful body, his constitution was surprisingly robust, even surpassing that of his former life. In another room, Rezer had risen even earlier, seated in the tavern on the ground floor, sipping wine and consuming pastries, his expression as impassive as ever, betraying no signs of the revelry from the previous night. "Would you care for a few more moments of rest?" he inquired, yet the Witcher understood that, while relaxation was vital, one must not forsake the essential discipline that defined their craft. As they dined and conversed, Roy casually broached the subject of the dwarves, and to his astonishment, the subject of their discussion arrived just as he began to speak. Compared to the day before, Seville's eye bags appeared more pronounced, and he bore an air of exhaustion. Though he endeavored to maintain his composure as he recounted his troubles to the two men, the Witcher, accustomed to an abundance of contracts, listened intently as Rezer patiently absorbed Seville's plight. "For the past 3 months, I have been plagued by nightmares that torment me from midnight until dawn, as if possessed by a devil that grants me no respite. Can you comprehend this? I, Seville Hog, once a sprightly squirrel of Mahakam, now find myself dozing off at the slightest lapse in concentration. I no longer feel like the stout dwarf I once was, but rather like a goblin from the Turl-Tosha Mountains. I have scoured all of Edsburg, yet the physicians can discern no ailment, leaving me utterly at a loss. My home has been turned upside down, yet no peculiar signs emerge. I sense that something foul has infiltrated my abode, cursing me, eroding my peace. Ordinary folk cannot fathom my dilemma, so Master Rezer, I implore you to assist me." The sincerity in the dwarf's eyes was unmistakable, devoid of the common prejudices often found in human gazes. After listening to his account, Rezer lowered his head in contemplation, his carrot-like fingers gently tapping the table. Meanwhile, Roy pondered whether he could connect Seville's predicament with any known monstrosities in his mind. 200 crowns, Rezer declared, presenting the final price, which was double that of the bounty for the cave which in K. The dwarf before them exuded an air of affluence. After all, clients varied in wealth, and the Witcher needed to adapt his pricing accordingly. True to form, Seville Hog made no attempt to haggle, readily agreeing to the terms. "Now, lead us to your residence for a closer examination." As the representative of Edsburg's alcoholic beverages, Seville possessed considerable wealth. His estate situated in the affluent district to the west of the city, surrounded by 4 towering spires. This prosperous area was expansive, home to the notable figures of Edsburg, such as Baron Tavek, merchants of weaponry and wine. The density of patrols and the quality of landscaping far surpassed those of the common districts. Beyond the high walls to the west lay the vast Mahakam Mountains, which some bards humorously suggested were erected by the noblemen of long ago to prevent their troops from fleeing. Seville's estate, with its green-tiled high walls, was patrolled by numerous dwarven guards, equipped with whips, enormous axes, and heavy hammers, their vigilance palpable. Upon seeing Seville, the guards bowed in respect, their eyes reflecting genuine reverence. It appeared that Seville held a notable reputation among his kin. Roy also observed that the outer walls bore intricate, totem-like designs, alongside vivid carvings of the prophet Ribiolda. Upon entering the grand entrance, Seville waved away the other attendants, granting them a tranquil atmosphere free from interruptions, before stifling a yawn. You may examine the courtyard and inform the guards when you wish to enter the interior of the house. I, myself, am dreadfully fatigued and must take a brief respite. The nightmares had severely affected Seville's quality of sleep, compelling him to steal moments of rest whenever possible. Once Seville departed, the two men swiftly commenced their investigation. Rezer conducted a general survey of the courtyard's layout, which featured a modest fountain at its center, flanked by meticulously tended ornamental plants. Towering green potted plants formed a labyrinthine arrangement around them. A glimmer of unusual light sparked in his pupils as he began a slow, deliberate search in a particular direction. Roy recognized that the giant had quietly activated his Witcher senses, effectively transforming him into a radar that emitted waves outward. Intrigued, he leaned closer and inquired, "I have always been curious about how Witchers track traces of monsters." Rezer, exhibiting remarkable patience in his expertise, elaborated, "Witchers, through mutation, possess a unique perception that diverges from that of ordinary humans. Specifically, we can reconstruct and reanimate all clues gathered through sight, smell, and sound. This manifests as a vague gaseous ribbon before our eyes, a series of invisible sound waves, a set of faint footprints, all of which can guide our direction." He paused, emphasizing the acute sensitivity of a Witcher's perception, enabling them to see further, hear more clearly, and detect scents imperceptible to ordinary folk. For instance, the scent of blood left behind months ago, the odor of a monster's body, the acrid perfume, and the aroma of fine wine sealed within a cellar. Roy interjected, "Indeed, following these clues will naturally lead us to the culprit." However, Rezer's demeanor shifted as he regarded Roy with seriousness. "Before you pursue any suspicious traces, it is imperative that you ascertain the nature of the adversary you face. Is it one you can confront, or one that looms above you? An erroneous judgment may lead you to confront a terrifying entity, jeopardizing your life. Determining the accuracy of one's target relies heavily on a Witcher's experience. For instance, a water spirit emits a scent reminiscent of aquatic plants and fish, while a ghoul's presence is marked by the stench of decaying corpses. The White Widow disrupts the ground and leaves behind green slime at tunnel entrances, whereas griffins are only found atop high mountains." Rezer patiently guided Roy through practical demonstrations and detailed explanations, while Roy diligently listened, absorbing and committing the information to memory. "Having conveyed so much, young one, can you provide me with a judgment or speculation based on my words and the clues within the courtyard?" Rezer posed the challenge to Roy, his expression inscrutable. Roy stroked his chin, reviewing the newly acquired knowledge in his mind before hesitantly responding, "My analysis pertains solely to this courtyard. The search yielded no unusual footprints. Thus we can initially dismiss the suspicion of a Katakan, a creature adept at invisibility and hypnosis." "Your memory serves you well," Rezer remarked, offering rare praise. "With the Katakan ruled out, let us proceed into the house to explore other possibilities." Chapter 23. The secrets of the wine cellar. As the two traversed the corridor adorned with a bearskin carpet, the opulently decorated hall was illuminated by flickering candles. Within arm's reach, meticulously maintained suits of armor and glass cases radiated an alluring shimmer, with delicate vases gracing the space at intervals. The walls were adorned with over a dozen exquisite oil paintings, most of which were portraits. Roy, filled with curiosity, discerned one that depicted Emperor Inshil Enris, who had overthrown the usurper years prior to reclaim the reins of the Nilfgaardian Empire. Roy marveled, noting that it was quite audacious of Seville to display the likeness of an enemy sovereign in Edirn. With the dwarven influence, as long as he refrained from treachery, local forces posed no threat to him. It was only natural for the dwarves to harbor a favorable view of Inshil, as he at least did not hold prejudice against non-human races. "I do not share that sentiment." Roy shook his head, his voice barely above a whisper. The Emperor of the Southern Empire merely sought to exploit the non-human races. Both the Witchers and the Squirrel faction would become sacrificial pawns in Inshil's northern campaign. However, since Roy was present, he would ensure that the Viper School would not be foolishly manipulated. The conversation ceased, and the two continued onward. The hall led to the staircase to the second floor, where two maidens were watering the flowers in a vase. Upon catching sight of them, Roy's eyes widened in surprise. Stifling a laugh, these were two dwarven maidens, clad in skirts, stout in stature, yet possessing facial hair rivaling that of adult men. "One must respect the customs of all races," Lessa remarked softly, producing a pouch of white powder from his alchemical kit, and began to sprinkle it around the room. As he scattered it, he explained to Roy, "This is dried black nightshade flower powder, It can stimulate certain mischievous beings, prompting them to reveal their true forms. Roy, intrigued, leaned closer, inhaling the subtle fragrance, delightful to humans, yet repugnant to certain creatures. Have you pieced it together? What is causing trouble for Seville? The two gentlemen observed as a startled dwarf rubbed his darkened eyes, yawning, breathing in the faint aroma of the nightshade flower. He felt a wave of tranquility wash over him, dissipating his long-held irritability. Nothing has been discovered yet. By the way, aside from the third-floor rooms, do you have any secret chambers in your abode? Seville furrowed his brow, remaining silent. Lesso's tone turned stern, his words unyielding. This matter pertains to uncovering the culprit. You must inform me. Otherwise, if we fail to catch the monster, there will be no refunds. The dwarf clenched his beard tightly, sighing after a moment. Very well. I trust in the reputation of the Viper Witchers. It was not that I was unwilling to speak. The matter is of great significance. Just by the kitchen shelves on the first floor, there is a hidden door leading to the wine cellar. The merchant's wine cellar is indeed his Achilles heel. Be cautious during your search. Do not damage my barrels. His gaze flickered, and as he exited the room, he cradled a key with great reverence. I have decided to accompany you to examine the wine cellar. Roy's face betrayed surprise. Did you hypnotize this fellow? Lesso replied nonchalantly. He lied in the presence of witchers. Sometimes, to unearth the truth, one must adapt flexibly. With Seville's authorization and the key in hand, the two made their way to the kitchen, seamlessly entering the cellar. The cellar was astonishingly spacious, its area far surpassing that of the upper rooms. Roy estimated that it encompassed the entirety of the courtyard beneath the dwarven estate. Torches lined one side of the wall, illuminating every corner of the cellar. Such a vast space was filled entirely with wine. Round wooden barrels were stacked 2 by 2. For in each grouping, prominently labeled with clear inscriptions indicating the year and type of wine. Roy marveled, his eyes darting around. 1259, red wine. 1258, mead. 1257, nut wine. The barrels at the forefront were of relatively recent vintage, with older vintages deeper within. 1200, mandrake wine. 1158, elven wine. Could Seville have transported the entire dwarven race's exquisite wines to the cellar? Even wines aged over a century were present. Alas, I have no taste for alcohol. Lesso slapped Roy's shoulder with a force reminiscent of a fan, eliciting a grimace from the latter. You shall understand the essence of fine wine when you truly become a man. I have no desire to become a drunkard. In this expansive wine cellar, their exploration seemed endless, yet within merely 10 minutes, as Lesso paused beside a row of 1198 vintage dwarven spirits, he abruptly halted. His nose twitched like that of a hunting dog. Before he remained still, his sturdy hand gently tapping on one of the barrels. Thud, thud, thud. Roy could not discern any significance, yet his keen sense of smell detected something peculiar. There is an odor. Roy suddenly spoke, his heightened perception allowing him to scent what others could not. Near these barrels, a faint stench of decay lingered. Lesso cast him a surprised glance. An ordinary person would have been oblivious to such a scent. However, what he detected was more precise. It was the scent of a corpse human. Steeped in dwarven spirits for 50 years, the potent aroma of alcohol masking most of the foulness. Yet, it could not deceive a witcher. Roy's heart raced. Pointing at the barrel, are you suggesting that a body is concealed within? Lesso nodded, his thick eyebrows knitting together like blades. No wonder Seville Hogg wished to accompany us to the cellar. He feared we would uncover the secret within the barrel. Upon entering, I initially thought it was a prank by a mischievous earth spirit, but it appears the situation is far more complex. Chapter 24, Euphemisms and Announcements. Who is concealed within the wine barrel? Roy, perplexed, caressed the cool surface of the barrel, seemingly contemplating whether to pry it open. Hiding a corpse in the wine cellar is akin to concealing a ticking time bomb. For someone of Seville Hogg's stature, there is no need to resort to such methods to make an ordinary person vanish completely. Lesso remained silent for a moment. Perhaps the body within the barrel was linked to the nightmares plaguing Seville. Of course, it could also be an entirely unrelated secret, one he would never wish anyone to uncover. Should we open it and take a look? Roy clenched his fists, brimming with restless anticipation. Acting impulsively would surely provoke Seville. Even the arcane seal could not entirely erase the memories of him and his servants. For a mere 200 crowns, such actions are unwarranted. Control your curiosity. Let us pretend we have never entered the cellar. I shall employ other means to probe Seville later. You must follow my lead. If the target lacks psychological defenses, they are bound to fall prey in an unsuspecting moment. The arcane seal is more versatile and convenient than several other seals, a truly indispensable skill for home, travel, and the art of assassination and thievery. When the dwarf awakened from his slumber, he retained no memory of the events that had transpired. However, the fatigue etched upon his face had diminished significantly, replaced by the refreshing vigor of a restful sleep. He glanced at the clock, astonished to find he had slept for an hour. It had been ages since he had enjoyed such deep slumber. His eyes widened like copper bells, and he excitedly waved his fists, certain that the monster haunting him had been deterred by the presence of witchers. Thus, you two must have made some discoveries today. In response to the dwarf's eagerness, Resso maintained a facade of calm. That creature is cunning and well concealed. I hope Mr. Seville can provide us with further clues. Could you share with us the nature of your nightmares? Seville's countenance suddenly paled, as though he had remembered something terrifying. The usually carefree dwarf now exhibited signs of hesitation and reluctance as he stammered, "My nightmares are terrifying and bizarre, beyond description. If you cannot cooperate openly, the witchers cannot save you. I apologize. I truly do not wish to speak of this matter. Capturing monsters has no connection to my nightmares. Does it?" Resso exchanged a knowing glance with Roy, who promptly understood. Adhering to the prepared script, he interjected, "Of course, it does. Mr. Seville, have you ever heard of a creature called the Shim?" The dwarf shook his head in confusion. Roy began to vividly describe the Shim as a product of celestial convergence, lacking a corporeal form and only able to inhabit living beings. It resides within human bodies? The dwarf's complexion gradually drained of color, his fists clenched tightly. Its chosen hosts are often those who have committed wrongdoings or other creatures. The Shim feeds on their fear, remorse, and guilt, constructing nightmares based on their true experiences, continuously exacerbating these negative emotions and eroding their sanity. Upon hearing this, Seville's lips quivered slightly, and even his thick beard trembled conspicuously. Heavens! An invisible demon! How could I have attracted such a thing? Do not be afraid, Roy urged with renewed fervor. Allow me to continue. The whispers of the Shim can only be heard by its host. It attacks through nightmares, conjuring illusions and inflicting mental anguish, gradually siphoning the host's vitality. Those possessed typically cannot enjoy restful sleep, tormented by their nightmares, which become increasingly frequent and vivid until they completely shatter the host's sanity, leading them to suicide or madness. As these words settled in the air, Seville appeared on the verge of collapse, gripping Resso's right hand tightly. His face drained of color and filled with a palpable terror, as if ravaged by a tempest. Lord Resso, the Shim is the demon tormenting me. Please, you must help me eradicate it. Thus, I implore you to candidly share your innermost thoughts, the crux of your troubles, and the misdeed you have committed. Seville suddenly clenched his eyes shut in anguish. I need to think. The moment the nightmares were mentioned, he seemed to momentarily escape his fear, regaining clarity. Though his gaze now bore a hint of wariness, guarding against the two probing into his secrets. It is getting late. I shall summon my servants to prepare dinner. We can revisit this matter when you return tomorrow. Though both were somewhat disappointed, they did not press the issue further. Had I known, Resso, you should have employed another arcane seal to extract information from him. It is not as simple as you think. Releasing the arcane seal on the same target 3 times in quick succession carries a high risk of resistance. With his newfound caution, the likelihood of success diminishes. Seeing the slight disappointment on Roy's face, Resso shook his head. Patience, my friend. A skilled hunter waits for the opportune moment to deliver a decisive blow, achieving the greatest sense of fulfillment. Is it not true? Witchers risk their lives to resolve others' troubles, not merely for survival. They too seek the satisfaction that comes with fulfilling their contracts, perhaps as a means of atoning for his reluctance to cooperate. Seville hosted an exceptionally lavish dinner for the two, showcasing a magnificent array of delicacies from land, sea, and sky, as well as numerous Mahakam specialties. A feast that dazzled the senses and could be deemed the finest meal Roy had experienced since arriving. As the moon ascended, Roy departed from Seville's estate, belching contentedly, having relinquished much of his prior dissatisfaction. What now? Continue the lessons on monster trace analysis that remained unfinished during the day. You personally participated in your first contract today. Let us seize the moment and learn as much as possible. As they conversed, they exited the affluent district and entered a dark, silent alley. Suddenly, a figure draped in a black cloak barreled toward them. Half of his face was shrouded in shadow, revealing a boy of 13 or 14, marked by an ugly scar the length of a finger beneath his right eye. His voice was imbued with fervor and rage. Innocent people, behold the atrocities of Tavik. The revolution shall surely prevail. With that proclamation, he thrust a notice into Roy's hand before swiftly vanishing into the darkness. Roy held the notice up to the moonlight. allowing the slightly inebriated Resso to read aloud. The great revolutionary leader of Edsburg, Vernon Ryan, has tirelessly labored for the benefit of the people, but has been cruelly captured and imprisoned by the Baron Tavik for 3 months. I implore all those with a conscience to gather at the Prophet Rebiota Square tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock for a protest march. The pioneers of revolution shall endure, and the pure flames shall burn away the rotting ignorance of the Baron. Chapter 25. The Dwarven Secret. The Witcher refrained from engaging in political matters. With a decisive statement, Resso dismissed Roy's thoughts and tore down the announcement with remarkable efficiency. Roy had no intention of participating in the so-called parade. The revolutionary army's atrocities outside the city filled him with disgust. Furthermore, regardless of the conflict between the revolutionaries and the government forces, it was always the common folk who bore the brunt of suffering. He could almost envision the scene of innocent civilians who would march tomorrow, being seized by soldiers and thrown into prison. After a night passed, the following morning, the two arrived at the estate of Seville Hogg. Upon entering through the guard's gate, they were greeted by the dwarf merchant, who waved away the guards and maidens who had been waiting. Can you assure me, with a solemn vow, that you will not disclose what I am about to reveal to anyone, not even to the ancient races or any other beings? Seville suddenly lifted his head, his eyes filled with a hint of desperation. Resso exchanged glances with Roy. How could this dwarf trust their promises without any written guarantees? Seville seemed to perceive their skepticism. I can no longer endure that monster, the torment you referred to as him. If this continues, I shall perish. His eyes were wide, bloodshot, suggesting he had not rested well since the Witcher had left the previous night. Even if I take a vow, if the price is right, I believe no one would resist the temptation. He smiled wryly. Upon hearing this, Resso's brow furrowed sharply. As one of the last members of the Viper School, his pride forbade him from lying in such matters. Money could buy many souls, but not a Witcher. Before accepting your commission, your grace, you never stated the need for us to swear an oath. Oaths are not mere guarantees, they entwine with the forces of fate, which are notoriously difficult to defy. Therefore, a Witcher's oath is not to be taken lightly. Resso extended a finger towards the dwarf. The price must increase. The dwarf's face twitched at the remark. Yet he felt a flicker of joy. The more serious the Witcher appeared, the more credible he seemed. Seizing the opportunity, Roy extended 5 fingers. 50 crowns, yes. With just half of Master Resso's fee, you can secure the vow of an apprentice from the Viper School. The three reached a mutual agreement, increasing the total remuneration from an initial 200 crowns to 350 crowns, a sum easily manageable for the affluent dwarf merchant. I, Resso of Gullet, vow by the name of the Viper School that I shall not disclose the secrets of Lord Seville Hogg to anyone, not even to the ancient races or other beings. Otherwise, the divine shall punish me, preventing me from witnessing the resurgence of my school in my lifetime. I, Roy, swear to, the goddess Meritis, that I shall not reveal a single word of what I hear today from Lord Seville Hogg. Otherwise, though Roy held no faith in the prophet Rebiota nor in the goddess Meritis, his vow was sincere. His lips would remain sealed. Half an hour later, Resso, Roy, and Seville Hogg ascended to the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Resso cast the Igni sign, igniting the fireplace into a roaring blaze, and then lit 4 towering torches, placing them at the corners of the dwarf's bed. The entire room was illuminated, leaving no shadow to lurk. Seville, please lie down, Resso instructed. The dwarf complied, nervously covering himself with a blanket. Then, he heard Resso's voice. Now, it is just the 3 of us. You may share your nightmare, your secret. With his eyes shut and his face contorted in pain, the dwarf began to recount his tale. It is a story about my dear brother, Aiken. Aiken hailed from Redania. His father was a half-elf, and his mother was human. Yes, he was one of those destined to be extraordinary, a quarter-elf. Yet he bore no distinguishing features from pure humans. He was a sage and often said, alcohol corrupts one's reason, so he abstained from drink. After arriving in the Mahakam Mountains, he frequently devised plans for me, transforming me from a mere nephew of Borval Hogg into a sought-after figure, ultimately overcoming competitors like Dolton Ziva to secure the liquor distribution rights for Edsburg. He was my benefactor and my good brother. Yet, his nature could not allow him to remain in my shadow for long. Upon reaching Edsburg, he quickly sought new aspirations and distanced himself from my company. Perhaps it was due to witnessing the discrimination his father faced as a result of his elven heritage in Redania. He had never enjoyed an equitable social standing. He detested injustice and discrimination from the depths of his being and took action, actively rebelling against it. Without a doubt, The excessively high taxes in Aden were a gross injustice. Thus, he utilized his intellect to secretly rally all courageous commoners willing to resist, regardless of race or past. Anyone with a heart yearning for freedom and justice could join Akin's ranks, receiving food and shelter free of charge, with some of his funding provided by me. Perhaps due to the revolutionary spirit inherent in the Aden people, his following grew rapidly, soon reaching a point where Baron Tavik had to take notice. Alas, the prophet once said, "The anger of honest men can ignite the entire Mahakam." The Baron, incensed by Akin's audacity, issued a warrant for his arrest. Upon hearing this, Roy's eyes sparkled with understanding. He had already deduced Akin's true identity. To evade capture, Akin secretly sought my assistance. As a good brother, I could not refuse to harbor him. I swear by the holy mountain that I concealed him in the most hidden spot of the entire Seville estate. Roy and the Witcher remained impassive, feigning ignorance. The cellar was filled with countless barrels, and the soldiers searched tirelessly. Moreover, I forbade them from opening the barrels, lest they ruin my fine wines. The Baron dared not offend the powers of Mahakam too severely, preventing the soldiers from doing so. Naturally, they failed to discover that Akin had hidden himself inside a barrel of dwarf spirits aged over 60 years. Akin was quite safe. Seville's face bore a bitter smile, yet I had overlooked one thing. He never drank alcohol. His capacity for liquor was less than that of a newborn babe. He is dead. Seville shot upright in bed, grasping Resso's massive paw, his heart racing. What absurdity! How cruelly fate mocks talent. A sage who never drank. Yet he perished in my wine cellar. Every night, I dream of Akin, who questions me about why I used fine wine to take his life. I have betrayed his trust. After hearing the tale, a sense of absurdity welled up within Resso. How could one who abstained from alcohol die in a barrel of it? I am a fool. I deserve these nightmares. I have wronged him. The stout dwarf, with panda-like eyes, began to weep uncontrollably, resembling an oversized child. Roy couldn't help but smirk at the sight. Well, we have gathered all the pertinent information. Lord Seville, please calm yourself and accompany us to the cellar to investigate. According to your account, the cellar is undoubtedly the place you dread most. It is likely that him will manifest there. Can I not go? Seville shrank back in trepidation, his emotions conflicted. He longed to witness this entity that had haunted him for months, yet could not suppress his fear. Resso, feigning contemplation for a moment, declared, "You may remain at the entrance of the cellar to observe us. Here is the key. The key is yours." Chapter 26. The Thespian Demon Hunter descending the staircase to the entrance of the wine cellar. Resso ignited several torches, illuminating the dwarf in the flickering light. "Roy, you stay here with Mr. Seville. I shall venture in and eliminate that creature." Resso's gaze was intense as he earnestly cautioned the dwarf. "Stay quiet and do your utmost to suppress your fear. Otherwise, him will siphon your terror and grow stronger, complicating my task." Seville, upon receiving the command, stood frozen like a frightened hedgehog, almost holding his breath. "Roy, you must ensure he remains calm." The latter nodded, adopting a similarly grave expression. Seville Hogg truly was an oddity. His survival to this point was likely due to his claim that the credit belonged predominantly to the brothers who had turned into corpses within barrels. As the imposing figure of the bald demon hunter vanished behind the stacks of barrels deeper in the cellar, the two exchanged wide-eyed glances. The atmosphere thick with an eerie silence. "Mr. Seville, let us engage in a game." Roy grinned broadly, displaying an honest and amiable smile. "Let us partake in a beneficial activity, a spirited game of Gwent." The dwarf merchant was not lacking in coin, yet he was indeed lacking in leisure. Seville raised a finger to his thick lips, framed by dark brown whiskers, glancing toward Resso, seemingly disinterested in the proposal. The more one fretted, the more likely one was to attract him. Moreover, in this circumstance, could one suggest a more time-consuming pastime than Gwent? Upon hearing the name him, the dwarf instinctively pressed himself against the wall, his pupils dilating, only to discover the harmless-looking young man before him had inexplicably produced 2 decks of Gwent cards. "Apologies, but I do not play Gwent." The dwarf shook his head, declining Roy's offer. Undeterred, Roy continued with a jovial demeanor. "The rules are simple. I assure you will master them in no time. You may find there are delights beyond mere drinking." Seville's attention was evidently piqued by this remark. As he ceased craning his neck to glance at Resso's position, realizing that despite his youth, he had become a gambler. "Yet, you are mistaken. Aside from war, fine wine is the true treasure of the Mahakam dwarves, and Gwent is merely an occasional diversion. Take my advice, assist Master Resso diligently. Save your coin for a future business venture, and perhaps marry to continue your lineage. Do not dwell solely on Gwent. Otherwise, one day you may find yourself stripped of even your undergarments. Fine, if you choose not to play, Roy shrugged, relinquishing his insistence, muttering softly, what a pity. I had hoped to witness the Squirrel faction deck. What? Seville suddenly roared, springing up like an irate lion, his dark brows nearly standing on end. Where did you hear about the Squirrel faction? His tone was laced with curiosity and urgency, overshadowing the dread that had gripped his heart regarding him. The Squirrel faction? Is it not the coalition formed by non-human races against humanity? Roy's countenance stiffened as he realized he had inadvertently spoken of something that had remained hidden prior to the First Northern War, when the Squirrel faction was still operating underground. Seville's features contorted with an odd expression. A few years prior, an organization known as the Squirrel faction had seduced many Mahakam dwarves with extreme racist rhetoric, and the neutral Mahakam dwarves led by Elder Brovar Hogg had been at odds with them. Yet, this secret was only whispered among the ancient races. I know it is not surprising, but from where did you acquire this knowledge? Suddenly, a sharp and rapid crash interrupted their standoff, a sound that evoked an indescribable magic, leading the dwarf to envision a siege hammer striking a city gate, causing the very ground of the wine cellar to tremble. Both felt a surge of adrenaline. This is the sign of Alder. Him is in trouble, Roy shouted, seizing the moment to dart past Seville to the forefront of the barrels, peering into the depths. Seville, his thoughts disrupted by this unexpected turn, ceased his inquiries about the Squirrel faction and anxiously looked over as well. The loathsome demon, your tricks are futile before me. A resonant roar echoed from the depths of the wine cellar, accompanied by Resso's lithe form leaping agilely over the stacks of barrels, inadvertently casting a glance at the two. Fierce. Resso's once smooth visage was now marred by twisted black veins. Ah! Seville exclaimed, a look of worry and terror etched across his rugged face. Has Lord Resso been injured? Has he fallen victim to him's curse? Roy lowered his gaze, exhaling in relief. No need for concern, Mr. Seville. The anomaly on his face is merely a side effect of the Witcher's potion. This demon is no match for Resso. No sooner had he spoken than a dazzling burst of sparks erupted from behind the barrels, obscuring the Witcher and the demon. The sparks were beautiful as meteors and fireworks. Yet the intense heat distorted the nearby air, rendering the torches deeper in the cellar less distinct. The sign of Agni. Resso is unleashing his full might. Roy cast a reassuring glance at the dwarf, who, filled with expectation, stared intently in that direction. Then, recalling something, a deep bitterness surfaced on his bearded face, and he murmured almost inaudibly, Lord Resso, please be cautious with my wine. That is 50-year-old dwarven spirits. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Resso's figure re-entered their line of sight, though it was merely the shadow cast by the flickering flames upon the wall. The dark silhouette of the Witcher darted about, lunging into the depths of darkness, wielding two elongated daggers that created countless afterimages, as swift and lethal as the fangs of a viper. What followed were a series of shrill, ferocious cries, each sound striking Seville's heart like a drumbeat, causing his skin to quiver. Yet soon, the cries morphed in tone, becoming sorrowful and pained, evoking in the dwarf a vision of a wounded wild dog with a tucked tail. Victory was assured, Roy declared with certainty, and almost simultaneously. A bizarre shadow fell upon the wall. It was a creature with long, spindly limbs resembling gnarled tree branches, towering almost to the cellar ceiling. Possessing the rudimentary form of a human, yet its head was a triangular prism crowned with twisted, spiraling antlers. At that moment, Roy too exhibited a look of astonishment, gazing in that direction as thoughts raced through his mind. The elusive Ignis Fatuus, the swamp witch's voodoo doll, the forest spirits of the primal woods, the deer-headed monstrosity, all paled in comparison to its strangeness. It was an ephemeral being, its form continually shifting, twisting, and trembling, reminiscent of leaves swaying in the wind. Seconds stretched like an eternity as its eerie shadow emitted a prolonged shriek towards the Witcher's direction behind the barrels, before its body quivered one last time, collapsing lifelessly to the ground like melting ice. Phew. Witnessing this, Seville exhaled deeply, his slightly hunched back surging upright as if relieved of an immense burden, radiating an unusual vitality. Is it over? He foolishly wore a serene smile. Indeed, before long, the Witcher Resso emerged with deliberate steps from the shadows of the wine cellar, the sound of his footfalls echoing softly. Chapter 27. Refusal. Resso exhibited a faint weariness, The sinewy contours of his body were marked with subtle scratches. Him was dead. After stating this, he extended his hand towards the dwarf, revealing a handful of gray powder that still emanated a faint, metallic warmth. Roy, standing nearby, inhaled the familiar scent, the corners of his mouth curving into a knowing smile, his expression one of anticipated understanding. Master Resso, I am immensely grateful. The dwarf clasped a handful of hymns remains tightly in his fist, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, finally able to lay his burdens to rest. Undoubtedly, the terrifying demon that had plagued him for months was finally vanquished. He felt liberated. He joyously scattered the ashes into the air, eagerly retrieving a banknote from his pocket and presenting it to Resso with heartfelt gratitude. This is the agreed-upon reward, redeemable at any of the Vivaldi, Giancardi, or Zianvanili banks. Resso glanced at the figure on the note before tucking it safely away, well aware that these dwarf banks had branches in nearly every major city. The demon hunter, Roy, has long covertly supported the revolutionary forces, the dwarf continued, in part to balance the power of Edisborg. Both commoners and merchants stand to gain the most from this arrangement. Should this secret be exposed, and all learn that revolutionary leader Vernon Ryan met his end in a dwarf-s wine cellar, the Mahakam dwarves would undoubtedly be labeled as baronial supporters. The balance would be shattered, thus I implore you to safeguard this secret. Rest assured, Resso replied solemnly. I will not tarnish the honor of the Viper Academy. I give you my word. At this, the dwarf bowed deeply to both men. Seville, you speak too highly of me. This is merely a fair commission, and you have compensated accordingly, Resso remarked, dismissing the dwarf's flattery. Though he did agree to share another meal together. Upon returning to the Grand Hall, during a brief moment of Seville's absence, Roy regarded the demon hunter with a curious gaze, as if seeing this bald giant anew, until Resso's perpetually stoic expression shifted slightly, revealing a hint of annoyance. Roy then whispered, was there really a demon in the wine cellar? The ashes of him were likely nothing more than the excrement of a pterosaur. A scent I could never mistake after several nights of exposure. Roy was nearly certain that the so-called remains of him handed to the dwarf were, in fact, the pterosaur droppings Resso had used to ward off beasts while camping in the wilderness days prior. He sought to rid himself of a demon for peace of mind. Is it fair that I create one for him? If he cannot find the demon, he shall never find peace. Resso paused, with age. You will understand that the negative emotions within a person can, at times, prove more terrifying than any monster. At least, we have successfully completed the commission. From this day forth, Seville Hogg should be able to sleep soundly. Resso gazed at the brightly lit ceiling, his tone imbued with an inexplicable wistfulness. Would ridding himself of this phantom him truly grant him restful slumber? Roy harbored deep skepticism. Yet, as an experienced demon hunter, Resso's judgment was surely more astute. I have another question. How did you conjure the reflection of him? Even I was nearly deceived. Upon hearing this, the giant quietly extended his hands, his calloused fingers intertwining and dancing in the candlelight, as nimble as joyous butterflies. Resso, when you retire from demon hunting, you might consider earning a living through your acting skills in the theater. In the opulent banquet hall, the three men dined together. Seville, having shed his major worries, became unusually loquacious, animatedly recounting tales and experiences from Mahakam. Whether discussing the eastern mountains of Edirne, the western realms of Temeria, or the future northern campaigns against Nilfgaard, he lamented that none had yielded any benefits. Beyond its famed wine, Mahakam was rich in minerals, a significant portion of the North's mines, foundries, and forges lay within its borders, producing the finest steel and weaponry. Nations seeking to infringe upon the autonomy of the Mahakam dwarves would face retaliation, for they would no longer be able to procure weapons or armor from Mahakam. What lay within those mines was nothing short of a golden treasure. It was fortunate that dwarves, with their reproductive capabilities far inferior to humans, took a full 55 years to reach maturity, leaving them without the population base for expansionist endeavors, thus content to reside within Mahakam. In this era, dwarves enjoyed a more prosperous existence than any other non-human race. However, some dwarves ventured far from home, either joining the still-hidden squirrel party to engage in nefarious deeds or migrating to human cities to partake in banking and metallurgy. Though scorned by their kin, they perhaps thrived due to their inherent talents. At this juncture, Seville's pride and a tinge of envy were palpable in his tone. Ultimately, his authority as a wine agent paled in comparison to that of weapon and/or representation. As the dwarf continued to elaborate, he eagerly shared tales occasionally inquiring about the demon hunter's life experiences, showering him with subtle compliments. When the topic of Roy's knowledge about the squirrel party arose, the dwarf only vaguely hinted at it, and upon noticing the demon hunter's unimpressed demeanor, he left it at that. The meal concluded with merriment on both sides. Weapons were aimed at enemies, while fine wine was reserved for friends. Let us drink to our camaraderie. After the feast, the dwarf approached with an air of faint hesitation. I do have one more small request. Surely you do not mean for us to dispose of that body. Roy jested lightly, but to his surprise, Seville's eyes sparkled as he eagerly responded, Indeed, you are truly the assistant of Master Resso. That is precisely my intention. Transporting the corpse of the revolutionary leader? Roy shook his head vehemently, inwardly cursing himself for partaking in a meal with the dwarf only to be thrust into such a perilous endeavor. I have heard that this afternoon the revolutionaries are preparing a grand march to compel the Baron to release the individual in your wine barrel. Undertaking this task now would be tantamount to courting death. Unperturbed, the dwarf redirected his gaze to Resso, stroking his beard with a bitter countenance. Although the Baroness forces have searched my estate once, they may return. To be candid, I have been marked for close surveillance. Once I leave this abode, every movement I make is likely to be scrutinized. Furthermore, I cannot allow a fourth party to learn of this secret. I do not trust them. Thus I must rely on you too. Roy suggested, if all else fails, find a place to incinerate the body on site. The dwarf shook his head in alarm. To desecrate the remains of my dear friend Aiken, whom I inadvertently caused to perish, would rob me of peace. I wish to make amends and return Aiken's body to the revolutionaries, provided that my involvement remains undisclosed. This is impossible. The bearded dwarf lowered his head, adopting a very humble stance. The earnest look in his eyes made Roy shudder involuntarily, but then a thought crossed his mind. Let me consider. What is the size of the barrel containing the body? Seville, without hesitation, provided a measurement, having been familiar with the dimensions of the wine barrels in the cellar for decades. Do you have an idea, then? The dwarf was perplexed, wondering how this seemingly unremarkable youth could devise a solution when even Master Resso appeared stumped. Roy pondered for a moment, employing his mathematical knowledge from a past life to quickly calculate the volume of the barrel, determining that the storage space could barely accommodate it. However, he hesitated, uncertain of the propriety of his involvement, glancing once more at the bald giant, who gently shook his head in disapproval. I apologize, Your Excellency, but I find myself utterly powerless. The dwarf could not conceal his disappointment, and I shall no longer press you both. However, should you reconsider, you are always welcome to return. If you can assist me in alleviating this burden on my heart, I shall regard you both as brothers. Chapter 28. A temporary separation. I am aware of your cunning ideas and your desire to assist Seville Hogg in addressing this troublesome issue. After departing from the dwarven manor, Lesso once again urged Roy to refrain from getting involved, emphasizing that a witcher ought to maintain neutrality and not meddle in political strife. This is a principle, a guiding tenet for both conduct and survival. As Roy listened to the serious admonishments of the burly man, he couldn't help but find it somewhat absurd. After all, in the future, Lesso and the Ox brothers would personally violate this principle by assassinating the monarch of the Northern Kingdom, thus engaging in one of the most challenging political struggles, serving as a prime example of a cautionary tale. Although the bald giant before him still adhered to the principle, Roy did not view this as a positive development. Perhaps this very principle of neutrality was one of the reasons for the inevitable decline of the Witcher Order. In times of turmoil, who can truly remain uninvolved? If he were to survive the grass trial, Roy thought, he would strive to instigate some changes within the order, adapting to the times. The afternoon sun cast its final, desperate rays of autumn on the path from the affluent district to the Vole's Tavern. They chanced upon the prophet Labina Oda Square. A piercing wail halted their steps. According to the proclamation distributed by the Cloaked One the previous night, those so-called ambitious individuals were supposed to have gathered for a grand parade in the square. However, as Roy passed through, he did not witness the anticipated throngs of people, but rather a scene of devastation, resembling a tourist site after a horde had surged through, leaving behind a trail of litter and debris. And there, amidst the chaos, sat a lamenting woman, a disheveled middle-aged lady, her hair unkempt and her dress in disarray, gazed vacantly at the sky, her eyes devoid of focus. Her well-maintained face bore the flush of tears, her makeup smeared, rendering her both comical and pitiable. At that moment, she resembled a madwoman, collapsing to the ground, gently patting the shoulder of a man slumped against her thigh, her lips moving in incoherent murmurs. A few passers-by observed the scene, their comments tinged with both sympathy and schadenfreude. The soldiers were indeed brutal. A dark shield had come crashing down upon that man's head, shattering his skull. Participating in the parade, openly opposing the Baron, wasn't that akin to courting death? While others fled in haste, that man stubbornly refused to escape. Who would have thought that such an ordinarily docile fellow would possess the audacity to join the rebels? Enough of the mockery. He was kind to us while he lived. And without the rebels, would our taxes decrease? With him gone, show some respect. The poor woman, bereft of her husband and childless. How could she continue on? Roy's gaze swept over the unmoving face of the man, and he hesitated to meet the woman's despairing, vacant stare. Alas! Having become cannon fodder for the revolutionary forces, he left behind a widow, unaware of who would benefit from her plight. As the two departed the square, a man pushing a wheelbarrow arrived late, taking the body away amidst the woman's wails. Upon returning to their room in the tavern, Lesso produced a pouch of coins and placed it on the table. This time, your assistance was indispensable for the commission. According to the Witcher's principles, you are entitled to your share of the reward. No more, no less than 50 crowns. More splitting of the spoils. Roy was momentarily taken aback by this unexpected generosity. Lesso had been the definitive protagonist in this endeavor, and he considered himself merely a supporting character. Forget it, you can keep it. We need not be so meticulous about our dealings. Since joining Lesso, all expenses had been covered by the Witcher. He had not spent a single crown. From the bounty acquired from the peasant army and winning around 30 crowns over 2 days of playing Gwent at the tavern, his modest treasury now held 120 crowns, sufficient for the time being. I have stated that this is a matter of principle. The spoils must be distributed fairly. Lesso insisted, his gaze unwavering. Moreover, I hereby officially inform you that starting tomorrow, you will bear all your lodging and meal expenses. I will not pay another coin on your behalf. Are you jesting? Roy's expression stiffened. It was no wonder the Witcher had been so liberal with the distribution of funds. He had intended this all along. Roy was perplexed by the rationale behind this decision. You bring me to Edsburg, only to abandon me? What does that imply? We will provide you with the grass potion and other essentials, which will cost a considerable sum. Presently, there are several rare herbs and mutated monster tissues yet to be procured. Lesso remained calm in the face of Roy's questions, explaining patiently, do you not perceive the difference? Your training now diverges significantly from the centuries-old traditions of the Viper School. If we were to continue adhering to tradition, we could certainly provide you with basic sustenance, albeit by confining you to a secluded space in Gesvid, where you would undergo rigorous and joyless training for years. Both Ox and Serret and I believe that prolonged exposure to such conditions would diminish a trainee's will to survive. The fact that no one has endured the trial in the past 2 decades is not unrelated to this. Before the Viper School is entirely extinguished, it is time for change. In the past, Witchers only began accepting commissions to sustain themselves after completing their trials. Now, this has also become part of the trial. To earn your keep through your own efforts, to comprehend the value of life, is essential for survival. Only by forging deep connections with the real world can one withstand the perils of the grass trial. Lesso concluded. Roy fell silent for a moment. Despite recognizing the flawed reasoning in Lesso's argument, he could not help but find some merit in it. The two methods of training apprentices were akin to free-range versus confinement, yet he still harbored reservations. How could he allocate time for training while engaged in work? Weren't you managing quite well on this journey? Lesso clapped him on the shoulder. Kid, I believe you can find a balance. Never forget the knowledge you have acquired. It is sufficient to ensure your survival. Is this to be considered a challenge? If you wish, you may regard it as such, or as a trial. Roy acquiesced. After the initial anger subsided, a flicker of excitement ignited within him. Could he truly survive in such a vast city as Edsburg relying solely on his abilities? Are you planning to abandon me? Roy pressed, sensing an unusual undertone in Lesso's voice. Roy managed a wry smile, concluding that his own inadequacies had led to him being left behind. What do you mean by the preliminary potion? Before formally consuming the grass potion, you will take a lesser toxic adaptation potion. It is essential, gradually enhancing your body's resistance to poisons. Consider this. One cannot begin with the highly toxic grass potion, otherwise, no apprentice would survive. Now Roy began to understand the Witcher's decision. Ordinary individuals used potions, while Witchers employed magically enhanced concoctions. This also laid a foundation for future studies in alchemy. Kid, that's all I have to say. I must make haste. Lesso patted his shoulder. You are a disciplined individual. Do not disappoint me. After a moment of contemplation, Lesso handed Roy another green glass vial. You cannot utilize the Igni sign, and possessing the dragon's dream will not serve you well. The dancing star is more suitable. Once shattered, it will immediately ignite a radius of 10 paces. It can even burn underwater for quite some time. Lesso cautioned, exercise caution while using it. Moreover, this is the last vial in stock. The materials alone cost over 100 crowns. Unless absolutely necessary, keep it as a trump card. As long as you remain within the city, I will be able to find you. With that, the Witcher's confident figure vanished from sight. Roy stored the dancing star in his inventory, feeling a newfound sense of assurance. However, as he unveiled the black leather-bound notebook, the densely packed, tadpole-like script overwhelmed him. He became acutely aware of a dire predicament. His knowledge of the universal language comprised no more than a mere 100 words, which included the names of Old Moore and Susie, alongside the several herbs that Lyso had imparted to him. How, then, was he to embark on the journey of self-education? Chapter 29. Outside the city, Roy calculated his expenses. In a grand city like Ethereal, inns were not meant for the average traveler. The daily cost of food and lodging amounted to approximately 3 crowns and 40 copper coins. If Resso were to be away for a month and a half, his expenditure would exceed 100 crowns, leaving Roy's funds quite strained. Roy decided to forego the exorbitantly priced guest room and mentally laid out his plans. Firstly, he aimed to rent an inexpensive abode, ideally for no more than 1 crown per day, and it should be located in a spacious and secluded area suitable for daily training. He had no intention of seeking assistance from the dwarf innkeeper, especially since he had just declined the latter's second request. Doing so would seem utterly inept. Secondly, he needed to find a short-term job to earn some income. He could not afford to solely incur expenses and had to prepare for a prolonged period of struggle. Lastly, he needed to locate a reliable tutor to learn the common language, aiming to minimize tuition costs. Throughout the afternoon, Roy inquired at 5 different residences in the central district that had rooms for rent. Most landlords, taking advantage of his status as an outsider and his youthful appearance, quoted exorbitant prices, with the cheapest asking for over 1 crown per day, excluding meals. Realizing that finding a reasonably priced room within the city was unrealistic, he exited the gates of Ethereal and began asking around the nearby dwellings. To his surprise, just before sunset, he discovered a suitable place. Behind the southern gate of Ethereal, a man in his 30s, slender with a short beard and clad in white garments, led Roy across a golden wheat field to a large watermill and several adjoining houses. He was Hank, the owner of the mill. The setting sun cast a golden hue over the 4 houses near the mill, while the scent of wheat and the gentle autumn breeze enveloped the grassy fields and fallen leaves. The water wheel turned slowly amidst the gentle sound of flowing water, and the riverside mill resembled a dynamic oil painting, breathtaking in its beauty. As Roy followed the miller, admiring the serene pastoral scenery, his gaze suddenly caught on a nearby livestock pen. A young girl, dressed in a white apron with brown hair tied back, was bent over with a scoop in one hand, scattering feed to the chickens. She appeared diminutive, yet what struck Roy was the alarming curve of her back. She was hunchbacked. Noticing Roy's stare, Hank chuckled awkwardly. My daughter suffers from a severe illness and is rather unfortunate in appearance. Did she frighten you? I shall send her away immediately. It seemed that she deterred potential tenants from renting the miller's vacant rooms, regardless of how low the price dropped. No one dared to take them. Today, however, luck had brought a Navi youth who appeared easy to persuade, and Hank did not wish to miss this opportunity. Please. Don't. Roy shook his head, not one to mock others for their shortcomings. I don't mind such matters. Just show me the room. At that moment, the girl, having heard the commotion, turned to glance at them before darting into the nearby barn to hide. Her gait was awkward, with one leg longer than the other and uneven shoulders causing her body to sway as she moved, reminiscent of a hobbled elder. The room available for rent at the mill was simple and unadorned, furnished only with a straw mat and a blanket, devoid of any other possessions. Though the floor was clean, compared to the en-suites with velvet bedding, exquisite furniture, and large windows, it was rather humble. Since arriving in this world, Roy had drastically reduced his expectations for living conditions. Fortunately, the previous owner had not been overly pampered, which allowed for a swift adaptation to such austere living. Only the lives of nobles and sorcerers could compare to his former world. What pleased him most was the spacious area beside the mill, adjacent to a pond, perfectly suitable for practicing crossbow skills. Additionally, dinner was provided free of charge. Roy decided to pay the entire month's rent of 15 crowns in one go, equivalent to 50 copper coins per day. After nightfall, Roy met Hank's family at the dinner table. Aside from the emaciated Hank, there sat a plump woman with a swollen face, draped in a gaudy long dress, her lips painted a shade of crimson. "Roy, let me introduce you to my wife. Una, she also helps out at the mill." The woman greeted him with a beaming smile. "No wonder I heard magpies calling early this morning. It turns out we have a distinguished guest. Little brother, you truly have an eye for quality, I assure you. There is no other place nearby as clean and affordable as ours. You can settle in comfortably. I guarantee your satisfaction." As she spoke, her laughter was punctuated by a raspy giggle, her ample form undulating beneath the long dress. Roy couldn't help but glance at Hank. With such a wife, it was no wonder he was so gaunt. "By the way, little brother, your face is unfamiliar, and your accent is not local. Where do you hail from? And what brings you to this area?" Mana asked, greedily gnawing on a golden roasted pork knuckle, licking the grease from her fingers. "I come from a small village near Bostad. A relative brought me here to work, claiming it would broaden my horizons, but once I arrived in the city, he mysteriously vanished." Roy sighed pointedly, then unabashedly took another pork knuckle, devouring it voraciously. "Oh dear, how could such a heartless relative exist?" The plump woman wiped her greasy mouth with a napkin, a flicker of sympathy in her eyes. "But don't worry, Ettersburg is a large city. As long as you are willing to work hard, there will be plenty of job opportunities. I believe you will soon reap the rewards. Do you have any recommendations?" Roy's gaze shifted between Hank and his wife. Beneath the dim glow of the fireplace, Hank shook his head thoughtfully. The Butcher's family know. They would never assign a lucrative job to an outsider in apprenticeship as an executioner. No, that would bring ill fortune to the entire mill. Little brother, listen to me. In a big city, you shouldn't aim too high for your first job, the plump woman interjected. Hank was your age when he left home to work here. He toiled for 10 years to save enough to rent this mill. He did every dirty job imaginable, from hauling slop to guarding vegetable patches. I think you could try your luck. There are many jobs available around the market in the Central District. But I must warn you to be cautious of certain individuals. Hank took over the conversation. Mana is right. Aside from the revolutionary forces, you must also be wary of the Sparrow Gang in Ettersburg. Those rascals are full of deceit and engage in all sorts of nefarious activities. Stay away from the lower city. That is the territory of the Sparrow Gang, who particularly enjoy preying upon outsiders. A young lad like you, looking so easily intimidated and possessing a charming appearance, must exercise caution. The miller suddenly broke into a peculiar smile. Some nobles have a penchant for that sort of thing. Thank you for the warning, Roy nodded, filling his bowl with potato soup. By the way, Uncle Hank, the girl I saw earlier, was she your daughter? Why isn't she dining with us? As soon as Roy's words fell, the previously lively atmosphere at the dining table grew tense. A plump woman, her mouth smeared with grease from devouring meat, suddenly choked, her face turning crimson as she patted her chest. Hank also set down his fork. Little brother, summoning her over is quite unappetizing. Just eat in peace. She has her own affairs. Humph. The plump woman finally regained her composure, her round face shifting from sunny to stormy. Do not mention that ugly girl again. How we treat her is a matter between Hank and me, and does not concern you. Providing her with a meal and a roof is generous enough. She should not even think of joining us at the table. What is her name? That ugly creature? You may call her Toya. After the meal, Roy noticed a slender figure seated at the threshold of the barn, clutching a plate as she dined in the cold wind of the mill's corner. This time, he clearly discerned her features. The flickering light cast upon the wall revealed a delicate, rounded face, adorned with small features, thin brows, and cherry lips. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. She appeared no older than 13 or 14, a tender age, as fragile as a flower. The young girl seemed acutely aware of his gaze. As he lingered for a mere 2 seconds, she noticed him and fled like a startled creature. Am I truly so terrifying? Roy mused inwardly, moving closer to inspect her remains of a meal. Compared to the lavish feast in the living room, her plate contained only a meager pile of watery, brownish mashed potatoes. He found it perplexing that the miller's family treated their daughter with such cruelty simply for her physical deformity and unappealing appearance. However, being newly arrived, Roy felt it inappropriate to meddle in others' family matters and resolved to wait until he became better acquainted before making plans. Under the bright moonlight, on the open ground by the pond, a lean yet upright figure with black hair and dark eyes knelt on one knee, hands steadying a crossbow, aiming at a crooked tree 50 paces away. The body was poised, shoulders level, left leg bent with the entire foot grounded, while the right knee and front foot also touched the ground, forming a stable triangular support. The hips rested comfortably on the heel of the right foot. the elbow of the left arm supporting the bow on the left knee. As he took aim, Roy inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly. At the moment his breath grew heavy. His right index finger swiftly pulled the trigger. The bolt flew true, striking its target. He then executed a dazzling series of movements, drawing the string and knocking an arrow within 4 seconds, dashing to the side multiple paces, regaining his stance, and switching to a standing shooting posture. This relentless cycle of sprinting, halting, changing positions and stances, retrieving arrows, and alternating shots continued for over 500 times, as 3 hours slipped away unnoticed. With muscles aching and breathless, Roy concluded the monotonous and tiresome crossbow training. The night wind was as sharp as a blade, yet his spirit burned brightly. You have unlocked a new skill, unnamed LV1. Under the meticulous guidance of a master demon hunter and after thousands of shots, you have gained a preliminary mastery of the crossbow and its usage. You will receive a 5% enhancement in shooting accuracy, effective range, power, and penetration when utilizing similar weapons. You may actively activate this ability, doubling the shooting enhancement effect. However, this will also double your energy consumption and reduce your movement speed by half. This state lasts at least 30 seconds. Roy exhaled a long sigh of relief, a smile breaking through the sweat-soaked visage, as his diligent training had finally yielded a weapon skill. The skill unnamed transformed into crossbow mastery. The 5% enhancement in penetration and damage would increase to 10% when combined with the level 2 slaughter skill. Having previously slain 3 members of the peasant army, the human targets fell within the hunting range of the slaughter skill, significantly increasing its applicability. Activating the skill would render considerable power. Roy intended to procure a crossbow, a compact version, as his current equipment felt somewhat inadequate. Chapter 30. The Market and Bullying in the Early Hours. Around 4 or 5 o'clock, the sky remained shrouded in darkness, while the majority of people were still ensconced in slumber. However, the market of Edsburg was already bustling with activity, showcasing the industriousness of the city's most diligent inhabitants. Laborers, bare-armed and vociferous, strained to maneuver carts laden with vibrant fruits and vegetables through the throng of the market. Vendors, shivering from the morning chill, deftly organized their wares with the meticulousness of knitting. Young men with bearded chins brushed spices on skewers of meat, their surroundings filled with the smoke of burning charcoal and the enticing aroma of grilled delicacies. And merchants dealing in livestock haggled fiercely over the plight of the animals confined within wooden enclosures, their faces reddened by the cold. Roy struggled to navigate past crates brimming with freshly harvested parsley and watercress, still muddy from the earth, until he reached a stall selling herbs. "Young lad, what can I assist you with?" The merchant's gaze flickered over Roy's youthful and unblemished face, his fingers rubbing together in a conspiratorial manner. "Perhaps a remedy for hemorrhoids or anal fistulas." Hemorrhoids and anal fistulas? Roy was momentarily taken aback, his expression contorting as if he had bitten into a fly. "I am not here to purchase herbs. My name is Roy. I recently arrived in Edsburg and am seeking employment, having heard there is a shortage of workers at the market." "Oh, I see." The merchant nodded, folding his arms and scrutinizing Roy once more. "You do not appear robust enough, which eliminates most labor-intensive tasks. Are you proficient in arithmetic? Can you read? What other skills do you possess? Pray, enlighten me." "Arithmetic is no issue, but I cannot read universal script," Roy replied, glancing over the merchant's shelves, surveying the various herbs with a faint smile. "Moreover, I am quite knowledgeable about herbs. For instance, I know that the oldest herb on your shelf is the mandrake root, nestled in the center square, aged 5 years. It is quite effective for rheumatism, ulcers, and coughs." The merchant's eyes widened in surprise, taken aback by the keen insight of this seemingly youthful boy. "And what of this herb?" he inquired, gesturing towards a conical, earthy yellow root to the left of the mandrake. "That is aconite." Roy winked at the merchant. "It is approximately 3 years old and is notably effective for, well, it works wonders for impotence." The merchant bombarded him with inquiries about a dozen herbs on the shelf, and Roy answered each with ease. "Can you even identify the flowers of this devil's thorn?" The merchant marveled, extending his hand towards Roy. "Your knowledge is indeed impressive, young lad. You may call me Tross. I have operated this herb stall for over a decade, maintaining a good reputation for both myself and my shop. Would you consider working for me? It is evident from your accent that you are not from Edsburg." The merchant said other stalls are not as accommodating. "Could you elaborate?" Roy asked, relieved yet composed. "Such as the job duties and salary. Primarily, your shift would be from 4 in the morning until 8, waiting for me to relieve you. If all goes smoothly, the weekly wage is 5 crowns and 50 copper coins. Rising before 4 a.m. was not a challenge for Roy, who had adapted to replacing sleep with meditation, requiring only 5 hours of rest each night. However, a weekly salary of five crowns, totaling a mere 22 crowns a month, fell short of covering the rent outside the city. Uncle Tross can't expect me to accept meager pay simply because I'm young and an outsider. Roy pursed his lips. I would need a weekly wage of 10 crowns. I am ready to start immediately. You cannot demand such a sum, Tross replied, narrowing his eyes. When I was your age, I struggled tirelessly for a month without earning that much. His tone shifted. How about this? I can offer you 7 crowns a week, plus a meal at the nearby barbecue stall. I assure you, no other place can offer better conditions. Roy locked eyes with the merchant, and after a prolonged silence, he finally nodded. Uncle Tross, shall we commence the arrangement starting today? What should I do specifically? What are the current market rates for herbs? Roy spent the morning at the herb stall, diligently inquiring about the price of each herb. Given the frequent fluctuations in herb prices, Tross would record the latest information on a piece of leather paper at the edge of the shelf for Roy's reference and memory. He also instructed him on the basic weighing tools and various precautions. Finally, he reminded Roy to return at 4 a.m. the following day to take his place. Then sent him on his way. Roy continued to meander through the market, as his duties at the herb stall concluded at 8 o'clock, leaving him ample time to seek another position. Ideally, he aspired to become an apprentice butcher, a venture that would offer both experience and crowns. However, as the mill owner had pointed out, Edsburg was not Cave Village. The butchers here were not related to him, and thus would not extend any favors to an outsider. The opportunity to slaughter pigs and sheep outside the city was not his to grasp. Yet he set his sights on a vendor within the market who specialized in processing live chickens, ducks, and geese for the townsfolk. The experience points for handling poultry were merely 1 point, equivalent to 1/5 of that for ordinary livestock, yet the sheer volume made up for it. The poultry stall was adjacent to the livestock pens, and the proprietor, an elderly local named Rul, agreed to take Roy on after he boldly demonstrated his adept cutting skills by swiftly and cleanly dispatching a squawking goose, effectively removing its feathers, blood, and entrails. However, the remuneration was exceedingly low, offering 50 copper coins for every 30 birds processed, but the work was voluntary, allowing Roy to leave whenever he pleased. Roy did not haggle over the pay. This labor was primarily a means to gain experience. According to old Rul, processing at least 15 birds in the morning alone would yield 15 experience points, surpassing the effort Roy had previously exerted. The advantage of a large city lay in its abundance of opportunities and varied means of gaining experience, without the constant peril of life-threatening endeavors. Roy exhaled in relief, setting down his bloodied knife and brushing off the feathers clinging to him. Throughout the afternoon, he processed 20 squawking birds, accumulating 20 experience points along with proficiency in the butchering skill. More importantly, he had secured a foothold, even without relying on the aid of monster hunters. He could survive in this grand city. Once his work stabilized in a few days, he intended to seek further education. 100 paces from the mill, Roy suddenly halted, curiosity piqued by a commotion in the distance. Outside a dilapidated wooden shed, surrounded by stacks of hay and firewood, a group of boys and girls gathered, their faces reflecting a harshness beyond their years as they directed scornful jibes at a diminutive figure seated on the ground within the circle. You ugly freak. Looking like a camel, why don't you just hide away in your house instead of wandering about? Seeing you ruins my appetite. How am I supposed to eat? A tall, freckled boy incessantly poked at the figure's hair with his finger, spewing venomous words. Humph, she is no camel. Camels are far more charming. Another girl, with 2 braids and a delicate visage, wielded a forked stick and struck the figure's hunched back forcefully, causing the figure to flinch, wrapping their arms around their knees, pressing their face tightly against them. She is nothing but a monster. She harbors toxic waste inside of her. If she bears any malice towards someone, she will secretly poison their food. My grandmother must have perished from her poison, and her own mother too. She is an old hag, a peculiar creature, as described in the book. Every day, she curses others and unleashes her malevolent sorcery. Perhaps a monster hunter should be summoned to deal with her. Only mutants can confront such aberrations. Suddenly, the person in the middle sniffled. A hideous creature, a freak, and yet she dares to weep. Do we seem to bully you? The freckled boy abruptly slapped her on the back of the head, declaring, this is an act of justice, akin to that of revolutionary soldiers. And she belongs to the vile side of the Baron. Strike her. Some children tugged at her hair, while others kicked and punched her back. and a few even struck her with sticks and hurled stones and mud. "Hey, you little rascals, what are you doing? Stop at this instant." The old white apron was smeared with footprints and mud, and beneath her brown hair, bruises and contusions were visible on her exposed neck. "Your name is Toya, correct? The miller's daughter. How does it feel? Did those little rascals hurt you?" Roy squatted beside her and extended his hand. The hunchbacked girl merely turned her face to glance at him, her eyes filled with timidity and wariness. Two bright red handprints marred her fair complexion, as if 2 buckets of filthy paint had been splattered onto a delicate oil painting. Her frostbitten and calloused hands pressed against the ground, silently propping up her frail, hunched body, and she limped into the warehouse, shutting the door behind her. Roy could not fathom the life she must endure to wear such an expression. Yet, he felt compelled to do something for her. Thus, he retrieved some prepared marigold from his space, wrapped it in cloth, and placed it outside the door. "Toya, I've left some herbs for you outside. Just crush them and apply them to your wounds. Trust me, it works wonders." At the dinner table, Roy expressed his indignation to the miller and his wife, saying, "I saw a group of little brats bullying Toya, 5 or 6 of them surrounding her, pulling her hair, striking her with sticks, leaving her face swollen. Aren't you going to do anything about it?" "Oh dear, little brother, you don't understand. That girl has tough skin and strong flesh. A few slaps won't hurt her, and it keeps her working diligently," Manna replied, chewing on greasy meat, her plump face betraying a sense of normalcy. Roy inhaled sharply. There was no doubt that this rotund woman was a stepmother. "I understand your good intentions," Hank chimed in, "but we are just an ordinary family. We can't treat Toya like a princess. In this world, things are just the way they are. With her appearance, where wouldn't she be the subject of gossip? Enduring some hardships and grievances is what will allow Toya to survive. After all these years, she has become quite resilient." A little grievance and hardship? Roy began to grasp that for those who wouldn't even allow Toya at the dinner table, she was hardly seen as a daughter, but rather as a free laborer to be abused and scolded. "Forget about that girl. Little brother, you spent most of the day in the city. Did you find a job?" Manna asked curiously, more interested in this question than in Toya. "I did." Both of the couple's eyes lit up with joy. If he had found stable work, then this young man would have the means to continue renting his room. It seemed he had discovered a way to communicate with the girl. Chapter 31. Faywin, what shall we indulge in today? Perhaps some braised beef with basil? By the barbecue stall, a young man in his 20s with red hair and a prominent nose swiftly brushed spices onto the skewers sizzling on the grill. The savory aroma wafting through the air, enticing a nearby youth to twitch his nose in anticipation. "I'll go with your recommendation, Emil. Do remember to add extra chili. This infernal weather is growing increasingly frigid." Roy, his cheeks flushed from the cold, brushed off the feathers clinging to him and cast a glance at the overcast sky. 3 days had swiftly passed, and the Elven New Year, as chronicled in their calendar, was drawing near on November 1st. Over these days, Roy had thoroughly acclimated to the bustling market work, earning approximately 30 experience points daily at the poultry stall, while his endeavors at the herbal shop were also proceeding smoothly. He had grown familiar with Tross, Emil, the barbecue vendor, and the elderly Rul, who ran the poultry stall. His days followed a remarkably regimented routine. Apart from the nightly training sessions, he appeared as an ordinary youth navigating the big city, the traces of a monster hunter seemingly vanishing from his life. "Here you go. Your meat is ready." Emil handed Roy a sizzling skewer, glistening with oil, having generously increased the portion for his loyal customer. "By the way, Roy, there's a laundress named Sualine who ordered a package of honeysuckle. Could you deliver it to her? Tross casually mentioned she resides at Subdistrict. And I must tend to the shop myself." "All right." Roy navigated through the bustling market of the Central District, heading towards the impoverished eastern sector. The sky was dim, with thick clouds gathering ominously on the horizon, obscuring the once vibrant orange sunset. Crossing a narrow, murky gutter, he was met with a bleak landscape of lowly shanties, the very essence of a squalid slum. Not long after entering the slum, Roy furrowed his brow and pinched his nose, as the majority of the dilapidated houses melded into a dismal panorama, with sewage spilling from the drains and refuse accumulating haphazardly in the dark, narrow alleyways. The passers-by brushed past him, clad in tattered garments, their faces pale and expressions fraught with urgency. The biting wind rendered their cheeks crimson, momentarily revealing a glimmer of confusion. Some of the younger men bore the weight of strenuous labor, their spines beginning to bend under the burden. The air was thick with the stench of fish and the mingling odors of human and animal waste, creating an indescribable miasma. The contrast between this filth-ridden area and the pristine, affluent district was akin to the divide between hell and paradise. The word dirty scarcely sufficed. It was even worse than the village of K. Yet, this grim tableau was the norm of the era. Roy stifled the impulse to turn back and proceeded to his destination, delivering the herbs to a frail woman scrubbing linens in her courtyard. However, as he retraced his steps, an unsettling sensation prickled at his back, an instinctive warning rising within him. He deliberately approached a corner, discreetly glancing back with the periphery of his vision. As expected, two flamboyantly dressed, dubious-looking men lingered a short distance behind him. What do these ruffians want? Why are they following me? Roy recalled the Miller Hanks warning. Was he truly so unfortunate on his first visit to the lower district? Drawing a deep breath, he feigned nonchalance and continued onward. The two pursuers had no inkling that beneath the seemingly harmless exterior lay concealed secrets. On the filthy street, an unusual scene unfolded. A young lad hastily walked ahead, while two grim-faced men stealthily trailed him. From a second-floor balcony of a dilapidated house, a resident hanging laundry noticed the anomaly but merely rested her chin on her hand. Watching with mild amusement, others hurried past, casting furtive glances before quickening their pace, eager to escape the situation. No one intervened. Roy subtly shifted his focus to the concealed hand crossbow, calculating the available space, and abruptly quickened his pace. Suddenly, a voice pierced through his thoughts. "Hey, little brother. Come here." He looked up to see a beautiful young woman a short distance ahead, beckoning to him. "Is she calling me?" He approached her, a delicate fragrance wafting towards him, and in an instant, everything went dark as her warm embrace enveloped his left arm. "Fear not, little brother. I'm here. Those two rascals wouldn't dare lay a finger on you." The woman winked at him, and true to her word, the pursuing men halted. One of them, marked by extensive tattoos, spat disdainfully on the ground. "Kid, consider yourself lucky." With hurried steps, the two men departed, grumbling curses under their breath. "Thank you for your help." Roy stammered, his expression frozen, unaccustomed to the soft touch on his arm. "I'm sorry if I hurt you." The woman released her hold, affectionately ruffling Roy's hair. Standing at approximately 5'8", and in her mid-20s, her emerald green top and pleated skirt accentuated her alluring figure. Her wine-red hair was tied back, and a silver pendant hung gracefully around her long neck. Her long, fair legs emerged from beneath the skirt, and her slender waist was accentuated by a belt, while her captivating eyes and full lips lent her an enchanting allure. When she smiled, it felt as though the dark clouds above were instantly dispelled. "I'm Faywin. What about you, little brother? What brings you to the lower district alone? Didn't anyone warn you how perilous it can be? The members of the Sparrow Gang will do anything for money." Her voice was soft, and her demeanor exceptionally kind. Roy, momentarily entranced by her radiant gaze, quickly regained his composure and smiled gratefully. "Call me Roy. I was delivering a package of herbs for someone, and I didn't anticipate encountering such trouble on my first visit." "Oh, I thought those two ruffians were waiting specifically for you," Faywin murmured. "Where are you headed now?" "I'm on my way to buy some goods. How about we walk together?" Roy, feeling a sense of security now that the threat from the two thugs had diminished, agreed. As they walked side by side, Roy soon noticed that the skin of her hands was far less delicate than her face, marred by frostbite, calluses, and dead skin. "Faywin, does such trouble happen often in the lower district? Does no one intervene?" "Lately, the revolutionary forces have been causing quite a stir, and the central and affluent districts have their hands full, leaving the lower district essentially unmonitored. You must exercise caution, never wander about alone." Roy, concerned, asked, "Given that you helped me just now, do you think those two thugs will retaliate?" At this, the woman suddenly stopped, a glimmer of gratitude flickering in her eyes, reminiscent of a guardian watching over a younger kin. "Fear not, they wouldn't dare take any action against me." Roy, taken aback, sensed an inexplicable warmth in her regard. The two continued their conversation as they strolled, soon arriving at the herbal shop. Faywin waved goodbye, urging him to hurry inside before she gracefully turned to leave. Tross noticed Roy and the woman together, a brief flash of surprise crossing his features before his expression returned to normal. "Did you deliver the goods?" "Yes," Roy hesitated, then continued. "Uncle Tross, do you know Faywin, the woman I was just with?" Tross lifted his face, his small eyes narrowing into a slit, his expression blissful as if lost in reverie. "Faywin is a wonderful girl." He gestured in the air with both hands, forming a curvaceous shape, and licked his dry lips. "She surpasses 99% of the women in this city, doesn't she? She is also warm-hearted and kind. I was being followed by two sneaky fellows in the lower district, and thanks to her, I managed to escape." Tross's wrinkled old face revealed a hint of admiration. In the northeastern corner of the central district, adjacent to the lower city, stood a 3-story building known as the Cardell House. It offered education to the children of the Edsburg commoners at a nominal fee, while also providing free lunches for the students. Faywin, a beloved teacher of the local community, dedicated her efforts to the school. No matter how many rascals from the Sparrow Gang there were, they would never dare to provoke her due to her standing in the community. Tross sighed again, reflecting on the plight of kind-hearted individuals who often face misfortune. He felt pity for Faywin, whose mother frequently struggled with her mental clarity and who also had an alcoholic relative to support. To care for her family and assist those impoverished students, her life was undoubtedly challenging. How could such a benevolent beauty reside in the squalid lower city? Tross appeared as though he wished to alleviate her burdens, which made Roy chuckle inwardly. During their casual conversations, the herbalist had previously mentioned his own happy family, complete with a wife and children. "Uncle Tross, may I attend the Cardell House for my studies?" Roy inquired, his interest piqued. This had long been part of his plans. And now that his work was stable, he could spare his afternoons for learning. "You are still quite young. It shouldn't be a problem," Tross pondered while stroking his chin. "The tuition may be slightly higher for you than for the locals, but it will certainly be more economical than hiring a scribe or others." Chapter 32. Twisted Talent. At the dinner table, Roy broached the subject of Faywin with the couple, Hank and Toya, and their descriptions aligned closely with Tross's account. He subtly probed as to why they had not considered sending their daughter to Cardell House. Toya, being young and physically disabled, might have been accepted as a student there. Yet, the couple merely deflected, claiming they could not afford the tuition, firmly believing that Toya lacked the necessary aptitude. Roy gained a deeper understanding of their limits and chose to refrain from further discussion. The oil lamp hanging on the wall illuminated a petite figure standing at the door. Her back turned to him, slightly hunched, with one shoulder higher than the other, as she meticulously wiped each blueberry before carefully placing them into a bucket outside. She froze in place, and the joyful smile on her round face abruptly vanished, replaced by a look of helplessness as she lowered her head and began to tremble. However, this time she did not flee. "Toya, do not be afraid. I mean no harm." Roy offered a gentle smile, maintaining a respectful distance rather than approaching recklessly. "I merely wish to express my gratitude. The fruits you have brought me these past few days are fresh and delightful." "You." The girl hesitated for a few seconds, then took a deep breath, as if summoning immense courage, and stammered, "You are not afraid of me?" Her voice was as melodious as a lark, imbued with the innocent charm of childhood, yet tinged with palpable anxiety. "Why do you ask?" Roy deliberately locked his gaze onto hers. "I perceive no distinction between you and other girls." Toya's breath hitched, and her heart seemed to freeze. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner, not even her beloved father, who had never uttered the words she longed to hear. It felt as though sand had been rubbed into her eyes, a wave of emotion swelling within her. Roy continued, "Those morally bankrupt rascals merely know how to run amok, cause chaos, and mock others. Yet you have begun to care for livestock and poultry, tending to the garden and fields. You sustain yourself through your own efforts. Friends?" The word seemed an unattainable concept to Toya. Once, in her childhood, she had a few friends, but as her physical condition deteriorated, her pronounced hunch had led them to gradually distance themselves from her, even avoiding her like a venomous snake. She could scarcely recall their faces. Her mind now cluttered with the cruel laughter and derision of others. The prospect of making a new friend felt like a distant fantasy. The flickering firelight illuminated her bewildered expression, and Toya entered a state of blankness, her previously tense body relaxing, casting aside her defenses. "Shall we find another place to chat?" "Do not be anxious. I only wish to discuss mundane topics, such as, what did you have for lunch?" Roy scanned his surroundings as the moon ascended into the sky, casting its glow upon the patch of ground where he toiled nightly. The pond's surface rippling in the night breeze, the silvery moonlight swaying gently, becoming hazy. Roy noticed the girl sit down by the pond not far from him, and he sighed in relief, having feared she would run away. He had never encountered such a sensitive girl before and worried about inadvertently touching upon her wounds. Yet, he had successfully taken the first step. The girl appeared exceedingly ill at ease in this setting, her head bowed, her fingers twisting nervously into knots. Avoiding the gaze of the boy beside her and refraining from looking at her own reflection in the pond, as if it were a monster. "Toya, relax. Have you ever witnessed a magic performance?" "No." "What is magic?" the girl cautiously inquired. "Similar to tricks. You know tricks, right?" I shall perform one for you right now. Pay close attention. Roy's tone bore a commanding edge that startled the girl, compelling her to instinctively look his way. Do not blink. Roy extended his right hand, displaying his empty palm, then began to rotate his wrist. Once, twice, thrice. Toya mentally counted, her mouth slightly agape as she widened her glistening eyes. Suddenly, a delicate card appeared in Roy's previously empty palm, depicting a woman with red hair and a crimson dress, resplendent and beautiful, enveloped in an aura of mystery. Roy continued to rotate his hand, and after several turns, the card vanished without warning. Roy, how did you do that? The girl's attention was entirely captivated, though it was a simple trick. She had never left Adsborg since birth and had never witnessed any trickery before. Where did you hide the card? If I reveal the secret, it will lose its magic. Why not guess where I concealed it? Upon hearing this, Toya rested her chin in her hand, allowing her brown hair to drape over the pond. And she began to ponder earnestly. In that moment, she forgot her insecurities and anxieties. However, Roy suddenly stepped closer, merely 30 centimeters away, interrupting her contemplation. The girl stiffened, cold sweat beading on her forehead and pale cheeks, her heart pounding, not from shyness, but from sheer tension and fear. Years of abuse had instilled in her the belief that those who approached would torment her, either through blows or insults. I apologize. I startled you. Roy's eyes were filled with remorse as he spread his hands and took 2 steps back, allowing her breathing to normalize and her composure to return. I merely wished to retrieve the card. He pointed to the girl's white apron. Toya, believe it or not, that card is now quietly resting in your pocket. Hesitantly, the girl reached into her pocket, and to her astonishment, her calloused palm emerged with a card, the very one Roy had conjured. Isn't it fascinating? Roy remarked. This card is a gift for you. Why? Toya asked, bewildered. The herbs and food he had provided her in recent days had already left her astounded. I cannot accept this. It is too precious. This is merely an ordinary Gwent card. Roy replied candidly, most tavern keepers sell them. If you feel indebted, you may bring me some fruit tomorrow. Toya clutched the card, her face filled with reluctance. After a long pause, she finally said, well, all right. She carefully tucked the card into her clothing. Who is the woman depicted on it? Sabina Grevich, a sorceress from the capital of Cordwan, Adkale. A sorceress? Trust me. You will come to understand what that means in time. Now let us discuss something else. Roy sat beside her, and this time, the girl did not exhibit the same fierce resistance as before. Perhaps seeking to relax, she gently mimicked Roy, swaying her feet. In the moonlit pond, 2 new passengers had joined the vessel. What chores do you usually do at the mill? Besides what I mentioned, I also feed the pigs, clean, and weed the crops. Alas, you are so young. You should not bear such burdens. In truth, girls of her age were either married off or compelled to assist with farming, yet none endured hardships as severe as hers. Do you have any hobbies? Drawing, singing, dancing. Gwent? I do not play Gwent, perhaps. Singing? But I am afraid Una would scold me for singing like a crow, and others would mock me. Do not heed their nonsense. Your voice is well suited for singing. Roy genuinely praised her. If you were to venture to another city, you might even become an opera singer. It is too late now, but if the opportunity arises, may I have the honor of hearing your voice? Her hunchback was not congenital. It had manifested 8 years prior as a slight symptom, gradually worsening over the years. Her mother, overwhelmed with worry, passed away 5 years ago. And then the cruel, plump woman, her stepmother Una, arrived. From that moment, Toya's life descended into an endless cycle of toil, and her father gradually grew distant from her. Yet, Toya sensed that the gaze directed at her was devoid of her father's disappointment, disdain, her stepmother's hatred, or the scorn and prejudice from the local children and residents. Instead, it brimmed with patience and understanding. For the first time since her mother's demise, she felt a long-lost sentiment, respect. She yearned to confide in someone. But not today. The moon had ascended higher, and an hour had quietly slipped away. Roy, do you truly wish to be my friend? She brushed off her dress and rose, the silvery moonlight illuminating the curvature of her back and the unevenness of her shoulders. You are mistaken. Roy replied with a cheerful smile, we are already friends. Then may I still chat with you tomorrow? The girl exhaled a long sigh of relief. Limping towards the dilapidated warehouse, Roy watched her figure fade into the distance. Toya gender, female age, 13 years and 10 months status, commoner health points, 30, magic erosion, magic points, 120, magic erosion, strength, 3 agility, for constitution, 3 perception, 6 will, 6 charm. For spirit, 12 skills, magic source, passive solidification, self-awakening. A sensitive conduit of chaotic energy known as magic, favored by the elements of earth, fire, water, and air. Her body continuously absorbs magic spontaneously. After undergoing professional and systematic training, she is capable of manipulating magic and casting spells, achieving feats beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. Evidently, the miller's daughter, Toya, is one of the unfortunate souls. Heaven bestowed upon her a rare magical talent, yet did not impart the means to control such power. The deformities of her body are undoubtedly a result of uncontrolled magic rampaging within her. If left unchecked, her lifespan would be significantly shorter than that of an ordinary person. Roy's initial sympathy has now evolved into a more complex consideration. Though he cannot become a sorcerer himself, befriending a future sorceress could prove to be a prudent long-term investment. After all, how could he call himself a demon hunter without having forged friendships with several spellcasters? However, the situation is intricate, and he must strategize carefully. Proceeding step by step. Chapter 33. The Cardale House in the northeastern corner of the downtown area stood a charming 3-story building, adorned with a green-tiled roof and white window frames, meticulously decorated. The ground floor was enclosed by a wooden fence, forming an exceptionally spacious courtyard, where a crooked sign hung above the entrance. To the left of the yard lay a cultivated patch of farmland, filled with seasonal vegetables, while the side wall of the house was overtaken by withered, yellowing vines. Through the gaps in the vines, one could glimpse a riot of colors, distorted graffiti crafted by the innocent hands of children. At the center of the courtyard stood a hornbeam tree, over 40 years old, its lush branches casting a shadow over half the yard and the roof. Beneath the tree were several long tables capable of seating 20, marked by the weathered scars of rain and wind. Roy paused beneath the hornbeam, observing it for a moment, his hand reaching out to touch the rough bark, his expression shifting. This tree had surely stood for over a century, and its trunk bore peculiar symbols, etched by some mischievous student. Gently, Roy pushed open the wooden door of the house's first floor. Through the crack, a warm feminine voice reached his ears, revealing a group of children sitting attentively, alongside a slender middle-aged woman who was busily writing on a small blackboard with a charcoal pencil. Our homeland, Aiden, is nestled east of the Mahakan Mountains, bordering Moria to the west, with Lyria and Livia to the south and Codwin to the north. Its eastern boundary is defined by the Blue Mountains. Aiden has historically been a hotspot for peasant revolutions, where the Revolutionary Army fiercely battled against the aristocracy and the upper echelons of the kingdom to combat the exorbitant and cruel taxation. Roy furrowed his brow at this point, sensing an oddity in the conversation. Cardale teacher, there's someone eavesdropping at the door. A small, wiry boy with golden hair, who sat at the back of the classroom, suddenly raised his hand and called out, interrupting the woman's lecture. Instantly, over 60 curious and bright eyes turned in unison towards the entrance. The children in the classroom were nearly evenly split between boys and girls, the youngest being only 5 or 6 years old, while the oldest were around 14 or 15. They wore simple clothing and appeared quite thin. In the last row sat an exceptionally tall girl, who beamed with undisguised delight upon seeing the newcomer. Roy hesitated, then took a seat beside her. Uncle Tra said you were the teacher at Cardale House, and I thought I might learn something, so I came here. Faywin nodded gently, her beautiful eyes filled with understanding. You have made a wise decision. Only knowledge can alter one's fate. Welcome to Cardale House. I'm Tom. Nice to meet you, Roy, exclaimed the boy who had shouted earlier, extending his hand eagerly, his features scrunched up in a sincere yet somewhat comical smile, revealing his prominent front teeth. Roy shook his hand in return. Children, remain silent. We shall now review the history lesson. The teacher has stepped out to discuss a few matters. The middle-aged woman then led Roy upstairs to the office on the second floor. Child, you may call me Teacher Cardale. And you, what is your name? Let me guess. You came to Cardale House to learn the common script? My name is Roy, and I am not from here. Can I still attend school? Roy nodded nervously, not wishing for his effort to be in vain. We welcome any student under the age of 16. You appear to meet the criteria. A monthly tuition of 20 crowns is required, along with detailed identification registration. Do you understand? Although Teacher Cardale's gaze was gentle, her prominent hooked nose, deep laugh lines, and thin lips gave her an intimidating presence. I have a question. Do I have enough money? Cardale's eyes held a hint of skepticism. As it was uncommon for students to arrive alone, they usually had guardians accompanying them. I work at the market. I can afford the tuition. Also, due to my job, I will only be able to attend school in the afternoons. The 20 crowns was surprisingly low, and Roy realized he could pay without needing a part-time job. You may come in the morning or afternoon, whichever you prefer, as long as you keep up with the progress. Once Cardale assisted Roy with the registration, she filed the form away in a drawer beneath her desk. As Roy settled into his seat, he felt the weight of several unfriendly gazes nearby. It seemed not everyone welcomed his arrival. In the seat above him, a group of robust boys shifted their focus to him, their expressions suddenly aggressive, especially the oldest, around 14 or 15, whose eyes glinted with jealousy and warning. Akin to a child whose beloved toy has been taken away, Roy dismissed their hostility, deciding it was not worth engaging with a few young ruffians. A mere 20 crowns was an insignificant sum, especially for local children. Was Cardale House a charitable institution? Such an amount barely sufficed for a child's meals in the downtown area. He quickly counted. Besides himself, there were 65 other students and 2 teachers, Faywin and Cardale. Just the food expenses would be considerable, while education was practically free, and the institution even provided accommodation for special needs children. What are you thinking about, Roy? Faywin's concerned gaze flicked over to him. Not used to this environment? I think it's quite good. Roy lowered his voice. Are all the children from the lower district? Yes, they are all from ordinary families, the woman joked. Make sure to get along with everyone. And don't bully them just because you are older. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Roy nodded, immersing himself in his studies. The so-called school had very rudimentary teaching conditions. There were no desks or chairs, and students sat closely together on a thin carpet. There were no quills or ink. They wrote with leftover charcoal from the fire, using crumpled, low-quality paper, or directly on the ground, erasing and rewriting. The conditions were harsh, yet the opportunity was precious. The vast majority of the students listened intently. After accommodating the new arrival, Cardale began teaching the basics of the common language, a new tongue that emerged from the convergence of celestial spheres, with letters and grammar akin to the Slavic language family. Having survived in this world for over a decade, Roy possessed a certain familiarity with the local language, which somewhat enhanced his learning efficiency. His mature thinking, intellect, and foresight served as substantial advantages, while his exceptional 6-point mental acuity allowed him to maintain focus longer. Most importantly, he had previously endured the rigors of a harsh compulsory education system. In terms of knowledge retention, he was on par with anyone in this world. The convergence of these factors created a remarkable chain reaction, enabling Roy to master this new script with increasing ease. As noon approached, the large branches of the hornbeam tree in the courtyard were surrounded by people gathered around several long tables. A chilly breeze stirred the steaming food on the tables, the aroma wafting through the air, causing the seated children to swallow in unison, their gazes fixed on the commanding presence of the middle-aged woman at the center. Cardale stood tall, resembling a commander before battle, surveying the restless students with satisfaction before beginning her address. The prophet Rebiolda ignited 3 flames for the masses, one named Justice, another Equality, and the last, the flame of ideals. The children present here nurture dreams. Our forefathers were farmers. Cherish every grain nurtured by their hard work and sweat. With a sudden wave of her hand, the tables erupted into a flurry of activity, akin to boiling water. The food laid out was modest: coarse bread made from barley and other grains, vegetable soup, pickled vegetables, and salted fish. Yet the hungry students devoured their portions with fervor, as if fearing that a moment's delay would leave them with nothing. Originally, Roy, who was leisurely nibbling on his bread, was startled by the students' frantic competition for food, and under their influence, he inexplicably quickened his eating pace. In less than 15 minutes, the entire table of food was devoured. Even the vegetable soup was licked clean, and the leaves that had fallen from the corner tree onto the plates were consumed by some mischievous little imp. Yet, Roy felt only 6/10 full, sensing that most of the students were in a similar state. Not far away, the golden-haired Tom, with his pouting lips and small arms and legs, was unable to compete with others, despite sitting in the most central position. However, it must be said that this meal was the most delicious Roy had experienced since his arrival, even surpassing the exquisite feast hosted by Seville Hawk. Indeed, food that is fought for is the most delectable. Suddenly, Roy perceived that Cardale's earlier remarks held profound meaning, proclaiming fairness and justice. While the dining table was a battleground where children vied for food based on their abilities, was this an early lesson in the harshness of reality? He could hardly fathom that in this tumultuous magical world, where the Revolutionary Army thrived, There existed a sanctuary like Cardale House. This school indeed had elements that he admired. Yet, within this haven, there were also discordant elements. Every group inevitably had its popular members and those who were overlooked. The little imp named Tom, who had warmly greeted him at first, was one of the unfortunate souls, standing alone in the corner of the yard, forlornly playing with his fingers while casting envious glances at the lively scene around him. "Roy, why don't you go join them?" A fragrant breeze swept by as Faye quietly approached his side, her beautiful eyes filled with encouragement. This was a child in need of attention. Roy nodded. Bullying, even in modern society, was a thorny issue, let alone in this backward and dilapidated school. "Come on, Roy, let's keep him company." Faye suddenly seized Roy's hand, pulling him toward Tom without allowing him to resist. After playtime, there was a half-hour nap. In the afternoon, it was Faye's turn to teach simple arithmetic, basic life knowledge, interspersed with definitions of some common vocabulary. A strikingly beautiful woman, with a sweet smile and a gentle tone, made even the most mundane knowledge seem fascinating. At least Roy and the group of boys listened with rapt attention. "Is it safe? The Sparrow Gang's traffickers won't target these children?" Roy inquired curiously as he walked over to Faye, watching the students depart. 5 years ago, the Sparrow Gang had kidnapped a girl from the school, and the next day her body was discovered in a foul ditch. The desperate parents spent all their savings on kerosene and, under the cover of night, set fire to the gang's hideout. They rushed into the flames, perishing along with the sleeping thugs. I still vividly recall the scene of over 20 charred bodies being pulled from the blackened ruins. Years later, as Faye recounted this incident, there remained a hint of shock in her beautiful eyes. Subsequently, the school and all the residents of the lower district pressured the Sparrow Gang. Even Baron Tavik was moved, and the gang was compelled to compromise, refraining from crossing lines thereafter. "Come on, Roy." Faye suddenly grasped his arm, guiding him toward the classroom without his consent. "It's your first day. You must have missed a lot, right? Let me review it with you." Roy was taken aback. From their first meeting, he had sensed an unusual kindness from this woman. Nonetheless, there was nothing amiss in her intentions. If it meant learning the common language sooner, he was willing. Faye playfully tugged at his ear, causing the slender boy to bend over in a pained cry. "Little Tom, Roy is preparing to review today's lessons. And since you come forward, you shall join us." The boy's face stiffened, and like a lively little squirrel, he struggled desperately, yet was still dragged into the classroom by Faye. "Aren't you always complaining about having no one to play with? From now on, you shall accompany Roy after school to learn more." The mournful cries of the boy were carried far away by the chilly autumn breeze, and the towering corner tree in the yard swayed, shedding its withered yellow leaves, as if the entire school were withering alongside it. Chapter 34, Patterns. The overcast market. Roy's left hand, with prominent veins, gripped the elongated neck of a white goose, while his other hand wielded a sharp, slender dagger, poised to strike at the artery on the bird's neck. In a swift motion, he cut through. Blood gushed forth like a spring, filling a wooden barrel with thick clots. He exhaled in relief and glanced at the information displayed in the template. Roy age, 13 years and 10 months status. Commoner life, 50 strength, 5 agility, 5. 1 constitution, 5 perception, 7 will, 4. 8 charm, 5 spirit, 6 skills, slaughter LV3. Hostile creatures that approach you within a radius of 0.3 meters have a 10 chance of being intimidated. If their will is lower than yours, they will lose bodily control for up to 1 second. Your damage against 10 types of creatures you have personally slain permanently increases by 10. Crossbow Mastery LV1. Meditation LV1. Observation LV2. Personal level LV2, 700, 1000. Others, unknown. Personal space, 1 cubic meter. Roy had been working at the market for over half a month, and due to his morning shifts, he averaged the slaughter of 20 poultry daily. This accumulation led to a qualitative transformation, elevating his slaughter skill from LV2 to LV3. Not an insignificant feat given the stench of poultry waste he had endured. In this time, he earned 20 crone and accumulated over 300 experience points. The herbal concoctions of barberry fruit and dandelion he had been consuming had lost their efficacy, yet his previously weakest attributes, strength and constitution, were now enhanced to a level comparable to that of an ordinary person. Physically, he had grown 2 inches, 5 centimeters, since leaving K Village, reaching a height of 5 feet 6 inches, 168 meters, with a hint of muscle definition beneath his clothing. His physique had transformed from emaciated to well-proportioned. He now possessed strength and stamina rivaling that of an adult. His facial features had sharpened, displaying a youthful vigor. After draining the blood, he immersed the goose in boiling water, plucked its feathers, removed its entrails, and completed the processing. By noon, Roy set down his knife, untied his apron, and cleaned himself of the grime. He exchanged a brief greeting with old Rul, who was dozing off in a nearby chair, before departing the market for the Cater residence. In the courtyard, he found the lovely Faywin, her face glistening with sweat, and handed her a prepared bag of herbs. "Roy, what is this?" Faywin asked, catching the bag with a look of confusion. "Honeysuckle, an herb that, when steeped in water and consumed daily, is quite beneficial for women's health. You know I work at the herb shop in Tross, so it's quite easy to procure." "Why the sudden gift?" Faywin fell silent for a moment. "Roy, listen. My assistance is not motivated by gifts. I can sense that. But what is the reason then?" He pressed, "Sister Faywin, I've always been curious about why you take such special care of me, helping me review, as if, like a real sister." Faywin inhaled deeply, her fingers subconsciously twisting a strand of her wine-red hair, her beautiful eyes reflecting a trace of melancholy, as she spoke softly. "You are correct. I have a younger brother, and you remind me of him, which makes me feel a sense of closeness. Occasionally, I mistakenly perceive you as him." Roy was taken aback. He had never seen Faywin's brother at school, nor had he heard anyone mention him. Could it be that he was no longer alive? Her tone was peculiar, tinged with uncertainty. "How old is your brother? Did he study at the Cater residence?" Roy inquired. "Well, if you prefer not to speak of it, I shall not pry," he decided, but a thorn of curiosity had been planted in his heart regarding this matter. That evening, Faywin unusually did not urge him to continue his after-class review. Perhaps the midday conversation had touched a sensitive nerve within her. Under the night sky, in a small warehouse beside the mill, a boy and a girl whispered secrets in the candlelight. "Toya, do you remember the 10 words I taught you yesterday?" "Yes, I remember." The hunchbacked girl wrinkled her nose, her small round face tense, her big, dark eyes filled with anticipation and anxiety. "Then, as per our usual, let us begin with a quiz. Write down the words for bread, fish, potato, and morning." The girl lowered her head, parting the hay on the ground, her frostbitten and calloused hands gripping a crude charcoal pencil. The trembling tip of the pencil sketched hastily across the uneven ground, forming a series of slanted characters. Quite good." The dark-haired boy examined her work, showering her with praise. "Toya, you are indeed very clever. No, you are smarter than most. Especially those bullies who dare mock you. They are utterly unworthy of doing so." A blush crept onto the pale cheeks of the hunchbacked girl at his compliment. "No, it's not true. It's your teaching that is exceptional, Roy. All of this is your achievement. Lift your head, Toya. You should be more confident." As she absorbed his encouragement, the girl instinctively straightened her posture, despite her significant hunch making her shape peculiar. Yet, a faint smile curved her lips, revealing a rare glimpse of joy, albeit somewhat stiff from not having smiled in a long while. "Remember my words. If they dare to come back, you must strike them fiercely with a broom. You cannot always be submissive. It will only embolden their arrogance." Roy leaned closer, their shoulders touching. After spending several days together, the girl had grown accustomed to normal contact, no longer reacting as dramatically as she once did. "Let us set our daily phrases aside for now. Let us learn something new." Roy cleared a space in the hay and wrote the words Timoria, God is Welland, Send Island, and Arethusa on the ground with his charcoal pencil. "Roy, who drew a pentagram on your sleeve?" "Only half of it." Toya's attention was drawn to a design on his left sleeve, her eyes filled with curiosity. Roy glanced down. To be precise, it was half of a smudged black pentagram drawn with charcoal. He fell into thought. "I don't recall. Perhaps it was a mischievous little rascal from the Cater residence, who snuck up on me while I was paying attention. Let us talk about Timoria. A country to the north of Aden. Timoria is just across a Mahakam. Toya, have you ever thought about visiting another country, traveling?" Can I?" The girl trembled, her big, dark eyes filled with both fear and anticipation. She shook her head vigorously. "No, I haven't left the mill in many years. Timoria is far too distant. I have to feed the chickens, water the flowers, sweep the floor, endless chores. Hank and Uno won't allow me to leave. Just imagine it," Roy said, twirling his finger beside his head. "They can't read your thoughts." Toya's eyes gradually brightened. Chapter 35. Brotherhood in the Courtyard. The corner tree began shedding its leaves once more, with yellow-green foliage swirling through the air. A group of children chased after the drifting leaves, their laughter resonating throughout the school. Not far from the classroom entrance, Roy leaned against the weathered wall, lost in thought as he gazed at the half pentagram on the left sleeve of his shirt, his brow furrowed in discontent, feeling out of place in the lively atmosphere. Roy, I was feeling a bit down yesterday, so I didn't stay back after school. Feywin suddenly approached him, her charming face adorned with an apologetic expression. Shall I help you review after the afternoon classes? Roy nodded, his expression still taut, his mind elsewhere, oblivious to her words. By the way, Professor Cardell asked you to find her on the second floor. The deep-set lines on her face made her look more like an interrogator. Feywin was a beloved teacher, cherished by all in the school. Had she not expended so much energy caring for her parents, she would undoubtedly excel further in her profession. Professor Cardell, I have a question. Roy hesitated. Does Feywin have a biological brother? Cardell shook her head. Feywin has no siblings. She has a father who is a chronic alcoholic and a mother who is mentally unwell. Both are unable to work and rely on her for support. It is also for this reason that Feywin has never married. Roy's confusion deepened. Feywin had not mentioned this yesterday. I thought she had a younger brother, which is why she cared for me so much. Cardell's expression turned serious. Roy, Feywin has been assisting me with school matters for a decade. I regard her as a daughter and know everything about her. I assure you she has no siblings. She is concerned for every student. And your recent arrival has drawn her attention. Roy ceased his inquiries, appearing to accept this conclusion. Cardell affectionately ruffled his hair. Aware that several adolescent boys at the school harbored feelings for the young and beautiful Feywin, fantasizing that their lovely teacher might favor them. She suspected Roy was among them. Cardell opened a drawer at her desk and retrieved several framed portraits to show Roy. The vivid oil paintings depicted the slightly naive faces of adolescents, aged around 13 or 14. As Roy's gaze swept over one of the portraits, he suddenly froze. Helheim, graduated on December 20th, 1259. It was the face of a young boy, seemingly 13 or 14, with black hair and faint freckles across his nose. He appeared unremarkable, easily overlooked in a crowd. Yet a grotesque scar beneath his right eye left a lasting impression. Roy was certain he had seen him before, but could not recall where. Where do outstanding graduates end up working? Cardell's expression swelled with pride. Teachers in Aden still hold some influence. They are all promising talents, though they require further refinement. Thus, I have recommended them to other cities, such as Lyria and Livia, both Posada and the capital, Vangberg. Most engage in work related to literature, becoming historical researchers, copyists, librarians. Roy feigned an air of yearning, yet a nagging suspicion lingered in his heart that Cardell was not entirely truthful. The school's purpose in nurturing its students seemed less than innocent. After school, Feywin was explaining a few complex vocabulary words to Roy when a disheveled, corpulent middle-aged man suddenly barged in. His face was bloated, his dark brown shirt stained with remnants of food and liquor, his hair a chaotic mess, emanating a musty odor. He appeared as defeated as a beggar. Feywin quietly pulled Roy behind her, positioning herself in front and firmly stating, I have no money to give you. Is he your father? Roy cautiously asked, observing Feywin's pale complexion. Yes, his name is Bob, my father, Feywin replied softly. Isn't it terrifying? Roy stammered, struggling to criticize another's elder. He must be drunk. Don't worry, feel free to insult him, I won't mind. This man has never been sober. Never cared for anyone at home. He starts drinking as soon as he opens his eyes, and he surely is drunk when he closes them. Feywin's face bore an expression of numbness, her tone laced with subtle sarcasm. Anyone burdened with such a father, addicted to alcohol, was cursed with misfortune. Bob had never fulfilled the responsibilities of a father, not even bothering to inquire about his son's whereabouts. His son? Feywin's biological brother? The very person Cardell had declared did not exist. Roy's gaze at Feywin shifted, his expression becoming peculiar. Are you serious? The woman raised an eyebrow. Her beautiful eyes filled with skepticism. From what I know, your eye color and shape are quite different from those formidable monster hunters. Because I am still an apprentice and have yet to pass the Grash trial. Physically, I am no different from an ordinary person. Roy recounted some experiences from his time with the monster hunters. Feywin pondered for a moment. Well, Roy, I believe you. While I do not understand why an apprentice monster hunter would work in a herbal shop at the market, since you are willing to listen to me, and you possess relevant experience, it is no harm to share my thoughts with you. At least you won't treat me like a mad woman, as others might. It's quite unbelievable. Even I don't know what my brother looks like, how old he is, or where he is now. Feywin chuckled self-deprecatingly, her expression complex, finding her own words absurd. When I first proclaimed this fact to others, everyone around me thought I had lost my mind. from the esteemed Principal Cardell to those adorable, mischievous students. No one has seen my brother, nor does anyone remember that I once had a brother. I tried to prove to that drunkard that he had another son, even showing him the clothes of the extra boys we had at home. Yet he accused me of having an illegitimate child outside, while my mother simply couldn't comprehend my words. Eventually, I realized that if I continued to proclaim this, everyone would likely believe I was possessed by a demon and would burn me at the stake for purification. Since then, I have kept this matter to myself, pretending everything was normal. It has been about 2 years since I last mentioned it to anyone. Faywin fell into a brief silence. Roy's confusion deepened. Faywin, this is strange. No one remembers him. How can you be so certain of such a relative? Because I have evidence. As I mentioned, I found some boys' clothes at home. If that drunken fool hadn't burned them all, I could have shown you. A flicker of regret crossed Faywin's beautiful eyes, quickly replaced by determination, clearly unwavering in her belief. Furthermore, since I began working with Principal Cardell, I have developed a habit of writing a diary every month or so, documenting significant events at school, at home, and encounters on the street. I have recorded a full decade's worth. I occasionally revisit these diaries. I hold myself to high standards, dreaming of one day becoming someone respected and cherished by all, like Principal Cardell. Thus, I often use those records to correct my less appropriate words and actions. Faywin, you have already achieved that. Everyone in the school adores you, as do the parents of those children, Roy sincerely remarked, feeling an immense pressure from the woman before him. You are far too kind. Faywin shook her head, her beautiful eyes gazing into the distance, lost in thought. The year before last, while perusing my diary, I discovered some strange entries. Faywin paused, her voice suddenly intensifying. Aside from me, that drunken man, and my poor mother, there existed a fourth person in the household. Roy shrank his neck, feeling as if he were listening to a ghost story. Faywin removed the silver necklace from around her neck, gently pinching it to open the square pendant, from which she extracted a crumpled piece of paper folded into a small square. She unfolded it carefully, revealing a size comparable to a palm, adorned with rough and simplistic lines depicting two figures, one tall and one short, hand in hand. On the left stood a statuesque woman, while on the right was a boy, both with charming rosy cheeks. Their radiant smiles and affectionate demeanor unmistakably indicated a sibling bond. Later, I rummaged through my home and discovered an array of boys' clothing, evidently smaller in size than that of the drunken man, coupled with the inexplicably emerged drawing from the pendant. I became convinced that I once had a younger brother, though the reasons for my memory's elusiveness remained a mystery. Faywin's delicate face displayed a mix of confusion and frustration, and after a moment, she continued, recounting how the feeling was particularly intense when she intervened for him in the slums that day. I sensed that you and he must share many similarities. Although I couldn't picture his appearance, my instincts assured me of his existence. This could elucidate Faywin's oddly warm demeanor towards Roy upon their first meeting. Yet, Roy sensed something amiss and decided to play along with her words, probing for more information. Faywin, may I ask, could you show me that part of the diary? He inquired tentatively. If you wish to see it, certainly, that's no problem. If there are unfamiliar words, I can explain them to you, Faywin replied, her expression taut and cautious. However, until we have concrete evidence, please refrain from sharing its contents. This is for your own good. Do you understand? Chapter 36 Diary. The woman led him into the house, which appeared far more dilapidated and shabby on the inside than it did from the outside. The walls were cracked in numerous places, and unsightly black spots of mold were visible everywhere. The furnishings were sparse, consisting of a simple table and chairs, a wall clock, a dressing mirror, and a wooden bed covered with a blanket. Against the inner wall stood a large brown wooden chest. Faywin unlocked the chest with a key and pulled out a stack of crumpled, yellowed, low-quality paper, separating a small portion to lay out on the wooden table. Once you have read these diaries, you will begin to understand my feelings. Roy nodded silently and began to read, while Faywin sat beside him, her beautiful eyes tinged with a hint of anxiety, occasionally explaining the words he had yet to learn. The handwriting on the paper was originally delicate and elegant, yet it was marred by the use of the most inferior quill and poor-quality ink, causing the letters to occasionally smudge together into an unsightly black mass, significantly detracting from the diary's neatness and aesthetic appeal, though it did not hinder comprehension. May 12th, 1256 today, that drunkard turned the house upside down. Failing to find a single krona to buy more alcohol, the tavern owner refused him further credit. For once, he was sober for a day. and it seemed that the conscience long soaked in alcohol was showing the slightest signs of revival. It was a scene straight out of a dream. Our family of four sat in the dark, damp little room, celebrating my poor mother's birthday with a piece of smoked fish. Merciful Prophet, rebuy out. Please grant me compassion and bless our family to celebrate a birthday like this one next year. A family of four? Roy rubbed his eyes, doubting his vision. Faywin, her drunken father, her dazed mother, and, did you have guests at home? Roy glanced at Faywin. Or was this a typographical error? In my recollection, my mother had never invited anyone for her birthday. To be precise, since I can remember, no one had visited except those seeking debts for alcohol. As for your suggestion of a typographical error, Faywin maintained her composure, stating, I have always been responsible for the arithmetic lessons in the Cardell household. If I cannot distinguish between 3 and 4, what face do I have left? Let us continue reading. January 20th. 1257, he had a fight with Miffin because Miffin insulted our father, that man who drunkenly came to school during dismissal to ask me for money. Spewing filth in front of everyone, more disgusting than the henchmen of the Sparrow Gang and human traffickers. I agreed with Miffin. That drunkard is a complete scoundrel. Roy was curious. Who did he refer to? From the context, it seemed he, like Faywin, called that drunkard father, suggesting he might indeed be Faywin's biological brother. August 19th, 1257 today. Principal Cardell, my most esteemed elder, spoke with me. He first acknowledged my contributions to the school over the years, then encouraged me to continue striving to cultivate more outstanding students. My ultimate goal is to see an exceptional graduate enter Oxford University, a feat even Principal Cardell has not accomplished. Then the principal mentioned a matter subtly advising me to pay appropriate attention to, as a relative. I should not neglect any student, regardless of how insignificant. It was then that I suddenly realized that my drunkard father, my often confused mother, and I had inadvertently overlooked him. Do you notice? Faywin's slender fingers suddenly pointed to a line in the diary. This section appears to be missing some content. These 2 blanks were clearly left intentionally, suggesting there should have been 2 names. Faywin sighed in relief. Clearly, I am not the only one who thinks this. It is obvious that the missing content could only be the names of my brothers. Look again, there are a few more entries. Faywin uncovered a total of 8 diaries, most sharing a common characteristic, a mysterious he woven throughout. Strangely, not a single entry mentioned his specific name or described his appearance or age. Yet, it was evident from the diaries that he shared a close relationship with Faywin and her family, having once attended Cardell House. The last entry was dated October 4th, 1258. Less than half a month from today. That drunkard drank too much again, began to lash out, slapped me, and choked me, demanding money. I thought he might actually strangle me. In a desperate attempt to escape suffocation, I pushed him away with all my strength, crying as I fled the house. Concerned for my safety, someone followed me, and we ran to the school, talking all night. That night, the hornbeam trees shed many leaves. Roy leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and rubbed his temples, sifting through the chaotic information in his mind. His first impression was that the content of one diary contradicted Principal Cardell's statements that afternoon. The principal did not acknowledge Faywin had a brother. So how could he advise her to be concerned about this non-existent person? Suddenly, a thought struck Roy. Principal Cardell, Uncle Tross, Hanky from the mill. And the diaries all confirmed that Faywin had an abusive, drunken father and a mentally unstable mother. The combination of these 2 factors led him to ponder whether this impeccably composed woman harbored some underlying psychological affliction. If this were the truth, then everything would make sense. Rather than accept the idea of Faywin having a mysterious brother, Roy preferred to believe that her mental state was in question. Roy observed her expression. The woman's chest rose and fell, her breathing rapid, her beautiful eyes filled with anticipation. Did he appear in the diaries after October 4th, 1258? No. He completely vanished from my world. Faywin shook her head lightly, her pretty face barely concealing her disappointment. The earliest he appeared was indeed before October 1256. But I believe the gap between those entries is too vast to hold any significance as reference. Roy tapped his fingers on the table, asking, what is the date of the next diary after October 4th? November 1st, New Year's Day. Upon hearing this, Roy inhaled deeply. Thus, he likely encountered an unforeseen incident between October 4th and New Year's Day, within that span of less than a month. Indeed, I believe so, Faywin replied, her voice trembling. Roy, what are your thoughts now? From the perspective of a demon hunter apprentice, do you believe me? Or do you think, like others, that I am a madwoman? Fabricating a ridiculous relative that exists only in my imagination? Roy pondered for 2 seconds, deciding against provoking her. There are many inexplicable phenomena in this world, so Sister Faywin, I believe you. I will take the time to investigate his whereabouts. Though Roy had already formed a general idea in his mind, he refrained from jumping to conclusions. As he had only heard Faywin's account, he needed to find more concrete evidence to support his theory, to prove that everything was merely a figment of Faywin's imagination. The woman sighed deeply, her beautiful eyes glistening with emotion as she grasped Roy's hand tightly. I have heard of the rules of demon hunters. I will prepare a reward. No, we can discuss the reward later. Although Roy did not wish to play the role of an overly generous benefactor, he felt compelled to assist Faywin, who had shown herself to be selfless and wholly devoted to Cardale House, provided the situation did not pose excessive danger. He recalled the principles of a demon hunter. Do not choose targets that are insurmountable. He needed to conduct a preliminary investigation. Then I entrust this task to you. Please assist me in locating him. However, you must prioritize your safety and refrain from disclosing this information to others. I understand. Chapter 37 Inquiry. Roy resolved to delve deeply into the matter at hand, necessitating a postponement of his morning tasks. Requesting a day off tomorrow? Certainly, no issue there. His performance over the past fortnight had been commendable, and a day's rest would not affect his wages. Tross readily agreed. Yet curiosity piqued within him. What could possibly warrant such an absence? Had Roy perhaps found a little girlfriend in Edsburg? Was he off to meet her? Young man, as someone who has traversed this path before, let me offer you a word of caution. Spending money on women is akin to throwing it into an abyss. A woman's vanity is insatiable. Uncle Tross, spare me your jests, Roy replied candidly. Girlfriends are a distant notion for me. Tomorrow morning, I need to visit someone in the lower district. As for who it is, that is of no concern to you. Ah, do take care, Tross said, his wrinkled visage turning serious as he earnestly cautioned him. After spending the night at the mill, the following day dawned gloomy, and Roy set off early for the lower district of Edsburg. He intended to verify Faywin's claims by first locating the old drunkard who had come to the school demanding money, Faywin's father. No matter how inebriated he might be, he would not forget whether or not he had a young son. Over the past fortnight, Roy had discovered Faywin's home address, a dilapidated wooden house at the far eastern edge of the lower district, which was easy to find. His decision to act at dawn stemmed from a concern of encountering the ruffians of the Sparrow Gang once more. Yet, sometimes, the very things one fears come to pass. As Roy stepped onto the main street of this area, an uncomfortable sensation prickled at his back. A quick glance over his shoulder revealed a burly, bald man clad in a thick yellow coat, black pants, and tall boots, sporting a tattoo around his neck, trailing closely behind him. At first glance, the man's face bore a resemblance to Rizzo, but his features and demeanor were entirely different. Rizzo was cold, while this man radiated hostility, as if seething with anger, ready to erupt at any moment. He stood over 6 feet 4 inches tall, with a thick, short neck, and his coat seemed to bulge with muscle, resembling a bear standing upright. At around 6 in the morning, the biting wind felt like a steel blade against his skin, and the streets of the lower district were nearly deserted, with most people still asleep or laboring at the market. Roy feigned ignorance, refraining from shouting for help or drawing attention. Instead, he quickened his pace, leaving the spacious main street for the narrow, dimly lit alleys that were replete with refuse. The bald man hastened after him. Gradually, both men began to jog, pursuing each other through the labyrinthine alleys for 5 minutes, veering further into obscurity. Eventually, they reached a dead end, where a mottled, moss-covered wall barred Roy's path. The pursuer, now close enough to reach him, pulled out a handkerchief laced with drugs, grinning malevolently as he lunged towards Roy's back. Brother, I haven't wronged you, have I? Roy turned, forcing a timid smile as he displayed his empty hands to the hulking figure looming 30 paces away. I pose no threat to you. Can you spare my life? I can pay any amount. The man, now less than 20 paces away, hesitated momentarily, a glint of greed flickering in his narrow eyes as he rasped. Once I subdue you, everything you possess shall rightfully belong to me. But feel free to cry for help. Perhaps a kind soul will come to your rescue. In comparison to the giant, Roy appeared like a child next to an adult, utterly unarmed, and to the thug, he posed no threat whatsoever. Like a slab of meat on a cutting board, the man thought it merely a trifling matter to utter a few final words before sending him off. Suddenly, a melodious chime rang out as Roy unexpectedly tossed a handful of gleaming crowns onto the filthy ground at the thug's feet. The latter, taken aback by this unusual maneuver, instinctively crouched to collect the coins. You're with the Sparrow Gang, aren't you? Roy seized the opportunity to inquire. Are thugs today so dedicated? It's not even 7 yet. And you're lurking at the entrance of the lower district. Aren't you cold? Kid, blame yourself for your foolishness. You trusted the wrong person. The bald man hastily stuffed the crowns into his pockets, suddenly realizing the gravity of his situation, and charged at Roy once more. Before he could complete his advance, a sudden, sharp pain erupted in his right eye, and he fell silent. The once aggressive figure stumbled forward, propelled by inertia, taking 2 faltering steps before collapsing to his knees, his face striking the ground, as if bowing before the youth just inches away. A pool of blood soon surged forth from the gaping wounds in his skull, staining the earth around him. Kill Fossa, gain 20 experience. A delightful message flickered within the template. Roy exhaled, his hand crossbow disappearing as he approached the corpse, which subsequently vanished as well. Now, when he gazed upon human remains, they seemed no different from the lifeless animals he had encountered. He continued forward a few steps, collecting the remaining crowns from the ground along with the bloodied arrowhead, both of which were stowed away in his space. His inventory was nearly full. Roy felt a sense of satisfaction. Previously, arrows that had pierced human skulls would often become lodged within the cranium, yet this time, with less than 10 paces between them and the enhancement from his crossbow mastery, coupled with his slaughter skill, the arrowhead had shattered the thug's skull effortlessly, proving the skill's effectiveness beyond his expectations. His lengthy discourse with the thug had served a purpose. He sought clarity on a singular matter. Only a few individuals were aware of his presence in the lower district that morning, and considering his motives from his previous visit, a suspect emerged. It appeared that the thug had contacted the Sparrow Gang, plotting to sell him to a private mine in Mahakam. Roy sighed, a wave of disillusionment washing over him. The taste of betrayal was bitter. After spending over half a month in camaraderie, he had come to trust that individual, believing him to be a friend. Was he, perhaps, too naive? Moments later, Roy departed the alley, leaving behind only the murky pool of blood, a silent testament to the unobserved slaughter. Traversing through narrow alleys rife with refuse, he arrived at a modest dwelling encircled by a fence of branches, nestled deep within the lower district. Phaewyn's home was even more squalid than Roy had envisioned. The exterior walls were cracked and stained, the roof leaked, covered by tattered, dark cloth. At that moment, a stout man, with a face marred by excess flesh, sat vacantly on a tree stump in the yard, his cheeks tinged with a sickly flush, his bleary eyes betraying a hint of inebriation. "Hey, kid, who are you looking for? What brings you to this godforsaken place?" Bob glanced at the youth outside the fence, irritation evident in his voice. He felt a nagging familiarity with the boy, though his memory was clouded by years of alcohol abuse. "You are Phaewyn's father, correct?" Roy stepped through the fence, donning an awkward smile. "I am a student from the Ethereal household. My name is Roy, and I have some inquiries I wish to discuss with you." "This is absurd. What could a mere child want to know from me?" Bob emerged from his stupor, his expression incredulous. "If you seek recommendations for the best tavern in town, where the drinks are least diluted, I can provide that information. But for anything else, don't bother me. I wouldn't know." Bob paused, then added, "It's early in the morning. Shouldn't you be off to class at the Ethereal household?" He suddenly twitched his nose, licked his lips, and swallowed hard, revealing a gluttonous expression. Opposite him, Roy was brandishing a green bottle of liquor, which he had seemingly produced from thin air, deliberately waving it before him. Bob the drunkard, having consumed alcohol for decades, instantly recognized the bottle as his beloved dwarf spirits. Having been broke for 2 days and deprived of a single drop of liquor, the familiar and pungent aroma overwhelmed him, stripping away his resistance in an instant. Satisfied, Roy nodded. To extract answers from the inebriate, he knew he must appeal to his desires. "All right, just wait for me. Don't leave. How many people are there in your household?" Roy swirled a glass of clear liquor before Bob, who immediately fidgeted restlessly on the stump, his hands twitching like a pair of clawing chickens toward the bottle, betraying his impatience. "3, he blurted out. "Old Bob, my maddened wife, and my daughter who has no respect for her elders." "Think carefully." Roy brought the glass closer to him, swiftly retracting at the moment Bob reached out. "Give it to me. I said 3 people. You filthy little—" "No." Old Bob clasped his hands together, his sagging facial muscles quivering as he spoke to Roy with an obsequious tone. "I swear to you, Roy, I promise there are only 3 of us at home. If I lie, I'll never touch a drop of liquor again. Just give it." After finishing the drink, Bob exhaled deeply, his countenance radiating unrestrained joy. Roy, observing this grotesque display, silently reminded himself to remain cautious. Regaining his composure, he pressed on with his questions. "No, Bob's face contorted with anger. Afraid I might be a nuisance. Does Miss Faywin have any siblings? That wretched girl is an only child, Bob asserted firmly. She has no siblings. Even when old Bob is half drunk, he is not so dim-witted as to forget how many children he has. Then did you and your wife have any children who passed away? Did Faywin lose any siblings in an accident? Little brother Roy, why do you ask such peculiar questions? Bob, suppressing the temptation of the wine, countered, what is your purpose in investigating my family so thoroughly? All right, let me tell you. My wife has only given birth to Faywin. Bob suddenly sighed. Truth be told, I wished for more children, but alas, after years of drinking, my health has deteriorated. Do you understand? Shall I elaborate? A quarter of an hour later, having drained the entire bottle of dwarf spirits, Bob leaned against the stump, dozing off. Even in his half-drunken state, he vehemently denied having another son. Roy mused that perhaps in this condition, he couldn't lie. Leaving the drunken man in the yard, Roy entered the dilapidated cottage. A woman with unkempt hair and a sallow complexion, as thin as a reed, sat at a round table by the door, her expression bizarre as she spoke to the air. Roy stood quietly at the entrance for a while before approaching and taking a seat across from her. Madam, I. The woman showed no reaction, her gaze passing over Roy as if he were invisible, lost in her own mental realm. Her face, lined with fine wrinkles and sagging skin, oscillated between silly grins of joy and wide-eyed rage, then drooping brows revealing sorrow. Roy was left bewildered. Little Lori, my precious jewel, how have you lost weight after just a week? Is school too strenuous for you? I've cooked your favorite dish. Eat more. The woman stared intently to her left for a moment, then grinned with her few remaining teeth, her expression softening as she admonished the air once more. She then ladled steaming vegetable soup from the iron pot in the center of the table into a plate on her left. A lady must chew slowly, otherwise, how will she ever get married? Little Lori? Roy thought this must be Faywin's nickname. Suddenly, the woman placed her hands on her hips and glared at the air to her right. Old Bob, what have you done? Looking all bruised and foolish? Out drinking and brawling again. You reek like a pile of dung. Don't even think about climbing into my bed today. Next time, you'd better get out of this house. Humph. She scooped another spoonful of thick soup into the plate on her right and began to eat, while across from her sat an empty plate with a spoon. Unable to communicate, Roy had no choice but to leave the house, wandering to a few nearby homes. He found 2 or 3 elderly men leisurely smoking tobacco in their yards, inquiring about Faywin's family situation, and as expected, they all asserted that there were only 3 people in her household. Roy pondered, surely not everyone could be lying. Chapter 38. No such person. There was still a considerable amount of time before noon. Faywin sat alone in the last row. The timing was just right, at this moment. Apart from him and the plump cook who remained in the kitchen, everyone else was in class. Roy quietly ascended to the 2nd floor, heading towards the principal's office, only to find the door firmly locked. He then darted to the far left of the corridor, half of his body leaning over the railing as he peered out to observe the 2nd floor windows on the side of the building. The window was wide open, not far from the corridor and not too high from the ground. Taking a deep breath, Roy crouched on the railing, estimating the distance after a few squats. Then, with his legs tense like springs, he launched himself forward, soaring like a bird with outstretched arms, successfully grasping the windowsill. With a swift motion of his waist, he agilely flipped into the room. For someone whose physical capabilities rivaled that of an adult, this sequence of actions was not particularly challenging. The room appeared exactly as it had on Roy's first day. He hurried to the desk behind the bookshelf, tugging at several drawers and cabinets, only to find them all locked. Reluctant to leave empty-handed, he searched the room thoroughly, bookshelves, sofa, pen holder. After half an hour, Roy was delighted to discover a brass key hidden within a poetry collection titled The Moon Era tucked away in a corner of the bookshelf. He inserted it into the keyhole of the cabinet near the desk. With a satisfying click, the rectangular cabinet beneath the desk swung open, revealing neatly stacked piles of paper. Among them was the personal information registration form Roy had filled out on his first day at school. According to Cardale's instructions, every new student was required to submit a similar registration form, detailing their enrollment date, name, gender, age, home address, familial relations, and a brief physical description, such as hair and eye color, along with any birthmarks or scars. In Roy's estimation, if Faywin's brother indeed existed and had attended Cardale House, there must be a record of him. Every passage leaves a trace. Even if no one remembers him, the written word does not deceive. The registration forms had been categorized by enrollment year, stacked accordingly. Roy counted roughly 13 thin stacks, suggesting that Cardale House had been in existence for quite some time. Beginning in 1248, the initial year featured only 2 or 3 forms, which gradually increased year by year, stabilizing in the last 3 or 4 years at approximately 30 new students annually. He reflected on how these seemingly insignificant sheets of paper represented the history of Cardale House, chronicling a school dedicated to serving the children of the impoverished during a chaotic era where gangs and revolutionary forces roamed freely, and how it had gradually grown to its present scale. The thin sheets of paper now bore an unspoken weight. Roy carefully flipped through the forms. He did not read every word, as that would be too slow, and there were some words he did not recognize. Instead, he focused on the enrollment years, names, and familial relations from the past 6 or 7 years, since Cardale House allowed students to remain for a maximum of 5 years. Hill, no, Frick, wrong relative, Carl's, incorrect address. After perusing over 200 registration forms in a quarter of an hour, he found several stacks mixed with blank forms, perhaps intended to console Cardale. He examined them again, then a third time. After the third review, Roy sighed deeply, a complex expression crossing his face as he neatly stacked the forms and locked them back in the cabinet. Roy could not find a single trace of information regarding Feywin's brother. This conclusion left him feeling as though his investigation was largely complete. The anticipated outcome, however, weighed heavily on his heart. Did Feywin indeed suffer from some psychological affliction? Among the stacks of records, he recognized several names, those of children still attending the school. 2 names stood out distinctly. One was a boy who had fought with Miefin, mentioned in Feywin's diary, and the other was a boy with a scar beneath his eye, the talented graduate Helheim, whom Cardale had once sketched. Glancing at the clock, Roy noted there was still an hour until noon. After lunch, he planned to inquire about Miefin to gather one last piece of evidence. Before leaving the room, Roy hesitated for a moment, curiosity compelling him to use the brass key to unlock other drawers. Books, quills, ink, cosmetics? It was surprising to discover that the stern and serious Cardale was, after all, a woman who appreciated beauty. What was this? Unexpectedly, Roy uncovered a crumpled notice in the third drawer tucked away in the corner. Vernon Ryan, the great revolutionary leader of Edsburg, has tirelessly fought for the people's interests, only to be cruelly captured and imprisoned by Baron Tavek for 3 months. The righteous individuals who protested and marched were violently suppressed by the Baron. Yet the revolution shall not yield. New forces are rallying. A flash of realization illuminated Roy's mind. He finally recalled the identity of the exceptional graduate, Helheim. This scarred boy was none other than the cloaked figure who had distributed revolutionary notices when he left the dwarf estate. Cardale's drawer concealed such a notice, while she professed to have sent her outstanding graduates to work elsewhere. It was evident that this esteemed principal had intricate ties to the revolutionary forces. Roy began to contemplate the possibility that Cardale held a significant position within the Revolutionary Army, and that the entire school had been established to cultivate elite leaders for the cause. Yes, he recalled with clarity how, on his first day at school, he had serendipitously overheard Cardale's history lesson. At that time, he sensed an unusual inclination in her towards the Revolutionary Army, criticizing Edsburg and even the upper echelons of the Aiden Kingdom. Everything fell into place. The supporters behind Cardale House were, in fact, the revolutionaries. Based on his performance, it was conceivable that if he remained a few more years, Cardale might reveal her true intentions to him. Roy inhaled deeply, his emotions tangled. He had merely intended to investigate information regarding Feywin's brother, yet inadvertently stumbled upon Cardale's connections. Was Feywin's biological brother, perhaps, linked to Cardale, secretly drawn into the revolutionary ranks? Similar to Helheim, Roy swiftly dismissed this notion. Regardless of Cardale's standing within the Revolutionary Army, she was still human. It was improbable that she could erase the memories of Feywin, his family, and neighbors. Even Helheim had left behind a portrait and registration form, yet Feywin had none. The testimony of Old Bob, combined with the missing registration form, was sufficient to indicate that the individual mentioned in the diary did not exist. If Miefin were to refute it as well, then. Chapter 39, The Forgotten One Restoring Everything in the Room to its Original State. Roy nonchalantly blended into the first-floor classroom, observing over 60 individuals within the school, including Feywin and Cardale. He lingered the longest on the esteemed principal, and all the data he gathered fell within the realm of normalcy, including Cardale, who was neither an extraordinary figure from the gaming world nor a mysterious entity. However, Roy was somewhat taken aback by Cardale, an over 40-year-old human female whose physical prowess surpassed that of adult males, boasting an average attribute value of 7, along with 2 skills, well-trained in dagger proficiency. If one were to assert that she had no affiliation with the Revolutionary Army, Roy found it hard to believe. After lunch, Roy located Mifun among a group of raucous boys on the playground. This stout, acne-ridden youth, soon to graduate, initially disregarded him with a scoff, his expression replete with disdain, clearly manifesting his aversion. Deep down, he harbored jealousy towards the beautiful female teacher's affection for Roy. However, upon receiving 2 crowns from Roy, Mifun's demeanor shifted instantly. He donned a cheerful smile and became forthcoming with information. Feiwen's biological brother? Mifun's face, speckled with acne, radiated astonishment at Roy's inquiry. Did you know? I've been at this school for 4 years, making me a senior among the 60-plus students, and I've secretly followed Feiwen for just as long. I can assure you, she has no bizarre siblings. There are, however, several admirers like myself. Look over there at those 3 greasy-faced rascals. They're in the same boat. Don't lie. You have feelings for her too, don't you? Fight. Roy, have you lost your mind? Mifun exclaimed incredulously. Isn't that absurd? I've never even seen Feiwen's brother, so how could I possibly engage in a fight with him? I do have a distaste for that drunken relative of hers. And given the chance, I might very well knock him out cold. Was anyone lying? Roy could not ascertain. He lacked the Witcher's Yakshi seal to compel truth. Yet, it was improbable for such young children to lie without betraying their composure. Their words bore considerable credibility. Roy glanced toward the corner of the courtyard, where Feiwen, with a sweet smile, played with a group of boys and girls. He felt a twinge of regret. His preliminary investigation had concluded, and he intended to find a suitable time to converse with her further, hoping to uncover additional clues. Standing outside the lounge on the 3rd floor of the school, Roy and Feiwen braved the cold wind, watching pairs of students and parents joyfully departing under Principal Cato's organization. Sister Feiwen, I have some leads regarding your brother. Have you found a clue? Feiwen's beautiful eyes sparkled with anticipation, her face tightening with anxiety as she grasped his hand, drawing him into the room. Is it a significant discovery? Well, Roy pinched his temples, finding it challenging to broach the topic directly. Have you inquired about him with the students at school? What are your thoughts? Roy endeavored to soften his tone. If he truly exists, why does no one at school possess any memory of him? Even your biological parents don't recall him. This phenomenon is entirely illogical, but I've been investigating this privately for 2 years. Feiwen clenched her hands tightly, anxiously pacing the room. The sunlight streaming through the window illuminated her flawless face, creating an eerie sense of sanctity. After ruling out various possibilities, the only explanation that seems plausible to me is that our memories of him have all been erased. This is precisely why I sought your assistance. Have not Witchers encountered myriad convoluted events? Could there not be some mysterious force that abducted my poor brother and obliterated every memory of him from our minds? Erased entirely? Roy's pupils constricted, as this was the very answer he dreaded contemplating, yet he could not dismiss it entirely, although he possessed contrary evidence. Have you considered that even if people's memories were erased, certain things would remain? What do you mean? Feiwen's expression shifted to one of alarm. The enrollment registration form. Roy fixed his gaze upon Feiwen's eyes, speaking in a hushed tone. According to your diary, he once attended Kaidel Academy. Every student leaves behind such a record. To be candid, Sister Feiwen, I have already investigated in Principal Cato's office and uncovered over 290 enrollment forms from the last decade, including those of the current 60-plus students. Curiously, there is no record of your brother. Do you realize what this implies? The registration forms you mentioned. Feiwen shook her head gently, disappointment etched upon her features. That does not signify anything. Roy, I am Cato's assistant and have access to those papers. I have long known that none of them belong to him. But what of it? Feiwen countered, if even human memories can be erased, how difficult would it be to eliminate a simple record? Roy was left speechless. This lady was more obstinate than he had anticipated. Convincing her would prove an arduous and thankless endeavor. Just because something can be erased does not imply it is akin to the goddess Maritalis or the prophet Rebiota. Does it? Where is the evidence? Continuing her assertion, Feiwen said, Roy, have you forgotten? In the diary entries you've read, there were peculiar instances where his name inexplicably vanished. Surely you do not believe I left those spaces intentionally? Clearly, his name and the memories associated with it have been erased. Isn't that nonsensical? What leads you to that conclusion? Roy opened his mouth, momentarily stunned as a flash of insight struck him. If something is erased, it would leave a void? He pondered this phrase, becoming lost in thought. While examining the enrollment forms, he distinctly recalled a multitude of detailed records interspersed with several blank sheets. At the time, he had given it little thought, assuming they were merely used by Principal Kydell to bolster student numbers for self-comfort. Yet now, hearing Feywin's words, erased, resulting in a void, he began to contemplate the possibility that the blank forms had once contained records that were subsequently purged along with the memories of the missing students, ultimately transforming into mundane, unremarkable pieces of paper. Roy, who drew a half-finished pentagram on your sleeve? Toya inquired curiously. I don't recall. Perhaps it was some mischievous child from Kydell Academy who did it while I was distracted. Roy glanced at his left sleeve, where a childish, nearly vanished half-pentagram sketched with charcoal remained, now only a faint point. The rest of the fabric appeared as though it had been scrubbed countless times, devoid of any trace. Such daily wear and tear could not account for this level of erasure. No, wait. This star was not meant to be half, it was originally whole. In just 2 or 3 days, this makeshift mark had nearly vanished, presenting evidence he had never anticipated. The remnants left by the missing could also be erased, which explained the absence of any clues. It felt as though an invisible hand gripped his heart, quickening his breath. This also meant that since entering Kydell Academy, he had unknowingly forgotten someone, the student who had marked his sleeve. Now, even this singular trace was on the verge of disappearing. Chapter 40. The true culprit. On the second floor of the school, Roy and Feywin rapidly sifted through the materials. Behind them, Kydell stood with her arms crossed, casting a cold gaze upon the two. She sought to comprehend what these inexplicable individuals, intent on examining the registration forms, were truly up to. Years 1256, 1257, 1258, 1259, 1260. From the 13 stacks of documents, the duo uncovered 5 blank registration forms, each corresponding to the last 5 years, revealing that a total of 5 individuals had gone missing, one each year. Roy whispered to Feywin, noting the peculiar pattern that indicated this was no mere coincidence. What exactly have you two discovered? Shouldn't you explain it to me? Kydell inquired. You have been responsible for maintaining the enrollment records. Have you ever encountered these blank registration forms? The middle-aged woman examined one closely, her brows knitting tightly. These papers are specially made, 1 per student, and quite costly. I would not be so wasteful. However, I cannot entirely rule out the possibility that I inadvertently filed them away. They were not originally blank, Roy elucidated. They contained the details of a student, but regrettably, the text has been erased, along with the student themselves. To be precise, they were taken by the perpetrator. Why are you beginning to sound so cryptic, like Feywin? What could possibly exist that could abduct my students undetected in a city as populous as Aidsburg? Even the Sparrow Gang would not dare, Kydell retorted, maintaining her skepticism. Unless you can present alternative evidence. Roy, if you dare to deceive me here, prepare for expulsion. You seek evidence? Then we must wait a while longer. Only he witnessed the changes in the markings on the clothing, rendering his testimony unreliable. Nevertheless, he has formed a tentative hypothesis. Feywin, when did he appear in the last diary entry? I have gone through the diaries dozens of times over the past 2 years and could recite them by heart, Feywin replied. On October 4th, 1258, that night. Bob slapped me in a drunken rage, and in my fright and anger, I ran to the school. He followed me. Today is October 7th, 1260, marking the gradual fading of the symbol on Roy's sleeve, which coincides with the time of the student's disappearance. Both incidents fall within this time frame, indicating that it cannot merely be coincidence. Roy's thoughts raced. The dates surrounding October alone may not hold significant meaning, but as the new year approaches, the magical energies intensify, making it more likely for supernatural phenomena and mysterious events to occur. If the perpetrator chose to strike during this time, they might be a creature highly sensitive to magical forces. Roy noted his first conclusion. From 1256 onwards, the perpetrator committed a crime each year, with the timing aligning closely with the new year, likely indicating a being sensitive to magic, either a magical creature or a human with magical aptitude. His second conclusion, the perpetrator gradually erases most traces left by the missing, including the memories of those around them, the writings of the missing, and any direct descriptions of them. Feywin, I recall you mentioned in your diary that you and your family unconsciously overlooked him. I believe so. To ensure fairness, I allocate the majority of my attention evenly among all students, which inevitably led to him being neglected. Feywin's countenance darkened, recalling Bob, a chronic drunkard too preoccupied with his vices to notice him, and a mother whose mind was often clouded, rendering her unable to engage meaningfully. Thus, he became a person overlooked by everyone. Among the 5 missing individuals, even if their acquaintances had their memories erased, did none of their families, unlike Faywin, perceive the anomalies and seek out clues? Roy recorded his third conclusion. The perpetrator's targets likely consist of children who were overlooked by all, including orphans. This could stem from some mysterious criteria, or perhaps a manifestation of the perpetrator's cunning nature, compared to those who attract much attention. If the missing are those typically disregarded by those around them, the impact on the real world would indeed be minimal, making their disappearance even more insidious and difficult to detect. Roy presented these 3 conclusions to Faywin and Kydale. The former appeared somewhat surprised. She had noticed these aspects, but had not synthesized them so specifically and thoroughly. Kydale's previously indifferent demeanor finally shifted, yet she remained skeptical. Roy, while these conclusions may seem alarming, I maintain my stance. Without evidence, they lack foundation. Perhaps the reality is the exact opposite, and there are no missing persons at all. Evidence? If we could identify the perpetrator, that would serve as the best evidence, Roy exhaled. Kydale, I implore you not to question my intentions. At least for now. The perpetrator has taken a victim from the Kydale household each year around the time of the new year. Do you not have the sense that the culprit is hiding within the school? Faywin's complexion drained. You mean the perpetrator emerges to commit crimes just before the new year? That is impossible. Kydale shook her head. I know every individual in this school, including the kitchen staff. I would stake my reputation on the fact that the perpetrator cannot be among them. I never claimed the perpetrator must be human, Roy interjected. Having observed all faculty and students, including support staff, and confirming they were all ordinary individuals devoid of memory-erasing abilities, the greater likelihood points towards some magical creature residing within the school. Are you onto something? Perhaps. Please wait a moment, Roy replied. His mind did not harbor any recollections of creatures that aligned with his conclusions, but that did not render him powerless. He turned and exited the room, traversing the corridor for 2 minutes before retrieving the notebook left for him by Risua from the spatial realm and re-entered the room. What is this? Faywin and Kydale inquired curiously. It is an experience journal from a master monster hunter, containing various information on magical creatures. It may hold the key to our investigation. The 3 then perused the sections of the notebook pertaining to magical creatures. The more Roy read, the more his heart raced. He recognized only a fraction of the creatures documented, revealing that the world's depths were far more profound than he had anticipated. After reviewing numerous descriptions of various magical entities, they came across a particular entry. That night, the wind howled outside, making my bladder feel as though it would burst. I stepped into the yard to relieve myself when the pendant around my neck began to vibrate slightly. The residual magical energy was weak, but unmistakably. A new prey was calling to me. Hunting magical creatures is far more exhilarating than pursuing grizzly bears, especially in such an unknown situation. This moment of relief was a harbinger of my fate. Nearby, I discovered an oak tree over 500 years old, its bark etched with cryptic symbols. The source of the magic lay within this tree. The tree's roots writhed in agony, revealing a deep, dark hollow. I awakened Sarit, and we descended into the hollow for a fierce encounter. The creature dwelling within, which I named the stripper child hunter tree demon, appeared as a slender humanoid being with a blurred visage, rough skin akin to bark, and sharp, venomous fangs and claws. Once bitten, one's limbs and nerves would gradually succumb to paralysis. The accompanying illustration depicts a creature whose speed and strength are comparable to that of an ordinary human, possessing the remarkable ability of rapid regeneration. Ordinary weapons fail to inflict fatal wounds upon it. However, it harbors a profound fear of flames, salt, and the oils of cadaverous beings. After swiftly dispatching it alongside Sarit, we extracted a total of 15 remains from the hollow of a tree. The following day, we engaged in a fortnight of exchanges with the villagers of the nearby mountain settlement, conducting extensive investigations that yielded the following insights regarding this malevolent entity. It spends the majority of its time in slumber within the tree hollow, awakening only during the peculiar fluctuations of magical energy that occur as the new year approaches, when it preys upon nearby creatures. Its preferred targets are young human children, particularly those who are isolated and alone. It ensnares its incapacitated prey in its own vomit until they suffocate to death before indulging in them. This vomit possesses a remarkable, almost supernatural effect, gradually severing the prey's connection to the realm of reality. Upon the prey's demise, this severance is complete. Most traces left by the prey in the real world vanish, and all memory of the unfortunate soul fades from the minds of others. This is a being that slumbers beneath the ancient trees, devouring those who have been overlooked, a specter of oblivion. Novice, when you come across this account, you likely have yet to pass the grass trial. Should you confront this creature, remember to equip yourself to exploit its weaknesses and dress warmly. If you manage to slay it, take its most valuable tongue, dry it, and preserve it. On October 6, 1204, in the province of Vicovaro, Nilfgaard, pinned by ox at Mount Bear, 3 individuals exchanged glances, remaining silent for a considerable time. So, there is indeed something residing beneath that horn tree in the yard? Kedwin's incredulity was palpable, his voice raspy with disbelief. It has been dwelling there for several years. How could I possibly have been unaware? You won't know until you try? Thievin clenched her fist, her youthful visage marked by determination and disdain. I recall there being plenty of salt in the kitchen. Roy inhaled deeply, casting a glance at the nearly fading mark on his left sleeve. The person he had forgotten might still be alive. Shall we go, novice? Chapter 41. Beneath the horn tree. What is that rustling sound? It is the sound of salt grains slipping through fingers. The crescent moon casts its gentle light upon the Cater household, where beneath the towering horn tree in the courtyard, 3 figures, clad in thick cotton garments, huddle together. They lean closely to the horn tree, each holding a torch, allowing white salt grains to trickle through their roughened palms. After a moment, the intact bark of the tree mysteriously splits open, the fissure rapidly widening until it resembles a vertically opened eye, glaring wide as the corners stretch apart, forming an oval-shaped hollow at the base of the tree, nearly the height of a person. Roy shines his torch into the opening, revealing a gently sloping descent, covered in vines, withered leaves, dead branches, and earth, while a potent earthy aroma wafts forth from the hollow. What comes next? Roy glances back at the 2 women clad in pink cotton garments. He too is dressed in pink, looking rather comical. However, given that the entire school comprises only 2 women, he considers himself fortunate that they consented to share some warm clothing. He knows he must heed the Witcher's advice. If you do not speak, then I shall. Roy asserts gravely. We cannot all descend at once. We must leave one above to keep watch. I will circle the horn tree and scatter salt to prevent whatever lurks inside from escaping. I must go down. Roy inhales deeply, knowing he possesses a formidable weapon hidden within his space. According to the Witcher's notes, he stands a chance of vanquishing the creature. This is my territory, taken by that foul beast for far too long, and it has stolen several of my children. This debt must be settled. The middle-aged woman's expression hardens as she utters a terse remark. Then, bending low, she swiftly slides down the slope. Then you remain outside. Roy interjects, diving into the hollow before Faywin can respond. Do not worry, Sister Faywin, I will bring him back. Roy grips the torch in one hand while navigating the soft slope with the other, gliding through the dark corridor. Within moments, he lands safely. Though his boots become soaked as the ground beneath the hollow is unexpectedly flooded, the icy water reaching his ankles. Roy gasps, shivering from the frigid touch. No wonder the Witcher advised him to wear more clothing. The temperature within the hollow is several degrees lower than outside. As he swings the torch about, Roy spots Cater nearby, crouched and vigilant, silently beckoning him forward. They find themselves in a dimly lit underground chamber, where the walls are coated with sticky mud, slick moss, and creeping vines, while the pool is scattered with oddly shaped rocks. Roy cannot fathom whether this space existed beneath the horn tree or if it was conjured by the creature known as the Child Hunter. As he wades through the murky, icy water toward Cater, he surveys the various openings and a chilling thought crosses his mind. Could each hole harbor a child hunter? No. The Witcher would not so recklessly endanger his apprentice. If that were the case, it would surely have been noted in the journal. Thus, the child hunter must be lurking within one of the openings, suffocating its latest prey with its vomit. Roy and Cater exchange glances, Cater nodding toward the nearest opening, silently drawing a dagger coated with fine salt, while the other hand holds the torch. She bends low and slips inside. Roy follows closely behind. The opening reveals a narrow tunnel, no taller than 2 feet. As they crawl in, Roy's trousers become soaked with icy water, the sticky earth pressing against his shoulders, making movement exceedingly cumbersome. They stifle their breaths, proceeding cautiously as hissing cries and erratic drafts echo from the passages ahead and behind. This fills Roy with dread. His face tightens as he refrains from breathing heavily. What if the creature were to ambush him from behind in this awkward position? Soon, they reach the tunnel's innermost depths, entering a spherical nest scattered with twigs, leaves, and small animal bones, slightly drier than the surrounding area. Though the child hunter is absent, evidence of its feasting is apparent. Human bones, delicate skulls, leg bones, and vertebrae lie haphazardly throughout, distinctly smaller than those of an adult. Their surfaces stained with a peculiar pale yellow. They clearly belong to children. Cater picks up a bone, her face contorted with rage, her teeth nearly grinding to dust. While her motives for creating the school may be complex, her lack of mercy toward her students is unmistakable. They hastily inspect 2 more openings, marking each by placing the remains of the deceased at the entrance. Upon reaching the 4th opening, as they climb halfway, a distinct gurgling sound echoes, resembling something being vomited. They hold their breath, shining the torch forward, revealing a ghostly figure in the darkness. A gaunt, elongated humanoid, its skin coated in black sludge and moss. Limbs as thin as twigs, crouches in one corner of the nest, intermittently expelling a yellowish liquid toward an engorged mass. As the torchlight strikes it, the creature turns abruptly. Its cheekbones jut out like a skeletoness, with 2 dark, sunken nostrils and bloodshot, pale eyes filled with malice and insanity. Its lips have been torn away, exposing its gums, and, having just vomited, its teeth glisten with translucent saliva. The 2 quickly pursue it with their torches, only to find it has vanished. Roy remains vigilant, scanning the area while Cater frantically digs through the vomit, unearthing a small golden-haired head. "Hello, child, can you hear me?" Cater wipes the grime from the boy's face, revealing a frail, yet delicate visage. The boy's eyelids flutter. Suddenly, realization dawns. "I remember now. It was you who went missing, little Tom." The boy who had greeted him on the first day, the bright smile revealing 2 prominent front teeth, living in the orphanage at the school. For over half a month at Cater's home, he had followed Roy after school for review, and they had developed a bond. "I almost forgot you entirely." Roy ruffles the boy's hair, unable to suppress a smile, the earlier tension and fear dissipating as his spirits lift. "How are you feeling, little Tom?" "Roy? Principal Cater? What is happening to me?" Tom murmurs, awakening groggily, his voice weak. "Little, what did you say?" "Little, above." Suddenly, a ghostly figure plummets from the ceiling, tackling Roy and rolling him aside. It gains the upper hand, positioning itself atop Roy and raising its right claw. Under the torchlight, its needle-like, sharp claws glint menacingly as it lunges toward his throat. In a split second, Roy's left hand, taut with tension, intercepts the attack, while his right conjures a modified crossbow bolt, fingers tightly gripping it as he thrusts the arrow into the creature's eye socket. The child hunter emits a sound reminiscent of a wailing infant, thick white smoke billowing from its eye socket, dark green blood oozing forth. It suddenly surges with immense strength, breaking free from Roy's grasp and shrieking madly as it darts into the tunnel. It rides in an awkward manner, akin to a slippery eel, vanishing in the blink of an eye. "Roy, take Tom outside first. I'll handle this creature." Cater calls over her shoulder, brandishing her dagger and torch as she pursues the blood trail. "Phew, that was close." Roy exhales deeply, almost succumbing to disaster. Had that sharp claw grazed his throat, everything would have been rendered meaningless. "Are you injured?" A feeble greeting emerged from beside him. "Tom, do not worry. I am perfectly fine." Roy wiped the cold sweat from his brow and swiftly extricated the boy from the viscous vomit, which bore an unsettling resemblance to overcooked cheese in both scent and appearance. Without hesitation, Roy gathered a fist-sized clump and stowed it away in his pocket. He then hoisted Tom onto his back and crawled out of the tunnel. Fortunately, they encountered no obstacles along the way, as the child hunter had seemingly been driven into another passage by Cardale. Roy reached the entrance of the tree hollow without incident, grasping the vines to ascend the slope, where he entrusted Tom to the awaiting Fae. The woman, a mixture of surprise and joy, swiftly draped a coat over the trembling boy. "Roy, did you find?" "There is no time to explain. The monster remains unresolved. I must assist Cardale. Please take care of him." With that, without waiting for further inquiry, Roy re-entered the tree hollow. Following the trail of blood, he discovered the 2 adversaries at the deepest part of the 5th cavern. Both Cardale and the child hunter bore injuries. The former clasped his blood-soaked abdomen with one hand while wielding a torch for protection with the other, his complexion ashen and clearly on the brink of collapse. The child hunter fared little better, having lost an eye and sustained numerous fine lacerations from Cardale's dagger. Though these wounds had ceased to bleed, it was evident that the salt on the weapon was insufficient to be lethal. Roy pondered momentarily before summoning his crossbow. A cold arrow flew forth, striking the child hunter in the knee. It shuddered violently, bending forward, and unleashed a menacing growl at Roy, baring its teeth as if to pounce. Ignoring its threat, Roy knocked another arrow and shot it in the opposite knee. Within moments, the child hunter was rendered a cripple. And even if it possessed the ability to heal, it would require time, hindering its speed of movement for the foreseeable future. Cardale, retreat behind me, Roy commanded, continuing to target the creature's legs as he backed away. Cardale, though perplexed, complied, maintaining a defensive posture as he slowly followed Roy's lead. The scene transformed into a strategic retreat, with the two men inching backward into the tunnel while the child hunter lurked at the far end of its lair. Its skeletal visage contorted in a grotesque snarl, its shadowy claws flailing in the air in a frenzied display of menace. It resembled a rabid dog, brimming with fury yet restrained by the weapons and torch held by the humans before it, unwilling to charge forward. As the distance between them widened to 30 paces, a green glass vial unexpectedly appeared in Roy's hand. He gathered his strength and hurled it forward. The vial traced a straight line through the air before shattering against the child hunter. With a resounding bang, the glass erupted, unleashing a short, yet violent explosion that illuminated the entire cavern with a dazzling brilliance. Flames danced wildly, twisting and coiling, as if the very air had ignited, raising the temperature several degrees. At the center of the conflagration, the child hunter transformed into a human-shaped torch, radiating intense heat and light. In agony, it staggered towards Roy and Cardale, though its legs had been severely incapacitated, rendering it incapable of matching their retreating pace. The might of the dancing star was formidable. Even the sparks cascading from its form ignited the surrounding dry twigs and leaves almost instantaneously. The blaze intensified, engulfing the entire lair behind them. For approximately 2 minutes, it staggered within the fiery inferno before finally collapsing, utterly spent, and reduced to a pile of charred remains. Child hunter eliminated. Experience points gained, 100. Having retreated to the entrance of the tree hollow, Roy exhaled a sigh of relief. We must hasten to retrieve the remains of those unfortunate children. Chapter 42 Conclusion. In the yard of the Cardale residence, moonlight illuminated 4 incomplete skeletons, their slender bones tinged with a pale yellow hue. Even though the monster had been vanquished, why could I not recall anything? What were the names of these 4 children, aside from Tom? Although the notes did not mention them, Roy pressed his lips together, pondering that this state of forgetfulness was irretrievable, even with the death of the child hunter. Only those like Tom, who survived, could have their traces in the real world restored. The pentagram on Roy's left sleeve had returned to its original form. Cardale shook his head, seemingly displeased with the outcome. At least we saved little Tom, Roy remarked, and from this moment forward, the children at school will no longer be threatened by monsters. Curiously, an hour after they removed the skeletons from the tree hollow, the opening at the base of the horned tree sealed itself once more. When Roy attempted to sprinkle salt upwards, he could no longer summon that hollow. It appeared the horned tree had completely lost its magic. It seemed that 2 years of effort had been in vain. Could they identify these children's identities? Thewen covered her face and took a deep breath, wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. When I saw the notes, I suspected he was gone. I just couldn't accept it for a moment, but you were right. His soul has surely ascended to the realm of the prophets. I will find a fitting place to lay his remains to rest. After a brief silence, she added, let us speak of something joyful. How is that little rascal Tom? I just gave him a warm bath and applied some ointment. He has fallen asleep again. Mentioning the survivor brought a glimmer of light to Thewen's eyes. He was indeed fortunate, with only a few scrapes and the bite mark on his neck. And he had no recollection of the entire abduction, merely remembering waking up to see you and that monster. The child hunter would give him nightmares for a few days, but nothing more. Wait a moment, Roy. Cardale suddenly inquired. Where did that bomb you used against the child hunter come from? Roy sensed the anticipation in Cardale's eyes and understood. This member of the revolutionaries must have been contemplating the dance of the stars. That was a specially crafted alchemical bomb by the demon hunters, Roy fabricated. Only those acknowledged by the demon hunters can activate it. It was a protective gift from my teacher, and there is only this one. Once used, it is gone. Is that so? Disappointment was evident on Cardale's face. Upon returning to the mill, Roy found Toya by the pond, staring blankly at her reflection, her face cast in despondency. Radiating solitude, Roy thought to himself that had she been at the Cardale residence, she would have certainly faced a grim fate. I apologize for being late today, he said as he sat beside her. The girl trembled slightly, her round face betraying an uncontrollable delight, her voice quivering as she replied, It's all right, I understand. You must have been busy with work in the city today, right? Toya felt every cell in her body relax. The next morning, having concluded his meditation, Roy awoke promptly at 4 o'clock and first dealt with the corpse of the bald man in the space. He then hurried to the marketplace in Edsburg, where he still had accounts to settle at the herbal stall he had worked at for over a month. However, as he squeezed through a throng of laborers, he discovered that the stall was deserted. Reluctant to accept this, he approached Emil, the barbecue vendor, for information, only to receive a shocking response. "You're asking about Uncle Tross? I thought he had informed you." After finishing his stall yesterday morning, he left Edsburg with his entire family and possessions. He moved away with his family? Roy questioned incredulously. He has operated in Edsburg for over a decade. Would he really abandon everything? Is he afraid of a mere teenage boy? It makes no sense. What kind of person was he? A con artist? Roy pondered for a while, only recalling that lecherous grin, feeling an inexplicable unease within. Let him go then. In the afternoon at the Cardale residence, all remained tranquil as usual. The children frolicking joyfully beneath the horned tree, seemingly oblivious to the lonely boy gazing at them from the classroom door, who had come and gone unnoticed. The overlooked remained overlooked, and nothing had changed. If one desired attention and wished to make more friends, one must take the initiative. Merely peering like a fool would yield no results. Who dares to bully you again? If it comes to it, just fight back. Roy suddenly pushed the bewildered boy towards the crowd, watching as he blushed and awkwardly greeted the surrounding students. Cardale quietly approached Roy, her expression less than favorable. The wounds she sustained last night would take time to heal. The principal had concealed the existence of the horned tree and the malevolent creatures dwelling beneath it. The traces of the deceased children had not been restored and remained forgotten by the world. Even if brought to light, what could it invite but suspicion and trouble? In reality, 100 crowns were insufficient for the materials needed for the Dance of the Stars. Yet this was likely all that Cardale could offer. This amount is inadequate. Roy observed the children running in the courtyard, a soft spot in his heart unexpectedly stirred. Just exchange it for a meal for me. Then you must accept this gift? Roy. Faywin quietly stepped out from behind Cardale, removing a silver pendant from her chest and placing it around his neck. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with gratitude. Trust me, it will bring you luck and blessings. Gratitude to the Lord of Night and to Zhuang Mingxin for their generous support and votes. Thank you all for your support. Chapter 43. The Erosion of Magic. 1 week later, on a night filled with anticipation, Roy found himself seated within the rustic confines of the mill's barn, his mind wholly absorbed in the task at hand. Personal level, LV3, 0-1500, skill points, 1. Attribute points, 1. In the past, he would have concentrated his resources to enhance his advantageous attributes, consistently allocating points to elevate his perception to a remarkable 7. However, his perspective had recently shifted. He recognized that every increment of strength must now be a preparation for the upcoming Greengrass trial, no matter how high his perception soared. If he succumbed in the trial, all efforts would be rendered futile. According to Resso's words before his departure, the apprentices will survive, and their body's resistance to toxins would significantly influence their survival rate in the trial. The higher, the better. These two critical metrics corresponded to the attributes of willpower and constitution. Currently, Roy's willpower stood at a mere 4.8, just shy of the average benchmark of 5, while his constitution had only just met the minimum threshold due to the herbal concoctions he had consumed. Henceforth, he resolved to allocate the attribute and skill points acquired from leveling up to enhance these two attributes. His gaze flitted to the skill panel. Note, each enhancement of this skill will permanently bolster both constitution and willpower. It was evident that even the seasoned demon hunter Resso, who could easily be his grandfather, had struggled to elevate his meditation training to level 10, a testament to its formidable difficulty. Most importantly, the skill promised lasting enhancement to both mental and physical fortitude. With that thought, Roy's focus sharpened on the plus sign adjacent to meditation. In an instant, the inscription marking LV1 faded into obscurity, transforming into LV2 after a few moments. Without hesitation, Roy allocated his attribute point to willpower. In a heartbeat, a surge of warmth coursed through his entire being. Every inch of skin, muscle, bone, and blood vessel ignited with vitality, akin to roots plunging into fertile soil, rapidly absorbing nutrients and growing more resilient and robust. Meanwhile, his brain, nestled within the confines of his skull, the most enigmatic of regions, was enveloped by a refreshing aura, as if countless gentle hands were caressing it, each cell within him rejoicing in sheer comfort. Roy abruptly opened his eyes, a star-like brilliance flickering within them, though it was but a fleeting moment before returning to normalcy. Meditation LV1 to LV2, mentality 66. 5. Constitution, 55. 5. Willpower, 4, 8 to 5. 8. In an instant, he experienced an unprecedented illusion of power. His cheeks flushed. A fervent energy surged within him, filling his chest with an inexplicable courage and confidence, as if he could run tirelessly for a day and night, ready to confront any challenge head-on. Taking a deep breath, Roy clenched and then relaxed his fists, suppressing the restless excitement within him. He settled onto a pile of hay, meditating for a quarter of an hour until his body and mind regained tranquility. For an ordinary individual, years of arduous training and countless repetitions were required to achieve a mere 1-point increase in attributes. Yet he had managed to elevate his by 2 points in just a few minutes. It was only natural for him to feel some discomfort. Roy contemplated the green grass trial, realizing that the potion's transformative effects on his body would far exceed his current enhancements, reaching a potentially terrifying level. This discomfort could very well escalate into excruciating pain, explaining the trial's notoriously low success rate. Across the barn, a faint groan emanated from a humble grass mat. "Toya, you're awake. How do you feel?" Roy approached the mat, seating himself beside the girl, reaching out to gently check her smooth forehead, relieved to find her temperature normal. Clearly, the herbal remedy had taken effect. "Roy, what happened to me?" The girl, still clad in her work apron, appeared haggard, her eyes dim, and her lips alarmingly pale, as if she had been gravely ill. "You collapsed while sweeping today and developed a high fever," Roy patiently explained. "Una and Hank found you and brought you in. But do not worry, I administered some herbs. And your fever has subsided." "Oh, I see." Toya, with determination, propped herself up with her hands, managing to sit upright with Roy's assistance as she took a few sips of water. Gratefully, she remarked, "You've gone through so much trouble for me. You must be tired from taking care of me. Why don't you rest first?" However, Roy shook his head, locking his gaze onto her eyes. "Toya, we are friends. Please be honest with me. This is not the first time you have collapsed, is it?" The girl sat on the mat, clutching her knees tightly, her chin resting upon them. A flicker of confusion and fear crossed her delicate features, her voice quivering slightly. "I don't know what is happening to me. My body has so many issues. It's not just my hunchback that people disdain. I faint without warning and suffer from high fevers, speaking nonsense. Even my own father despises me and refuses to acknowledge my existence." "Roy," Toya suddenly murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, "am I a burden for being alive?" "Toya, you are certainly not a burden," Roy replied earnestly. "My time with you over these past weeks has been incredibly enjoyable. It is clear that you are a capable listener. And you are diligent and intelligent. You simply find yourself trapped in this mill-like prison, surrounded by narrow-minded individuals, which has led you to harbor such misguided thoughts. Is that so?" A glimmer of hope returned to her eyes upon hearing his words. "Of course," Roy affirmed with a nod. "How are you feeling now? I wish to understand more about your condition." "I'm fine." The girl took a deep breath. "You may ask whatever you wish. When did you first experience these fainting spells? Have they become more frequent?" The girl furrowed her delicate brows, deep in thought. "It likely began after my body started to show deformities. It occurs every year. Initially, it was once a year, but now it happens 4 or 5 times annually." Her voice faltered, her self-pity evident. "I always fear that one day I will faint and never awaken again. But if this is the fate that the goddess Maritalis has prepared for me, then I accept it. To fall into eternal slumber without pain or knowledge is not so bad." So my assumptions were correct. The closer you are to the magic point, the more easily the magic within you resonates and spirals out of control, harming your body. Roy sighed, his gaze filled with compassion as he regarded the girl. Observations indicated that following this fainting episode, her constitution had plummeted from 3 to 2. 8. Her vitality visibly waned. "What does the magic point mean?" Toya asked, both curious and fearful. "And why is there magic within me?" "Do not fret, Toya. I will explain everything to you," Roy reassured her. "Do you remember the Arcane Academy of Arethusa on Synod Island that I mentioned previously?" "I remember every word you said very clearly," she replied. "That SA place dedicated to training female sorceresses, right?" She retrieved the Gwent card Roy had given her, depicting a beautiful woman in a red dress with fiery hair, her face alight with envy. "She resembles Sabina Grevicik, wielding incredible magic far surpassing your tricks." "Yes," Roy inhaled deeply. "But did you know that many female sorceresses, when they were young, did not appear as beautiful as depicted on the card?" Toya suddenly held her breath, her expression frozen. A sense of dread washed over her. She felt an instinctive fear that Roy was about to reveal a terrifying truth. They often began like you. Roy paced himself, softening his tone as he articulated each word. They suffered from uncontrolled magic within their bodies from a young age, making them appear different from others. It was only after attending the Magical Academy for training that they gradually corrected their conditions. In the preceding half-month, Roy had laid the groundwork, allowing the girl to grasp a glimpse of the world's mysterious facets, significantly enhancing her capacity for understanding. You mean? Toya's teeth began to chatter. A previously unimaginable thought surged within her, nearly suffocating her. If you could become a sorceress and transform your body through magic, surely you would regain your normalcy. Ugh. Toya suddenly choked back a sob, leaning dejectedly against the damp, moldy wall of the barn, as large tears streamed down her pale cheeks. The expression on her face was profoundly complex, a mixture of sorrow and joy. No, Roy, you must be deceiving me, right? You are my friend. You cannot mislead me. I swear, Roy stated solemnly, I am not deceiving you. I merely wish to provide you with another choice. That is impossible. A flicker of hope crossed Toya's round face, but she quickly shook her head. I am just an ordinary village girl who has never left the mill. I cannot go anywhere. Hank and Una would never allow it. Furthermore, you mentioned that Aretuza is far from Edsburg, 1,000 miles away. So far that I could never reach it. Roy fell silent. Toya spoke the truth. The majority of sorceresses' parents refused to send them to the so-called Academy of Sorcery. Joining the academy meant a complete severance from their families, offering no benefit to the parents. These greedy parents preferred to exploit their daughters as free labor until their demise. I will devise a plan for you, Toya. Since we have commenced this endeavor, abandoning it mid-course is not Roy's style. He already had a rough solution forming in his mind, an inspiration that had emerged not long ago. Toya, I must reveal the truth to you. Each time you lose consciousness, it signifies that your body is further eroded by magic, suffering harm. You must be able to perceive that, right? Your body is growing weaker. If you cannot receive proper magical training in a timely manner. Roy licked his dry lips. I cannot be certain you will live to see 20. Do you not wish to glimpse the world beyond? In this ignorant age, a deformed village girl would likely endure a brief life filled with suffering and torment. Yet, Roy firmly believed she deserved a chance. Once an idea has taken root, it must be transformed into a plan and executed. This was his creed. Moreover, by granting Toya an opportunity, perhaps he would ultimately reap a reward for himself. Trembling with excitement or fear, the girl's shoulders shook. Roy, you are not an ordinary person, are you? How do you possess such knowledge, and why do you share it with me? Who I am is of little consequence. If our situations were reversed, would you assist me? Roy countered, and in the depths of Toya's yearning eyes for freedom, he found his answer. A strong, reassuring hand clasped with her small, frostbitten one. Friends ought to help one another. Toya, wait for me, for you shall one day witness the sunrise over Aretuza. I promise you this. Chapter 44. The return of the corpse. Roy could not possibly bring Toya along on his journey to the Witcher trials. Nor could they divert to Aretuza from Sintra. It was simply impractical, and Resso would never consent to carrying an extra burden. He had to seek assistance from others. Among the prominent figures in Ettersborg, the only individuals he was acquainted with were the dwarven wine merchant, Seville Hogg, and the principal of the Cardinal household, a member of the Revolutionary Army. If he wished to send Toya to the distant Aretuza to join the academy, the solution lay with these two individuals. In the affluent district, at the estate of Seville Hogg, on a sunny morning, the dwarven merchant basked in the sunlight on a lounge chair in the courtyard. Nearly a month had passed since the Witcher had liberated him from his curse, and he appeared to be faring well. The dark circles under his eyes had almost vanished. His once bulging waist had become more pronounced, and his thick beard and hair glistened with an almost oily sheen. Reclining beside him in a wicker chair, Roy sipped a mead with a gentle sweetness that caressed his palate, and he could not help but commend Seville, affirming that the dwarven wines were indeed incomparable to the inferior, watered-down imitations. How have you been? He inquired. Since the defeat of him, have you experienced any nightmares? Thanks to you and Master Resso, Seville chuckled heartily. The nightmares have all but dissipated. I have returned to being a vigorous, robust Mahakam squirrel. He awkwardly shifted in his chair, propping his furry chin with one hand as he gazed at Roy. Yet, in the stillness of the night, I still think of my poor brother, Aiken, who remains trapped in the barrel, and then I struggle to eat the following day. By the way, Roy, why haven't I seen Master Resso today? Did I hear you correctly? Seville stroked his dense beard, his eyes filled with skepticism. Are you suggesting that someone stealthily assisted in delivering my brother Aiken's corpse to the higher-ups of the Revolutionary Army? Indeed. Roy's eyes sparkled with determination. His voice steady and confident. Would you be willing to entrust this task to me? Half an hour later, in the wine cellar, a pale male figure lay unnaturally contorted on the ground, his eyes closed in death. The potent scent of alcohol mingled with the faint, almost imperceptible odor of decaying flesh that wafted into Roy's nostrils. He widened his eyes, fixated on the renowned figure before him, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Vernon Ryan, the dwarf's dear brother Aiken, the sage who had perished from the very wine he abstained from. The male corpse was clad in a simple gray linen tunic akin to that of a farmer or laborer, with tight-fitting black trousers. His long limbs and slender frame, topped with pointed ears, a hooked nose, and a jawline that hinted at elven heritage, bore witness to his lineage. Perhaps due to his suffering prior to death, a trace of fear and anguish lingered on his visage, and his limp hands rested at his sides, as if yearning to grasp something, yet finding nothing. The corpse, steeped in alcohol for an indeterminate duration, exhibited skin riddled with wrinkles, and unsightly blotches marred his chest and abdomen. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the specimens preserved in formaldehyde from his past life, yet it was more visceral, grotesque, and horrifying. The dwarven merchant gazed upon the body with a mix of sorrow and nostalgia, instinctively covering his nose. Roy, I have now followed your request and removed Aiken from the barrel. What do you plan to do next? If you intend to sneak him out tonight, I fear that may not be possible. I've heard that the Revolutionary Army is organizing a second protest march for the new year, and there are 2 baronial henchmen outside keeping a close watch. Seville, how about I perform a little magic for you? Roy approached the corpse, inspected its limbs, and tugged at the pant leg, discovering a peculiar tattoo of curled tufts of dense hair on the heel of the right foot. A squirrel's tail? He furrowed his brow, pondering, yet refrained from mentioning it to the dwarf. Instead, he placed his hand on the corpse, and Vernon Ryan instantly vanished without a trace. What? Seville's mouth fell agape, almost hitting the ground. Roy, how did you accomplish that? Could it be that in addition to being a Witcher apprentice, you are a concealed sorcerer capable of teleportation? Ah, a secret. Roy replied earnestly. Please allow me to keep this to myself, Seville. Well, the dwarf respects a friend's secrets, Seville conceded apologetically. Moreover, I must extend my apologies for doubting you earlier. With such abilities, those baronial lackeys would never suspect a thing. Let us discuss how to proceed once I have fulfilled this commission. Certainly. The dwarf agreed readily. As long as you see this through, you shall be regarded as my brother, Seville Hogg. I shall ensure you are treated well. For Cardle, the past few days had been fraught with anxiety. First, she suffered a significant injury to her abdomen while attempting to combat the loathsome monster that had abducted several of her children, leaving her in constant pain. Then came troubling news from the Revolutionary Army. The organization of the Second Protest March had been beset with difficulties. The Baroness' ruthless suppression had frightened away many opportunists lacking resolve and conviction. Thus far, no more than 50 individuals had managed to rally, and such a meager number could hardly be considered a protest. Alas, Cardle sighed, lamenting that if only everyone were as dependable as that new student, intelligent, courageous, and possessing commendable skills, unperturbed in the face of monsters. Regrettably, he was merely a Witcher apprentice and would soon have to depart. Upon pushing open the door, a strong scent of alcohol assaulted her senses. Frowning, she followed the odor to her desk. Her pupils constricted into slits as sheer horror flooded her gaze. Beneath the desk lay a male corpse, its face pale, swollen, and hauntingly familiar. Cardle was instantly stricken with despair. Great leader, my mentor, Vernon, dead? In the courtyard below, Roy absent-mindedly stroked the corner tree while watching the principal enter the room, only to emerge moments later. Her face a mask of fury as she clutched a letter, exhaling a long, relieved sigh. I do not wish to frighten you. However, I only know you as a core member of the Revolutionary Army. I can only apologize. Consider it as settling the debt for that meal I owe you. The dwarf extended his hand toward Roy, solemnly stating, I am a man of my word. I once vowed that whoever resolves this predicament shall be my brother. There is no need for formality among brothers. Roy, speak your desires. Money, wine, weapons? Do not hesitate. Seville had long perceived that Roy would take on a commission during such times, undoubtedly with ulterior motives. Do you still require my assistance? He inquired. As long as it falls within my capacity, I will certainly lend you a hand. Roy had not anticipated that a commission he had reluctantly set aside upon arriving in Ettersborg would prove useful at this moment, but in reality, It required little effort on his part. It was merely akin to delivering a package. Seville. No, Roy. From now on, simply call me by my name. Else, you would be looking down upon me as your brother. Seville. Roy hastily corrected his address. Although he could hardly fathom how he could refer to a 70-year-old dwarf as a brother, he sensed that the dwarf's words were more cordial than literal. Do you know any sorceresses? He inquired. Preferably residing near Ettersborg, ideally graduates from the Aretuza Academy. The dwarf stroked his beard thoughtfully for a moment before responding. I'm afraid, Roy, that to my knowledge, there are no spellcasters residing in the vicinity of Ettersborg. There is a dark-haired sorceress over at Vanderburg, but it is too far away. However, may I ask why you seek a sorceress? The dwarf remarked, if you trust me. It would be wise to share the details of the situation. Perhaps there are alternative methods to resolve the issue. In the city, I do not boast when I say I possess some influence. Roy pondered for a moment and found no reason to withhold the truth. He recounted the matter concerning Toria from the mill outside the city. Upon hearing this, the dwarf's expression shifted to one of curiosity, as if he were assessing a rare creature. Roy, if my memory serves me right, you are an apprentice witcher, destined to become one. Why would you go to such lengths to aid a homely country girl? To escort her to Aretuza seems futile, as after years of training, she may not even remember you. Is it merely pity that drives you? Seville, do you not perceive the similarities between witchers and sorceresses? Both often endure tragic childhoods, constrained by circumstances, with little opportunity to choose their destinies. Roy expressed candidly. I believe she deserves a chance to choose her own path. I also hope that, if I ever find myself in a similarly dire situation, someone might grant me an opportunity. The dwarf, moved by Roy's words, suddenly found the youthful visage before him, though not as handsome as a dwarf, to be quite pleasant. With a hearty laugh, he replied, Roy, you are indeed an intriguing individual. Most witchers I know would shy away from such trivial matters, yet you have chosen to involve yourself. For your heartfelt sentiment, I shall assist you. I will arrange for a carriage and dwarf guards to escort the child to Skellige, granting her a chance to choose her own future. As for her admission to Aretuza, that will depend on her own abilities and fortune. However, it will take a few days. The dwarf strained to rise on tiptoe, embracing Roy's shoulder. My young friend, the new year approaches, and surely the carriage driver deserves a festive respite as well. I hope the revolutionaries settle down. Receiving the corpse of their leader may provoke unforeseen reactions from them. In truth, besides the body, I left a letter for Lady Cardle. Roy added. It was a threatening missive crafted in the style of the Sparrow Gang. I do not expect Cardle to be deceived, yet it may serve to divert attention, preventing the revolutionaries from mindlessly challenging the Baron, lest they fall prey to those with ulterior motives. Chapter 45 Departure and Return on November 6, 1260. Roy sat on the edge of the terrace of the Wolves Tavern, dressed in a thick, earthy yellow cotton coat, his feet dangling in midair, cradling a painting in his hands. The artwork depicted two smiling faces, those of Roy and Toya. Just 5 days prior, on November 1st, he had surreptitiously taken the girl to the grand house of a dwarven wine merchant, where they enjoyed an extravagant New Year's feast. The memory of that evening lingered vividly in his mind. They had indulged in honeyed wine, sung a cacophony of songs, posed as models for a hapless painter, and danced hand in hand with a group of bearded dwarves around a bonfire, reveling in the late-night Mahakam furnace dance. The following day, Toya, waking for the first time from a hangover, was sent off in a carriage to Aretuza. Roy, how will I contact you once I arrive? Before her departure, the girl leaned out of the carriage window, grasping his arm, her petite round face glistening with unshed tears, her dark eyes flickering with excitement, anxiety, and nostalgia. Witchers are ever on the move. Roy patted the little girl on the head, jesting, in a few years, when the opportunity arises, I shall visit Aretuza. By then, I hope you will perform true magic for me. It's a promise. The girl replied with a hint of mischief in her voice. When I'm back to normal, if you don't come, I will hunt you down across the world. With the memories fading, Roy tucked the painting away and adjusted the silver necklace around his neck. The new year in Edsburg had passed peacefully, devoid of any parades, protests, or street brawls. Roy had vacated the room at the mill, absconding with the miller's daughter without leaving a single coin as recompense for her parents' mistreatment. Should they seek retribution, they were welcome to try, provided they could locate him. He descended from the terrace and entered the tavern hall, a wave of inexplicable familiarity washing over him. Though the new year had come and gone, the tavern still pulsed with an air of revelry. A bard, clad in pointed shoes and striped tight trousers, strummed a lute against the wall. weaving melodies that filled the air. In the dance floor, a group of burly men brandished frothy mugs of beer, swaying their bodies in time with the music. The room was alive with laughter and clinking glasses, as several heavily made-up women in tight corsets displayed their fair skin beneath voluminous skirts. Occasionally exchanging playful banter with the men, their laughter ringing out amidst the merriment. Yet in a corner of this vibrant tavern stood a solitary figure, his table laden with an array of colorful drinks, but he alone raised his glass. Beneath the gleaming dome of his bald head, a stern countenance suggested he was ensconced in a confining chamber, his robust frame burdened with a longsword, radiating an air of impenetrable solitude. "Drinking alone, are we? Allow me to keep you company," a lilting voice chimed as a captivating woman pressed against his right arm. Resso cast a sidelong glance at her, the familiarity of her smile thawing his expression slightly. "Apologies, but I lack the enthusiasm today. Perhaps another time." "You are truly heartless. A month apart, and you've grown so distant I still recall your strong physique," she teased. "Oh, your arms are so rigid. Relax. Let me handle everything," the woman giggled, leaning her head on his shoulder, then noticed the dried bloodstains on his leather armor, still exuding an odd scent. But witchers were accustomed to such sights. Her gaze dropped lower, spotting a bulging parcel on the ground beside Resso, its blue exterior glistening with a hint of crimson moisture. "What is that?" she inquired, reaching toward it, only to be halted mid-motion by a muscular arm. "Madam, control your curiosity. Some questions are best left unasked." Resso's tone remained flat, yet the warning glint in his eyes made her recoil like a mouse before a cat, rising in disquiet. She pouted, casting him a reluctant glance, then turned away, muttering, "You're so ungrateful. After a month apart, you've become a stranger. Don't expect my company again." With that, she darted into the dance floor, laughter echoing as she mingled with other men. Resso felt no anger. Women were but fleeting visitors in his life, mere diversions. Suddenly sensing a shift, his amber gaze traversed the dance floor, locking onto a familiar figure approaching. "Little imp, has it truly been a year since we last met? You've grown remarkably tall," he remarked, noting the boy's transformation. The once slender frame had matured into a robust, vigorous physique. His bright eyes and rosy complexion radiating vitality, an impressive change achieved in less than 2 months. "I believe it's been over 2 years. A month is hardly 2 years." Roy replied, plopping down beside Resso and taking a sip of sweet, tangy fruit wine. "So, how did I fare in your test of solitary living in Innsbruck? You seem to be thriving on your own." Resso nodded. Roy's gaze shifted back to the peculiar parcel that had caught the woman's attention, his nose twitching inquisitively. "You abandoned me for over a month just for this? Guess what's inside?" Resso's eyes gleamed with challenge. "Though you've taken care to remove most of the stench, a hint of it lingers. It contains the organs of a monster, correct?" Without hesitation, Resso tossed the parcel across the table. Roy fumbled to catch it, hastily prying it open. His hand trembled as he revealed a large eyeball, the size of a fist, its surface smooth and dry. Upon touching the back of the eye, he felt slender, crimson nerves and capillaries. Surveying the surroundings to ensure no one was watching, he discreetly stashed the eyeball away and carefully extracted a yellowish, furry claw from the parcel. The base of the claw sported a resilient pad akin to a feline S, with 3 sharp, curved talons extending from the tip, each as dark as coal and sturdy to the touch, nearly the length of a fully extended human hand. Roy could easily envision how this claw could effortlessly slice through human armor, eviscerating flesh. Alongside the eyeball and claw, the parcel also contained an oval-shaped heart and a bloodied beast skull stripped of its brown mane and beak. A griffin, the large parcel brimmed with the most valuable tissues of the creature. Roy's lips moved softly. "You spent over a month hunting a griffin? Was this your preparation for my medicine?" He felt a surge of gratitude. This fellow had ventured to take on a griffin single-handedly. Such monsters were proud, formidable, with keen senses and powerful bodies. Their claws and beaks were as strong as steel, presenting a lethal challenge to any witcher. Roy felt a twinge of regret. Though he could not have participated, witnessing that battle up close would have been an invaluable experience. "Did you sustain any injuries?" Chapter 46. Potions. The witcher first reserved a room at the tavern, and after placing his luggage upstairs, he took a moment to sort through the materials from the griffin. "You were fortunate. Its combat prowess and danger level are akin to that of a water wraith, making it ideal for a novice like you to hone your skills," Lesso remarked gravely. "As long as you avoid its venomous fangs and claws and effectively utilize fire and salt, you can easily dispatch it. Although employing the dance of stars against it might seem somewhat extravagant, if you survive and it perishes, then it is worth the cost." Young one, you executed the tasks concerning the Cadale family exceptionally well, Lesso praised sincerely, referring not to Roy's combat performance beneath the tree hollow, but to the process of analyzing doubts and uncovering clues throughout the ordeal. A witcher who employs their intellect lives longer than one who relies solely on brute force. Next, Roy presented the peculiar, cheese-like vomit he had inadvertently collected to the witcher. Lesso analyzed it through its scent and appearance, exclaiming, "A rare find indeed. Among my acquaintances, only Ooh and Saret managed to hunt one over 50 years ago, but regrettably, they did not acquire sufficiently fresh vomit." He frowned slightly, adding, "Its precise composition eludes me. Yet I can sense that possessing it significantly hinders the flow of magic within me, rendering even a simple sigil impossible to cast." Roy's eyes lit up momentarily, only to be followed by a pang of regret for not having insisted on bringing the entire mass of vomit with him. However, he needed no earthen jar for preservation. He possessed a far more exquisite method, storage in his spatial pocket. After exchanging pleasantries, the Witcher led Roy outside the city to an open space, where he assessed his crossbow skills and herbalism knowledge. Roy had unlocked crossbow proficiency level 1, and his nightly training had never faltered. His posture, accuracy, and reflexes were impeccable, especially considering the brevity of his training. Thus, the Witcher was highly satisfied. Regarding herbalism, in addition to the knowledge imprinted in his mind by the Witcher, he had also learned a great deal while assisting the charlatan Tross at the herbal stall in the marketplace. Daily encounters with common plants such as sage, calendula, belladonna, and mandrake, alongside rare herbs like devil's thorn, blood moss, and four-leaf ginseng, had broadened his understanding. Currently, Roy had mastered over 80 varieties of herbs concerning their growth environments, medicinal properties, and distinctive characteristics, which left Lesso without further critique. His theoretical foundation in herbalism was sufficiently robust. It was time for practical application. "You mentioned that most of your time over the past month has been spent studying the common script?" Lesso stroked his bald head thoughtfully. "I neglected to consider your shortcomings in this area. Since you have yet to begin studying the potions in your notes, how about I teach you hands-on? After all, we have exhausted the potions and alchemical bombs on hand. We need to brew some to replenish our stock. And, of course, the precursor to the green potion. That's a bit of a hassle. You can assist me with that. Potions are considered a branch of alchemy. The magical brews, herbal infusions, sword oils, and alchemical bombs produced through alchemy require the harmonization of magical energy, with some being exclusively usable by witchers. Conversely, the products of potion making can be crafted and consumed by ordinary individuals. Virtual alchemy requires merely gathering all materials and pressing a button for the finished product to appear in one's satchel. Alas, such conveniences do not exist in the real world. Alchemy is an exceedingly intricate craft, and its branch, potion making, is no less complex, encompassing materials, tools, instruments, and techniques. Materials are categorized into bases, primary herbs, auxiliary herbs, and neutralizers, among others. The tools and instruments for brewing are even more elaborate, collectively referred to as the alchemical platform. Lesso spent the day acquiring various herbs and an array of bottles and jars from Edsborg, renting a room which he then transformed into an alchemical laboratory. Upon entering the lab, Roy was utterly astonished. Is this not akin to a kitchen? The first thing that caught his eye was a central stove equipped with a manual bellows, upon which sat a large, conspicuous iron cauldron. Positioned at waist height in front of the cauldron were a mortar, a grinding bowl, plates, and a gooseneck distiller mounted on a smaller stove. The top tier on the right side held a clock for timing the herbal infusions, alongside various dried herbs required for potion making. The second tier on the right housed a pestle for grinding herbs, used in conjunction with the mortar. On the left side, just past the bellows pull cord that heated the central iron cauldron, the top tier displayed vessels filled with dwarven spirits, water, oil, and other liquids. As different potions necessitated various bases for infusion, the second tier on the left contained receptacles of various sizes for holding potions and magical brews. This is not what I envisioned, Roy hesitated to express. Young one, what did you expect? Have you seen other alchemical platforms elsewhere? Lesso asked, puzzled. I merely imagined something more sophisticated. Is it possible that our school, Grist, employs such rudimentary alchemical equipment? Roy found it hard to believe that alchemical instruments could appear so rustic, resembling a rural workshop for illicit production. He had always associated alchemy with chemistry, envisioning transparent glass test tubes and alcohol lamps, perhaps even iron stands. Are you dissatisfied? A flicker of surprise crossed Lesso's eyes, unable to comprehend Roy's audacity. Yet he patiently explained, "Indeed, the alchemical instruments at the Serpent School are of a higher caliber, complete, and aesthetically pleasing. However, you must understand that out here, under limited conditions, it is already a challenge to meet the fundamental requirements for alchemy. Yet this setup is entirely adequate for you as a beginner." The Witcher then playfully tapped Roy's forehead, emphasizing, "Now focus. I will demonstrate the process of crafting the simplest potion, the calendula potion." Roy rubbed his forehead, invigorated, and attentively observed. Lesso first took a bag of calendula and nettle, placing it on the right-hand platform. He weighed out a specific amount on the scales, sequentially adding it to the mortar, where he crushed and ground the mixture. He then presented the sample to Roy. The grinding must be precise. Too coarse would affect the potion's efficacy, while too fine could lead to over-extraction and failure. In the current rudimentary conditions, one must rely on experience to judge the correct consistency. Once Roy had observed sufficiently, Lesso added a quarter of water to the central cauldron, pouring in 1 ounce of ground nettle and 2 ounces of calendula, stirring the mixture until it transformed into a light yellow suspension. He then pulled the bellows cord to ignite the charcoal at the cauldron's base, casting a glance at the clock as they awaited patiently. At this juncture, Roy seized the opportunity to inquire about the quantities of the primary ingredients, nettle and calendula, as well as the amount of water. The Witcher answered each question, simultaneously probing Roy's understanding of the two herbs relevant to alchemy. After a quarter of an hour had elapsed, the potion in the cauldron had yet to reach a boiling point, exuding a faint, pleasant aroma. Lesso promptly extinguished the flame, gripping the cauldron's handle to pour the potion into a translucent serpent neck bottle, which was about the length of his finger. His muscular arm remained remarkably steady. Not a single drop was spilled, akin to a burly man knitting a sweater, each stitch executed with precision. Finally, he deftly corked the bottle. Throughout the entire process, Roy perceived it as a straightforward sequence: add water, add ingredients, pull the bellows cord, ignite the fire, and finally, pour and reduce. An amusing thought unexpectedly surfaced in his mind. From the perspective of an observer positioned behind, one might be led to believe that the imposing bald man before him is a chef, busily preparing some exquisite culinary delight. The marigold potion, effective for both internal and external application, accelerates the healing of wounds and helps prevent infections. Its efficacy surpasses that of merely applying or ingesting marigold alone. Resso shook the serpent-necked vial with evident satisfaction. Being one of the most fundamental and widely applicable potions, mastery over it is essential. After all, your fragile constitution is not yet capable of handling potions like swallow. Rather than a potion, it could be described as a medicinal broth, Roy mused. Gazing at Resso with eager anticipation, what would be the potion's specific effects? You will understand once you have suffered an injury and consumed a vial, the Witcher replied. If the wound is not too grave, it might reduce your healing time by half. Shall I give it a try? Roy inquired, stepping forward to occupy the alchemical platform. Roy rolled up his sleeves, adeptly retrieving a bag of marigold and a bag of nettle from the side. Approaching the alchemical table to replicate the process ingrained in his memory. Measuring the herbs, he ground the two types into powder using a mortar and pestle. He believed he had the entire process memorized and felt no difficulty. However, as soon as he began, challenges emerged. Accurately weighing the appropriate amount of herbs on the balance proved to be quite laborious, and his pace lagged significantly behind that of the Witcher. After some effort, he finally managed to gather the herbs. But how finely should they be ground? Perhaps a bit coarser than flour from a mill? He pondered, grinding the herbs while stealing glances at the bald man beside him, hoping to discern some clues. Unfazed, the man merely raised his chin, motioning for him to continue. Despite his rising trepidation, Roy decided to abandon his reservations and trust his instincts. A quarter pot of water will suffice. The kettle should pour for about 10 seconds. He applied a gentle flame and allowed the fan to blow 3 times. After a quarter of an hour, a substantial pot of steaming medicinal broth emerged, its murky yellow hue accompanied by a pungent, burnt aroma. Roy's expression turned grave. The last potion Resso had brewed was a pale yellow, exuding a fragrant scent. The disparity was striking, yet he remained undeterred, recognizing that failures are to be expected in one's initial attempts at alchemy. Resolutely, he began to bottle the concoction. But during the process, his fingers were mispositioned and he was scalded by the iron pot, causing a splash of the potion to leap forth. Ignoring the discomfort, he continued to sluggishly pour the remaining liquid into the serpent-necked vial. Giving it a gentle shake before sealing it with a cork, and placing it decorously on the alchemical table. Is this the marigold potion? Capable of reducing inflammation and stopping bleeding? Resso examined the vial with an impassive expression, opening it to inhale its contents, only for his facial muscles to twitch noticeably. Kid, I dare say the sole effect of this potion is to alleviate constipation. It is subpar. Continue. Chapter 47. Drinking down paying 2 ounces of dried marigold and 1 ounce of nettle were placed into a mortar. With moderate strength, he stirred and ground the herbs. Counting meticulously to 1,002 strokes per second. A quarter of water was added into an iron pot. The crushed herbs were subsequently poured in. The process was not complex, yet every action seemed meticulously measured, precise, concise, and executed with appropriate force. After a quarter of an hour, he extinguished the flame beneath the stove, gripping the pot's handle, shaking his wrist to ensure an even mixture, then gently poured the still-cooling potion into a serpent-necked vial. This time with a steady and swift motion, not spilling a single drop. When he lifted the pale yellow concoction and inhaled the refreshing aroma of chrysanthemum, he carefully handed it to the bald giant beside him, who stood with his arms crossed, observing. Rizzo, would you take a look at this batch? The giant sniffed, dipped a fingertip into the potion, and tasted it, closing his eyes to savor the moment. Roy wiped the beads of sweat from his brow, his hands tightly clenched, resembling a sinner awaiting judgment, his entire demeanor exuding tension. Congratulations, little one, Rizzo exclaimed, and the boy exhaled a long sigh of relief, extending his arms and twirling in place, nearly moved to tears by joy. No one could fathom the grueling days he had endured, aside from routine training. He had immersed himself in alchemy upon waking and meditated upon closing his eyes. He yearned for a moment when he could achieve skills instantaneously. Although this marigold potion may not match the quality of most country herbalist creations, its efficacy is undeniable. The monster hunter remarked, you simply need to practice continuously, crafting hundreds, even thousands of qualified potions, and your skill will naturally improve. By the way, Rizzo, Roy voiced his curiosity. Since the marigold potion is more effective than mere herbal remedies for treating injuries, could it be sold? Would it have marketability? Could it generate profit? The monster hunter shook his head, explaining, if you can think of this, others are not fools either. The lower-class citizens would deem the potion too expensive, opting instead to purchase cheap, ready-made herbs that are entirely sufficient. The wealthy have no use for marigold potions, as they have renowned doctors to attend to their needs. In the realm of medicine, regardless of the city, intricate networks of interests are involved, deeply entangled both overtly and covertly. If you dare to sell potions casually on the street, you might have the luck to sell a few, only to be reported and thrown into prison to spend a month eating rats. Let go of unrealistic notions. The most suitable use for potions is for personal consumption. After hearing this, Roy felt a twinge of regret, yet he believed that with effort and networking, one could earn money, though that would consume a considerable amount of time. It would be more prudent to simply become a merchant. If stored properly, this vial of potion would remain effective for nearly a month. Rizzo urged him to continue now. Let us proceed and create about 5 more. That should suffice for the journey. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Under the strict supervision of the monster hunter, Roy, after numerous attempts, successfully concocted 5 marigold potions of varying quality. His progress in alchemical efficiency was exceedingly slow, initially. He succeeded once in 10 attempts, but now he was at nearly 9. This was precisely the opposite of Rizzo's proficiency. Roy understood that, after all, he had only a few days of practical potion-making experience, which could not possibly compare to the monster hunter's decades of expertise. Moreover, he had yet to grasp alchemy fundamentals. Lacking the formation of skills within the template, it was likely to be a long process. The monster hunter began to take over the alchemical platform, personally crafting potions, alchemical bombs, and pre-potions tailored for him. He too remained busy, serving as an assistant responsible for the initial processing of herbs. 5 ounces of dried white crow's foot were ground into powder, and 1 ounce of water ghost brain was crushed to powder. Remember the precautions I've emphasized, Rizzo instructed sternly. His face set in a serious expression, issuing command after command as his large hands deftly maneuvered various delicate alchemical instruments. Before the alchemical platform, the imposing silhouette contrasted sharply with the dexterous fingers at work. The monster hunter resembled a master painter, creating a magnificent masterpiece. Roy became a wind-up puppet, tirelessly moving in the dimly lit alchemical chamber from dawn till dusk. An ordinary person might have become dizzy from the exertion, but thanks to his extraordinary mental attributes, He maintained focus for extended periods without succumbing to fatigue. By participating in the entire process, he began to grasp the distinction between potion and drug crafting. To illustrate, the Monster Hunter's most commonly used swallow potion involved only White Crow's foot and Water Ghost brain as materials. However, the steps included drying, grinding, heating, distilling, and reheating, dozens of meticulous steps, each highly significant. Even the slightest mistake, a tremor of a finger, would yield a substandard product. A crucial step involved bottling the brewed potion. The Monster Hunter held it with both hands, entering a meditative state. At this moment, Roy vaguely sensed an invisible connection forming between Raizo and the potion, pertaining to the realm of magical energy. In truth, Raizo was utilizing the magic within himself to harmonize the potion, ensuring the liquid within the bottle would stabilize. Without this step, the potion could only be considered a semi-finished product. Amid the relentless alchemical endeavors, Roy nearly lost track of the passage of time. Initially, while crafting the swallow potion, he could still recall several steps. However, as he progressed to sword oil, alchemical bombs, and pre-potion formulations, he found himself utterly bewildered. His mind a muddled mess. The procedures involved were far too numerous and complicated, beyond his current level of understanding in alchemy. He ultimately abandoned contemplation, simply following the Monster Hunter's directives. Though he had only mastered one marigold potion during his busy time as the Monster Hunter's assistant, he significantly increased his familiarity with alchemical instruments. All of this would lay a solid foundation for further studies in alchemy. It was unclear how much time had passed, 5 days, perhaps a week, after the Monster Hunter produced 2 vials of swallow potion, 2 anti-magic metal bombs, and another batch of potions. He suddenly instructed Roy to leave the alchemical chamber for a day of free activity and relaxation. Roy felt liberated from the suffocating tension of his intense work, his mind beginning to clear. However, the following day, the Monster Hunter retrieved a vial from a row of glass containers filled with some liquid, each the width of a finger, and placed one before him. "This is a pre-potion crafted specifically for you," Raizo stated, his amber eyes fixed on Roy's dark gaze. "Regular consumption will gradually acclimate your body to the toxicity of the potions, laying a foundation for the herbal trial." Upon hearing the word toxicity, Roy's complexion paled. No wonder he had been granted a day of respite. Even a condemned prisoner receives a last meal before execution. Although he outwardly feigned indifference to the dangers of the herbal trial, his instinct for self-preservation recoiled at the thought of consuming such toxic substances. "Do not worry, little one. Given your current constitution, you are more than capable of withstanding the toxicity of the pre-potion." Raizo observed his expression closely, offering rare encouragement. "Aside from a brief period of discomfort, it will not leave you with any lasting effects. This is the conclusion drawn from countless experiments. Drinking this will enable me to undergo the herbal trial in the future." Roy lifted the transparent glass vial to the light, only to discover that the pre-potion for the herbal trial was not uniform in color or pure in form like ordinary potions. Instead, it was filled with a dense mass of green, algae-like strands resembling parasites, presenting a murky and heavy black, thick and viscous, sending a shiver down his spine. "In all matters of the world, is there ever an absolute rationale?" Raizo spoke earnestly. "I can only tell you that once you endure this slow and excruciating process, your chances of surviving the Grash trial will significantly increase. How much pain will it truly be?" Roy inhaled deeply, forcing himself to calm down. "Do you know what childbirth is like for a woman?" "Why do you ask?" "According to the experimental records from the sector, the pain from taking the pre-medicine is roughly comparable to that of a woman giving birth." Roy fell silent, instinctively blocking out the thought of childbirth from his mind. He began to doubt his own endurance. With a willpower of 5, 8, and a physique of 5, slightly above the average, he should be fine, right? The Viper Academy had not seen any fresh blood in nearly 2 decades. If this Grash trial were to fail again, Lyso's voice lowered as he placed his warm, heavy hand on Roy's shoulder, as if imparting some mysterious strength, swiftly calming his emotions. "Thus, I hope you muster the courage to drink the pre-medicine. In truth, according to the original plan, your first use of the pre-medicine was scheduled for half a year from now," Lyso noted, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Perhaps you have matured too early. Your physical condition has reached my standards ahead of schedule." Roy certainly understood the reason. Ordinary individuals did not possess attribute points. Do not bear too heavy a psychological burden. "I shall grant you 2 more days to prepare. Is it possible not to drink it?" I was joking." Roy managed a strained smile, a bit of color returning to his face. There was no room for regret at this point. After all, this had always been part of his plan. He had chosen the path of a monster hunter. No matter the pain, he must persevere. The pre-medicine would enhance his survival rate in the grass trial. How could he not drink it? There was no need to wait another 2 days. It would be today. Under the watchful eye of the monster hunter, Roy retrieved a vial of medicine and gently shook it, but did not consume it immediately. Instead, he squatted down to meditate, clearing his mind and relaxing his body. Half an hour later, fully rejuvenated, he glanced at the clock in the room to note the time. With a decisive pop, he calmly removed the cork and, without a flicker of hesitation, downed the contents in one swift motion. In an instant, a potent blend of bitterness, fishiness, and saltiness overwhelmed his palate, akin to swallowing oysters. Raw pork and freshly dug herbs. Even though the concoction merely slid past his lips, tongue, and teeth, it swiftly descended into his esophagus and stomach. That peculiar taste lingered hauntingly in his mouth, refusing to dissipate. His facial features contorted, fists clenched tightly against his chest. His entire body began to tremble involuntarily. The effects of the medicine had commenced. The liquid fermented in his mouth for a moment before rushing through his nasal passage into his brain. Roy felt as though he had collided with a wall, his consciousness becoming foggy as he shook his head and rolled his eyes, the meditative posture collapsing as he fell to the ground. Even more terrifying was the strange chemical reaction occurring in his stomach, releasing an immense heat that rendered his chest and abdomen searing, as if a furnace were roasting him, threatening to char him to ashes. His body instinctively clawed desperately at the cold, hard ground, rolling from side to side to disperse the heat, his eyes tightly shut, his complexion reddening, as though ensnared in a nightmare. Moments later, the pain peaked. He abruptly opened his bloodshot eyes, a hoarse, terrifying cry escaping his throat. Thick veins bulged grotesquely in his neck and temples, distorting under the strain. Hold on, little one. The longer you endure this suffering, the greater the rewards you shall reap. Chapter 48. Conjecture and departure awakened. Little one, how do you feel? A deep, raspy greeting pierced the silence as Roy struggled to open his swollen eyes. His body ached, and as he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he was lying in a tavern room. The time was nearing noon, and the light streaming through the window was blinding. Everything around him, the tables, chairs, and cabinets, was shrouded in a hazy shadow, rendering the details indistinct. He closed his eyes once more, shaking his dizzy head, and after a long moment, the overlapping phantoms faded, restoring clarity to the scene before him. Rizzo, how long was I unconscious? He asked, frowning as he shielded his eyes from the glaring reflection off the polished surface beside his bed. Could you perhaps sit elsewhere? You're dazzling me. The monster hunter shrugged helplessly and shifted in his chair, offering a bowl of water. You were out for a day and a night shorter than I anticipated, which indicates your robust constitution. His tone was flat, reminiscent of a doctor delivering a diagnosis. Roy greedily drained the bowl, feeling a refreshing coolness spread within him, contrasting sharply with the memories of his previous torment after taking the potion. You should have warned me more sternly. A hint of dissatisfaction tinged his voice, accompanied by an undercurrent of dread. He never wished to endure such agony again. It was akin to living a hellish existence. Indeed, my assessment was somewhat off, Rizzo admitted, his gaze softening with a semblance of apology. I expected you to lose consciousness swiftly under such extreme pain. In the past century, most apprentices who consumed the potion succumbed within 5 minutes, 9 out of 10 within 3, losing all awareness. Their suffering was brief, yet you endured 6 minutes. He produced a dusty notebook and flipped through its pages. Throughout the ordeal, you exhibited no signs of incontinence, delirium, convulsions, or vomiting blood. A chill ran down Roy's spine as he felt an overwhelming sense of relief at having fortified his physical attributes beforehand. Why didn't you inform me of these potential complications sooner? He questioned. Isn't it rather fortuitous that you're in good shape now? You successfully persevered, Rizzo consoled, patting his shoulder. Do not worry, little one. The first time consuming the potion is the most excruciating. Subsequent doses will bring less pain, gradually diminishing, until it merely elicits a frown. I thought it was just 1 dose? Roy gulped, a flicker of fear crossing his face. Even half of that is still excruciating. How many more must I consume? You will need to endure this for 3 months, 1 dose each week, leaving 11 remaining. Roy inhaled deeply, rubbing his sweat-slicked cheeks. Given the circumstances, if he were to cease now, would his previous suffering not be in vain? Your willpower and physical resilience surpass that of 99% of the serpent apprentices, Rizzo observed Roy's expression, noticing no objections and silently relieved. He quickly shifted the topic. Perhaps it is also due to your age. Your body is more developed. Other apprentices typically begin consuming the potion before the age of 10, while you are nearly 14. Correct? Then why do monster hunters tend to train younger apprentices if age is advantageous? Roy suppressed his curiosity. Children are blank slates, brimming with infinite possibilities, allowing mentors to sketch their futures upon them. Rizzo's patience was evident. A child's body is not fully developed, enabling a systematic reshaping under the influence of the herbal potion. In contrast, the bodies of fully developed adults are fixed in form. The difficulty of reshaping them is significantly greater, and they often do not survive the transformation, succumbing first to physical collapse. Reshaping collapse? Roy began to grasp the true meaning of the herbal trial. Far beyond the simplistic phrase denoting a 70% mortality rate he had encountered previously. If one cannot endure, the body will collapse. But if one does endure, can transformation occur more than once? Roy voiced a lingering question. If I survive the serpent's herbal trial, can I subsequently consume the herbal potions of other factions, such as the wolf or griffin schools? From his prior understanding, each faction's herbal potion had a distinct formula. With varying focuses post-transformation, the cat school emphasized agility. The wolf school was more balanced, the griffin school centered on mental attributes, and the bear school favored physical attributes, enabling greater consumption of potions for a brief period. What might one become if they could withstand the trials of multiple factions? Theoretically, surviving one trial would significantly increase the body's resistance to toxins. Would the second trial be easier? Of course, it is possible that hidden within the different herbal potions are fatal contradictions, he mused, contemplating the implications of his thoughts. You mean multiple transformations? Rizzo's eyes glinted dangerously as he sternly admonished, Little one, why would you entertain such foolish and reckless notions? I have lived for decades and have never heard of anyone daring to consume 2 different herbal potions, even sequentially. Such folly would surely lead to a grave demise. Transformation? Roy set aside his fantasies and redirected his focus to his status. Health points, 3055, poisoned. He noted a direct drop of 20 points, indicative of the potion's severe toxicity, especially in comparison to the negligible effects of the poisonous fruits he had previously ingested. As he scanned further, his eyelids flickered. Among all attributes, his willpower had shifted to 5. 8, an increase of 0. 2. It seemed reasonable that after such harrowing torment, his willpower had been tempered. However, he suspected this effect would only manifest the first time. Beyond that, he noted no further changes. Could it be that his physical constitution, having surpassed the norm, precluded any enhancement? He initially expected to acquire a new ability related to toxicity. Was the potion simply insufficient? There is indeed some change, Roy mused. I can sense it. My thoughts will have become more resolute, more solidified. After a 2-day recuperation, once his health was fully restored, Roy prepared to embark with the monster hunter away from Edensburg. He had no intention of bidding farewell at the Cardell residence, as it would only invoke unnecessary sorrow. Suddenly, the dwarf merchant approached him, exuding the warmth of a long-lost relative. His large, hairy hands grasped both Roy's and Rizzo's firmly. Roy dismissed his gestures nonchalantly, though he acknowledged the considerable benefits he had garnered from this transport venture. The dwarf continued, You and Master Rizzo are headed west, soon to cross Mahakam. However, in recent days, there have been disturbances in the mountains, and the elders have set up various checkpoints. It would be unwise to venture forth unprepared, but I would never let my friends and brethren face such difficulties. Here is a personally penned letter of introduction. With it, you too shall pass through Mahakam unimpeded. I, Seville Hogg, still hold some influence. With that, he winked at Roy, who accepted the envelope, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Seville, you wouldn't have ulterior motives, would you? He sensed a deeper implication in the dwarf's wink. Why would I? I am not one to be ungrateful. I would never resort to deceitful schemes against friends or brethren. Under the repeated assurances of the dwarves, Roy felt a semblance of calm as he glanced at the contents of the letter, Brothers of Mahakam. The 2 esteemed gentlemen before you hail from the Serpent School, adept and skilled demon hunters. They assisted me in resolving a significant predicament in Edsburg and have since become my good friends. I implore you, brethren, to accord them the respect and kindness they duly deserve, allowing them to pass through Mahakam with ease. With utmost respect, your brother, Mahakam Squirrel, Seville Hogg. November 1260. It was merely an ordinary letter of recommendation, and thus, Roy chose to let it go. He hesitated briefly. requesting the dwarf merchant to kindly look after the children and teachers of the cattle house. The merchant readily agreed. Shortly thereafter, the two packed their belongings, taking a moment to sit in quiet contemplation. Their luggage was minimal, consisting of a few changes of clothes, potions, and alchemical tools. 2 bundles were sufficient. In the past, Lesso had roamed the world alone, requiring no more than the bare essentials, wandering through desolate lands, enduring weeks without washing. He would eventually find a tavern to refresh himself and enjoy a night with a woman, living much like the laborers and lowly men, sailors, carters, and bodyguards who toiled hard for their livelihoods. However, Roy was more fastidious than the average person of this era, frequently bathing and preparing for the future, which left Lesso feeling slightly out of place. As they exchanged pleasantries, they exited the gates of Edsburg, following the narrow path westward, toward the mist-shrouded Mahakam. Chapter 49. Blood in the Mountains. In the dead of night, a luminous full moon hung in the sky, its silvery light filtering through the gaps in the trees to illuminate a face marked by terror. The man's stubbled jaw was covered in a grimy, grayish hue, its length reaching the size of a fingernail. His skin sagged and glistened with sweat. Dark circles enveloped his eyes, which were bloodshot and wide open like copper bells, darting around as he twisted his neck, scanning the surroundings. He wore a pale yellow linen shirt tightly tucked into his waistband, now caked in mud and blackened with mining debris. His faded, form-fitting trousers were tattered from the sharp branches of the forest, with 2 large holes at the knees, smeared with sticky, pale red stains. Suddenly, a series of thunderous footsteps reverberated through the dense coniferous forest, causing the ground beneath him to tremble slightly. Long, slender leaves cascaded from above, landing softly on him. In a moment of sheer panic, he covered his mouth and nose with both hands, curling into a tight ball like a hedgehog, crouching behind a massive tree, holding his breath and straining to listen to the sounds around him. Each booming vibration felt like a knife piercing his heart, making his body tremble uncontrollably. His fingers pressed harder against his mouth and nose, as if he sought to suffocate himself. A horrific vision flashed in his mind, and his eyes flickered with increasing dread. After what felt like an eternity of 5 minutes, a long, mournful sigh echoed through the forest, and the heavy footsteps finally receded into the distance. Once silence enveloped him, he collapsed onto the ground, his chest heaving violently, as if he were a parched fish on the brink of death, gasping for air. He breathed in deeply, tears of anguish slipping from the corners of his eyes. In a trance, he murmured to himself, and within his once desolate gaze, a flicker of hope and resolve began to ignite. Silently, a vine as thick as a child's arm slithered down from the oak tree behind him like a serpent poised to strike, stealthily creeping above his head. The vine suddenly reared up, its tip resembling a snake's head, coiling and twisting in a prelude to an attack, with a swift and vicious strike. The unsuspecting man was yanked 10 feet off the ground, his face reddening as he desperately clutched at the vine constricting his neck, blood frothing at his lips, his legs thrashing helplessly in the air. In an instant, his body relaxed, akin to a deflated balloon, as coarse, branch-like protrusions pierced into him, accompanied by bizarre gurgling sounds. Warm liquid spraying forth like a fountain, seizing his life. His sweat-drenched visage turned pale as he gasped for breath one last time, his lips moving futilely before his legs kicked out, and he ceased to breathe. A lifeless, pallid body hung suspended among the tangled branches, 10 feet above the ground. The moonlight illuminated the gruesome sight, as severed intestines playfully slipped from the torso, swaying gently in the cold night breeze amidst the dense foliage. Drops of blood scattered, greedily absorbed by the earth, and in the profound darkness, a sigh of satisfaction resonated. Roy inhaled deeply, drenched in sweat, rising from his slumber, smoothing out his crumpled garments, and brushing off the debris of leaves and grass. Had he just experienced a nightmare? The monster hunter tossed a handful of dirt into the embers of the dying campfire, extinguishing it completely, before handing over a steaming roasted rabbit leg. It felt as if someone had gripped his throat, rendering him breathless. The young man bit into the meat with ferocity, wiping the grease from his lips, reassuring himself that it must have been the cold weather triggering his body's alarm. However, since substituting meditation for most of his sleep, this was the first time he had dreamt. Roy furrowed his brow. Indeed, a nightmare. After a lengthy journey, the two traversed a narrow path to the foot of Mount Mahakam. Looking up, they found the summit completely shrouded in mist and frost, invisible to the eye. A little boy in a blue cotton jacket scurried like a rabbit through the woods, collecting bits and pieces. As Roy and the monster hunter approached to inquire about directions, a robust peasant woman suddenly burst forth from the forest, seizing the child and turning him upside down, administering a series of sharp slaps to his rear. "Stop running. Disobedient. You'll be taken by monsters and devoured. I might as well just put you out of your misery now." The scene was quite the spectacle, leaving both Roy and the monster hunter in a bemused state. "Excuse me, ma'am, does this path lead to Mahakam? Who are you? I haven't seen you around here." The woman shot a wary glance at the unfamiliar faces, clutching the wailing child protectively, as if they were a threat. "Ma'am, we are not kidnappers. What is there to fear?" Roy offered a gentle smile, though slightly strained. His appearance was rather unremarkable back at Kedwin. He had garnered quite a bit of affection from women and children alike, not to the point of instilling fear. The woman remained silent, casting a fearful glance at the towering monster hunter behind him. He turned to explain, "Madam, have you heard of monster hunters? If we weren't somewhat fearsome, how could we keep the creatures at bay? Do not worry, we merely seek directions and will depart promptly upon receiving them. Don't run away." Exchanging glances, both were puzzled, but followed her cautiously through the pine forest, where a small village emerged from the swirling white smoke. Beneath the sign marking Sponsel, a man with a felt hat and a nose reddened by drink stood at the village entrance, flanked by 5 or 6 honest village women. A few half-grown boys and girls peeked out from behind the women, their bright eyes filled with curiosity and shyness as they regarded the newcomers. The intoxicated man covertly glanced at the serpent-shaped pendant on the monster hunter's chest, rubbing his hands together and forcing a false smile. "If you two do not mind, why not join us for a meal in the village? We have something we would like to ask of you." Chapter 50. The Deceased Miner's Spansol. Nestled at the foot of the Mahakam Mountain, is home to a mere 200 households, the majority of which are comprised of young men who have forsaken agriculture to labor in the dwarven-operated mines within the mountains. This tradition has persisted for over 50 years. The village's structures are not typical rural earthen buildings. Rather, they are constructed from a variety of rich mineral stones, rendering them both sturdy and aesthetically pleasing. Roy sat upon the carpet in the village chief's home, sipping a bowl of thin vegetable stew while stroking his smooth chin. The business of monster hunting was thriving. Barely had he departed from Edsburg when he was approached with a new case. "According to you, Chief Casselai, there have been 4 murders in the village over the past 3 months?" he remarked, noting that it had been over 2 decades since such heinous acts had marred Spansol. The villagers were gripped with fear, attributing the disturbances to malevolent spirits from the mountains, each living in trepidation of becoming the next victim. "Please, assist us in uncovering the true culprit. We can negotiate the reward." The Witcher waved his hand dismissively, stating that they were not in a hurry for compensation, but needed to gather more information first. "Why are the only villagers present here the elderly, the infirm, and women and children? Where have the men gone?" Casselai gestured towards the sun outside the window. "At this hour, the men are still working in the mines, with several hours left until their shift ends. With such grave events occurring, do you not think they would prefer to stay home to protect their wives and children?" Roy expressed his astonishment. "Do the men not fear for their family's safety?" The chief, rubbing his large nose, replied with a resigned smile, "There is little we can do. I have communicated your concerns to the elders of the mountain, and they have slightly reduced the villagers' work hours so they can return home before nightfall. They have promised to apprehend the murderer, but they are not professionals, and 3 months have passed with no progress. It seems that solving this mystery must fall to you." The Witchers. With a glimmer of hope, he cautiously glanced at Lesso. "The elders of the mountain?" Roy pondered this phrase, intrigued. From what he understood, dwarves and elves were at a significant disadvantage compared to humans in the current societal context. However, in Mahakam, their roles appeared reversed. Humans labored in the dwarven mines, referring to the dwarves as elders. He sensed a deep-seated reverence from Chief Casselai when he mentioned the dwarves. Could it be that the Grand Elder Bro Valhog of Mahakam was a tyrant? Lesso, picking up from Casselai's words, directly shifted the conversation. "Now, let us delve into the matter at hand. We need to understand the circumstances surrounding these 4 deaths, such as their causes." Casselai spoke with indignation. "As the chief of Spansol, I arrived at the scene immediately and witnessed their horrific fates, an image I shall never forget. The spirits are nothing but a pack of savage beasts." He relayed his observations, leading the Witchers into deep contemplation. The victims had perished in the woods, their abdomens gruesomely slashed open, their bodies suspended from high branches, pecked by birds and gnawed by wild beasts. The Witcher exchanged a knowing glance with Roy, who, understanding his partner's thought, articulated his conclusion. Based on what you have described, I can almost ascertain that they did not meet their end at the hands of the spirits as the villagers claim. I must clarify that, under normal circumstances, spirits do not wander about indiscriminately harming others. They detest open woods and prefer to lurk in dark, confined spaces such as graves. What you describe sounds more akin to an ancient ritual. We require further clues. We must inspect the bodies of the deceased, not the work of spirits. But what then could it be? He mused, his expression turning apologetic. Regrettably, examining the bodies may not be feasible. Fearing that the young men might become infected by the spirits and turn into foul beings, the village has burned their bodies. Though this may seem a desecration of the dead, it was done for the sake of the living. Roy found himself at a loss for words, sensing something amiss. After a moment, he spoke with a complex expression. Who informed you that spirits could infect people? They are neither viruses nor plagues. How could they possibly spread? You have incinerated the bodies, making further investigation exceedingly difficult. Casselai's expression faltered at his words. Who initially claimed that the spirits were responsible for everything? The elders of the mountain, he replied. Roy pondered this information thoughtfully. Lesso clapped his hands and stood, declaring, ordinary folk lack understanding of monsters. Do not hold that against them. Here is what we shall do, Chief Casselai. Guide us around the village to gather clues. We will determine whether to accept this commission after further investigation. As they stepped out of the chief's dwelling, a group of anxious village women and children immediately averted their gazes, scurrying about in a clumsy and panicked pretense of busyness. Is this case truly so troublesome, Lesso, that even you hesitate to take it on? Roy observed the Witcher's serious demeanor, sensing that this commission was indeed fraught with challenges. Little one, did I not advise you against involving yourself in matters beyond your capabilities, especially you, who have only scratched the surface of this craft? Lesso cautioned gravely. First, ascertain the level of your adversary. Otherwise, you may find yourself unaware of your own demise. Under the chief's guidance, they arrived at the home of the latest victim, the Brady family. A modestly dressed woman, her face flushed with grief, awaited them at the door. After the Witchers introduced themselves, they directly inquired. The woman, her eyes filled with sorrow, contemplated for a moment before shaking her head in a daze. And how was your husband regarded in the village? Chief Casselai interjected. I can attest to his good standing. He was well liked. The three deceased young men were hot-headed and had some disputes with certain villagers, but Brady was mild-mannered and never engaged in quarrels. He was universally praised. Upon hearing this, the woman seemed to recall her husband's virtues, and she promptly buried her face in her hands, weeping. In her sorrow, two chubby little ones suddenly burst forth from behind her, rushing to cling to their mother's leg, their tiny lips quivering as they joined in her lament. Oh, poor Tina and Jim, at just 5 years old, they have lost their father. How shall they endure the days ahead? The chief could not help but gently stroke the boy's hair. One of them suddenly looked up, wiping his dirty cheeks with his little hands, his misty eyes fixed on Roy. Well, will you catch the killer? Simultaneously, the mother and daughter turned their gazes towards him. Roy glanced at the Witcher, whose expression remained inscrutable. He took a deep breath, suppressing his own turmoil, and refrained from looking at the child's tear-streaked face. Chief, let us visit the homes of the other deceased, he suggested. Only Brady seemed to have worked so fervently. He wished to save money to send Jim to school in Edsburg. Is that so? The subsequent visits yielded no surprises. The remaining 3 young victims had simple social circles. Even if there had been minor squabbles with villagers, none were sufficient to warrant murder. The Witcher did not even need to employ the arcane sign. Roy felt a strong conviction that the perpetrator was likely not human. Now, let us proceed to the most recent crime scene. Chapter 51. The beast within the location of Brady's demise lay a mere 2 miles from Spansol. The trio traversed the village's narrow pathways for half an hour, eventually catching sight of a densely flourishing pine forest. Most of the trees had stood for over a century, towering above 40 feet. Gazing upwards, the expansive, thick canopies intertwined, creating a lush shelter that obscured the sun. A thick layer of fallen twigs and leaves carpeted the ground, and the air was rife with the earthy aroma of decaying foliage and soil. Occasionally, a small creature would peek from the underbrush, only to scurry away and fright deeper into the woods. Up ahead is the scene of the crime, where you will undoubtedly recognize the remnants of dried blood. I shall wait here and will not accompany you further, stated the village chief, Casselai. He had visited the site previously and was loath to approach it again, adhering to the belief that places where death had occurred were ominous and brought misfortune. The two did not press him. From a distance at the forest's edge, amidst the rows of irregularly placed pines, several exceptionally long branches arched inward, forming a spire that towered above a person's height. Beneath this peculiar formation, the leaf-covered ground was stained a reddish-brown, with scattered fragments of flesh and bone, surrounded by swarms of flies. Fortunately, the absence of rain over the past 3 days had preserved the evidence of the crime scene. As the two approached, they observed a chaotic scatter of human footprints, likely left by villagers. Additionally, a faint, pungent odor permeated the nearby air. Suddenly, a low buzzing hum echoed through the quiet woods, startling Roy, who instinctively recoiled, arching his back like a frightened cat and retreating a few steps behind the Witcher. This was not cowardice but a tactical withdrawal, with a towering figure leading. It was prudent not to overestimate his own capabilities. "Relax, little one," Resso advised, gently stroking the serpent pendant on his chest, which ceased its vibrations. The magical resonance was too faint. It was merely a reverberation of residual energy rather than an imminent threat from a beast. He closed his eyes to attune to the lingering elemental fluctuations. Even after 3 days, he could still sense the faint currents of magic. Indeed, the perpetrator is not an ordinary human. Roy crouched down, extending his hand to touch the base of the spire-like branches, exhaling to dislodge the dirt from his fingers. This assemblage of twigs had not formed naturally or been stacked by human hands. It was the result of supernatural forces. He could vividly envision the scene, an unsuspecting Brady, suddenly impaled by branches rising from the ground, his body left to dangle helplessly, gutted. Is this then the site of Brady's death? Roy pondered, struggling to comprehend who would go to such lengths to employ destructive sorcery on a corpse. Resso, having surveyed the area, soon discovered strange scratch marks on a nearby pine tree. After a moment of contemplation, the Witcher cast Roy an approving glance. These are marks left by vines. The assailant used them to ensnare Brady, lifting him off the ground before delivering the fatal blow with magic. In a nearby thicket, they indeed found a severed vine. Controlling vines, utilizing earthspike spells. A shadow of a particular creature flickered through Roy's mind, forming a rough hypothesis. At that moment, the Witcher crouched down and picked up a foul-smelling object without a hint of disgust, prompting Roy's nose to twitch in response. Rotting flesh and the excrement of various creatures. More specifically, droppings from birds and wolves, along with dried urine. Yet the quantity is quite abnormal. The ground, mottled with the reddish-brown of blood, was also littered with sticky, shriveled fecal matter. Resso continued his analysis, and Roy considered the implication. So, these beasts deliberately left their filth here? The Witcher nodded. Most likely. They are using animal waste to obscure and obliterate any evidence left by the killer. Their objective has been achieved. The perpetrator's tracks and scent have been thoroughly muddled. Resso rubbed his nose. At least, I cannot discern them. Realization dawned on Roy. This meant the assailant could command wild animals. He swiftly summarized the gathered information. The ability to manipulate vines, employ earthspike spells, control wildlife, and reside within the forest. An imposing image of a creature took shape in his mind. If the assailant were indeed such a being, the commission from Spansol would be exceedingly perilous. Yet, strangely, he felt a thrill. Hunting the monster in its lair would undoubtedly be an arduous challenge. Alone, he would be woefully inadequate, but with Resso as his primary combatant, anything seemed possible. Little one, why are you excited? Shouldn't you be afraid? The target is evidently a creature far beyond your capacity, Resso remarked, brushing the filth from his palms as he rose. So, I apologize. It seems I misunderstood your enthusiasm. I do not intend to accept this commission. Roy sighed inwardly, anticipating Resso's cautious nature would likely lead him to decline. Yet, how could he explain this to the people of Spansol? He could envision the disappointment etched on the faces of the women and children, feeling a pang of sympathy. Explain what? Remember, we have neither accepted a reward nor made a promise. We owe them nothing. Are you suggesting that out of pity, you should throw your life away against that thing? The Witcher's words were unyielding. At your current level of weakness, you lack the standing to feel sympathy for others. Roy's lips twitched. He had not expected the bald giant to possess such a sharp tongue, but he refrained from retorting. When one is weak, it is wise to focus on growth rather than empty bravado. The Witcher's piercing gaze shifted forward, where, upon the peculiar branches, a black raven had appeared unbeknownst to them. It perched upon the bough, wings spread, its hooked beak and gleaming black eyes holding a hint of cruel, anthropomorphic cunning. The two's scrutiny seemed to disturb the raven, as a flash of red flickered in its eyes before it suddenly took flight into the forest. Resso muttered to himself. The loyal servant rushes to inform its master. A crossbow bolt sliced through the air, striking the raven mid-flight, causing it to plummet to the ground like a severed kite, lifeless. Little one, who instructed you to shoot it? Apologies. It seems I misinterpreted your intent? Roy shrugged, resigned. Next time, I'll correct my approach. Chapter 52. The Dwarven Outpost. After inspecting the scene, the two immediately took their leave from the village chief, Kasselai, whose face flushed with urgency. After a long wait for the monster hunters, he was desperate about their swift departure. What would become of the village? Master Resso, did we not agree that if you found it too challenging, I would be willing to increase the remuneration? The hunter crossed his arms defiantly, unyielding in his response. Think carefully. I distinctly stated that a decision would be made after the site inspection. Now, I have resolved to decline this commission. It was not merely a matter of price. No amount of wealth could compensate for a lost life. The pursuit of monsters was a business grounded in fundamental principles of trade. You have the right to propose a commission, and we reserve the right to refuse. Do you not possess a shred of compassion? Tina, Jim, and that widow, the family of the young deceased. How pitiful. Kasselai implored, his face contorted with desperation. Can you not assist them in capturing the murderer? Unfortunately, he could discern no trace of sympathy on the hunter's cold visage, and his pleas fell away, replaced by a flicker of resentment. His demeanor shifted dramatically, revealing a harshness that confirmed the rumors. Monster hunters were indeed heartless creatures, devoid of human emotion. Leave. Do not return to Spansol. You are not welcome here. Resso remained unfazed by his scorn. The last time it had been K Village, where the villagers, having rid themselves of the grave witch's threat, turned to gossip. Now, this fellow before him, upon encountering dissatisfaction, resorted to vitriol. If it had been a more hot-tempered cat-like hunter, he might have unleashed a massacre upon these peasants. Roy shook his head, the final vestiges of sympathy and regret dissipating. He began to comprehend why most monster hunters wore such impassive expressions. Frequent encounters with such situations dulled their sensitivity. Ignoring the village chief's wrathful glare, they turned to ascend the mountain path toward Mahakam. Resso, if I were as formidable as you, would you still refuse this commission? Do not dwell on it, young one. You will have your chance to battle it in due time. For now, focus on preparing for the grass trial, the hunter replied. By the way, you just shot down that creature's messenger. Pray it does not seek vengeance. Upon leaving Spansol, they faced no immediate assaults. Soon, they officially embarked on the narrow mountain path leading deeper into Mahakam, flanked by towering, sheer rock walls, the ground beneath their feet paved with stone slabs. After walking for about an hour, their surroundings opened up, revealing faint voices in the distance. Before them stood 2 rows of massive wooden barricades, crafted from sharpened logs, obstructing the path into the forest. Behind these obstacles, a dwarf clad in silver chainmail, wielding a heavy black hammer, was engaged in conversation with 2 fully armed companions. Another dwarven crossbowman vigilantly scanned the area from atop a wooden watchtower, his crossbow far larger and heavier than Roy's concealed Gabriel. The disparity between them was akin to that of a model compared to a full-scale entity. Feeling a twinge of envy, Roy opened his mouth to speak, but the watchful dwarf had already spotted their figures. Outsiders, Mahakam is no place for you. Depart at once. As he spoke, the watchtower's crossbowman quietly aimed at them. And the lethargic hammer wielder, startled by the shout, grimaced and hefted his hammer to his side. Mahakam does not welcome strangers. You should take the detour from the south of Livia and Isiden. The dwarf speaking brandished a hammer that was longer than his own torso, its head larger than his head, making him appear quite comical. In truth, the immense inertia of the hammer could easily crush human bones and reduce flesh to pulp. So this is the trouble with passage that Seville spoke of? They were utterly unwilling to allow outsiders through. A chill ran down Roy's spine. If they were indeed forced to detour from Livia to Isiden, their journey would double in length. However, the monster hunter behind him cast him a knowing glance. Evidently, entrusting the negotiations to him, the hunter seemed to recognize that his fearsome appearance and demeanor were ill-suited for diplomacy. Roy steeled himself and stepped forward, attempting to speak as calmly as possible. Dear dwarf brothers. Who are you calling brothers? The stout guard interrupted, spitting as he shouted, back off. He then lunged forward, his chestnut braids swinging menacingly, releasing a foul stench of sweat and alcohol that wafted through the air. Roy instinctively took a step back. Esteemed warrior, we are not your enemies. I have Seville. Before he could finish, Roy felt a sudden jolt in his eyelids, an instinctive warning igniting within him. Yet his body failed to react in time, leaving him immobilized. In the next moment, a gleaming arrowhead struck the stone slab by his feet, ricocheting off the rock wall. Laden with a clear warning, Roy's muscles tensed involuntarily, prompting him to retreat once more. The hunter beside him moved with swift precision, his right hand swiftly tracing an inverted triangle symbol in the air, enveloping himself in a shield of softly radiating yellow light. Once ensconced in the Quen sign, the hunter felt no hesitation, drawing his gleaming steel sword from its scabbard, gripping the hilt with both hands and raising it beside his face. The blade poised at the dwarf's throat, his stance resembling a bull displaying its sharp horns. The atmosphere grew taut with tension, the air thick with heavy breaths from the gathered individuals. Truly a collection of foul and unyielding stones. Roy spread his hands and stepped back. Resso, do not act impulsively. Let us take a few steps back. He had witnessed the butcher's ruthless nature firsthand, while he could tolerate threats from civilians. Those who dared to brandish weapons before him were an entirely different matter. Their hostile attitudes were infuriating, yet it hardly warranted a massacre. Besides, they were on dwarven territory. To slay them would forge a deadly enmity, jeopardizing their passage through Mahakam. The hunter pondered for a moment, his amber eyes glinting with menace as they scanned each dwarf. Suddenly, he pressed the steel sword downward, and the onlookers were momentarily taken aback by the sight of the long blade slicing effortlessly through the stone path, as if it were mere tofu. At this, the four dwarves were struck with astonishment. Retreat! Retreat! The stout dwarf instinctively lowered his hammer, his voice trembling. He glanced at his rigid companions, and they exchanged looks of dismay, their earlier bravado completely deflated. Seizing the opportunity, Roy hastily produced an envelope and declared, "We are friends of Lord Seville Hawk. This letter is penned by his own hand. Please, have a look." Upon hearing this, the dwarves behind the barricade exhaled heavily, as though granted clemency. "You. Come here, bald one. Do not move." Moments later, the stout dwarf extended his sausage-like fingers to take the envelope, glaring with bulging eyes for a moment before slapping his own head in frustration. "Fool, can you not read?" "Apologies for any offense caused," Roy interjected. "Though dwarves are indeed a noble race, there are occasionally a few simple-minded individuals among them." The dwarven crossbowman, having descended from the watchtower, disregarded the stout dwarf's furious glares and snatched the envelope, beginning to read aloud. What transpired earlier was a misunderstanding. Reagan and his three brothers acted rashly. Please pardon our impudence. As he spoke, he seemingly cast aside all prior hostility, bowing deeply to the two. The other dwarves hurriedly followed suit, offering their apologies. "No harm done. I have long been aware of your forthright dispositions. Your unwavering dedication and noble character have truly opened my eyes." Roy offered a compliment, and amidst the slightly smug glances of the dwarves, he reached into his garment and, with a decisive pop, uncorked a bottle. Before the dwarves appeared a vessel exuding a rich, intoxicating aroma of fine wine, their necks extending like cats catching a whiff of fish, salivating uncontrollably. "Such a small garment. From where did you procure this?" stammered a bewildered dwarf, grasping his beard and staring in disbelief. "Your Grace, the origin of this inquiry is of little consequence. This exquisite wine is a gift from Lord Seville for our enjoyment on the journey, a 50-year-old Mahakam spirit, its potency rivaling that of any dwarven brew." Roy glanced at his companions. The Witcher, arms crossed, wore an expression of amusement and made no attempt to intervene. "I wish to share this delightful drink with a few of you, as a gesture of friendship. I wonder how you might feel about that." "Well, as friends of Lord Seville, we are indeed friends of all Mahakam dwarves, and sharing fine wine with friends is indeed a most natural affair. Alas, our duties bind us, and it would be inconvenient to indulge in merriment at this moment," replied a dwarf named Reagan Dahlberg, shouldering a crossbow as he declined the offer. Roy shook the bottle to release the fragrant aroma, his gaze appraising the four dwarves from head to toe. Having heard of the dwarves' legendary drinking prowess, he assumed these distinguished figures must possess an equally impressive capacity for liquor. Surely, a mere bottle of Mahakam spirit could not impede their daily responsibilities. Indeed, the dwarf with a thick tongue nodded vigorously in agreement, his two companions wielding hefty axes showing signs of interest. However, the crossbowman remained hesitant. A short while later, the guards paid dearly for their underestimation, as the four bearded dwarves succumbed to the enhanced Mahakam spirit, collapsing into a deep slumber behind the barricade. Under the careful arrangement of the Witcher apprentice, they were positioned in pairs, embracing one another in a rather intimate manner. Roy, meanwhile, reveled in the possession of a small ring and an exquisite crossbow, stripped from the crossbowman. The weapon, crafted from high-quality materials, felt substantial and luxurious in his grasp. Inscribed upon its body were the clear words, "To my dear brother, Regan Dahlberg." A smile spread across Roy's face. He had long wished to replace Gabriel, and this opportunity had finally presented itself. This acquisition was undoubtedly in accordance with the principles of fair trade upheld by witchers. Wouldn't you agree, Lyso? Roy suddenly felt the earlier bitterness, born from the scorn of village chief Span Soul, dissipate entirely. The path of a witcher is fraught with difficulties, and one must occasionally seek out moments of joy. Lyso shook his head, continuing his ascent along the mountain path. Chapter 53, Carbon Mountain Mahakam. The ancestral home of the dwarves, Carbon Mountain, a miraculous fortress nestled within the valley. Sunlight bathes its dome, clouds and snow gently caress its windows, and steel and flame forge its steadfast walls, while mead and pine resin flow through the air. Why such misfortune? The beast master they anticipated did not arrive. Instead, they were met by a battalion of fully armed dwarven guards. Roy and Rice, having departed from the dwarven outpost, did not progress far before being apprehended by the ubiquitous dwarves. This time, they faced a throng of dwarven crossbowmen, their overwhelming numbers rendering any resistance futile. Moreover, the envelope from Seville Hogg proved ineffectual, or perhaps it backfired entirely. Roy could only sigh as he was escorted deeper into the unknown wooded mountains by the dwarves for over 2 hours. As they walked, the temperature plummeted rapidly. Frost accumulating on the branches, and pines donned their silver coats. "Oh, esteemed masters of the Witchers, allow me to grandly present to you what lies before you, the capital of Mahakam, the dwarven stronghold, the sanctuary of an ancient race, Carbon Mountain." Standing before this magnificent edifice, Roy's heart trembled, unable to contain itself. Deeply embedded within the rocky walls of the valley, Carbon Mountain comprises a central bastion, 16 smaller fortifications, and countless towers. The exterior walls exhibit a grayish hue, and apart from the concrete framework, the fortress is clad in an obsidian shell of steel exceeding 100 feet in height, exuding a sense of rugged, indomitable strength. From a distance, it resembles a beast lying in wait within the shadows, ready to shake the earth upon awakening. Roy had no recollection of such a dwarven fortress, yet it undeniably existed. Gazing up, he observed through the fortress's crevices the surrounding cliffs carved into hundreds of cave-like dwellings, with innumerable dwarves bustling in and out like orderly worker ants, incessantly supplying sustenance and provisions to Carbon Mountain. Seeing this scene made the journey worthwhile. Seville Hogg, we shall set aside your prior transgressions for the moment. That letter served as both a pass and a letter of introduction, having evaded the initial wave of bewildered guards. They ultimately could not escape the omnipresent dwarfs. Thanks to the effusive praises within the merchant's letter, they were warmly invited to explore Carbon Mountain, along with addressing the dwarf's troubles. A ripple of emotion crossed the face of the Witcher, who, throughout his long existence, had seldom encountered such grandeur. Meanwhile, behind the Witcher, dozens of dwarves still aimed their crossbows at him. Though the Witcher was skilled, facing countless crossbows would render him akin to a porcupine. Moreover, on either side of the fortress's entrance stood imposing siege engines, not merely for show. "Please forgive our lowly offense," spoke a young dwarf, Kelvin Hogg, the nephew of the elder ruling Carbon Mountain, Bralver Hogg, and also the commander of over 30 dwarven crossbowmen, responsible for maintaining order in part of Carbon Mountain's mines. Clad in grayish armor slightly dusted with frost, yet still overshadowed by his naturally frosty hair, his beard and mustache were entirely white, making him appear older than his years. His visage was resolute, his words imbued with a rare superiority among dwarves, tinged with a hint of arrogance. Unlike most dwarves, whose beards were braided, Kelvin's flowed freely, bound at the end by a silver-gray ribbon, bestowing upon him an air of nonchalance, perhaps even rebelliousness. Roy keenly sensed an undertone of hostility from Kelvin upon their first meeting, though whether it stemmed from his disdain for humanity or was merely directed at him personally remained unclear. "Please follow me," he beckoned, leading them into the fortress. Inside, through a door adorned with jagged steel spikes, a wave of scorching wind greeted them. Roy felt as though he had stepped from the icy wilderness into the sweltering embrace of summer, sweat beading at his brow. Amidst the cacophony of countless metal strikes, hundreds of bare-chested dwarves donned in filthy blacksmith aprons occupied both sides of a vast hall. Their heavily furred arms swung hammers with rhythmic precision, striking various metal forms with resonant force. Shadows danced upon the towering walls, as the silhouettes of dwarven blacksmiths, drenched in sweat, evoked images of colossal figures in the throes of creation. After walking a few paces, Roy's attention was drawn to a scene beside him. In a roaring furnace, molten steel surged with fervor. A sword blank, for feet long and glowing red-hot, lay quietly within. A stern-faced dwarf blacksmith gradually extracted the sword blank from the flames. Inch by inch, as the blank emerged from the furnace, it erupted with a series of hissing sounds, plumes of white smoke swirling. As the air lamented under its intense heat, once fully revealed, the sword blank bore the marks of countless forges, revealing layers of intricate patterns yet retaining a primitive roughness compared to the finished product. The blacksmith, with tongs in hand, cradled the blank as if whispering sweet nothings to a beloved, before securing it upon the anvil and grasping a forging hammer with a deep breath. Then, with a resounding clang, the hammer rose high before descending with force, sending sparks flying onto the blacksmith's sweat-drenched body, momentarily cloaking him in a fiery crimson aura, resembling a deity amidst flames. As the smoke dissipated, the dwarves resumed their relentless cycle of smelting and forging. Their actions, monotonous yet imbued with an unnameable rhythm, breathed life into the lifeless weaponry, imbuing them with an extraordinary brilliance. I understand your sentiments. As a dwarf, I too was entranced when I first beheld this scene, Kelvin proclaimed with pride. The furnace hall was the pride of the dwarves, home to Mahakam's and Carbon Mountain's most skilled blacksmiths, producing the finest weaponry in the entire north. The blacksmiths rotated shifts as iron ore flowed continuously from nearby mines. The flames of the furnace never extinguished. Weapons forged here were dispatched across the realms. From Edern to Temeria, Kedwin, and Redania, the dwarves of Mahakam neither favored nor oppressed any race. Kelvin noted this with a hint of boastfulness. As the dwarven crossbowman stood tall with pride, Roy, utterly astonished, found himself at a loss for words. How many weapons could such a multitude of blacksmiths produce day in and day out? How many elite soldiers could they arm? If the dwarves possessed a sufficient population, the entire north might very well have fallen under their dominion. Beneath the furnace hall lay Carbon Mountain's wine cellar. It was no exaggeration to state that if all the barrels within were to burst, the flowing wine would form an underground river. However, time was of the essence, and Elder Brawlver awaited their arrival. Thus, they would not be taken to the wine cellar just yet. Kelvin gestured forward. At the end of the furnace hall, spiraling staircases flanked either side, while a massive door was carved into the mountain's wall directly ahead. After dismissing the crossbowmen, Kelvin pushed open the gilded door and relieved them of their weapons. Intricate marble columns adorned the palace's sides, supporting the structure, while a vibrant red carpet stretched across the central floor, leading to a raised platform where a dwarven figure adorned with a golden crown cast his gaze upon them. Chapter 54. The price of the Grand Elder. Behind the throne forged from black iron stood a colossal statue of blue stone, perfectly aligned with the ceiling. Upon the throne sat a stout dwarf, adorned with a golden crown and white hair, his right elbow resting on the gilded edge while his palm supported his chin. His blood-red satin robe clung tightly to his robust form, and his snow-white brows were furrowed, giving his weathered face an imposing presence even without anger. As he glanced around, a hint of anxiety and fatigue flickered in his deep-set eyes. To either side of him stood two white-robed dwarf attendants who whispered upon the arrival of visitors. Grand Elder, the individuals you requested have arrived. Kelvin approached the man and bowed. Resso of the Viper School, Apprentice Roy. It is rare for my dear nephew Seville to hold you in such high regard. You must possess genuine skill, the Grand Elder remarked, his stature as formidable as a lion, yet his age was evident. Even among dwarves, a long-lived race. Broval Hog age, 198 gender, male health points, 120, racial trait, resilience 20, title, Grand Elder of Carbon Mountain. His authority is recognized by the majority of dwarves, governing all affairs of Mahakam. Attributes, strength, 10, strong 1, agility, 6, stout -1, constitution, 10, strong 1, perception, 7 willpower, 8 spirit, 6 charisma, 6, stout -1, skills. Any equipment he customizes is considered a family heirloom by knights, soldiers, mercenaries, and other elite fighters, passed down through generations. Even artifacts from ancient times can be crafted if provided with blueprints and materials. Two-handed weapon mastery level 10. Years of training and bloodshed have perfected his command of two-handed weapons such as great axes, long spears, halberds, and warhammers, granting a 50 increase in destructive power when attacking with them. Resilience. Passive dwarves possess long lives and robust vitality, with adult dwarves having 20 more health points than humans. Strength. Passive dwarves excel in wielding two-handed weapons, naturally possessing 1 more strength and constitution than humans. Stout. Passive. Their short stature and pot-bellied form hinder their mobility compared to normal humans, and they often face disdain from other races, resulting in reduced agility and charisma. Crisis awareness level 5. Years of life and death trials and extensive combat experience have endowed him with an acute sense of impending danger. The attributes of this dwarf Grand Elder significantly surpassed those of ordinary folk, yet this did not astonish the seasoned Roy. The ancient forging skills piqued his interest, as Resso had long sought a suitable silver sword, which might very well come from this Grand Elder. The demon hunter glanced at the kneeling Kelvin and spoke with composed assertiveness. Elder Broval, we have come to meet you as you wished. However, I must speak plainly. With your prestige and influence in Mahakam, a mere message would suffice to compel both Roy and me to comply, without the need for such an escort as if we were criminals. Kelvin, what have I instructed you before? Came the calm reproach of the elder, causing the once arrogant white-haired dwarf to lower his head in tacit acknowledgement of the hunter's critique. Enough. I know you have an aversion to dealing with humans, but allowing personal feelings to interfere with official matters is a grievous error. You must apologize to our esteemed guests immediately. Taking a deep breath, Kelvin clenched his fists and begrudgingly bowed to the two. It is my fault for indulging this nephew too much. However, he is still under 60, merely newly of age by human standards. I hope you can show some understanding. Despite the reproach, his tone betrayed a hint of fondness. Roy observed the striking resemblance between Elder Broval and his nephew Kelvin. Both had white hair, similar features, and that unmistakable air of arrogance in their eyes. Seeing the conversation shift, Resso interjected, Your Excellency the Grand Elder, let us discuss the matter at hand. You summoned us to Carbon Mountain in haste. What is the issue at stake? You must realize that demon hunters excel in dealing with monsters, and within the fortified walls of Carbon Mountain, it appears devoid of such threats. You are mistaken, demon hunter. While you may find safety within the fortress, the mines outside have seen a series of worker fatalities in recent months. I have summoned you precisely to apprehend the perpetrator, regardless of their fate. The two men exchanged glances, both taken aback. Isn't this the matter concerning the villagers of Spansol? Truly, it seems fortune favors the bold. What escapes the new year may yet fall to the winter solstice. Roy pondered, still questioning why such a high-ranking dwarf would mobilize demon hunters for a group of humans. Broval discerned their confusion, a flicker of anger crossing his aged face as he explained, the audacity of this murderer knows no bounds. Not only have they slain human miners, but also turned their hand against my kin. This is an affront to me and all dwarves of Mahakam. The murderer must die. Roy's understanding deepened. It appeared the villagers were oblivious to the full scope of the situation. It was not merely 4 human miners who had perished, but also their dwarven brethren. Demon Hunter Resso, if you can capture the culprit for the people of Carbon Mountain, I shall reward you handsomely. And if we fail? Roy bared his teeth, the hunter's expression darkening. Broval suddenly rose from his throne, proclaiming, Let me be explicit. As the saying goes, a sword is gifted to a hero. I have crafted countless weapons by hand, many of which remain unclaimed. If you capture the murderer, I shall personally bestow upon you one of my rarest swords, ensuring that the reputation of the Viper School's demon hunters remains untarnished. Resso's demeanor brightened slightly. Any swordsmith's name would resonate, especially one as renowned as Broval of Mahakam. A weapon crafted by the Grand Elder would undoubtedly be a masterpiece. A tremendous boon for future battles. Elder, though I am but an apprentice, I assure you, my synergy with Resso will be invaluable. Hearing of the reward, Roy felt a surge of ambition, yet the elder seemed unconvinced. You? Broval shook his head, saying with a knowing smile, Young one, I suggest you remain in Carbon Mountain, where fine wine and roasted meat will suffice. Roy sighed inwardly. It seemed not only the demon hunter deemed him inadequate, but the dwarves shared the same sentiment. He believed he had something to contribute. Though he could not battle monsters directly, he could assist with alchemical bombs or provide ranged support. Turning to the hesitant demon hunter, he winked, but was met with indifference. Elder Broval, I have taken on this commission. This young lad shall stay in Carbon Mountain. I trust you will keep a watchful eye on him. Broval nodded and turned to the white-haired dwarf. Kelvin, I command you to follow Master Resso's instructions from this day forth, assisting him in the hunt for the killer. Any negligence will not be tolerated. Understood. Chapter 55. Special Mission Kelvin received the order and led the two men away from the resplendent palace towards another guest room on a different floor. Lyso, are you planning to abandon me again and act as a mere bystander? Roy attempted to persuade the monster hunter. Do you not perceive that battling such a creature is an invaluable experience? Even if I lack the ability to participate directly, merely observing from the sidelines would enrich my understanding. Trust me, I will not hinder you. Previously, we had turned down a commission in Span Soul, yet ultimately could not evade our fate. Do you not believe this is a sign from destiny? Noticing the other party's indifference, he invoked the concept of fate, which seemed to resonate with the monster hunter. Let us embrace this challenge together. Thus, do not harbor any illusions. The monster hunter deliberately raised his voice. You shall remain in Carbon Mountain, consider it a vacation. Strolling around the vicinity is quite pleasant. Not everyone gets the chance to visit this miraculous fortress. You have been diligently honing your crossbow skills, and the dwarven archers here are experts in that field. You might seize the opportunity to consult them. If you find yourself utterly bored, peruse the notes I left for you. Seeing the monster hunter's firm stance, Roy ceased his insistence. However, the other party had a point. He was indeed eager to engage with the dwarven archers. After all, he had just purchased a brand new crossbow, and his hands itched to use it. The two followed Kelvin up the spiral staircase at the end of the furnace hall, arriving on the second floor. It seemed that Kelvin was somehow affected. Ever since being reprimanded by Elder Brovar, he had become obedient, leading them into the upper chamber where Brovar Hogg resided. Within a hollowed-out section of the mountain, pushing open the grand doors, illuminated by oilcloth torches, they beheld orderly display rooms and storage areas lining both sides. Looking up, they noticed a series of iron doors with rectangular observation holes at the end of the corridor. Suddenly, Roy felt a chilling breeze accompanied by an icy draft seeping through the observation holes of the iron doors, causing him to shiver. Was there a window in the mountainous interior? As he approached the iron door, he could not resist peering inside, and his heart skipped a beat. Do the dwarves in the mountain truly enjoy such a setup? The room behind that iron door was merely the size of a standard bedroom, utterly empty, and astonishingly, the back of the bedroom had no wall, completely open to the elements. Howling winds and snowflakes rushed in, coating the ceiling, sidewalls, and floor with a crystalline layer of frost. Was this what they called a semi-open snowview room? The occupant merely needed to take a few steps forward to witness the majestic scenery of Carbon Mountain up close and feel the primal allure of the winter landscape. Through the non-existent walls, one could admire the silver-clad pines dotting the vast expanse of snow and the setting sun hanging precariously on the horizon. Of course, this was contingent upon the occupant possessing a robust constitution to withstand the cold, as there were no blankets or braziers in the room. Only a few hardy races, like the dwarves with their thick fur and resilient flesh, could enjoy such accommodations. Continuing forward a few steps would lead one to bid farewell to the world. What do you think, little rascal? Make a mistake in Mahakam, and you could experience this for a week. Would you like me to arrange it for you? Kelvin had unexpectedly crept up beside him, speaking ominously. Roy suddenly turned, squinting down at the dwarf's head resting at his chest. My Lord Kelvin, are you referring to me? The dwarf's expression shifted, but he recalled the elder's instructions and grunted in response. After the three of them turned several corners in the corridor and arrived outside a guest room at the end, the dwarf tossed down 2 keys, stating that a servant would bring dinner later. Lights out after 10. Stay in your room and do not wander about. If you inadvertently enter a forbidden area, even Elder Brovar cannot save you. Also, Master Lyso, I will come to fetch you in the morning. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Roy stretched, feeling overwhelmed by the events of the day. His eyes struggled to keep up, and his mind needed a moment to unwind. The monster hunter gestured for silence, stealthily approaching the observation hole to listen for any sounds outside. Confirming that there was no one nearby, he beckoned Roy over. Do you know why I did not want you involved? Because I feared you would slow me down. Indeed, that is the primary reason. Master Monster Hunter, speak plainly. Roy took a deep breath. I noticed you deliberately raised your voice on the way here, attempting to mislead Kelvin Hogg. Excellent. The cold air of Carbon Mountain has not frozen your wits. You are to remain here for a specific task. Oh, Roy straightened, realizing that while brute strength often prevailed in this world, one must occasionally employ intellect. As he spoke, his fingers sketched an odd symbol on the ground, resembling an overlapping spider web and antlers. Remember this mark. Any dwarf who bears this shape on their arm, thigh, or elsewhere, inform me immediately. Do not let them discover it. Roy rubbed his chin, frowning at the thought that in the dead of winter, everyone was bundled like bears. How am I to inspect their bodies? What if the mark is on some bearded fellow's backside? I cannot simply pull down their trousers. Then you must devise another method. The monster hunter's hefty hand clapped down on his shoulder. Little rascal, you performed admirably at the Cardell house. Continue to leverage your strengths. Roy plopped onto the bed. His eyes darting as an idea quickly took shape. With observational skills combined with keen eyesight, I might be able to identify the mark as host. We must remain discreet. However, the monster hunter's expression turned serious as he warned, if possible, find a few trustworthy dwarves who have been verified not to be hosts of the mark to assist you. I have another question. Roy hesitated. What if the target is a woman? Most likely, the miners and hunters who venture into the woods and encounter the stag lord are male. They are your primary targets. The monster hunter paused. If you cannot find any, you are still young, and compared to dwarven children, you appear more juvenile. Even if you stir up some trouble, women are less likely to hold it against you. Roy envisioned a woman with a bearded face and abundant body hair. Shuddering as he shook his head, praying the host was not female. What does that mark truly signify? There is no mention of it in the notes. The monster hunter licked his cracked lips. You must understand, the more powerful the creature, the wider its territory. Its hunting grounds extend from the base of Spansol to the deep valleys near Carbon Mountain. The years it has endured and the power it has accumulated are certainly beyond my lifetime's experience. I must prepare for the worst. It has likely awakened a secret spell closely related to the mark. If we cannot identify the mark's host, even if I slay the perpetrator, it could extract the host's life force and revive instantly. The mark as host has already submitted to it, akin to being half a slave, thus must not be discovered. At this, Roy felt a jolt. A sudden vision of a tall figure with antlers, a skeletal head covered in moss, and limbs twisted like branches flashed before his mind. Indeed, it was the Stag Lord. Chapter 56. The beginning of action. The stag-headed spirit, a product of the convergence of celestial spheres, inhabits the deep mountains and forests. It possesses companions among the beasts that heed its call and can manipulate plants to aid its endeavors. Due to its unique appearance, it is often revered as a deity by the ignorant villagers, who pay homage and make offerings to it. In numerous folktales, the stag-headed spirit is depicted as a benevolent figure, guiding lost travelers and rescuing victims from bandits. The knowledge Roy gleaned from writings lacked the vibrancy imparted by first-hand teachings from a monster hunter, prompting him to inquire as much as possible. Do you truly believe in such absurd stories? He asked. In truth, the stag-headed spirit slowly absorbs the vitality of all living beings within its territory, eventually rendering them mere husks. Yet, this being typically refrains from preying upon ordinary humans. The world is replete with dualities, while some stag-headed spirits coexist peacefully with humanity. Others view humans as mortal enemies. The monster hunter spoke with caution, for the stag-headed spirit ravaging Mahakam rightfully bore the title of ancient. It was likely that an altar enhancing its power lay hidden within the forest. Tomorrow, I shall dismantle each altar, weakening its strength. A sense of unease crept into Roy's mind. The creature appeared more formidable than he had anticipated. Are you certain? Ordinary steel weapons may have little effect on the stag-headed spirit. Roy's breath caught in his throat, sensing an air of finality in the hunter's demeanor. Perhaps we should retreat from Mahakam and take a detour through Livia and Upper Sodden? Do you think Carbon Mountain is a tavern where one can come and go as they please? The monster hunter shook his head. Without confronting the stag-headed spirit, Elder Brovar will never permit our departure. As evening fell, a servant delivered their meal. Despite the imposing grandeur of Carbon Mountain Fortress, the living conditions within paled in comparison to the opulence of Lord Edsburg Seville Hogg's abode. The bedroom contained but 2 beds, a kerosene lamp, and an old clock. No other furnishings graced the space. Fortunately, the structure retained the characteristics of a cave dwelling, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, thus avoiding discomfort. Moreover, dinner was quite satisfactory. 2 portions of dark roasted meat, hard bread laden with ice shards, congealed fruit, nuts, and mead, all possessing a distinctive flavor. Roy divided his portion of roasted meat, offering half to the monster hunter. Eat more, Lesso. What if this is your last bite? The hunter's chewing abruptly ceased, but after a moment, he resumed with an air of nonchalance. The following morning, as Roy awakened from meditation, he found the monster hunter applying oil to his steel sword and 2 short swords. A rare tenderness flickered in his eyes, as though he beheld a beloved. His strong arms moved with mechanical precision, executing each motion with simplicity and vigor. A gray-white cloth stained with yellowish oil glided over the gleaming sword blade, imbued with an unexplainable tension that captivated Roy, who unwittingly observed the entire process. Before the hunter lay an orderly array of tools, potions, brews, sword oil, and alchemical bombs. As per our usual practice, this is for you in case of emergencies. Take good care of it, Lesso said, handing Roy a small blue jar wrapped in yellow rubber bands. What sort of bomb is this? Roy's heart leaped with joy, recalling the potency of the last star-shaping bomb. It is an anti-magic metal bomb, capable of preventing the stag-headed spirit from casting spells, effective against both monster hunters and sorcerers. Is that all? Roy inquired, as the monster hunter patiently gestured toward another object. This translucent vial contains residue oil that can inflict additional harm upon the stag-headed spirit. The very oil I just applied to the sword. The green vial holds demon dust, which can cause it some trouble. Before long, Kelvin arrived to escort the monster hunter, his demeanor toward the two remaining unkind. Meanwhile, Roy was taken on a tour of Carbon Mountain by a dwarf named Sanchez. Carbon Mountain did not harbor idleness. Every dwarf had a role. Blacksmiths and brewers were responsible for production, the hunting squad managed hunting, supervisors oversaw the mines, and others managed the daily lives of all residents. If Carbon Mountain was a realm, Elder Brovar was its king, with the other elders serving as ministers. Sanchez, one of those tasked with attending to the elder and guests, wore a soft white robe, his beard and hair neatly bound, his face meticulously groomed, exuding an elegance that set him apart from the typical rough-hewn dwarf. As Roy followed him, he could not help but glance at his lower half. Surely, this bearded dwarf was not a eunuch like those in other lands. Yesterday, Lord Kelvin guided you through the furnace hall. Today, I shall take you to the wine cellar on the lower level for a tasting of Carbon Mountain's diverse wines. Let us postpone the wine for now, Roy shrugged. Could you first enlighten me about the fundamental aspects of Carbon Mountain? Sanchez nodded gently, speaking as they walked. The main fortress's first and lower levels require no elaboration. The second level houses the blacksmith's quarters, warehouses, and the prison for captives. The third level is where the elders reside. The outer fortress is home to the guards and mine supervisors. And where do the ordinary miners and their families reside? You should have observed them upon your arrival. They dwell in the cave dwellings on the mountainside outside the fortress. How many residents does Carbon Mountain have? Roy pressed on. Are the brothers working in the nearby mines and the warriors of the hunting squad living close by? Though Sanchez found the question odd, he provided a confirmation. Roy contemplated the implications. It was improbable he could search every dwarf, so narrowing his search would be prudent. Should he have the chance to venture into the forest and encounter the stag-headed spirit, the dwarves marked with its imprint would most likely belong to the hunting squad or those working in the nearby mines. Those who remained within Carbon Mountain, like the dwarf women, blacksmiths, and brewers, were less likely to have had such an opportunity. Thus, his initial focus would be on this group. Setting aside the matter of the wine cellar, Roy remarked, the valley's frigid climate is quite intolerable for me. Might we first visit the bathhouse? I wish to soak in hot water to warm my body. Though Sanchez found the young guest's desire for a bath at such an early hour peculiar, he refrained from questioning it. Of course, no problem. Please, follow me. Chapter 57. A chance encounter at the bathhouse amidst the swirling steam. Roy reclined against the edge of the marble bath, his upper body bare, eyes gently closed in a state of relaxed repose. The climate in the Carbon Mountains was frigid, yet it boasted an abundance of coal and timber for fires, as well as a plentiful water supply, allowing the bathhouse to operate around the clock. After a long day's toil, blacksmiths, guards, and miners would typically indulge in a hot bath to cleanse themselves of dirt and sweat, alleviating their fatigue. At this hour, around 8 or 9 in the morning, the bathhouse, capable of accommodating hundreds, was sparsely populated. Aside from Roy, a foreigner, only a handful of dwarves who had just completed their night shifts remained. Wrapped in towels, they sported protruding bellies, robust arms, and chests adorned with thick black body hair, resembling gorillas if one were to disregard their faces. In stark contrast, Roy's smooth skin, minimal body hair, and significantly lighter complexion set him apart from the generally darker-skinned dwarfs. This difference prompted occasional furtive glances from the bathing dwarfs. Had they not been known for their staunch masculinity, Roy might have felt compelled to flee. Nonetheless, he instinctively tightened his towel, attentive to their whispers. 2 dwarfs seated opposite him gestured and whispered among themselves. Is this child truly human? No chest hair, no impressive beard, not a shred of masculine charm. Quite the eyesore. Roy, feeling a sense of pride, absent-mindedly stroked his floating beard. Were all human men merely hairless weaklings? Surely, no woman could find them appealing. Yet, the brothers must remain vigilant. Their desire for dwarven women had never waned. and they could not allow such aspirations to come to fruition. Enough. Show some respect. A bunch of fools. Do you wish to end up in the dungeons? Roy was indeed a distinguished guest of the elder. Roy's expression soured at the absurdity of it all. As a man who adhered to conventional aesthetics, he could hardly fathom being attracted to robust female dwarves adorned with thick beards. Perhaps a sorceress would pique his interest. It seemed the rumors held some truth. Dwarven males harbored an irrational paranoia about their women being abducted by evil outsiders. This fixation likely stemmed from their exceedingly low birth rates, rendering dwarven females a precious resource for their ancient race. Lost in thought, Roy cast furtive glances at the dwarves, cautious not to stare too directly lest he be misinterpreted. The dwarves across from him possessed sturdy postures, strong physiques, and robust shoulders. While dwarves were not tall, they certainly had a wealth of physicality. Who would the stag-headed spirit choose to mark? After a few minutes of discomforting observation, he shook his head, realizing he needed a respite. If appreciating beauty was a form of pleasure, then gazing upon a group of burly male dwarves was a torment for the soul. After nearly an hour of soaking, Roy felt a gust of wind at the entrance, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. The ensuing scene was one he could scarcely bear to witness. "B. Barnett, you foolish oaf, have you gained weight? You'll soon resemble a pig." Dim-wit Bernie, daring to provoke the great shield of Carbon Mountain. "Care to face me in a fair duel?" Bolt. Even if Bernie is dim-witted, only we brothers have the right to insult him. "Who do you think you are? Seeking death, are we?" With a resounding splash, towel slipped from shoulders as two dwarves collided, their muscular chests pressing together, foreheads touching. From the squirrel's rear, small bean sprouting out. Every night running to the pen, to ravage the moose's thirst. "You hungry fool. Great idiot." Breathless, Bernie continued his tirade, wiping sweat from his brow. When he abruptly turned, his pupils narrowing in recognition. "Lord, this figure looks quite familiar." Roy, hearing the familiar stutter, felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. What ill fortune had brought him to this predicament in the bathhouse? In an instant, he squeezed his eyes shut and submerged himself beneath the water's surface. The footsteps halted behind him, and he sensed ripples at the water's surface. Splash! A hefty body plunged into the bath. Big Tongue Bernie excitedly pulled him from the water, eyes wide. It's you. Surely, you have mistaken me, brother." "Enough. Quit teasing Bernie." The peculiar tone belonged to Reagan Dahlberg, the crossbowman who had once been robbed of his weapon, accompanied by two comrades who also entered the bath. In a heartbeat, for dwarves surrounded him, their stark black and white eyes unblinking, nostrils flaring with heavy breaths. "Scared, are you, softy? I can't be bothered with you." In truth, the four dwarves, upon awakening, discovered they had unwittingly formed a tangle of bodies, causing them to recoil in shock and hastily check themselves. Such disgrace. They momentarily set aside their playful bickering. "Roy, is it? We considered you a friend. About yesterday's matter, shouldn't you offer an explanation?" The young man forced a smile, attempting to divert the conversation. "You four displayed remarkable prowess. The rabble across from you was no match. If you don't flee now, you might well be berated into unconsciousness. Humph. You possess some insight. Little brother, do not think your status as the elder's guest grants you free rein." Reagan waved a hand, silencing his agitated companions. "Reagan, I regret that you lost a precious gift, but I do not possess it. If you doubt me, feel free to search, even in the bedroom." Reagan fell silent. I cannot swallow this insult. Shall we not teach him a lesson?" Roy's lips moved, contemplating whether to return the weapon, as Reagan's words held significant weight, stirring a hint of guilt within him. "Little brother, it seems you are determined to abscond with my treasured possession." Reagan ladled warm water over his furry arm. "Then let us adhere to the ancient customs of Carbon Mountain." Ancient customs of Carbon Mountain? Quests, weapons, fine wines, beloved by the Carbon Mountain folk. "Any matter that cannot be resolved through dialogue shall be settled in 3 contests," Reagan declared. "Best 2 out of 3 shall determine the fate of the crossbow." "Are you suggesting a duel?" Roy's perspective shifted. These fellows bore no marks. Thus they were undoubtedly innocent, and he had maintained a decent rapport with them. Guarding the bath alone was inefficient. Enlisting their help would be most beneficial. Yet, as his gaze swept over the 4 glistening dwarves, a flicker of doubt crept in. "Thus, the item is indeed in your possession." Reagan chuckled heartily. "Fear not, we shall not have you duel 4 of us. The folk of Carbon Mountain disdain bullying outsiders. We shall send forth 1 at a time, totaling 3 rounds. If you are amenable, we can commence immediately. The warm bathhouse is perfect for a game." With a flourish, an exquisite deck of cards was tossed onto the marble edge of the bath. Roy smiled, excitement radiating from his face. The opportunity was presented to him. And there was no need for politeness. I have never feared a game of Kent. Bring it on. Reagan exchanged glances with his dwarven brethren, each wearing a peculiar expression. Chapter 58 Guidance. Yes. Put in a bit more effort. Ah, that feels delightful. Roy reclined in the bath, while the stout dwarf, Bernie, with his hair-covered arms, kneaded Roy's shoulders with a measured touch, a coarse, ruddy face adorned with an ingratiating smile. How do you feel now? Quite well. With such skill you could establish a professional massage parlor in Carbon Mountain. And what about the dead IO? We'll discuss that later, after all. There's no escaping it. Bernie wiped the perspiration from his brow, swearing he had never encountered a Gwent player as peculiar as this man, who consistently played unexpected cards, leaving opponents defenseless. The renowned belly of Carbon Mountain's top 10, Diff, had been reduced to kneeling 10 consecutive times, losing the first round outright. The remaining 3, unwilling to concede, faced him a few rounds, all ending in utter defeat, costing them a considerable sum. Yet Bernie remained undeterred. This stubborn dwarf, known for his long tongue, continued to battle despite losing everything, now even incurring a debt of 30 crowns, equivalent to a month's wages. Nearby, in the bath, Reagan's rear shifted slightly, as if affronted. Young man, you must not tarnish a dwarf's reputation. Bernie will never back down. We may be quick-tempered, but we possess virtues that humanity often lacks. Beyond our imposing appearance and masculinity, dwarves raised in Carbon Mountain hold reputation and loyalty in the highest regard. Anyone who dares to default in Gwent or gambling will find it impossible to establish a foothold in Carbon Mountain. Roy nodded in acknowledgement. He had heard of this before. While the Mahakam dwarves were greedy, they exhibited unwavering loyalty to friends and staunchly honored their commitments. The illustrious dwarven figure, Drolton Ziva, was known for risking his life to aid friends. Moreover, dwarves thrived in the business realm due to their solid reputation. The families of Zion Vanilli, Giancardi, and Vivaldi were renowned in the banking sector, with branches scattered across nearly all major cities in the north, including Vijima, Bokland, Vangberg, Novigrad, and even the Dragon Mountains and Blue Mountains. Understanding this, he agreed to the dwarven custom of Carbon Mountain, should the opponent be human or elf. The chances of defaulting in a 1-to-4 scenario became alarmingly high. Roy, even if you win the first round, do you dare to join us at the shooting range for the second? Why not? The time is still early. He had long wished to witness the prowess of dwarven crossbowmen. The group quickly donned their garments and, before departing, Roy called out to the stuttering dwarf. Brother Bernie, if you agree to assist me with a small task, I shall absolve you of this debt. How does that sound? You, speak, freely. The dwarf's face flushed with excitement. As if invigorated, you stay here in the bathhouse. If anyone comes, send them to find me at the shooting range. Do not let anyone slip by. Though curious about the purpose, the dwarf readily agreed without further inquiry. As they exited the bathhouse, they crossed Carbon Mountain Square and proceeded to the training grounds behind the main fortress. Along the way, Roy furrowed his brow, sensing an unusual feeling from behind him. A glance from the corner of his eye revealed nothing amiss. Not all dwarves sported beards, while the majority of males were heavily bearded. A minority of females boasted body hair comparable to men, and some possessed delicate features, yet none could escape the fate of being short and stout. Far removed from Roy's aesthetic preferences. Reagan, it seems the income in Carbon Mountain isn't particularly high. He had assumed the dwarves of Mahakam were wealthy. Yet the recent Gwent game had revealed the contrary. You are correct, the dwarf replied nonchalantly. A month's earnings amount to only 50 to 60 crowns. After deducting expenses for ale and weapon maintenance, there is hardly anything left. Are houses expensive in Carbon Mountain? He glanced at the densely packed dwellings. How long would it take for you to afford one? Ah, young brother, you seem unaware. Dwarves do not need to purchase homes. The elders bestow housing upon all adults. Roy felt a twinge of envy. The elder of Carbon Mountain worked diligently to retain their populace. Are there many dwarves who leave Carbon Mountain to seek their fortunes elsewhere? Not many, but a few do venture out each year. As they conversed, they arrived at the training grounds. The fenced arena was vast, divided into several sections. At one end stood a row of dummies for target practice, a weapons training area lined with racks, and a platform enclosed by wooden barriers for close combat and sparring. In one of the training areas, a group of 20 robust dwarf guards was engaged in their daily drills. Clad in gray chain mail, with an additional layer of padded armor underneath, They followed the instructor's commands, executing movements with precision. The heavy-handed weapons flowed effortlessly in the guard's grasp. Despite their short and stout stature, their techniques were agile and powerful. My frontal combat abilities are utterly inadequate. Unless I can strike the face, I cannot inflict significant damage on armored foes. The effective range is also a concern. Under normal circumstances, I can guarantee accuracy within 100 paces, but beyond that distance, the effects of wind and air pressure become increasingly pronounced. Before him stood Reagan, a dwarf specialized in crossbows at level 5, evidently an excellent subject for learning. The target range was filled with humanoid targets at varying distances. Upon entering, Reagan extended his furry palm and felt the air for a moment. Roy was astonished. Could this fellow truly gauge wind direction and speed by the hairs on his hand? Calm or slight breezes are most suitable for shooting. Come, young brother, allow me to witness your skills. Let us see if your crossbow technique is as refined as a witcher's swordsmanship. Reagan procured 2 identical crossbows, tossing one to Roy while he readied the other. You are still young, your hands not heavily calloused. It is evident your training has been limited. I shall not demean you with a timed contest. Reagan stood tall, exuding an unprecedented confidence, beginning with a target at 30 paces, then increasing the distance to the right. After firing 10 arrows, the one with the least misses would emerge victorious. Roy hesitated for a moment before nodding. I will go first. Suit yourself. The crossbow and arrows handed to him were specially crafted to dwarven standards. The bow's arms measured 4 paces in diameter, significantly larger and heavier than the Gabriel he had initially acquired. With repeated use, the pine crossbow had become soaked with sweat, turning a deep brown. The draw weight was approximately 60 pounds, making it somewhat strenuous for him to draw the string and place the arrowhead. He chose the nearest target at 30 paces, cradling the bow with his left hand while his right finger hovered over the trigger in a standing position. Taking a deep breath, he slightly raised the bow, focusing his right eye on the target, and as he slowly exhaled, the bow dipped to a horizontal position, abruptly pulling the trigger. The sharp sound of the arrow slicing through the air echoed as the humanoid target at 30 paces quivered, the crossbow's powerful force driving the arrowhead precisely into the bullseye. Reagan's expression remained unchanged, while Roy exhaled in relief, shaking his slightly numbed arm as he prepared for the second shot. In the ensuing moments, with witnesses observing, he hit the bullseye at 60 paces, 90 paces, and 120 paces. However, as he continued to draw and shoot arrows in quick succession, his forearms and legs began to ache. After all, this crossbow was considerably heavier than the one he routinely trained with, and he was still unaccustomed to it. Aside from the monotonous crossbow training, he seldom had the opportunity to spar or compete, especially against a skilled marksman like Reagan. The urge to win was inevitable. Yet the subsequent targets served as a harsh reminder. At 150 yards, it is estimated to be 9 rings. At 180 yards, 7 rings. At 210 yards, 5 rings, and at 240 feet, 72 meters, 1 ring. At 270 yards, he completely missed the mark. The second arrow also fell short. With 10 arrows declared finished, beads of sweat trickled down his forehead to his chin, eyes dimmed from the relentless misses. Well, your accuracy is decent, and your stance while shooting the crossbow is quite standard. One can tell you have undergone systematic training, but the duration has been insufficient. I have a few suggestions. Are you willing to listen? I was just about to seek your counsel. Grasping the crossbow, Reagan transformed as if he were a different person altogether, his back slightly arched, knees slightly bent, his gaze turned cold and piercing. With a flick of his fingers, he deftly retrieved a lightweight crossbow bolt from the quiver, swiftly nocked it, raised the crossbow, and engaged the trigger, executing a series of actions that were concise and fluid, without a trace of superfluity. Roy noted that the time Reagan took to knock the bolt was less than half of his own. Pay attention to the positioning of the crossbow. Reagan lowered his head, beginning to aim. Roy took a step back, observing the dwarf's stance with the crossbow. 3/4. The crossbow was approximately positioned at 3/4 of the dwarf's height, between the neck and collarbone. This differed slightly from Roy's shooting posture, as the standard standing position had been adjusted to suit the dwarf's own style. Yet, given Roy's shooting proficiency, he could not yet make such adjustments. The dwarf's movements were both swift and steady, effortlessly loosing 3 arrows that struck the bullseye. Do you have a preferred crossbow? Indeed. Why is it not with you? His tone held a hint of dissatisfaction as his right hand subtly squeezed the trigger, causing the center of the target at 210 yards to quiver. An excellent crossbowman must always have their weapon close at hand, even while eating or sleeping. A touch of tenderness appeared in the dwarf's dark eyes, reminiscent of a lover. Yet his hands remained unaffected. You must cultivate an intimate rapport with it, understanding every inch of its structure until you can wield it even with your eyes closed. The more familiar you are, the quicker you will be in combat. Reagan spoke softly, demonstrating a speed of shooting that was truly admirable, one arrow after another. With no discernible aiming time, he consecutively struck the 5 targets at 240 yards to 300 feet, effortlessly claiming victory. Roy was thoroughly convinced. The other's perceptual attribute, much like his own, was also 7 points. Yet the dwarf's mastery over the crossbow far exceeded his own. You must treat it as you would an arm, nurturing and caring for it. A durable weapon is the lifeblood of a crossbowman, so cherish it. The dwarf retrieved a fine long-necked oil bottle, meticulously applying grease to the bolt path, the limbs, and the trigger. Under normal circumstances, a Mahakam standard crossbow can last for several years, provided that after every 100 consecutive shots, it undergoes maintenance, strictly avoiding dry firing and not drawing the string for too long. Otherwise, accumulated damage will significantly shorten its lifespan. If one neglects maintenance, a malfunction on the battlefield could cost you your life. Roy nodded in agreement. No wonder after every battle, Rezer diligently wipes down and oils his weapons. I had never given it much thought. The dwarf's words indeed offered him substantial insight. If there were an experience metric for crossbow specialization, it would surely yield a plethora of plus signs. Roy then recalled the hand crossbow he had brought from Kia, which had never been maintained from beginning to end, and promptly requested a bottle of care oil from the dwarf. Now we are even. Reagan laughed heartily. Brushing aside the gloom from being bested in the Gwent match, I can hardly wait to compare our drinking capacities. Did the elder promise you a feast of food and drink? Roy nodded, amused, realizing this fellow had been eyeing free drinks all along. Duru and Div approached with gluttonous expressions, the fine wine being their Achilles heel. How about we conduct this 3rd round tomorrow morning? We 4 brothers must stand guard from afternoon until dawn. Then let it be as you wish, we shall meet at the bathhouse. Roy readily agreed, seeing no harm in forging bonds over complimentary libations. Chapter 59. Flames. The heavy footsteps crunched through the thick layer of snow, leaving deep impressions in the ground. The Witcher gently brushed off the snow and pine needles from his shoulders, glancing up at the startled sparrows in the trees. How far was it to their destination? No more than half an hour. Behind him, the short, white-haired dwarf panted heavily, his face flushed as he hurried to the Witcher's side. Master Lesh, we found a body beneath the oldest pine tree up ahead. The dwarf glanced nervously around, his expression tense. Is it just the 2 of us? Shouldn't we call for more help? Too many people can complicate matters. Now, let's discuss the identity of the deceased. Let me catch my breath for a moment. You walk rather quickly. How did that little imp keep up before? The dwarf rested his hands on his knees, and in their private conversation, Kelvin's demeanor was far less harsh than it had been with Roy, his tone laced with respect. The deceased is named Adria, 80 years old, a miner from Carbon Mountain, with a son and a daughter. Lesh rubbed the rough bark of a nearby tree, contemplating the secrecy surrounding the matter. The villagers of Spansol were under the impression that only 4 humans had perished. The dwarf let out a resigned chuckle. There's nothing we can do. If they knew that the Mahakam guards had fallen, they wouldn't be able to work in peace, and the mines would suffer losses. To prevent widespread panic, we must keep this information under wraps, but not for long. A horde of vampires, Lesh shook his head, who spread the rumor that the killer was a monster. Uncertain. I actually hope the rumor turns out to be true. At least monsters are not too terrifying and can be handled. The 2 turned a corner, and the entrance to the forest became obscured. Master Lesh, do you feel sympathy for those villagers? The Witcher remained silent. Kelvin continued, as far as I know, Witchers endure verbal discrimination and insults within human society. No matter how many monsters you help eliminate or lives you save, you are regarded as a beast. What distinguishes you from a mere watchdog, summoned at will? The dwarf's voice grew more intense as he quickly observed the Witcher's expression, only to be met with disappointment. The Witcher's face remained impassive. Speak your mind directly. Do not beat around the bush. Very well. Kelvin shrugged and quickened his pace. I believe that Witchers and ancient races stand on the same side, outcasts in the eyes of humanity. Have you never considered settling down in one place after wandering and accepting contracts? Such as Carbon Mountain. The dwarf sighed, voicing his thoughts. With your skills and extensive knowledge, Carbon Mountain would offer you a position to your liking. Are you trying to recruit me? The Witcher abruptly halted, turning to fix his amber gaze on the dwarf. Mahakam is too cold and dull for my temperament. Furthermore, I have pressing responsibilities that prevent me from lingering in Carbon Mountain." With that, the Witcher resumed his path, leaving the rejected dwarf momentarily vexed, though he quickly regained his composure. As soon as the dwarf finished speaking, the Witcher stopped, signaling for silence with a gesture, and then crouched slightly like a leopard. They had just entered the forest, approximately a mile in, where the snow-laden pines increased, yet an eerie silence fell, devoid of animal sounds. Even the wind ceased, creating a stillness akin to a lifeless pool that sent shivers down one's spine. The dwarf swiftly raised his warhammer, sensing an unsettling transformation in the surrounding trees, which seemed to morph into expressionless men, coldly observing them. His hands trembled slightly, yet his fighting spirit surged. The Witcher bit off the cork of a potion, swallowing the liquid in one gulp, purple-black veins resembling worms crawling along his cheeks. The burly Witcher's muscles swelled, like a furious beast. "Get close to my back. We'll cover each other," he spoke in a low voice, and the two pressed their backs together. His right hand swiftly traced a triangular rune in the air. A pale green light radiated from the translucent markings, and to the dwarf's astonishment, a circular magic circle with a radius of about 20 feet emerged from the snow-covered ground. Following closely, a golden light enveloped the Witcher in a protective shield. Almost simultaneously, a cacophony of howls erupted as countless wolves emerged from the gaps in the surrounding trees. Their gray-white fur, emerald eyes, and crimson maws exhaled steam as the pack crouched low, emitting deep growls, advancing toward the two. "By Mahakam, what is happening? It was never this disastrous when we investigated the woods before." "Because we have made it feel threatened," the Witcher replied solemnly, drawing a steel sword from his back instead of a short blade. As the sword emerged, coated in oil, it glimmered wickedly against the snow. And the Witcher's muscular arms lowered, positioning the hilt at his waist, the blade angled upward like a plow ready to till the earth. "Come on, satisfy your master. Attack me." The Witcher's expression remained unchanged, but his words dripped with sarcasm. The prowling wolves seemed suddenly incited, rushing into the Aiden magic circle. The circle flickered with green light, its binding power activated, and the wolves that entered were ensnared by magical shackles, their agility instantly diminished. With a thud, the white-haired dwarf smashed a wolf that lunged at him to the ground, staining the snowy earth with blood, the wolf's body turning to mush beneath the hammer. "That feels damn good," he roared, stepping forward, swinging his warhammer in a sweeping arc, knocking aside two more beasts. Behind him, the Witcher took on a different style. His body slightly hunched, steel sword at his side, left foot forward and right foot back, forming a poised stance brimming with explosive power, akin to a bowstring pulled taut. Guts spilled onto the ground. The gleaming sword in his hand transformed into the scythe of death, each strike claiming a life. No beast could approach him within 3 feet without collapsing in the snow. Blood speckled the Witcher's face as the twisted black veins appeared increasingly sinister. In the blink of an eye, more than 5 wolves had fallen to their hands. Yet this was insignificant compared to the hundreds of beasts surrounding them. The blood of their kin ignited their ferocity, and with long howls, they quickened their assault, surging from all directions. The primary target was clearly the somewhat weaker Kelvin. By the gods, there are more than in a wine cellar. The dwarf's white hair whipped back in the wind as he swung his warhammer, striking one aside. Catching his breath for a moment, but another wolf, lurking nearby, seized the opportunity to bite his left leg. A flash of white light shot by, a dagger embedded in the wolf's side. "Hang in there, buddy. Can you still hold on?" "Don't worry, I'm fine." The dwarf's fingers trembled as he steadied his grip on the warhammer, smashing another beast to the ground. The Witcher's amber eyes darted quickly over the dense mass of beasts before him, estimating 20 to 30 gathered together. The density had reached his anticipated threshold. He grabbed a clay jar from his waist and hurled it into the wolf pack. The round alchemical bomb detonated 20 paces away, the explosion reverberating through the forest. Flames engulfing dozens of wolves in an instant. Blood, wails, and the scent of roasting meat filled the air, significantly thinning the wolves surrounding the two. Charred wolf corpses lay scattered across the vast expanse of snow, while a few that narrowly escaped the blast turned and fled in panic back to their pack. By Mahakam, that was a perfect bomb. The dwarf forgot his tension, filled only with admiration. But it's not over yet. The Witcher turned, his fingers deftly tracing another elder sign, sending the wolves rushing from behind flying away, clearing the space around them. The second alchemical bomb was cast. This time, it did not detonate immediately. Amidst the sound of shattering porcelain, a thick plume of white smoke swiftly enveloped a large throng of beasts. Its reach was extensive, exceeding 30 creatures. The demon hunter yanked the dwarf closer, plunging one hand into the snow with his sword, his fingers deftly tracing an ephemeral silhouette before thrusting it forward. An orange, conical tongue of flame erupted, igniting the white smoke. The pervasive gas was ignited by the fire serpent, resulting in a series of explosions that resonated from near to far. In an instant, the air was filled with frenzied wails and thunderous blasts throughout the pine forest. After 15 seconds, the anguished cries became intermittent. Over 100 wolves were utterly scattered by the explosion. Some fled with their tails between their legs, while others lay lifeless upon the ground, and a few remained, gasping for breath. In the desolate snowy expanse of the forest, only one towering figure stood resolutely. As he dissipated the magical seal, the pale yellow Quinn shield shattered like fragile bubbles. Chapter 60. Totem. Having dealt with the wolf pack, the two continued their journey. Along the way, Kelvin remained silent, resembling a frightened quail, until they were nearing their destination, when he finally could not restrain his curiosity. Master Resso, are all witchers this formidable? The burly man did not respond, which only deepened the dwarf's reverence. They climbed over another hill and arrived at the Adriatic Death Point, which bore an almost exact resemblance to the site discovered at the foot of Mahakam Mountain. The same spire-like accumulation of branches lay beneath a blanket of white snow, and a faint odor of wild animal and bird excrement lingered in the air. Resso squinted his eyes. Kelvin explained, there are a total of 8 deceased, all cruelly impaled in the air by branches, their innards exposed. I failed to comprehend the killer's intent. What could such a unique method of death signify? The dwarf queried, puzzled. Resso, however, sidestepped the question, stating, according to your accounts, in the 3 months since the incident, there have been 4 deaths in Sponsor, along with 4 in Carbon Mountain. Altogether, 8 deceased. No, in fact, it has been over 4 months since the first victim, a dwarf from Mahakam. This implies that, on average, 1 person has died every 2 weeks? The dwarf stroked his beard, tallying the frequency of deaths. Resso exhaled. I suspect that every full moon has brought forth a fresh corpse. Now that you mention it, it does seem plausible. The dwarf's expression grew uncertain. Resso's tone turned grave. I can almost confirm my previous hypothesis. This is an ancient ritual, a sacrificial offering from a foreign land, wherein the killer uses flesh and blood as bait to awaken the primal force that dwells within the mountains. Among the 8 deceased, the body from the full moon night and another's flesh form a magical cycle, which the perpetrator utilizes to construct enduring totems, thereby augmenting their power. Are you implying that there should be 4 groups of totems? The dwarf's eyes widened momentarily in astonishment. So, the killer's power has been enhanced 4 times? This is indeed quite troublesome. The witcher's gaze darkened. Thus, we must dismantle each totem, severing its limbs. Let us see how long this fiend can endure. The dwarf lamented. The forests around Carbon Mountain stretch for hundreds of miles. Locating 4 totems is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. No, did I not mention the cycle? The totems set by the killer must be situated between the 2 corpses. Therefore, I require you to take me to another death point. The one closest by. The dwarf nodded, a flicker of awe crossing his face. Truly, the master had managed to uncover information that had eluded them for 4 months in mere moments. The 2 swiftly departed the site, making their way toward another location. Along the journey, Kelvin inquired curiously, the Mahakam forests are teeming with diverse species, with various beasts and birds everywhere. The killer could choose from many victims for sacrifice. Why specifically target humans and ancient races? The Witcher exhibited no impatience regarding knowledge of monsters. Although humanity often engaged in internal strife and violence, exhibiting many despicable traits, it must be acknowledged that humans are indeed far superior to the primitive beasts that roam the forests. Of course, when compared to ordinary wildlife. In other words, the concentration of primal force within human flesh is greater than that found in typical beasts, making it more appealing to various malevolent entities, demons, and spirits. The dwarf could not help but press further. Now that this fiend possesses 4 totems, it is at its peak strength. If we approach the totem, we are essentially slapping it in the face. What if it reveals itself? Would that not be exceedingly perilous? He seemed to feel he was being overly timid, concerned about losing face, and added, having more people would be safer. Since we already have leads, there is no need to rush and risk greater danger. Fear not. The Witcher paused, offering reassurance. If the killer were to reveal itself, and I find myself outmatched, escaping will always be an option. Should it dare to expose itself before me, No matter how vast the Mahakam forests may be, it would no longer have a place to hide. I forgot to mention, this is a cunning and experienced creature. It is unlikely to reveal itself so easily. Well, very well then. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, please inform me in advance so that I may prepare myself mentally. The two continued on for nearly an hour, the afternoon settling in. In the snow, 2 rows of varying depths of footprints stretched like a serpent. A biting cold wind howled through the expansive forest, causing involuntary shivers. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A slight sound akin to the humming of a hummingbird's wings emanated from the pendant on the Witcher's chest, which he promptly pressed to silence. The dwarf, startled, raised his warhammer, crouching slightly as he scanned the surroundings with vigilance, but found nothing. Where is it? Where is the totem? Before them lay an unremarkable stretch of forest, devoid of any peculiar artifacts resembling a totem. Resso, undeterred, approached a massive snow-covered cedar and discovered a peculiar symbol on its trunk, which was encircled by their arms. Antlers? Spiderwebs? What does this mean? The dwarf murmured, inching closer, only to witness the Witcher swiftly move to another pine tree. Next came the 3rd and 4th trees. The dwarf discerned 4 marks on the pines, distributed in a manner that formed a square area of approximately 20 paces. A sense of dread enveloped him as he recoiled slightly. What sort of strange formation are we in? We found it. Resso turned his back to the dwarf and pointed skyward with his muscular arm. The dwarf followed his gaze and gasped in astonishment. By Mahakam, what in the world is this? Above them, 50 paces high, the massive fan-like branches of the 4 pines were tightly intertwined, their clusters of needles heavy with white snow, blocking out sunlight. Yet, suspended amidst the intersecting branches of the 4 pines was a spindle-shaped, yellow-brown wooden post, reminiscent from afar of a large beehive, though it appeared far older and more decayed. The surface of the post was riddled with numerous holes, resembling a decayed anthill, threatening to crumble and deteriorate upon the slightest touch. At the very top, a row of holes extended outward, from which spiraled a twisted, coiling antler. The antler held a series of tiny skeletal remains, strung together as ancient ornaments. This is a totem. While the dwarf was momentarily in a trance, the Witcher swiftly positioned himself beneath the totem, measuring the distance with his hand. He then exhaled into his palms, gripping his steel sword tightly as he began to clear the thick layer of snow from the ground. With swift precision, snow and dirt flew, and soon a massive symbol of the antler emerged on the barren ground, resembling a scar on flesh, its entirety a sinister crimson, emanating a faint warmth. The Witcher's palm glided over the symbol's surface as he spoke softly. The runes are the heart of the totem. He then skillfully traced the Igni sign in the air with his right hand, directing a conical stream of flame toward the mysterious mark, which burned continuously. Meanwhile, the dwarf, stammering and at a loss, clutched his warhammer, glancing around in bewilderment. To his astonishment, he noticed that as the burning continued, for translucent tendrils inexplicably extended from the ground symbol, seeming to possess a life of their own, writhing and twisting slowly toward the trunks of the marked pines. The pine tree exuded dark red droplets, which accumulated increasingly, congealing into large, chilling pools reminiscent of blood. The roasting lasted approximately 30 seconds, after which the weary demon hunter dispelled the magical seal. With a resounding crash, the colossal totem suspended in midair plummeted to the ground. The dwarf approached to scrutinize it closely, only to find that the once yellow-brown totem had transformed into something resembling charred wood, a dark mass that crumbled into fine powder. The issue had been resolved. At that moment, the demon hunter let out a deep sigh and struck the totem with a swift swing of his sword, causing a vast cloud of powder and smoke to surge upward. Within mere seconds, the totem was entirely reduced to dust, vanishing into the atmosphere. Chapter 61. Hidden Forces. The moon hung high in the sky. With no one left to frequent the bathhouse, Roy departed with his skin still flushed. Carbon Mountain loomed ominously in the night, its towering fortress resembling a devil lurking in the shadows. However, the entrance to the valley was brightly illuminated. On either side of the road leading into the valley, vigilant archers and crossbowmen scanned their surroundings from high watchtowers. Within the valley, torches adorned the entrances of all buildings between the square and the main fortress, providing ample visibility. Was the first day in Carbon Mountain fruitful, little one? Roy inquired, his voice dripping with sarcasm. I met a few dwarves, and aside from that, my skin has developed blisters and my vision is nearly gone. With a sigh of relief, Roy leapt onto the bed, propping his hands behind his neck and crossing his legs as he complained, You try observing a bunch of slick, furry men all day, A subtle smile played at the corner of Leisua's mouth, a rare moment of amusement. What great discoveries did you unearth while leaving me behind in the forest? Leisua promptly relayed his findings, sharing how he had obliterated dozens of wolves. The youth felt a pang of regret, as the hundreds of experience points had slipped through his fingers. Yet, he could envision the peril of that moment, with his lackluster melee skills. He would likely have been devoured by the pack before the Witcher could display his prowess. Still harboring a hint of dissatisfaction and confusion, Roy wondered why he needed to stealthily seek out the marked parasite. Surely, if Grand Elder Broval commanded a thorough lockdown of Carbon Mountain and summoned all residents for a comprehensive investigation, they could unearth the creature in mere hours. He simply could not comprehend it. Roy turned his gaze towards the burly figure, who remained seated in silent meditation, his expression inscrutable. Yesterday, I spoke to you about a segment of humanity residing in the woods who revere the stag's spirit as a deity. Can you be certain that, apart from the marked parasite, no other dwarves have been brainwashed within the vast Carbon Mountain? No matter how stringent Broval's lockdown, it was implausible to conceal the truth from all. Once a large-scale search was initiated, the followers of the stag's spirit would undoubtedly be alerted and escape, making it exceedingly difficult to eradicate the stag spirit later. Roy fell silent, then asked, "What if the marked parasite is a villager from Spansol? I cannot concern myself with that matter. Tomorrow, I will investigate while on my way, but the odds are slim. The stag spirit prefers the company of the woods and would not stray far from its parasites. Spansol is comparatively distant from the heart of Carbon Mountain." After speaking, the Witcher picked up a charcoal pencil and began sketching on the ground. "Let me show you something. Today, besides destroying a totem, I acquired the specific death locations of 8 individuals from Kelvin. This is the Mahakam Mountains, and here lies Carbon Mountain." The Witcher swiftly sketched a broad mountain range, depicting a hazy fortress nestled within a snow-covered valley. "This is the approximate location of the 8 deceased," he continued, marking 8 conspicuous black dots within the mountains. "Have you noticed anything peculiar?" Roy stared for a moment, perplexed. The positions of the 8 deceased seemed scattered in all directions across Mahakam, lacking any discernible pattern. "The death locations are not arbitrarily chosen by the stag spirit," the Witcher stated. As he spoke, Leisua connected the 8 dots in pairs according to some hidden logic, forming 4 straight lines and extracting a point from one of the lines. "This is the location of the totem we destroyed today." A look of realization washed over Roy. Then the locations of the remaining 3 totems can also be roughly determined. The Witcher continued to draw, and gradually, a pattern emerged, a web being woven and expanded, accompanied by a pair of indistinct antlers. The symbol was both familiar and chilling. The fortress at the foot of Carbon Mountain and its surroundings were being slowly enveloped by the stag spirit's totemic range. It sought to gain complete dominion over this area. The Witcher nodded. "I have never encountered such an ambitious stag spirit. Typically, regardless of its age or power, it merely seeks to control a single human village or settlement. Now it dares to set its sights on Carbon Mountain, a fortress housing thousands. With the ancient wisdom of the stag spirits, such a blunder should not occur. An individual's strength pales in comparison to that of Carbon Mountain, unless, Roy speculated, it has other means of support, beyond just its parasites and followers. The Witcher brushed off the charcoal dust from his hands, uncertainly replying, "Perhaps the dwarves of Carbon Mountain are not as united as they appear. In addition to the stag spirit's minor faction, other forces may exist, capable of causing trouble for Grand Elder Broval. And they are clandestinely assisting the stag spirit in its plans. They hide within Carbon Mountain, cooperating with the stag spirit to eliminate so many dwarves without leaving a trace. Should we report this discovery to the Grand Elder? Such a preliminary conjecture, without evidence or a target, how could we possibly report it?" The Witcher dismissed the idea. "You must remain vigilant and observe the happenings within Carbon Mountain, keeping an eye out for any suspicious individuals. Our primary focus remains on locating the marked parasite. After all, our sole purpose in Carbon Mountain is to eradicate the stag spirit. Other matters must be approached with caution, and do ensure your safety." "Understood." With that admonition, the Witcher sank into meditation. The day's battle had drained much of his magical energy and physical strength, and he needed to recover swiftly. Roy lay on the bed, contemplating for a while as he organized his thoughts. He retrieved the crossbow belonging to Dwarven Ridgeon, along with his trusty Gabriel, preparing to oil and maintain them. Suddenly, he pondered why the dwarves held this weapon in such high regard. Was there something special about it? He attempted to activate an observation and was pleasantly surprised to receive information about the weapon. "Bloodline brother, a coming-of-age gift from Polly Dahlberg to his younger brother Ridgen Dahlberg before leaving Carbon Mountain to follow Yalpan. Type: crossbow material, pine. Steel, tendon, hemp. Features: weight 15 pounds, bow length 4 feet, draw weight 50 pounds. Effective range 200 yards, 60 meters. Gabriel type: pocket crossbow material, mulberry wood, tendon, hemp. Features: weight 5 pounds, bow length 2 feet, draw weight 20 pounds. Effective range 100 yards. It seems that Ridgen holds this crossbow in high esteem solely due to its special significance. Its forging materials are not significantly superior to those of the standard Mahakam crossbow. Roy began mimicking the dwarves' actions from earlier, meticulously oiling the arrow path, bowstring, and trigger of both crossbows. After maintaining the two weapons, he stored Bloodline Brother in his space and tucked Gabriel close to his chest, embracing it as he commenced meditation. Is it foolish to keep the crossbow so close? He mused, though he hoped it would prove useful. Chapter 62, the 5th Mining District. The next morning, Roy located the Reagan brothers in the bathhouse and requested a barrel of Mahakam liquor from the attendant Sanchez. Being unfamiliar with the Carbon Mountain, he seized the opportunity of the complimentary drinks to forge connections with the locals and glean some information. Reagan Dahlberg, whose beloved crossbow had been taken by Roy, displayed no anger but rather an amiable demeanor, making him a worthy ally. The group made their way to the lair of the eldest Reagan. The residence of this Carbon Mountain archery champion was exceedingly humble. Aside from a bed, table, chairs, and a kerosene lamp, there was not even a single iron pot, indicating that he seldom cooked. Roy pondered that in any world, men without girlfriends often found themselves in such disheveled and despondent states. The dwarf, with a swift motion of his sleeve, wiped the table free of dust and set out a dozen cylindrical wooden cups, each 2 ounces in capacity, filled to the brim with liquor. As the rich aroma enveloped the air, the 4 dwarf brothers twitched their noses, their gazes becoming intoxicated. Not much different from the drunken father of Faewin. The young man remained perplexed by the enchanting allure of the liquid that seemed to enthrall everyone. Little brother, I challenge you to a drinking contest, Reagan Dahlberg said, a smile creeping upon his lips as he gazed at the fine drink. The rules are simple. We both drink simultaneously, and the one who falls first loses. Boss, you already had a match yesterday. You need to rest, Bernie exclaimed, grasping his arm, his bright eyes filled with anticipation. I'll drink in your stead. Fool, what use is a drunken man who topples after 3 cups? Dura interjected, pushing Bernie aside with his bear-like paw, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. The boss and Div have already competed. It's my turn now. Let me do it, Div protested, unwilling to concede. In terms of Gwent's skills and drinking capacity, who among us is my equal? Enough. Reagan's expression darkened as he scolded them. Look in the mirror and see how foolish you appear. With the smell of liquor in the air, who can remember victory or defeat? Until Roy and I finish drinking, none of you may touch a drop. The 3 brothers ceased their competition, their faces still tinged with reluctance as they craned their necks. Eagerly gazing at the drinks on the table, Roy surveyed the array of cups, feeling slightly dizzy. In reality, he would likely be incapacitated after just 2 drinks. However, dwarves never dawdled when it came to drinking. Reagan, seated comfortably, stretched out his large, furry hand and promptly upended his cup. The liquor cascading down his thick beard and splattering onto his chest, resembling a miniature waterfall that soaked his heavy winter coat and stained his trousers. Roy winced at the sight, questioning whether this fellow was drinking or simply spilling. Yet, he had a more ingenious method of subterfuge. Any item that conformed to his volume and was under his control could be discreetly transferred to his storage space through physical contact, including the liquor in his mouth. Adopting the dwarven mannerism, he reclined with nonchalance, raised his cup, tilted his chin, and let the liquid flow down his throat. Moments later, he presented his empty cup before the dwarves, who gazed on in astonishment and admiration, unaware that he had surreptitiously relocated the contents to his storage. After finishing his drink, he showed no signs of intoxication, other than a hint of liquor on his tongue, feeling lighter than if he had merely consumed water. Little brother, I owe you an apology, Reagan said, wiping the liquor from his beard with sincerity. With your slender limbs and soft skin, I expected you to be a lightweight. Yet you surprised me with your drinking prowess. You truly are a good man. Is there a correlation between one's drinking capacity and character? Roy feigned an earnest expression. Reagan, I actually have a request. Before he could finish, Reagan's eyes widened suddenly, as if struck by a thought, and he firmly replied, Little brother, a barrel of liquor cannot buy my loyalty. This is a matter of principle. The Carbon Mountain forbids the marriage of our women to outsiders. We cannot betray our kin by introducing them to you. Give up on that notion. Beside him, the stutterer raised an eyebrow in agreement. It's impossible. We have no girlfriends. We cannot let you take advantage. Are you all single? Roy seemed to have touched a nerve, as all four dwarves fell silent. Who said that? Bernie protested. I know a good girl. If he were bolder and proposed, we'd already have nephews and nieces playing around. Yet you remain single. The four dwarves, aged similarly, 56, 57, 58, and 59, had only recently reached adulthood. I gained much from your words at the shooting range, one of them remarked. You wish to train with me? The dwarf appeared momentarily taken aback by the request. The shortest among them, Duru, interjected with curiosity. Where did you hear such a thing? What's the matter? Do you have a problem? You have a keen eye. Duru shot a look at Div, who immediately lit up with reverence, pointing towards Reagan. The boss is not just a 3-time champion of the Carbon Mountain archery competition. He is also the younger brother of Lord Polly Dahlberg. Lord Polly once followed Yalpan Ziglin into the Dragon Hunter squad, slaying the Dragon Oquista of Quartz Mountain. Its treasure was adorned with dazzling sapphires and diamonds the size of cherries. As he spoke, pride swelled on the faces of the dwarves, while Roy's heart raced. Having not anticipated that a simple encounter would reveal such a prestigious lineage. He had no recollection of Lord Polly Dahlberg, but he certainly knew of Yalpan Ziglin. Years ago, Yalpan had fought alongside Gerald and Yennefer to hunt a green dragon, though the hunt ended in failure. As the golden dragon Velan Tritanmes rescued the dragon mother and her offspring, Yalpan managed to withdraw with his team intact, showcasing his prowess. My answer lies within the drink. Reagan suddenly smiled. Only by drinking enough can you uncover the truth. He then downed another cup. Roy glanced at the slightly inebriated dwarves, sensing that this matter was likely to yield results. Pretending to drink another cup, he casually asked, Have you heard about the 4 cases that occurred around Carbon Mountain in the past few months? The dwarves momentarily appeared dazed, before Reagan's expression darkened with fury. Which Carbon Mountain dweller is unaware? Those vile murderers destroyed 4 families. They better not fall into my hands, or I shall shoot them through the head with an arrow. He then formally stated, By the way, this matter must not be disclosed to the villagers beyond Carbon Mountain. Roy shrugged. Rest assured, I fully understand. But do you know if the 4 victims had any common traits or special characteristics? Common traits? How would I know? The Grand Elder forbids loose talk. Reagan wiped the liquor from his beard, unable to respond. He turned to Duru and Div, both wearing blank expressions. Suddenly, stuttering Bernie clapped his hands. I've got it. Adria Furs, both deceased, were employees of the 5th Mining District. Overseen by Kelvin Hogg, 2 of the 4 victims were workers from the 5th Mining District. Roy's heart skipped a beat. And what of the other 2? The hunting team and the patrol team. How many mining districts are there in Carbon Mountain? 15, with so many mining districts. It struck Roy as peculiar that the elusive deer spirit would choose its victims from the 5th Mining District. Was it mere coincidence? The fact that 2 victims emerged from Kelvin's district suggested a significant oversight. Wouldn't he bear some responsibility? On the other side, the rotund Dive seized the opportunity to speak, a flicker of disdain crossing his face as he lowered his voice. This is hardly surprising. That lad possesses mediocre abilities, yet he excels in sycophancy. He spends his days orbiting around the Grand Elder, seeking his favor. Through mere eloquence, he managed to secure the position of captain of the mining district's guard. The Grand Elder, being soft-hearted, even entrusted him with the task of aiding in the pursuit of the murderer. That fellow has only just come of age, lacking both experience and competence. What right does he have to be a captain? The killer clearly targets the weak, having already claimed the lives of 2 individuals. He suddenly leaned closer to Roy, a mysterious expression on his face, and whispered, In fact, there is a rumor circulating among the guards at the Mahakam outpost that Kelvin Hogg is not merely one of the Grand Elder's commonplace nephews or nieces, but rather his biological son, an illegitimate child. Do remember to keep this under wraps. Enough, Dive. You haven't even touched the drink yet, and you're already losing your senses. Keep babbling like that, and I'll have you kicked out of Mahakam. The 5th Mining District, Kelvin. Roy pondered, recalling the unpleasant demeanor that fellow had exhibited towards him upon their first meeting. Did Kelvin harbor a disdain for humans? Did he possess a bias against them? The 4 dwarves shook their heads, indicating their uncertainty. Chapter 63. The Squirrel Party. After several rounds of drinks, a hint of inebriation appeared on the dwarf's face. Roy's inquiries grew increasingly casual, seemingly devoid of connection. Previously, he had heard tales of Mahakam being home not only to dwarves but also to a plethora of gnomes. However, since entering the Carbon Mountains, he had yet to encounter a single gnome. What could be the reason for this? Gnomes are among the oldest races in the world, even smaller than dwarves, yet their craftsmanship surpasses that of dwarves. The young man lamented the missed opportunity to meet this legendary species. By the way, Reagan, Bernie, Duro, and Div, have you ever ventured beyond the Carbon Mountains? Have you glimpsed the world outside Mahakam? What wonders lie beyond the mountains? Div shook his head, his furry face brimming with disdain. The pleasures of alcohol, weaponry, and women pale in comparison to those found in the Carbon Mountains. Why endure hardship elsewhere? Moreover, leaving the Carbon Mountains would mean relinquishing one's home. How could one seek a bride without a dwelling? As for me, I have no intention of venturing out. Duro nodded vigorously, his gaze transfixed on the reflection of women within his cup. The stuttering dwarf, Bernie, frowned and interjected, "Out there, it's dangerous. Bandits, cunning humans, and in the woods, there are the squirrel party." Suddenly, Reagan clamped his hand over Bernie's mouth, and both Duro and Div's expressions shifted dramatically. It was the second time Roy had heard the name of this organization, first from Seville Hogg and now from Bernie. The former, being the nephew of the elder of Carbon Mountain and a well-informed agent of Edsberg Beverages, was unsurprising. But how did Bernie, a mere insignificant figure from Carbon Mountain, come to know of the squirrel party? Contemplating this, Roy took a sip of strong liquor. This time, he did not cheat. As the liquid coursed down his throat, a flush crept onto his face, and he followed up on Bernie's words. "Have you encountered the squirrel party?" "What squirrel party?" The dwarf shook his head. "You must have misheard, little brother. Come, let us drink. Who cares about the squirrel party or the mouse party?" Originally a loosely organized faction of extremist elves, the squirrel party gradually formed under the leadership of an elven sorceress. They were dubbed the Squirrel Party due to their penchant for adorning themselves with squirrel tails and tattoos. Their ultimate goal is to utterly crush the northern humans and establish their own realm, free from human oppression and humiliation. In truth, many non-human races in the northern territories, particularly elves and half-elves, endure humiliation in impoverished districts, facing ceaseless discrimination and oppression. Consequently, an increasing number have chosen to join the Squirrel Party and rise in rebellion. Apart from elves, some dwarves have also been drawn into their fold. At such a young age, how could one be privy to so much? Reagan swiftly released Bernie's mouth, who immediately stuck out his tongue and gasped for air. "Monster hunters understand more than ordinary folk," Roy chuckled, adding, "In a manner of speaking, monster hunters could also be considered a non-human race, so there is no need for us to conceal anything from one another. Anyone associated with the Squirrel Party will only be driven away in disgrace." Does this imply that, compared to the elves of the Squirrel Party, the elder leans more towards humans? Roy asked curiously. The elder shows no favoritism. It is merely that humans are communicable, while the Squirrel Party is excessively dogmatic, attempting to brainwash the dwarves of Carbon Mountain, which is why they are prohibited. The dwarf belched. "That's all I know. Let us continue drinking." Since the other party was unwilling to elaborate further, Roy did not press for more. After 20 cups, Reagan Dahlberg collapsed onto the table, snoring loudly. Yet his eyes remained bright, showing no signs of drunkenness. "Well, the boss has toppled, having underestimated you," Divey remarked in astonishment, eyeing Reagan's belly. After 20 cups, there was no discernible bulge, entirely defying logic. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Could it be that you have a spatial pouch inside you?" Roy's heart skipped a beat, fearing the other had guessed the truth. What a joke. The dwarf suddenly shook his head. "Carbon Mountain folk keep their word. The boss's crossbow now belongs to you. It seems you have yet to drink your fill. Are you brave enough to continue the drinking contest? This time, I'll take the lead. And I permit you a visit to the lavatory." Roy surveyed the three dwarves, all eager for the challenge. What is to fear? Do you not know that after the mutation, monster hunters' alcohol tolerance can increase tenfold? Today, let me show you. An hour later, 3 drunken souls lay snoring in the cave. The only ones still seated were Roy and the stuttering dwarf, Bernie, whose face was flushed, caught between drunkenness and lucidity. Despite being mocked for his speech impediment, he was undoubtedly the clearest thinker among the 4 brothers. "Hey, you have an eye for talent. The boss Reagan has never seen the Squirrel Party. You must have," Roy asked, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. "I have not. I haven't seen them in the past year," the dwarf replied, his cheeks flushed with intoxication. Previously, They had roamed the depths of the mountains alongside miners and beasts, targets of Carbon Mountain-S vigilance. Roaming the depths of the mountains? Are you referring to the forests of Mahakam? Roy's tone quivered as he recalled yesterday's discussion with the monster hunters. But the dwarf merely grinned at him, displaying his prominent front teeth before collapsing into slumber. Roy glanced over the four drunken souls, shook his head, and retrieved the crossbow of the Bloodline brothers from his spatial pouch, placing it before Reagan Dahlberg before departing the cave. This bow held greater significance for Reagan, who had assisted him greatly today, so he refrained from seizing what was rightfully his. Chapter 64. Reporting meanwhile, the monster hunter led Kelvin to Spansol for an investigation. The biting cold of the northern winds pierced through the air as the village chief of Spansol stood at the entrance, shivering uncontrollably. Upon catching sight of the white-haired dwarf, he immediately bent his back at a 45-degree angle, his face breaking into a smile filled with wrinkles, resembling a dog joyfully welcoming its master. Lord Kelvin, welcome to Spansol. It is indeed a great honor for our entire village. The monster hunter observed the dwarf's disdain as he wiped his clothes. Castley chuckled awkwardly, his tone still dripping with obsequiousness and a hint of anxiety. My lord, have you come bearing good news? Have the murderers in the mountains been apprehended? Are you questioning our capabilities? Kelvin lifted his chin, casting a fierce glare at him. Despite standing only up to the chief's chest, his demeanor resembled that of a towering giant, full of disdain. Of course, we will dutifully accomplish your task. Castley turned his face and noticed the monster hunter stepping out from the dwarf's ranks, his expression shifting to one of peculiarity. He recognized the man who had coldly rejected his previous request. That man had been so merciless, disregarding his pleas. Now, a smirk crept onto Castley's lips, a concealed gleam of triumph in his eyes, as if to say, did you not refuse us before? Yet here you are, obediently accepting this commission. The monster hunter was nothing more than a dog to the dwarves. His back straightened slightly, as if he believed his status was superior to that of the hunter. Dwarves scorned the villagers scorned the hunters. Yet the dwarves respected the hunters in a strange cycle. Rice remained indifferent, casually inquiring, are the villagers at home now? Castley glanced at the dwarf as if seeking permission, and the dwarf nodded in response. Yes, aside from a few brothers at the mine, everyone else is at home, terrified of the fiends. No, afraid of that filthy creature, and dare not wander about. Now you go accompany Kelvin. I shall wander around. Find me if anything arises. The monster hunter scanned the village's wooden and stony structures, beginning to circle the exterior, peering through windows to observe the women, children, and elderly inside. Roy and the monster hunter fulfilled their respective duties, and the day quietly slipped away. In the dead of night, within their quarters, the two began to recount their findings. Did you discover anything in Spansol? All checked. The mark bearers are not in the village. The monster hunter's face revealed no surprise. None of the villagers working in the mines escaped your notice? If Castley did not lie, then I have seen all the villagers today, and none have any connection to the stag-headed fiend. Moreover, today, Kelvin and I destroyed the second totem. As he spoke, the monster hunter stroked his chin, his expression turning to one of astonishment. This time, the stag-headed fiend did not even dispatch beasts to interfere, allowing me to carry out my destruction unimpeded. This is illogical. Under expected circumstances, it should have intensified its retaliation. Regardless, this is good news. With the stag-headed fiend weakened, our chances of victory increase. The youth recalled the events of the day, a smile gracing his face. I also made a discovery today. Oh, pray tell. Did you uncover a clue to the parasite? The monster hunter's expression shifted. No, that cunning fellow is well hidden, leaving no trace. However, Roy paused. I discovered something peculiar related to the case. From a dwarf friend, I learned that of the 4 deceased in Coal Mountain, 2 hailed from the 5th mining area. And the captain of the guard in the 5th mining area is none other than Kelvin Hogg, who is assisting you in your investigation. Do you suspect him of foul play? The monster hunter closed his eyes in contemplation, shaking his head. The parasitic mark is not upon him, and furthermore, he participated in the destruction of both totems. If he were a follower, he could never desecrate the totems. However, since you mentioned it, I shall investigate. Roy continued. Regarding the second force hidden within Coal Mountain that aids the stag-headed fiend, I have made some progress. Impressive, young one. The monster hunter remarked with surprise in his amber eyes. From whom did you extract this information? Do you recall those 4 drunks we encountered on our first day in Mahakam? After these 2 days of contact, I found them to be rather simple-minded and trustworthy. Roy recalled the dwarves' drunken antics, a smile forming on his lips. Wine is their weakness, and the elder promised me all the drink I could consume. So I intend to take full advantage of that. I may not possess the art of the yakshif, but I can resort to such underhanded tactics. After they became inebriated, they inadvertently let slip a mention of the squirrel party. His voice trailed off. Rice, are you familiar with this organization? The monster hunter's sparse brows furrowed. I have spent most of my time in the South and have not heard of this organization. Has it been established for long? Not long, Roy reflected before explaining. In brief, the Squirrel Party is an organization that harbors extreme hatred for humanity, primarily composed of elves and half-elves. They seek to rally other ancient races, such as dwarves, halflings, and gnomes, as long as they share their animosity towards humans. They currently operate mainly in the Valley of Flowers and other gathering places of ancient races. By your account, with countless dwarves residing in Coal Mountain, they are likely targets for recruitment, the monster hunter mused. The Squirrel Party will probably set its sights on them. Indeed. Moreover, the Elder of Coal Mountain, Brovar Hogg, has maintained neutrality throughout his long reign, coexisting peacefully with humans. Roy stated, he would never allow an extremist organization like the Squirrel Party to take root in Mahakam. The relationship between the two would be akin to water and fire. The youth recalled Edsberg and the corpse of Vernon Ryan within the wine barrel. During the examination of the body, he had noticed the rat-tail tattoo on the heel of the deceased, undoubtedly marking him as a member of the Squirrel Party. Since the Squirrel Party lurks within Edsberg, it is highly probable that they also exist near Coal Mountain. The stag-headed fiend seeks to control Coal Mountain, which places it in opposition to the Elder. A glimmer of insight flashed in Roy's eyes. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. It makes sense now. The Squirrel Party covertly aids the stag-headed fiend, granting this ancient monster the audacity to plot against Coal Mountain. Perhaps it is the Squirrel Party that brought the stag-headed fiend into Mahakam. The stag-headed fiend, also known as the Forest Spirit, is in a sense the guardian of the forest, targeting those who destroy the woods and the environment. Likewise, there are extraordinary beings among the elves who are attuned to nature, such as the Field Queen, Dana Midbay. The Squirrel Party could leverage their power to collaborate with the stag-headed fiend. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. The monster hunter acknowledged Roy's theory, yet without solid evidence to prove the Squirrel Party's presence in Mahakam and their collusion with the stag-headed fiend, one could not convince anyone. Prepare for the worst-case scenario. We should inform the Elder, Roy insisted. In case anything arises, we will have fulfilled our duty to warn. The monster hunter pondered for a moment. Then it shall be as you say. Tomorrow morning, you will go to meet the Elder and report this matter. I will proceed with my original plan to avoid drawing attention. The following morning, deep within the Hall of Furnaces, upon the throne forged of black iron, the Elder of Coal Mountain, Brovar Hogg, stroked his frosted beard, his authoritative gaze fixed upon the youth before him. In the Grand Palace, bright lights flickered, yet the guards had been dismissed entirely, leaving only two present. Young man, from where did you hear about the Squirrel Party? Brovar's voice rasped like gravel, his sagging skin quivering, his tone laden with displeasure. Did those four drunken fools let something slip? I have already placed a gag order on all of Coal Mountain. Anyone daring to divulge secrets shall not escape punishment. No, Elder, it has nothing to do with them. The young man hastily clarified that he did not wish to implicate the four dwarfs. In truth, he had heard of the Squirrel Party even before arriving at Carbon Mountain. One could confirm this with your nephew, Seville, to whom he had mentioned the organization back in Edsberg. Roy reiterated his account regarding the four dwarfs. Otherwise, he would have been aware of it earlier. Bralver waved his hand, his white beard fluttering against the crimson satin draped across his chest. Your conjecture is merely an overabundance of concern. Refrain from bringing it up again. Since the culprit is the deer-headed spirit, your task is to locate and eliminate it, and present the spoils to me. This is the sole objective for you and the monster hunters. However, your intent in coming to remind me is commendable and shall not go unrewarded. The Elder's tone softened. If you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. Roy pondered briefly, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his eyes. What was the true intent of this esteemed Elder of Mahakam? If he doubted his deductions, why then invite him to make a request? He boldly articulated his desire. Respected Elder, I seek the right to freely enter and exit Carbon Mountain, along with several skilled guards, preferably trusted elders. If the Squirrel Party lurked within Carbon Mountain, his investigation would undoubtedly provoke them. And with Lesso in the distant woods during the day, he needed to find alternative protection. As you wish, the Elder readily acquiesced. I shall issue orders shortly. You may roam freely in all areas except for a few restricted zones within the fortress, including various mining sites. As for the guards you seek, the elder rested his chin in thought. Those 4 bumbling fools. I shall temporarily reassign them from the guard duty to follow your command. Roy's breath caught. Accompanying him on the investigation posed a certain risk, and he did not wish to jeopardize those with whom he had a good rapport. Could we not select others? Esteemed elder? They are more than eager to accompany you for a drink, Brawler replied, shaking his head in refusal. Consider it a favor to them. Chapter 65 Interrogation within the bathhouse. The Carbon Mountain dweller embraced the spirit of fair play. Boss Reagan, since I emerged victorious in the contest, the Bloodline brothers now belong to me. Roy maintained a serious demeanor, earnestly articulating his reasoning. Thus, I have the right to pass it on to someone more deserving. You're gifting it to me? The dwarf, with fingers resembling carrots in thickness, pointed at him, speech rendered momentarily mute as he finally exhaled a sigh. Ah, my friend, there's no need for that. Having shared your drink, consider it a gesture of friendship. Regardless, the Grand Elder has decreed that you will accompany me for the next few days. Will there still be drinks? Diff licked his lips. There will be ample opportunities for you to indulge. Roy declared, from this day forth, we shall be brothers. The dwarf, in a fit of excitement, patted him several times, causing Roy's eyes to moisten and his skin to flush. Now, let us discuss serious matters. The Grand Elder has sent you to aid me in investigating the murder case in Carbon Mountain. Roy lowered his voice as he formed a circle with them, deciding that since he had chosen to trust them, there were certain truths he need not conceal. I need your assistance. Think carefully. Have you recently seen anyone with a peculiar tattoo? What kind of tattoo? Keep your voice down. The youth produced a pre-drawn image of a spiderweb and antlers, quickly scanning the faces of the 4 dwarfs. To his dismay, they all wore blank expressions, clearly unfamiliar with the symbol. Roy, what does this pattern signify? Why are we seeking it? Reagan shook his head. The Grand Elder believes that facial hair and a robust chest are sufficient to embody masculinity. There is no need for such nonsensical tattoos. Consequently, tattoos are hardly advocated in Carbon Mountain. To my knowledge, less than 1% of the population bears them. However, our compatriots who venture outside to earn a living tend to favor these colorful designs. I've seen the backsides of nearly all the men in Carbon Mountain, but I've never encountered this tattoo. Diff, Dulu, and Bernie shared similar sentiments of confusion. Then please keep an eye out for it, and above all, maintain utmost discretion. Rest assured, if I let anything slip, I shall never taste another drop of alcohol in my life. Me too. Count me in. The 4 dwarfs solemnly vowed. Just then, an elderly dwarf with a grizzled beard and muscular build entered the bathhouse, reclining on the edge of the pool, wearily splashing water to cleanse himself. His skin was loose, age spots prominent, and deep lines marked his face, akin to a human in their 50s or 60s. The youth's gaze became contemplative. Benson Fagner, 150 years old, his condition, attributes, and skill seemed perfectly normal. Is that old fellow still working in the mines? Bernie, with a hint of pride, replied. I may stutter, but my memory remains sharp. It was me, who recognized you at first glance in the bathhouse. Keep it brief, mate. Fine. Bernie's eyes shifted to the man in the pool, revealing a tone of reverence. Uncle Benson Fagner, this year. He is 150 years old, a contemporary of the Grand Elder. However, he possesses a kind temperament, treating others with kindness, devoid of any airs of superiority, thus earning the affection of the miners. Though dwarfs are naturally long-lived, in this war-torn era, it is exceedingly rare for one to survive past 120 years old amidst various calamities. Why is he still working in the mines instead of enjoying his twilight years? Roy inquired curiously. Bernie responded with pride, as dwarfs, we believe that as long as we can still move, we must continue to work. Without labor, how could we earn our keep? Roy's eyes gleamed with curiosity as he asked, what is his role? He is the clerk for the 5th mine, responsible for scheduling work hours. The 5th mine. Is that not overseen by Kelvin? Their conversation unfolded, but suddenly, the man in the pool exhibited unexpected behavior. The perceptive Bernie felt a lump in his throat. Suppressing a sob. Why is the old man crying? Could it be that among the 4 dwarfs who perished, one was his kin? Reagan interjected, Uncle Benson's family as well. Just recently, he welcomed a grandchild. His words dripped with envy. Alas, little Fagner, who was clearly less capable than I, managed to find a beloved partner and father 2 robust boys. The Grand Elder personally cleansed the bodies of those 2 little ones as a gesture of recognition for their contributions. The dwarven race's reproductive capacity pales in comparison to that of humans. Thus, being able to produce 2 offspring undoubtedly signifies a tremendous contribution to their lineage. What an immense honor. It has only been 6 months since that event. I cannot fathom why Uncle Benson is so profoundly affected. Surely, nothing untoward has happened to the children? The dwarf's face contorted in confusion. However, Roy's mind was stirred. After several days of surveillance in the bathhouse, he finally encountered a rather uncharacteristic individual. This race, typically optimistic, would not weep without a significant reason. He felt compelled to delve deeper. Bernie, seeing an elder in such sorrow, should you not offer some comfort? The dwarf halted, contemplating, seemingly recognizing the validity of the suggestion, yet at a loss for rebuttal. Remember, be casual about it. Why must I always engage in such peculiar tasks? Bernie's face was marked with reluctance. Uncle Benson has watched you grow, as his younger kin. Is it not fitting to share a few words with him? Fine, you make a good point. Not long after, Roy gleaned a piece of information from the bathing Bernie. Gentlemen, guide me to his home. The Black Iron Tavern, being the sole establishment in Carbon Mountain to hold a business license from the Grand Elder, usually thrived with patrons. However, business had temporarily dwindled. On this particular night, under the tavern's bright lights, only a handful of figures were present, including a disheveled elderly dwarf clad in a tattered yellow nightgown, seated in a corner, drinking alone. Occasionally, he would abruptly lift his head, his glazed eyes regaining clarity, scanning his surroundings with a hint of paranoia. On the opposite side of the tavern, at a window seat, the hunter remarked, "Kid, you didn't summon me out here just for a pint, did you? I have urgent news to share." The hunter deftly manipulated a throwing knife, scraping at the stubble on his chin. "Based on the information you provided yesterday, I have uncovered a significant secret regarding Kelvin. The revelation can wait." Roy felt at ease as he patted the hunter's fan-like hand. "First, let us settle matters here. Keep an eye on that dwarf." Roy feigned casualness as he cast a glance at the target, leaning closer to the hunter's ear. "Do not let him perceive your gaze. What is suspicious about him?" The hunter took a swig of the potent dwarven brew, the intensity of the alcohol causing his eyes to squint. "His name is Benson Fagner, the clerk of the 5th mine, primarily responsible for scheduling work hours. I noted his behavior in the bathhouse was exceedingly peculiar. He inexplicably burst into tears. He is the only suspicious individual I've encountered these past few days," Roy lamented. "He may possess a clue worth exploring." The hunter set down his cup, an appreciative glint in his eyes. "You've done well. We must not overlook any abnormal signs. Who knows what we might unearth?" As the clock in the tavern struck midnight, the sound reverberated through the establishment. Benson Fagner, momentarily dazed, rose from his table, wiped the drool from his mouth, shook his heavy head, and exited through the tavern's door. In the frigid night of Carbon Mountain, temperatures plummeted below freezing. The biting wind transformed the remnants of alcohol clinging to Benson's beard into icy shards, causing his nose to redden. Yet, he remained oblivious, dragging his weary body towards the staircase leading to the cave carved into the mountainside. He traversed the dimly lit alley behind the tavern, raising his gaze to the crescent moon, which was missing a fragment, heralding the approach of a full moon. Old Benson could not resist inhaling deeply, his pupils narrowing to mere pinpoints as he stared at the moonlight, and the whiskers at the corners of his lips began to tremble slightly, as though he had glimpsed something profoundly terrifying, ensnared in a trance. The moon shifted to a blood-red hue, and the air was filled with human screams and haunting howls. A strange man stood before him, his smooth bald head contrasting sharply with the rigid lines of his face. His jaw was angular, his eye sockets deep-set, and his lips were pressed into a cold, unyielding line. From behind his imposing figure, the hilt of a sword protruded ominously. "Who are you?" Benson stammered, unable to suppress a stagger backward. "I beg your pardon." Upon hearing this, the dwarven ears registered the words, sending a chill through his heart. Yet his inebriated state rendered him sluggish, leaving no time for a reaction. Many fingers danced in the moonlit alley as a witcher whispered to the vacant-eyed dwarf. "Benson Fagner, you often find solace in the bathhouse, weeping in silence, or drowning your sorrows at the tavern. I am aware of the secret you harbor within. You have concealed it deeply, even from your family. But as time elapses, this secret festers and corrupts your soul. You are burdened with guilt, tormented to the point of wishing for death, and even alcohol can no longer numb your pain." As the witcher's ethereal words lingered, a flicker of anguish crossed the old dwarf's face. "Now, before you stands the finest listener, a transient who shall not linger in Carbon Mountain. He promises to share your burden without fear of betrayal. Confide in him your innermost secret. Tell him. The voice dwindled, and Roy, standing behind the Witcher, held his breath, eyes fixed intently on the old dwarf. The dwarf grimaced, his expression shifting from pain to struggle, revealing an internal conflict. After a brief moment of turmoil, he stubbornly denied, "No, I cannot speak." Roy's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that anyone could resist the power of the Yaxis mark. This realization further confirmed that the dwarf's emotional outburst was not merely a matter of nostalgia for lost friends. Vincent Fagner, having lived for over 150 years, possessed a wealth of experience and an indomitable will, surpassing that of ordinary folk. Observing the dwarf's resistance, the Witcher's tone softened. "Is someone threatening your safety?" The dwarf's face twisted in rage as he raised his head, tightly clenching his lips as if to shatter his own teeth. At that moment, Roy stepped forward decisively. "Is someone using the safety of your grandchildren as leverage against you?" At that utterance, the dwarf's eyes widened in terror, fixating on Roy. The one who threatened him must be the traitor. They exchanged a knowing glance. The dwarf harbored aversion towards certain issues, rendering the effect of the Yaxis mark less potent. The Witcher gestured for Roy to continue questioning. "Did you inadvertently stumble upon someone's secret in the 5th mining district? Did this individual coerce you into serving him through threats to your family? Is he working for a murderer? Were the 2 deceased in the 5th mining district killed at his behest? Will new victims emerge on the night of the full moon? Outside the 5th mining district?" As the inquiries piled up, their breaths became increasingly labored. Upon posing the final question, the Witcher snapped his fingers, dispelling the magical seal, and swiftly departed with Roy. Approximately half a minute later, the old dwarf roused from his stupor, clutching his body in terror, scanning his surroundings. It felt as though he had forgotten something crucial, yet he could not recall what it was. Truly, it was a surreal experience. Chapter 66. The pursuit. The next move of the stag-headed spirit was entirely clear to Roy, who could hardly contain his excitement. "Tomorrow, we shall deal with it together." However, the Witcher doused his enthusiasm with a splash of cold reality. "Young one, have you forgotten? We have yet to capture the marked parasite. Even if we eliminate it, it would be in vain. Yet, your reminder yesterday proved to be invaluable." The Witcher clapped Roy's shoulder with a firm hand. "Kelvin is neither a parasite nor a believer of the stag-headed spirit, yet 2 corpses have been found in the mine, and he harbors inexplicable hostility towards you. It is indeed suspicious. Thus, during the day, I employed the arcane seal to extract information from him regarding the squirrel party. As it turns out, he has been aiding them all along. I learned from him that there are currently 4 members of the squirrel party lurking near Carbon Mountain." "Only 4? Roy furrowed his brow, having anticipated at least dozens. Now it makes sense, Roy realized. Furthermore, one of the 4 is indeed a marked parasite. The Witcher continued, "Tomorrow night, as the stag-headed spirit embarks on its next hunt, Kelvin will rendezvous with them at a hideout outside Carbon Mountain. The squirrel party is truly ruthless, leaving a mark on one of their own." Roy was taken aback. It was tantamount to offering a life to the stag-headed spirit. "No wonder I couldn't find my target even after several days in the bathhouse." The young man inhaled deeply, his face a mask of confusion. But why would Kelvin choose to collaborate with the squirrel party? It's a pity that the arcane seal only compelled him to reveal so much. Pressing him further would risk him breaking free. The Witcher paused, a hint of mockery in his tone. At 60 years old, just having reached maturity among dwarves, perhaps he is rebellious enough to betray his own uncle and ally with the squirrel party and the stag-headed spirit. This matter should come to a close. Tomorrow night, I shall take care of the stag-headed spirit. The Witcher had already made arrangements. You and the 4 dwarf brothers will track Kelvin Hogg and locate the squirrel party. Upon spotting the parasite, you are to eliminate it immediately. The stag-headed spirit will resurrect approximately an hour after death. The Witcher's expression grew stern as he intoned, "Time is of the essence. Do not show mercy. Leave not a single squirrel party member behind. As for Kelvin Hogg, if possible, try to capture him alive." Roy nodded. Though this fellow had betrayed the Elder might not necessarily wish for his death, as long as he could ensure his own safety. He would also strive to spare Kelvin's life. If this plan were to leak and reach Kelvin's ears, he might retaliate, especially since Carbon Mountain is his turf. Therefore, aside from us and those 4 dwarfs, no one else must be informed, including the Elder. Understood. The Witcher was unperturbed by the danger of facing the stag-headed spirit alone, with 4 dwarf brothers aiding him. He felt confident in facing Kelvin and the 4 squirrel party members. What is there to hesitate about? All right, let us proceed. A full moon emerged from the snow-laden branches, hanging high in the sky. The narrow path from the fifth mine to Carbon Mountain was flanked by dark, silent woods that resembled an abyss, instilling a sense of dread that something terrifying might leap out from the shadows. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps approached, and a dwarf clad in a thick cotton coat hurriedly jogged with an oil lamp in hand, his face etched with urgency. Rich had been a diligent worker in the fifth mine for over a decade. However, plans often falter in the face of change. A guard had just delivered news that his pregnant wife was about to give birth, and he could no longer afford to hesitate. The journey from the fifth mine to Carbon Mountain took merely half an hour on foot. Typically, patrols would pass through these areas, but today, an unusual silence prevailed. Puff, puff, puff. The snow-covered ground bore a trail of shallow footprints as Buzz's body jolted with each hurried step. The breath he exhaled forming white vapor that crystallized on his beard. He had distanced himself from the mine considerably. In just 10 minutes, he would reach the valley, his wife's visage swirling in his mind, leaving no room for anything else. Then, without warning, he stumbled, falling into the snow, his oil lamp rolling aside. A sharp pain radiating from his calf. In an instant, the forest path echoed with his anguished cries. He reached down to touch his leg, blood staining his palm, seeping out and painting the snow a vivid crimson. Who? Which bastard? He looked around in panic and fear, shouting, "His Carbon Mountain will not spare you." He raged, the terror in his eyes intensifying until a figure flashed before him, leaping down from a tall tree beside the path. The moonlight and the fallen lamp illuminated her face. With auburn hair framing sharp features, pointed ears, and a pronounced jawline, her white, even teeth revealed no sharp canines. Buzz's trembling gaze swept down her tall, slender form, finally fixing on a yellow squirrel pelt ornament hanging from her waist. An elf. You are a member of the squirrel party. Were you behind all this? Yet. Ever since the elder expelled all individuals associated with the squirrel party from Mahakam over a year ago, a gag order had been issued. The matter had been buried completely. Buzz had believed the squirrel party had departed, only to find it all a facade. In response to his inquiry, the elf, standing 10 paces away, remained silent, drawing her crescent bow and slowly knocking an arrow, aiming it at the dwarf. Struggling to rise, Buzz's face contorted with pain, his features twisted with agony and fear. He had no doubt about the elf's archery skills. At such close range, he, a defenseless, injured miner, stood no chance of survival. My dear Akali, I fear I shall not escape this time. What a pity it is not to see you and our child one last time. The bitterness and resentment surged within him, prompting him to shout, "Damn the squirrel party, I curse you to an ill fate. Just wait, since you wish to ignite the flames of war. The elder and the brothers and sisters of Carbon Mountain will surely avenge me. My death alone will wash away the lives of 10 squirrel party members with their blood." With that fierce declaration, he clenched his eyes shut, bracing for the arrival of death. However, after a moment of anticipation, the expected arrow did not strike. Surprised, he glanced over, only to see the silent elf turning her head to the left, signaling him with her eyes. What does this mean? She wants me to move left? Yet, just as he took a few steps, an iron arrow whizzed past his left leg, slicing through the skin. What do you want? He roared in anger, feeling as though the elf was toying with him. Nevertheless, the elf remained expressionless, gesturing for him to proceed left. Fine, I shall endure this moment. As long as there is hope of survival, I can withstand any humiliation. With gritted teeth, Buzz resolved to follow the elf's instructions. As long as there was a chance to live and see his beloved child, he could bear the greatest indignities. A thin stream of blood trickled down his pant leg, marking the ground with a vivid scarlet trail as he moved slowly, the immense pain gripping his right leg like a parasite. He dared not shift the bone-piercing arrow even a fraction, merely groaning in agony. Gradually, even his thigh began to lose feeling. Entering the expansive forest, an overwhelming darkness rushed toward him like a tide, an unprecedented fear surging within him, as though some incomprehensible horror was fixating on him. Yet the elf behind him, holding the oil lamp, scrutinized him closely, making him hesitate to act rashly. Where on earth are we headed? Uncertain of how far he had wandered in the boundless forest, Busey felt his complexion grow pallid with the loss of blood and the encroaching chill of the night winds. His body turned increasingly frigid, his limbs stiffened, and even his vision began to blur. Yet, before he could find solace, a desolate and prolonged sigh echoed from all directions, sending shivers coursing through his entire being. He felt utterly shattered. Chapter 67. Acknowledgements upon launch. Dear readers, the moment has arrived. This book will be launched at noon. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our dedicated editor from the fantasy group, Jiang Cha, who has graciously afforded me this opportunity for publication. I am both humbled and anxious to be featured on Sanjiang. I also wish to express my sincere appreciation to all my beloved readers. It is your unwavering support that has enabled me to persevere until this day. Whether through subscriptions, rewards, monthly votes, recommendations, or comments, I am profoundly grateful for each of you. I cherish you all. Now, as I refrain from lamenting my circumstances, I earnestly request your support through initial subscriptions, which appear to hold great significance for the book. Additionally, this work is projected to extend to approximately 200,000 words. So dear readers who have yet to delve into it, please do so promptly. Today, I assure you of a minimum of 5 updates. Should the initial subscriptions surpass 500, I shall add an additional chapter for every extra 100, and for every 10,000 in rewards, another chapter shall be included, capping at 10 additional chapters. Thank you once again, with a deep bow of appreciation. Chapter 68. Blood battled the ground beneath but trembled rhythmically, akin to the pulsating beat of a heart, as the accumulated snow atop the branches cascaded down in a gentle flurry. Chapter 69. The ambush. As the timeline shifts back, we find ourselves outside the entrance of the 5th mining district. 5 shadowy figures lie in wait behind a towering tree, their eyes fixed intently on the distant small. Chapter 70. The final kill. A hand, resembling a gnarled root, surged forth like lightning, piercing through the flesh of the elf's chest and seizing Roy's outstretched right hand. The dim, yellowish glow of the flames illuminated the vivid crimson blood. Chapter 71. Occupational Template. December 5th, 1260. A rare bout of fine, weather-graced carbon mountain. As the gentle sunlight pierced through the ice and snow that had enshrouded the entire city in recent days. Chapter 72. Sudden Crisis. Forced into the mine. Lesso. It seems the stag-headed demon has not spared you from suffering. Roy expressed his concern. Despite having rested for a few days, the demon hunter still appeared listless. Clearly. Chapter 73. The Sword and the Corpse. Chapter 74. The onslaught of the malevolent spirits amidst the cacophony of eerie wails and guttural sounds. A terrifying shadow emerged from the depths of the cave. It possessed the most. Chapter 75. Poison and Mutations. The health of the Witcher has suddenly deteriorated. The toxicity of the potion within his body was still in a phase of subsiding, and the injuries inflicted by the stag's spirit had not yet healed properly. The previous ordeal. Chapter 76. The plot to eliminate the malevolent spirit. After a considerable amount of time had elapsed, not a single complete corpse could be found within the cavern. Roy appeared as if he had just emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. His linen garments. Chapter 77. The lair. Roy effortlessly severed the heads of 8 fiends and 2 fiend warriors, while the still recovering demon hunter wisely refrained from competing with him for the kills. Chapter 78. Explosion. A plump, green sphere lay nestled in the palm of a hand, fingers gently closing around it, continuously kneading its yielding, warm texture, evoking an oddly unsettling sensation that stirred a certain. Chapter 79. The secret chamber. Beyond the dust and fog. A sudden, violent coughing echoed from the other side of the dust and fog. Roy hurriedly rushed over, only to find the demon hunter leaning against the wall, clad in leather armor. Chapter 80. Blood of the Sun. Behind the mural lies a petite cultivation area, where 10 peculiar plants stand tall. They exceed 2 feet in height, adorned with violet blossoms and lush green foliage. Chapter 81. Transformation. The texture is rather pleasant. My teeth easily crush the delicate leaves and roots, and amidst the crunching sounds, a rich herbal fragrance envelopes me. Chapter 82. The Breeding Ground. After consuming the blood of the sun, Roy and the demon hunters traversed the mine tunnels for what seemed like an eternity. With their provisions of food and fresh water nearly exhausted, they surmised that 4 days had passed. Chapter 83. Arrival at the destination. A stroke of luck amidst misfortune. The entire tunnel could accommodate only a single person at a time. Roy had to confront one adversary at a time. In his hand, the crossbow. Chapter 84. The path to Erland. In the vast expanse of the plains, a gentle breeze caresses the distant village, where wisps of smoke gracefully ascend into the sky. It meanders towards a joyful stream cascading down from the low ridges, glistening like gold. Chapter 85. The Scorpion Troop. Roy and Rizzo approached the carriage, discovering that the leading party comprised 6 individuals, 2 young women and 4 men. Among them was an elf with striking black and red hair. Chapter 86. Retention. A crescent moon, missing a leg, hung high in the sky. In the spacious courtyard of Xiaotar village, the Scorpion Troop, along with 2 new members, gathered around the central bonfire, reveling in the warmth. Chapter 87. Ideals that evening. Roy and Resso retreated to the tent on the outer side of the carriage to rest, while the secure spaces within the circled carriages were reserved for the female members of the circus troupe. And the circus. Chapter 88. The insect corpse in the afternoon. Seizing the moment while others were partaking in their meal and taking a respite, the demon hunter summoned Roy. The 2 concocted a pretext to momentarily depart from the caravan and slipped into the thicket beside the road. Chapter 89. Darkness Falls. Please close your eyes. Within the moving carriage, Roy and the demon hunter were engaged in a hushed conversation. They pondered whether the extermination of the villagers by the Chi Mo was an act of protection for the village of Shar. Chapter 90. As darkness falls. Please close your eyes. Amos wiped the cold sweat from his brow, yet the searing heat continued to constrict his breath. He loosened the collar of his white robe and, in a moment of surrender, removed his headscarf. Chapter 91. As darkness falls. Please close your eyes. 3 On this somber day, colossal dark clouds gathered on the horizon, with faint flashes of lightning and distant rumbles of thunder brewing within. Towering rock walls flanked either side, as the Scorpion caravan traversed. Chapter 92. Darkness falls. For a deafening rumble of thunder reverberated through the heavens as the moon, diminished to a sliver, vanished behind a veil of inky clouds. Luminous streaks of lightning, like argent serpents, writhed across the tenebrous expanse above. A sudden gust of wind swept through the forest, rustling the leaves and causing the trees to sway and creak. The downpour commenced without warning, heavy droplets splattering against the parched earth, rapidly transforming the dust into clinging mud. Visibility plummeted as the rain intensified, obscuring the path ahead. Amidst the tempestuous weather, a figure stumbled through the dense undergrowth, their breath coming in ragged gasps. The deluge plastered their hair to their face, and their garments clung to their form, heavy with water. Each step was a laborious effort, the ground treacherous beneath their feet. They pressed onward, driven by an unseen urgency, their destination unknown. Their purpose shrouded in mystery. The storm raged around them, a symphony of fury, as they battled against the elements, their silhouette a solitary beacon against the encroaching darkness. Chapter 93. As darkness falls, please close your eyes. 5 The torrential rain cascaded like a waterfall, dense silver threads weaving through the gaps in the forest, drenching the werewolf's entire coat. It hunched its back slightly, taking measured steps, its robust paw pads pressing against. Chapter 94. As darkness falls, the wolf's piercing gaze, shrouded in mystery, peered through the crevices of the forest, fixated upon the moon that flickered faintly on the horizon. Its deep, raspy voice harmonized with the soft patter of the rain. My name is Aaron. Chapter 95. Aftermath. Tap, tap, tap. 2 figures emerged from the woods, one following closely behind the other, each cradling a smooth-skinned child, around 5 or 6 years of age, in their arms. Chapter 96. The city of Aelandadair. Please halt. Evelyn pressed her hand to her forehead, her delicate cheeks contorting as if in distress. Before her stood a young boy, deftly evading a jester. Chapter 97. The White Rose Knight. Little one, the demon hunter suddenly cautioned, you will inevitably face verbal assaults shortly. No matter what, strive to maintain a demeanor of composure and discretion. After all, we are in a place where. Chapter 98. Farewell. After bidding farewell to Crammer, the 2 proceeded along the cobblestone street leading from the city gates, amidst the lively calls of vendors echoing beneath the dense clusters of buildings lining the road. Chapter 99. Alchemy. The expedition through the Smirk Mine has filled Roy's spoils bag with materials, the eyes, tongues, ears, and internal organs of the abomination kin, along with various organ tissues. Chapter 100. Unveiling the commission. Within the brightly illuminated alchemical chamber, a quarter-elf youth with ebony hair meticulously examined the alchemical items upon the table. The Star of Dance. 2. Chapter 101. Investigation. Outside the city of Ireland, by the southern Vigan River, Roy squatted upon a protruding boulder, his palms gently kneading the smooth pebbles. His gaze traversed the shimmering surface of the river, sweeping across the water. Chapter 102. The monster sunlight cascaded into the cave, faintly illuminating the outermost walls adorned with yellowed, damp clay. The slope of the cavern descended into the depths, as one stood at a distance. Chapter 103. The kill. Beneath the warm embrace of the sun, on a lush expanse of grass, a gaunt, withered old man roared furiously at the dark, foreboding cave. Chapter 104. Doubts. The human cocoon was successfully extracted from the cave. Upon beholding that terrifying visage, old Huck was instantly overwhelmed, feeling dizzy and weak, and he staggered backward, collapsing onto the ground in a state of utter exhaustion. Chapter 105. 2 days as the sun rises, the morning breeze that sweeps through the streets carries a hint of chill. Roy navigates through the throngs of bustling crowds, making his way to the eastern side of Ireland, where the red brick buildings adorned with green tiles stand in quiet splendor. Chapter 106. In the temple on the first day of the year 1261, the morning of January 1st, gentle sunlight bathed the outskirts of the city of air, land, and warmth. Clad in leather armor, Resso and Roy traversed. Chapter 107. Swordsmanship and dinner from this day forth. The monster hunter and Roy took residence in the temple of the goddess Maritalis in Ireland. They were assigned to a clean and unpretentious chamber. Chapter 108. The sorceress. The following morning, under the guidance of the demon hunter, Roy continued to refine his grip on the longsword. Suddenly, Nannick, the old nurse, arrived and ushered both of them to the training grounds. Chapter 109. Hormones in the laboratory of Nannick, amidst a collection of crucibles, test tubes, and beakers. Illuminated by the soft glow of crystal chandeliers, Roy reclined upon the frigid operating table, surrendering himself to the delicate touch of a fair hand. Chapter 110. The last demon hunter. When Roy awakened from the operating table, the exhaustion of the previous day and the bruises upon his skin had completely vanished. His body felt rejuvenated, brimming with an unparalleled vitality. Chapter 111. The issue of experience. In the month that followed, Roy devoted himself wholeheartedly to the practice of swordsmanship and archery, underwent hormonal treatments, and consumed an array of peculiar concoctions. Time passed in a manner both arduous and... Chapter 112. News of an old friend. In the private chamber of the Miratali temple, Coral faithfully embodied the style of the sorceress's bedroom, adorned with opulent furnishings and exquisite decor. The mahogany vanity dazzled the eyes. Chapter 113. Unseeable. A crescent moon hung in the sky. At around 8 or 9 o'clock, the Maritalis temple was enveloped in silence. Aside from the main hall of the temple, the laboratory was illuminated by flickering candlelight and magical lamps. Chapter 114. Trial 1. The sun cast a gentle warmth as a youthful lad stood before the sorceress's door, cradling a towering stack of books in his arms. He paced restlessly, akin to an ant upon a hot skillet, his expression one of anxious anticipation. Chapter 115. Trial 2. It felt like a nightmare. No, even more terrifying than a mere nightmare, for Roy was acutely aware of every moment, every torment he endured. The virus ravaged his body. Chapter 116. The conclusion of the trials. Chapter 117. A world transformed. Dear Roy, the little imp who speaks in dreams. Well, allow me to address you in this manner. First and foremost, I must apologize for my insufficiently rigorous remarks concerning the trial of the verdant grasses. Chapter 118. The vanished demon hunter. Roy, my lad, remember your promise. Do not act with unwarranted malice. With every life you take, a family is left shattered. Youngster. Chapter 119. Coroner Francis. 2 figures, one tall and one short, walked side by side along the desolate street. Suddenly, a swift gust of wind billowed the gray cloak worn by the taller man, causing it to flutter behind him as he slightly lowered his head. Chapter 120. Cause of death. In a brightly lit morgue, 6 corpses lay arranged in a linear formation. The bodies emanated a faint odor of decay intertwined with the acrid scent of chemical solutions, among which 4. Chapter 121. Doubt Francis. Age, 35. Occupation, coroner. Skilled in the use of needle and scalpel, he navigated the dimly lit underbelly of the city. Taking advantage of the early dusk, he set out and swiftly made his way to the residence of the second deceased, an employee of Vivaldi Bank. The deceased, Fackwell, was 33 years old. Chapter 123. Reunion. Roy arrived outside the bakery. Yet he was still several dozen steps away when he heard a series of urgent and impatient knocks on the door. 2 figures wielding wooden sticks, their garments tattered. Chapter 124. Crime. If a single meditation is insufficient to restore magic. Chapter 125. Travelogue and ritual. A chill wind swept through the second-floor windows of the library, tousling the stray strands of hair at the temples of Yal. He raised a hand to shield his eyes from the slightly glaring white light outside and rubbed his weary, aching eyes. Chapter 126. Revelation. Standing before the passionately inviting grand bed, Francis leisurely adjusted the bow tie at his collar. Beneath his pallid complexion, a crimson hue akin to blood. Chapter 127. Denial. Ha ha. Francis laughed exaggeratedly twice, causing deep lines beyond his apparent age to appear beside his nose. Meanwhile, the two fangs once again. Chapter 128 The Final Sacrifice. As dawn tore through the horizon, casting a glimmer of light, the palace of Prince Airland was besieged by a throng of silver-armored knights, leaving no room for passage. Amidst the encircling crowd, Chapter 129 The Knight's Love Story. A brief silence enveloped the crowd. Master Roy, I share a good rapport with Sir Simon and possess considerable knowledge about him and his family. Perhaps I should take the lead. Chapter 130 The demon hunter in the secret chamber. Salvato, wielding his sword, averted his gaze, evading the direct stare of the demon hunter. Demon hunter, I am unaware of the nonsense you're uttering. Chapter 131 Palace Turmoil. On December 27, 1260, Vasher was fishing by the River Wigan when he unexpectedly discovered the clandestine rendezvous of the White Rose Knight, Simon Patrick Lading, with Queen E. Chapter 132 Farewell. My rose, before departing from this world, one must attend to their affairs, bid farewell to loved ones, compose a will, and offer apologies to those they have wronged. Otherwise, they shall be eternally tethered to this realm. Chapter 133 Taming the Steed. The weather was splendid. As the warm sunlight dispelled the shadows that had loomed over Airland for months, in the bustling streets, two demon hunters walked side by side towards the eastern edge of the city. Chapter 134 The Seal of Dharma. A Night in the Wilderness. Two figures stood facing each other in a clearing not far from the campfire. Roy, with his sword sheathed at his side, bent slightly at the knees, maintaining a poised stance. Chapter 135 The Demon Hunter's Daily Collection. The scorching sunlight cascades upon the marshlands. The moisture begins to evaporate, and amidst the swirling mist, shadowy figures of a vibrant green hue dart swiftly by. Chapter 136 The In-Conflict. Danger. The crisp sound of hooves stirred up swirling dust as a black and a brown steed galloped along the forest path, leading the way. Chapter 137 Farewell to the Curse. Roy released his grip on the ancient weapon, Gewishir. The beggar merely scoffed, displaying an attitude of indifference, as if he were a dead pig unperturbed by boiling water. You think you. Chapter 138 Vigmara. Upon returning to the inn, the monster hunter endeavored to trace the missing black horse along the stables, yet regrettably, his efforts proved futile. Nevertheless, according to the thoughts of the two individuals, this location was in close proximity to V. Chapter 139 The Mayor's Request. Prison is best left to yourselves. As the monster hunter's words echoed, the leading soldier silently drew his sword, followed by a cohort of his comrades surrounding him. Chapter 140 White Yada. The morning light filtered through the window, rousing the demon hunter from his meditation. Roy took a deep breath, opening his dark golden eyes. The fatigue accumulated from arduous training vanished in an instant, leaving him invigorated. Chapter 141 The Swamp Village. On this day, in the evening, a long procession entered the marshlands south of Lake Virginia. The majority of the group was clad in shimmering chainmail adorned with silver rings. Chapter 142 A complete takeover. By the early hours of the next day, around 4 o'clock, the stars and moon dimmed, and the sky lay shrouded in darkness. Yet, within the village of Kona, lights blazed brightly, having experienced 2 previous campaigns. Chapter 143 The enigmatic forest. Beneath the inky expanse of the night sky, long boats pierced through the mist, making their way toward Black Turn Island. The soldiers of the White Rose Knight Brigade disembarked in an orderly fashion, stepping onto the island. Chapter 144 Magnetic Field. The flames and the glimmers of swords illuminated the entire forest, resonating with the sounds of battle, the twang of bowstrings, and the shouts of warriors. A diminutive fallen merman emerged from the thicket. Chapter 145 Transformation. The grotesque half-fish priestess failed to notice at first that the 2 demon hunters had freed themselves from her grasp, still lost in the fervent chanting of the malevolent incantation. Chapter 146 The Uninvited Guest. Thud. The sound of hurried footsteps grew increasingly closer, as a robust silhouette emerged from the dense foliage, followed closely by a second, then a third. Chapter 147 The Lake Goddess. In the coolness of the early morning, the lake's water gradually enveloped his ankles, while the vista before him began to transform. A sudden mist arose from the surface of the water, blending the crystalline lake with the sky. Chapter 148 The Sword of the Lake Maiden. Alondite. The demon hunter rose to his feet, gripping the hilt of the sword in one hand while supporting the blade with the other, raising the exquisite weapon before his gaze. His eyes aligned parallel to the edge of the sword. Alondite shone in a deep crimson hue. Chapter 149 The great detective vilt as two demon hunters walked side by side along the path by the lake. One inquired, "So, have you struck a deal with Nymph?" "Resso, that is in the lake." Chapter 150. The corpse eater, have mercy, my lord. The old man cried out, collapsing forward and crawling on the ground like a dog, trembling in fear. The monster hunter pressed his sword against him. Chapter 151. The evacuation of villagers. As twilight descended, flickering lights illuminated the shadows of Kuna village. At the heart of this radiant glow, a dense throng of people knelt upon the ground. Chapter 152. The malevolent deity Dagon. In the early morning, upon the muddy shores of Black Turn Isle, lay a haphazard array of approximately 10 corpses of mermen. Some bore the marks of arrows piercing their skulls, while others were felled by the cruel edge of swords. Chapter 153. Slaying. The humming of the cicada wing resonated as the Guguixier sliced through the air. The speed of the blade was so swift that it seemed to sever the sunlight, the brilliant blade glinting from left to right. Chapter 154. Departure from the Virginia City Hall. Bearlad contemplated the scepter resting on the edge of the desk for a moment before extracting a slender check from the drawer. Swiftly. Chapter 155. Gathering at Sintra. In the dimly lit room of the Firetail Inn, a sudden, melodious neigh of a horse resonated, causing the entwined bodies of the enamored couple to stiffen abruptly. Chapter 156. The origins of the wild hunt. In the dimly lit and dilapidated dwelling, the eyes of 4 beasts glimmered with an unusual light. 4 witchers encircled a Gwent board, with a cup placed beside them. Chapter 157. The fated one. Are we in Sintra because of the wild hunt? Roy inquired with curiosity. That is merely one of the reasons, Rice replied, gently swirling his wine glass. According to my. Chapter 158. Sparring and arrangements in the overgrown courtyard. A series of sharp gasps filled the air as 2 figures collided with great force. 1. Chapter 159. Special training. On the second day, Roy commenced his week-long training in the Sintra Hell. Each morning at 5 o'clock, before dawn had graced the sky, he awakened from his meditation. Chapter 160. The griffin in the market. As the first rays of dawn caressed the earth, they cast a shimmering veil over the young demon hunter's sweat-drenched visage. A week of rigorous, immersive training had. Chapter 161. The cave in the morning. On the northern outskirts of Sintra, 2 figures, one tall and one short, traversed the path leading into the forest. One of them donned black leather armor, bearing twin swords upon his back, his stature. Chapter 162. Conversations in the castle. At the Sintra Castle, in a room illuminated by flickering lights, a petite figure sits upon the windowsill, swinging her delicate, lotus-like legs while gazing out at the castle. Chapter 163. Another girl in the heart of the bustling marketplace, within a tent. A peculiar creature with the head and claws of a vulture, yet the body and tail of a lion, sat quietly in a dark iron cage. Chapter 164. Entering the palace. Why does this fellow insist on entering the imperial palace? Could it be that he has uncovered our clandestine operations? Sarek gazed at Roy's departing figure, contemplating the implications of revealing our secrets to Card. Chapter 165. The daughter of ancient bloodline. Chapter 166. The great deceiver. In the dim light of the bedroom, the petite figure's half-face was shrouded in shadows. The demon hunter could now speak freely. Chapter 167. Parting beneath the luminous glow, a petite girl perched upon the neck of the monster hunter, brandishing her wooden sword. The valiant princess knight, the young lioness of Sintra, Cyrilla. Chapter 168. The vessel on the Yalu River. A thick morning mist enveloped the Yalu River, where languid waters meandered gently. A barge, adorned with the blue-hued banner of 3 lions, struggled forward at a leisurely pace. Chapter 169. The captured gurgle. A colossal bubble resembling a glass dome emerged from the water's surface, followed by a faint splash of crimson, akin to red ink diffusing rapidly. Chapter 170. Omen, what purpose do you have in purchasing this harmful item? The demon hunter tapped the oval head, entangled with algae, with a short knife, as if contemplating where to strike. Chapter 171. Arrival. After concluding his conversation with Adonis, Roy had to confront the inquiries of Krauser and his companions. My objective aligns with yours, to hunt the demons. Chapter 172. The plan. Upon arriving at the city gates, the princess's guard was respectfully welcomed into the carriage by the soldiers of Pa Log, who had been waiting for a considerable time. Meanwhile, the Witcher was left far behind. Chapter 173. Fly, Givial. Amidst the prolonged crowing of roosters, a faint blush of dawn appeared on the horizon. On a certain rooftop, a lifeless form lay sprawled across the tiles. Chapter 174. The lake maiden's guidance, the sun blazed fiercely in the sky. Across the vast expanse of the plains, more than 20 knights galloped furiously, pursuing a diminutive figure ahead of them. Behind them, the horses. Chapter 175. The emergence of a legend subsequently. The text recounts that he arrived from the northern fortress, overgrown with weeds, his hair as white as snow, bearing twin swords upon his back and leading a heavily laden steed, traversing through the gateway of the rope maker, bringing. Chapter 176. The serpent and the wolf. Youthfulness was Geralt's first impression, even though witchers possess long lifespans. The majority of those who still walk the earth are well past their 50 years. As for their appearance, Chapter 177. Night in the Forest. Roy, cradling Ciri, approached the honey-colored dryad, walking side by side with her. Through the vibrant stripes painted on her face with walnut juice, the dryad's features were, in truth, quite. Chapter 178. Dawn candle. By noon the following day, they arrived at the forest of colossal trees. This was a woodland predominantly surrounded by oak, yew, and white walnut trees. These. Chapter 179. The waters of Brocleon. Isna, like most tree spirits, was petite and graceful. Beneath her emerald gown, her back was erect, and her head held high, exuding an air of profound pride. Her countenance was stern and solemn. Chapter 180. The capability of evolution. A faint light of dawn emerged in the eastern sky, marking the transition between night and day. As the world slumbered, the earth struggled in the darkness. At an altitude of 1,000 meters, quietly. Chapter 181. The colorful world. Who are you? Where do you come from? And where are you headed? A bald, stout man bellowed rudely at the two, standing with his legs apart, with a bow slung over his back. Chapter 182. Druid Mosasak. The demon hunter sheathed his long sword into the scabbard on his back and removed the iron gauntlets from his fingers. Geralt the knight paused. Chapter 183. Convergence. 2 days later, outside the citadel of Sintra. Roy, what are you pondering? The girl waved her delicate hand before the witcheress' eyes. Chapter 184. The Brotherhood of Demon Hunters. For the sake of a little girl, one would drink poison? By the gods. The comical voice of Ox resounded, his sharp gaze fixated on Roy. Chapter 185. The answers to everything. The White Wolf spent a night at the Witcher's cabin and bid farewell to everyone the following morning. Traditionally blessed with restful slumber, he now bore the rare sight of 2 dark circles beneath his eyes. Chapter 186. Harvest Festival and the Taming of the Griffin. The Morden of the Flying Lion Monster School? I have not heard of it. The Serret brothers squinted, gazing intently at a meticulously marked map. Are you certain he is hidden in a secluded location within Towson? Chapter 187. Dance. The young demon hunter sat cross-legged beneath the humble dwelling, his back erect, his body and mind relaxed, his countenance serene as though it were the tranquil surface of water, undisturbed by even the slightest ripple. Chapter 188. Departure from the Baigua Garden. As dawn breaks, the protracted night of harvest comes to a close. Chapter 189. The transformation of Virginia. In the early morning, as the sun began to rise from the horizon, the affluent residents of the Virginia Trading District would typically still be nestled in the comfort of their plush beds, indulging in the picturesque view outside their windows. Chapter 190. The injustice of Whitefruit Orchard. Beneath a radiant sun, 2 demon hunters hailing from Vigmora traversed the Lamentation Bridge, stepping into the realm of Whitefruit Orchard. The Tsunami River gracefully spanned across this quaint village. Chapter 191. The grave of the Wellery's family. The Wellery's family grave is situated to the northeast of the village, surrounded by a desolate expanse of land that stretches for a mile in every direction, devoid of any signs of life. The silence is profound, as if time itself has come to a standstill. Side by side. Chapter 192. The skeleton in the coffin. In the dimly lit tomb chamber, 2 demon hunters stood back to back, gripping their silver swords with unwavering focus, remaining ever vigilant. The flickering flames cast wavering shadows, illuminating several figures that lingered. Chapter 193. The Brand and the Siren. Roy and Resso listened intently. The only sound in the tomb was the howling wind, and there was not a hint of any unusual noise. The serpent pendants around their necks remained still, showing no signs of movement. Chapter 194. The Amavith Castle. The demon hunters meticulously cleared the crypt upon their arrival, and during their departure, they encountered no disturbances from malevolent spirits. Furthermore, the Viril's crypt will not be able to nurture. Chapter 195. The Past of Ignatius. Chapter 196. The Same Brand. Chapter 197. Genealogy. Is the continuation of family lineage truly more significant? Or does the dignity of nobility hold greater importance? After a prolonged silence, Ignatius chose the former and gradually knelt before Coghlan. Chapter 198. The malevolent spirit in the attic. The night at the Amavith fortress was imbued with a biting chill. Ignatius, with his corpulent frame swathed in a heavy quilted coat, clutched a leather hot water bottle in his hands, yet he remained incessantly. Chapter 199. The mirror. The door creaked open slowly, accompanied by a disconcerting grating sound that sent shivers through one's teeth, along with a cloud of dust that wafted in. Two demon hunters were compelled to brace themselves. Chapter 200. Necromancy. Rebirth. In a fit of intense gasping, Ignatius recoiled as if fleeing from a venomous serpent, retreating until he found himself cornered against the wall, his face a portrait of fear. Why had his great-grandmother left behind? Chapter 201. Misfortune will persist. In the afternoon, the Baigua garden basked in golden sunlight, while the crystal-clear stream flowed melodiously from all directions. The verdant fields and fruit-laden trees echoed with the harmonious chorus of birds and blossoms. Chapter 202. Pursuit in the Vijmar Trade District. At the house of the Night Queen, the magical lights on the ceiling cast a soft, golden glow. The soothing melodies of the lute caressed the ears like a lover's gentle whisper. Chapter 203. The conditions of Belanger. As the sun descended beyond the horizon, twilight enveloped the landscape, and the edifices within the temple district began to twinkle with scattered lights. Three demon hunters emerged from the wooden cottage nestled in the linen alley. Chapter 204. Commencement. The morning breeze from the shores of Lake Vijima caressed the pale cheeks of the monster hunter, carrying with it a hint of chill and moisture. Roy and Rice leaned against the forge's grand structure. Chapter 205. Carcasston. La la la. La la la. La la la. A middle-aged man squinted his eyes, swaying his head as he hummed a peculiar melody, draped in a maroon robe. Chapter 206. Infiltration of the laboratory. What additional rewards can an alchemist offer? Elixirs, alchemical bombs, or conventional potion recipes. However, Roy contemplated his earlier intentions for the little. Chapter 207. The conspiracy emerges. The sun ascended from the eastern horizon, gradually reaching the zenith of the sky. As the air began to warm, suddenly, a shadow fell upon the windowsill of a villa in the trading district. Chapter 208. The Palace in the Lake. The Alchemist's Commission. I have resolved the matter for you. You no longer owe that fellow a single penny. Roy laughed heartily. Belanger. Chapter 209. The Lake Maiden's Entrustment. A radiant crescent moon ascends the heavens, casting a delicate cascade of silvery light. The moonlight, akin to scattered stars, adorns the ethereal night veil draping the shores of Lake Virginia. Chapter 210. The Coming Storm. In the early morning at the Fortaste Castle, a woman lying in bed felt her delicate eyelashes flutter gently before she opened her slender eyes, gazing up at the heavens. Chapter 211. Rudolph Valeris' Faith. Though intangible and insubstantial, possesses weight akin to that of the soul. The demon hunter harbors a premonition that this blood gemstone, brimming with essence, is an exceedingly precious resource. Chapter 212. The Last Chance. Morning mist enveloped the shores of Lake Vigmara. Small boats glided across the water like mythical creatures, parting the fog as they ventured toward the heart of the lake, while sunlight subtly outlined a grand. Chapter 213. The Interrupted Forbidden Spell. Gazing at the scene before him, Roy's emotions surged. As a demon hunter, he had always been at odds with monstrous beings. Yet this time, he found himself compelled to collaborate with a half-merman and a water ghost, alongside the White Rose. Chapter 214. The Duel of Nights. The dense clouds, along with the flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder, suddenly dissipated, and the sky regained its clarity, vanishing the apocalyptic scene. Unfortunately, Azad Javid cast. Chapter 215. Secrets and Rewards. Rudolph Valeris lay quietly on the ground, despite being covered in blood. A hint of a smile lingered on his rugged features beneath his bushy beard. Yet, Chapter 216. The Griffin Transformation. Whether opting for a substantial sum of wealth or enhancing a Londite, both choices possess undeniable allure. However, there exist alternative paths, particularly in the realm of amplifying magical prowess, which the demon hunters find elusive. Chapter 217. Scavenging for inheritance. In the shadows of the Vijima trade zone, where visibility was obscured, a spectral figure darted across the rooftops with agility. Its dark, golden eyes glimmered like those of a wild beast in the depths of the night. Chapter 218. The Grimoire. The demon hunter cautiously navigated around the patrolling guards near the fortress of Volthist, successfully infiltrating the villa of the royal advisor, Azar Javid, the villa's owner. Chapter 219. Farewell. Late at night, outside of Vigmara, in a desolate field, The alfalfa patch suddenly stirs, and amidst the rustling, a pair of elongated ears emerges. Chapter 220, The Modding of the Flying Lion Monster in the Queen's Abode Under the Night Sky. The intoxicating aroma of libations mingles with the pure and sweet strains of the organ, enveloping men and women alike in a boundless haze of ecstasy. The Tavern Door. Chapter 221, Reunion with Coral. Chapter 222, Transition to the underground. The following morning, the sparrows chirped melodiously from the branches, while the sun lazily streamed through the window, casting light upon the room where three figures lay in disarray, resembling lifeless bodies. Chapter 223, Solo Mission. Your Highness, you truly hold me in high regard, the demon hunter said with a grave expression. The expanse of the sewers beneath Vijima nearly rivals that of the urban area above, with an intricate network of channels. Chapter 224, The sewers of Virginia are characterized by their dimness, dampness, and the pungent odor that permeates the air. In the distance lies an unknown darkness, suddenly illuminated by the flickering light of a torch emerging from around the corner. Chapter 225, Relentless Carnage. Screams and gale-force winds. Two drowners assailed the Witcher from opposing flanks, their foreclaws raking across the Quinn shield, tearing through the protective golden aura. Chapter 226, Deadly Threat. In the brightly lit room, the bald man with hands like a fan deftly manipulated a needle, stitching up the gory wound on the shoulder of the monster hunter. In that confined space. Chapter 227, The Brand. In the dead of night, Virginia Street lay desolate, devoid of any presence, with even the patrolling guards mysteriously absent. A jarring sound of friction suddenly echoed from around the corner. Chapter 228, Serendipity. In an unknown corner, the sky was stained a deep crimson, adorned with a multitude of scarlet vortices, resembling a celestial tapestry of stars, yet evoking the apocalyptic imagery of a world ablaze. Chapter 229, The Priest of the God of Omen. In the dimly lit depths of the sewers, where light scarcely penetrates, murky and foul-smelling liquid trickles through the channels. Occasionally, rats and cockroaches scuttle from the shadows, producing unsettling sounds. Chapter 230, The Origin of the Blood-Sucking Demon Bird. In the grand dining hall of the Fortaist Castle, opulent chandeliers cast a soft golden glow. The king occupied the central seat at the lengthy mahogany table. Chapter 231, Leisure Moments in the Blacksmith's Forge. Chapter 232, Recurrence. Look at this enchanting treasure. It outshines diamonds. Ox, holding the freshly forged steel sword of the Flying Lion, caressed the blade with his fingers, filled with emotion. Chapter 233, The Curse's Finale. Long after the sun had set, three demon hunters arrived at Old Virginia. In the frigid depths of night, dust swirled chaotically in the air. On the opposite bank of the bridge, Virginia. Chapter 234, The Bestowal. A carriage departed from Old Virginia, making its way towards the eastern fortress of Fortaist. Chapter 235, The Desolation. As noon approached, a few dark clouds unexpectedly appeared in the clear sky, swiftly spreading and enveloping the city of Vijima, obscuring the sunlight. The weather in Vijima. Chapter 236, Fate. Within the web. As evening descended, the clouds that had shrouded Virginia throughout the afternoon dispersed entirely. The sky, cleansed by the rain, appeared a brilliant azure, adorned with a dreamy rainbow. Chapter 237, Farewell. In the regal dining establishment, enchanted lights cast ethereal silhouettes. A man and a woman sat opposite each other at the dining table. Are you planning to depart from Vijima? Asked the woman. Chapter 238, On the road. The flames in the forge flickered and danced erratically, casting two shifting silhouettes upon the wall. Chapter 239, Survivors. In the northern suburbs, the landscape is adorned with fields of agriculture, cultivated with turnips, carrots, and peppers, interspersed with low shrubs and patches of grass. At the center lies. Chapter 240, The Blood Path. The sky was overcast, with dense, murky clouds looming overhead. A hint of moisture lingered in the air, yet the anticipated rain never fell, leaving behind traces upon the ground. For demon hunters. Chapter 241, The Cat Vulture. In the evening, a howling cold wind swept through the forest, followed by delicate raindrops that descended through the gaps in the trees, falling onto the ground carpeted with thick layers of twigs and fallen leaves, mingling with the warm blood. Chapter 242, Encounter. On a night in the forest, shadows danced before the campfire, intertwining with the flames. Two demon hunters paced around each other in a clearing, their mismatched beastly vertical pupils converging. Chapter 243, Somnambulism. The monster hunter rode westward for a full circle. Chapter 244, The Omniscient Her. The impoverished village, the uncouth rustic folk, and the desolate marshes constitute the singular impression that most Tamilerians possess of Welland. And now, the hunt. Chapter 245. Lower Vallon. Nestled on the mountainside, the inconspicuous village of Lower Vallon lies in the vast expanse of southern Welland. In the afternoon, the village head, Carson, leaned against the door frame of his modest abode as he did every day. Chapter 246. The Whispers of Whispering Hill. Whispering Hill, situated not far from Lower Vallon, appears to be merely an unassuming mound, cloaked in lush green grass. Upon the arrival of 5 demon hunters. Chapter 247. The Truth of the Tree Heart. Get out, you wretched dog, the enemy of nature. An enraged roar echoed from the depths of the cave, resembling the amplified voice of an ancient woman imbued with frenzied despair. Chapter 248. The second ceiling. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a twilight glow upon the land, 5 demon hunters dispersed into 3 distinct directions across the Whispering Hills. Raven feathers, remnants of the tree's heart, dark. Chapter 249. The Lady of the Forest. In the warm embrace of the morning light, a gentle breeze caressed the Whispering Hills, the hunchbacked marshes, and the verdant fields. It swept through the muddy paths of Lower Vallon, stirring the essence of the hunt. Chapter 250. The Oak and the Acorn. In the western region of Welland lies at Selborne, the birthplace of the Lady of the Woods. Surrounding it, crystal-clear waters flow gently, reflecting a verdant peak that stands gracefully. Chapter 251. Confrontation. Atop the majestic Boulder Mountain, beneath the flourishing golden oak trees, a furious roar reverberated through the air. In the next moment, a tempestuous surge of restless magical energy swept through like a torrential storm. Chapter 252. Battle. With a crisp sound of shattering glass, a cloud of smoke intermingled with fine black sand enveloped the 2 forest ladies closest to the demon hunter. Chapter 253. Repulsion. Roy collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The veins on his face twisted grotesquely, resembling blackened worms. He gritted his teeth, his entire body feeling as though it were in disarray, pain coursing through him, particularly from the. Chapter 254. Spoils of War. On a midsummer night, the brilliant stars adorned the inky canvas of the sky, as moonlight cascaded like liquid silver. A gentle breeze whispered, caressing the vast expanse of the plain, rustling through the grasses and dancing upon the treetops. Chapter 255. The Baroness domain. In the early morning, the sky was shrouded in thick clouds, casting a grayish hue over the landscape. While the air was saturated with humidity, the demon hunters advanced at a deliberate pace, tending to the wounded, yet they continued. Chapter 256. News from acquaintances. The relentless downpour that persisted for a day and night has finally ceased, leaving the sky washed to an almost translucent azure. Gazing down from above, a throng of people meanders. Chapter 257. The Sleeping Curse. In a daze, Evelyn beheld a pair of beast-like eyes, imbued with a whirlwind of emotions that roused her from the depths of her anguish. Evelyn. Chapter 258. Baron Roy, how did you unexpectedly arrive at La Valette? Evelyn, with her warm and delicate hand, laboriously rested upon the demon hunter's shoulder, slowly shifting her body with his assistance. Chapter 259. Investigation 1-2. Masters. This way, please. The sound of crisp footsteps echoed through the castle's long corridor. A plump maid donned in a blue gown. Chapter 260. Investigation 2. Beside the main banquet hall, there lies a room piled high with various clutter, furnished with several long benches, which once served as the resting place for the sea scorpions. The storage room is devoid of ventilation, even a. Chapter 261. Outside the storage room of Castle Trestaff Lavaretti in the corridor, dozens of servants stood in a line, most of whom were maidens, all in the prime of their youth. Chapter 262. In the garden. In the midst of autumn's brilliant sunshine, radiant beams cascaded from the central courtyard of the La Valette Castle, illuminating the fragrant and resplendent roses, crabapples, and camellias that adorned the courtyard. Chapter 263. The Shaman and the Dream of Confusion. The hints left by Amos are straightforward and clear. The answer is Furtus. Resso. While keeping a watchful eye on the movements of the maid Sylvia deep within the garden. Chapter 264. The Truth Hidden in the Soil Master. Do you mean to say that Arian has been trapped in a dream for over a month? Lady Louise's crimson lips parted slightly, her face a mask of astonishment. As everyone. Chapter 265. Revelation Garden. Did you and Valtester bury him in the ground? Roy scrutinized Louisa once more, feeling a twinge of regret for not having dug up the earth to investigate back then. Chapter 266. Fulfilling all your wishes. Countless black butterflies coalesced behind the man, forming a magnificent pair of wings. With a swift flutter, the wings beat twice, and he ascended into the air, his toes brushing the windowsill, followed by Chapter 267. The challenge. Have you changed your mind? Are you willing to strike a deal with me? The cold gaze of Ted Odium fixated on the demon hunter, as if he had meticulously woven a nest, waiting for his prey to unwittingly fall into his trap. Chapter 268. Teasing. What sort of place is this? Roy climbed over the rugged hillside and stepped onto a winding, uneven path. He gazed into the distance, his sight extending to the horizon. Chapter 269. Beauty, wealth, and treasures. Beneath the moonlight, the demon hunter observed a distant, rigid specter emerge. Standing nearly 7 meters tall, her posture was hunched, resembling that of an elderly. Chapter 270. The indestructible mirror. Beneath the sanguine moonlight, 2 demon hunters stood poised in the clearing before the villa, a mere 3 meters apart. Roy crouched low, his back arched as he delicately tapped the ground with his forepaws. Chapter 271. Shattering the reflection. Roy no longer futilely pursued the elusive glass mirror within the remaining tower. Instead, he strode directly into the fountain's pool. With swift strides, he approached it. Chapter 272. Sequel and reinforcement combined. A glass of apple cider. The young demon hunter with dark hair rushed in. Chapter 273. Unrest. The following afternoon, the light was a muted gray. A veil of mist rising from the Ponter River enveloped the skies above the domain of Baron Lavalette. The air was damp, exuding the briny scent of fish and aquatic vegetation. Chapter 274. Farewell, Squirrel Party. Fenda Bay. I apologize for our tardiness. Leading the group, Ian Heedy leaped down from the wall, his gaze filled with concern as he scrutinized the elven lady. Fortunately, you are. Chapter 275. Entering Redanian combined. The night was crisp and cold. Outside the Witcher's hut, the blades glimmered under the pristine moonlight as 2 figures danced silently. 2 sinewy forms. Chapter 276. Ozenfort. In the early morning, Roy, seated in a meditative posture, opened his eyes. In his dark golden pupils, a brilliant flash of elemental iridescence flickered and vanished. Subsequently, he extended his right index finger. Chapter 277. Observations. At the academy, a group of individuals strolled along the path behind the Gate of Philosophers. The world beyond the gate was in stark contrast to the ordinary town constructed of buildings, and it was unlike the confined spaces outside. Chapter 278. The Rare Animal Sanctuary. Additional chapter for Crow 13. The leader, with a creaking sound, Linus Pete slowly opened the heavy iron gate. In an instant, a rich fragrance of verdant foliage and the essence of wildlife wafted through the crack of the door. Chapter 279. The Animal Protection Association, combined. The demon hunters maneuvered the gear-driven wooden barrels into the dense thicket, revealing a ring of desiccated excrement on the ground, exuding a foul stench intermingled with a pungent odor of urine. A few. Chapter 280. The Missing Assistant. In the artistic dining hall of Orsonfort Academy, a refreshing sea breeze and gentle sunlight streamed through the windows, illuminating a table laden with an array of exquisite delicacies. The demon hunters were gathered around. Chapter 281. Montez Distance. Shortly after Oakes and Cantilla set out, Linus leveraged his privileges as an academy mentor to arrange audit permits for the witch hunters. Over the next 3 days. Chapter 282. News. In the evening, the reflection of the setting sun sank into the delta, and twilight began to envelop the surroundings. The monster hunter concluded an afternoon of investigation. The Master. Chapter 283. Suspects. As the first rays of dawn broke over the horizon, the Niobao market commenced its bustling and orderly operations. A throng of people surged restlessly, some driving carts laden with goods. Chapter 284. Arrangements. Chapter 285. Ogilda Ivric. A structure located in the northwest of Orsonfort, adjacent to the estuary. Behind the dark iron door lies a spacious hall, littered with empty wine bottles. Chapter 286. Tracking and Deception. Upon receiving the orders from Rodamai, the cleverest of his usual subordinates, Punk the Barrel set off to lie in wait outside the island of Orsonfort Academy. Shortly after midday he. Chapter 287. The Eve of Action. Chapter 288. Inevitable failure. As midnight approached, the lights of Orsonfort town grew faint, and silence enveloped the surroundings. The luminous moonlight cast a serene glow over the expansive delta. The gentle rustle. Chapter 289. The Call at the Crossroads. A refreshing morning breeze swept across the delta, dispelling the lingering scent of blood that had enveloped the grounds of Orsonfort Academy for much of the night. At this moment, Linus Pete was. Chapter 290. Disappearance and departure on the morning of the third day, the rising sun adorned the walls of the Academy Island with a delicate veil of golden hue. Outside the rare animal park, the scholars of Niobao basked in. Chapter 291. The time of learning at Bull Fortress after conducting an investigation at the Ozenfort prison. The Witcher discovered traces of lingering magical energy. Subsequently, he inquired with the eyewitness inmates and the soldiers on duty. The answers were consistent with those of Lay. Chapter 292. Old Moor, my dearest Roy, I. Chapter 293. Reunion in the northeastern corner of the Novigrad market. The vegetable stall was in disarray, with baskets overturned and vegetables scattered haphazardly. Okra, turnips, and potatoes rolled across the ground, creating a scene of utter chaos. Chapter 294. The pattern of Nuwa City, are you truly my child? Old Moor tilted his head, scrutinizing the demon hunter beside him. He swiftly transitioned from initial elation to a state of skepticism. Chapter 295. News from Dandelion in the vicinity of Novigrad's southern district, near the canal. One finds a stark contrast to the bustling commercial streets on the opposite bank. A network of dark and narrow alleyways encircles a dilapidated and densely populated area. Chapter 296. Rooftop in the dead of night. The residential area along the river in Nuwa City was enveloped in profound silence, with only scattered starlight illuminating the scene. Devoid of any flickering lights, Roy stood atop the rooftop, gazing across the river at the commercial district. Chapter 297. The messenger, a heartbreaker, a scoundrel, a useless singer. In a narrow alley north of Novigrad, beside a slender house painted in pink, a figure of graceful stature. Chapter 298. The response of the Wolf Clan's several masters are astute individuals. Bogut abruptly pushed back his chair, rose to his feet, and grasped the hand of the monster hunter, as one ought to know how to make the right choices. I hope you will. Chapter 299. An appointment in the month of rebirth. As Dandrian finished his speech, the atmosphere in the hall became exceedingly strange. Who stared wide-eyed, his envy palpable. Meanwhile, Priscilla merely curled her lip. Chapter 300. Willie Manor on the morning of November 13th, 1261, an unexpected tempest descended upon the land. The howling wind swept through the air, while unceasing strands of silver rain cascaded from the murky heavens. Chapter 301. A bloodbath. Alphonse Willie's room. The dimly lit magical lamps illuminated several faces, each reflecting a distinct expression. Roy, out of the corner of his eye, observed the five. Chapter 302. Alphonse's treasure. The Witcher treaded upon a thick layer of congealed blood, discarding several corpses as he ascended to the second floor, where the anguished cries of a woman had previously echoed. Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 303. Deterrence after a relentless downpour that lasted a day and night. The rain finally ceased. The sky, now crystal clear, was bathed in the gentle glow of the morning sun, while a refreshing breeze caressed the city of Nuwa. The Wily Manor. Chapter 304. Our territory on a radiant morning. In the southeastern corner of Novigrad, beside the canal, stood a transformed warehouse. The year 1261 marked the commencement of the Novigrad fighting tournament. Chapter 305. Apothecary and cabaret in the heart of Nor City. Separated from the commoners' district by a canal, lies a bustling commercial area. 5 demon hunters, including Lady Zerikin and young Carl, stood before 2 vacant. Chapter 306. Beneath the Temple Island, the golden sunlight enveloped the entirety of Nuwa City. In the commercial district, 2 previously vacant shops were now brimming with dwarfs, drawn in by the heartfelt recommendations of the butcher, Cleafer. Chapter 307. The Golem Guardian. Gurgle, gurgle. The cave resonated with the continuous sound of swallowing. 5 demon hunters each consumed a vial of cat, with grotesque, dark veins creeping. Chapter 308. Withered bones. An hour later, the demon hunter, having regained a portion of his magical powers, continued to explore the pitch-black cavern. Not far from the fountain pool, a series of extinguished braziers, spaced at regular intervals, formed a. Chapter 309. Gazing into the abyss. One finds elevation. The demon hunter and his apprentice swiftly traversed from the eastern side of the cave to the western side, scaling 2 slopes along several desiccated vines, while simultaneously detonating a few nests of miasma in between. Chapter 310. The essence of suffering. Outside the laboratory door, torches blazed fiercely on either side, illuminating several imposing figures standing tall. Ladies and gentlemen, before we proceed to open this door, I must first. Chapter 311. Experiment Journal. The division of labor has been completed. UX and Therit are tasked with searching the living areas and experimental zones on the right side, while Roy picks up the silver sword that the man has dropped, turning. Chapter 312. The Past of the Cat Vulture. In the laboratory, the flickering candlelight illuminated two astonished faces. The examination results of the captive exceeded the expectations of Lyso and Fuli. Chapter 313. My name is Kyan. 5 demon hunters encircled the hexagram formation at the end of the corridor, meticulously examining the lifelike statues of felines. Subsequently, they sighed in resignation. Chapter 314. Departing together upon the stone sculpture, the man resembling a bloodless corpse took a deep breath. He quietly straightened his back, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over his bulging muscles. Chapter 315. A perfect day in the early morning, golden sunlight streamed through the gaps in the window, illuminating a cheek marred by dark red scars. Kyan, comfortably nestled in bed, opened his eyes. Chapter 316. Communication with Coral under the luminous full moon. In the impoverished district of Nuwa City, a mournful autumn breeze swept through a gray linen curtain, infiltrating a narrow bedroom. Chapter 317. The ship at sea beneath the warm golden glow of the lights. The demon hunter with dark golden pupils engaged in a fervent discussion with the enchanting sorceress. The conversation. Chapter 318. The old friend of One-Eyed Jack. The first glimmer of white light broke over the horizon. Roy awoke from his humble bed of hay, his dark golden pupils dilating slightly as he stared blankly into the emptiness. Chapter 319. The missing daughter. Todd, like most ordinary individuals, was born into a commonplace family in the city of Nuwa. His mother was a gentle yet resilient woman, while his father, Frank, was a. Chapter 320. Residual magic. As winter approaches, the chilly sea breeze wafting in from the harbor sends shivers down one's spine. Yalan stands before the counter of the Lucky Cat flower shop, struggling to keep her eyes open. Chapter 321. Daughter of the Black Sun in the commercial district of Novigrad. A potion shop. Aisha, are you referring to that lovely young girl with golden hair and gray eyes who works at the Lucky Cat? Certainly. Chapter 322. Daydreams of Novigrad. Corinne Tilly led a life of remarkable regularity, so much so that it resembled that of an ordinary individual. Each morning, she would occupy the hall, attending to insomnia patients introduced by acquaintances.